Introduction. Also known as the Sapphire of Westeros. This is a tale of traversing into the world of Westeros from a song of ice and fire as a D&D game character, a dragonborn sorcerer. Chapter 1. The Exiled Sorcerer. Level 1. Race, half-elf. Class, sorcerer. Subclass, dragonborn sorcerer sapphire dragon. Attributes: Strength, 10. Dexterity, 14. Constitution, 12-2 to 14. Intelligence, 12. Wisdom, 12-2 to 14. Primary attribute: Charisma, 17. Racial traits: Sleep resistance, dark vision. Subclass traits: Dragon ancestor partial transformation, draconic resilience partial transformation. Character trait: Exile. Environmental trait: Withered magic network. Proficiencies in weapons and armor: daggers, darts, sling, quarterstaff, light crossbow. Saving throw proficiencies: Constitution, charisma. Skill proficiencies: acrobatics, performance, arcana, persuasion. Spell points: 33. Known spells: cantrips, 0-level spells: Blade Ward, Frostbite, Light, Firebolt, Mage Hand, Mending, Message, Minor Illusion, Prestidigitation, Ray of Frost, Shocking Grasp, True Strike. 1st-level spells: Burning Hands, Charm Person, Color Spray, Comprehend Languages, Disguise Self, Featherfall. Lin Rue gazed helplessly at the character panel he had attempted to summon, akin to a fledgling bird reluctantly confronting the necessity of learning to fly after a fall. He was compelled to accept the undeniable truth had traversed into another realm. Just moments prior, Lin Rue was engrossed in preparing for an online D&D session with his friends, meticulously crafting a brand new character card for a half-elf dragonborn sorcerer with sapphire dragon ancestry. However, he did not anticipate that, as he clicked the start button amidst the excited chatter of his friends on the voice chat, an abrupt wave of cardiac pain would incapacitate him at his desk. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Rue discovered himself in an unfamiliar world. A clear, bright river flowed from west to east, with lush forests and shrubs lining its banks, proudly showcasing the splendid ecology of this realm. He found himself on the northern bank of the river, with rustling sounds emanating from the grass behind him. Turning around, his keen perception revealed the source of the noisiest squirrel that had descended from a tree, curiously observing him before scampering away in fright at his movement. A smile spread across his face at the very least. This world was bathed in warmth and sunshine, appearing quite delightful. After all, a second life was an unexpected marvel. With some hesitation, he took a few steps forward to the riverbank. After a moment of contemplation, he finally decided to lower his gaze to behold his reflection in the water, as though by avoiding the sight, he could still be the Lin Rue who had succumbed to an untimely demise. The figure that emerged upon the surface of the water did not astonish Lin Rue, for it was none other than the half-elf sorcerer he had meticulously crafted, now vividly reflected in the panel before him. Upon his handsome and profound visage, symmetrical sapphire-like scales, which grew from and ultimately returned to his skin, adorned his face, a testament to his draconic ancestry. In truth, he was aware that such scales were not confined to his visage, but were scattered across various parts of his entire body. Though the size of these scales paled in comparison to the grand dragon scales found within the realms of D&D, their intricate beauty surpassed any ordinary measure, resembling gemstones delicately sculpted from rare royal blue sapphires. Aside from these peculiar yet not unpleasant facial features, his eyes shone with a clarity surpassing that of royal sapphires, deep and mysterious, exuding an air of elegant grace. A head of dark brown, nearly black, tousled hair crowned his perfectly proportioned head. Lastly, a pair of slightly elongated ears, exposed by short hair, hinted at his elven heritage, inherited from one of his parents, along with an astonishingly extended lifespan that exceeded that of ordinary humans by more than double. Having beheld his appearance, Lin Rue was not afforded the chance to further contemplate his current self when a series of distinct sounds, the clashing of wooden sticks accompanied by the boisterous chatter of children, reached his ears from nearby. Grasping the long staff behind him, he lowered his posture slightly, concealing himself within the dense thicket as he cautiously approached the source of the sounds. Alongside this body, he donned a robe emblematic of a standard D&D spellcaster's attire, crafted predominantly from soft fabric, interspersed with a modicum of soft leather and sturdy cloth, accented by metal components that served mainly decorative purposes. The meticulous tailoring ensured it fit snugly and lightly, allowing for ease of movement without the clattering noise typical of hardened leather or steel armor. With remarkable agility, Lin Rue progressed silently, and soon glimpsed a small clearing ahead where the voices of two human children echoed. One was a slight girl with gray-brown hair, appearing no older than 10, while the other was a taller boy with fiery red hair and a face speckled with freckles, seemingly over 10 years of age. The two children wielded long wooden sticks, which Lin Rue immediately recognized as the remnants of what were once two complete brooms, their heads having mysteriously vanished, leaving the handles to serve as makeshift swords for the children to clash against one another. Not far from the two children, perched atop a large stone near the riverbank, a gray wolf lay sprawled, its fluffy tail gently sweeping across the sun-warmed surface of the rock, appearing quite content. However, the wolf soon raised its head, alert and attentive, its ears swiveling to survey the surroundings. Finally, it turned its gaze towards the thicket, seemingly sensing an unknown presence lurking within. Lin Rue was acutely aware that the gray wolf had detected his presence through subtle sounds and scents imperceptible to humans. However, it seemed the creature had yet to ascertain his exact location, prompting Lin Rue to remain still for the time being. He cast a discreet glance at the wolf's striking yellow eyes before returning his focus to the playful antics of two human children. "Elia, you can't keep dodging or slithering away like an eel to make my sword miss," the boy exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration. "This is futile, just like when the king struck down Rigo with a single blow not far from here. I only need to land a hit on you, and you'll surely cry out for surrender." The girl, referred to as Elia, continued to respond with a cheerful grin and agile movements. Clutching a wooden stick in her left hand, her unconventional grip was yet another source of irritation for the boy. More importantly, despite her significant physical disadvantage, she demonstrated remarkable skill. Unlike the boy, who swung his stick erratically, Elia's combat style indicated at least a rudimentary understanding of fighting techniques. She utilized this playful encounter to experiment with her various combat strategies. Her footwork was a seamless blend of advancing and retreating, shifting left and right with fluidity. Her petite and nimble form caused the boy's attempt to strike her to repeatedly miss their mark. Even when it appeared the boy's stick was poised to make contact with her torso, she deftly redirected the incoming blow with her own stick, employing a technique to deflect its trajectory. From the sidelines, Lin Rue observed this contest between children with a growing sense of comprehension. Surprisingly, he found himself naturally formulating these thoughts, as though he were a seasoned adventurer well-versed in the nuances of combat. Yet, this realization was not entirely unfathomable after all. Lin Rue had not only retained the memories of his past life, but had also fully embraced the persona of the adventurer he had created. Adventurers with professional levels had long transcended the roles of ordinary farmers, swineherds, and even soldiers. As primary characters in a narrative, they possessed exceptional innate talents indicated by attribute points capable of achieving genius-level stats, and underwent rich developmental journeys, ultimately acquiring their own professions and becoming noteworthy figures poised for grand adventures. It seemed Lin Rue had wholly inherited the narrative-driven enhancements of a game character. Despite lacking proficiency with a longsword, he was still able to offer valuable insights on a mock duel involving a sword disguised as a wooden stick. However, this was merely a fraction of Lin Rue's thoughts. More often than not, this newcomer to the world, whether in spirit or body, was astonished by another reality. He had traversed into the realm of a song of ice and fire. Indeed, as a seasoned bibliophile, Lin Rue was able to swiftly discern the true nature of the world around him, merely by observing the current scene and listening to the boy's few utterances. Contrary to his initial conjecture that he had traversed into the continent of Fernaland on the planet Toriel, where many captivating and intriguing tales unfold, Lin Rue found himself embodied as a D&D Dragon-blooded warlock, transported into a realm entirely unrelated to the entire domain of Fern, specifically the world of a song of ice and fire. Perhaps the gifts of fate are far more precious than one might imagine. As Lin Rue mused within, his keen perception soon detected the approaching sound of hooves. From the cadence, he could discern that two horses were making their way directly towards Arya and the boy, who were engaged in playful rivalry. Familiar with the original narrative, Lin Rue quickly deduced the identities of the newcomers, none other than the nominal eldest son of the current king, Joffrey Baratheon, accompanied by Arya's sister, Sansa Stark, the daughter of the North's Duke. Unlike the other three, the red-haired boy bore no noble titles or lineage. He was merely an apprentice butcher from the grand caravan led by the king, which had journeyed from King's Landing to Winterfell and back again. If Lin Rue's memory served him correctly, the boy's name was indeed Micah. As for the gray direwolf perched upon the boulder by the riverbank, it belonged to Arya Stark and was a young warg, named Nymeria, name that harkens back to a queen who led the Rhoynar across the narrow sea to Westeros a millennium ago. The Stark family, steeped in tradition for countless generations in the north, was currently helmed by Eddard Stark, the head of the house and the Warden of the North, affectionately referred to by his wife as Ned. This noble couple had borne 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, along with a boy living with them as Eddard's illegitimate son. The other children, aside from the 2 daughters, were not present in the caravan. However, including the illegitimate son, the 6 children each possessed a direwolf companion, siblings born of the same litter, yet each exhibiting distinct appearances and temperaments. Upon their arrival in Winterfell, they often became the subject of hushed discussions among the servants and common folk, regarded as a different emblem of their lord's progeny. Yet, most were unaware that Duke Eddard had nearly condemned all the wolf pups to death in the past. The sound of horses bursting forth from the underbrush jolted Lin Rue from his reverie. He beheld a magnificent steed carrying a strikingly handsome, tall blonde youth who appeared at the riverbank. Arya was clearly drawn to this sudden shift, while Micah, perhaps due to his slight dullness or, on a more optimistic note, his resolute determination, finally seized the opportunity to strike Arya's hand sharply with a wooden stick. Startled by the pain, Arya released her grip and dropped the stick onto the ground. It appears that this modest contest has culminated in the emergence of a victor, albeit due to unforeseen circumstances. Arya cast an exasperated glance at the jubilant Mikey before turning her attention to the newly arrived horse and young man. At that moment, another horse, carrying a lady with chestnut locks, emerged gracefully from behind the trees. Upon catching sight of her mischievous sister by the riverbank, the gentle maiden's eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Her sister had an uncanny ability to steer situations towards calamity, almost as if by enchantment. This thought crossed her mind as she silently beseeched the 7 gods, praying that Arya would not jeopardize her anticipated rendezvous with Joffrey that day. Aside from Lin Rue, the remaining 4 individuals surveyed one another. Mikey, still basking in the euphoria of victory, suddenly froze in realization, recognizing the striking youth on horseback as Prince Joffrey, the future king of the 7 kingdoms. In a flurry, he dropped the wooden stick in his hand and averted his gaze, too intimidated to look directly at the prince. Joffrey quickly discerned the competitive nature of the scene before him. With palpable excitement, he dismounted and inquired of both the boy and the girl. "Who are you?" Sansa promptly interjected before Arya could deliver a response that would undoubtedly lack decorum. "She is my sister, Arya, your highness, and the other must be the butcher's apprentice. He is also my friend. Do not bully him," Arya hastily added. A sardonic smile crept onto Joffrey's lips, but intriguingly, his youthful visage was so handsome that even this expression served only to amplify his allure. "So, the butcher's apprentice aspires to be a knight? How audacious to challenge a Stark lady." Mikey's complexion paled, and he dared not meet Joffrey's gaze, nor Arya's. Merely stammering, "It was Lady Arya who insisted I engage in this play. It was her request." Arya, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush, unable to conceal her embarrassment from Sansa and Lin Rue, both of whom understood the truth behind the butcher's apprentice's words. Yet, Joffrey was evidently intent on not letting the red-haired boy off the hook. He unsheathed a beautifully crafted sword from his side, lavishly adorned though somewhat diminutive. The blade gleamed ominously, unmistakably a true weapon of considerable sharpness. He pointed the sword at Mikey, proclaiming, "Very well, I now command you, in the name of the prince, to pick up that stick and fight me." Mikey, with a woeful expression, nearly in tears, replied, "Your highness, I cannot do this." Joffrey extended his sword threateningly closer, almost grazing Mickey's face. "Why ever not? Can the daughter of a duke command you? Yet I, a prince, cannot?" Mikey trembled, tears streaming down his face, clearly bereft of rational thought. Behind Joffrey, Arya anxiously observed the 2 boys, occasionally glancing at the wooden stick on the ground. Lin Rue recognized that if he did not intervene, the situation among the children was poised to escalate into an irretrievable conflict. Before Joffrey could inflict further harm upon Micah, Lin swiftly emerged from the thicket, exclaiming, "Wait, I have a far superior proposal." Chapter 2. The Wolf. The 4 individuals present turned in surprise, including the ice wolf named Nymeria, their diverse, colorful eyes fixated on this suspicious stranger. Yet, What truly caused their hesitation was the peculiar scaled adornment upon the man's visage. Joffrey, with his jade-green eyes glaring, arrogantly pivoted to point his sword at Lynn, demanding, "Who are you? Lurking in the shadows, do you intend harm upon these two lovely ladies? And what is that peculiar thing upon your face? Have you affixed fish scales to your skin? No wonder I seem to detect a whiff of fishy odor." Sansa shyly glanced at Joffrey again, her heart swelling with admiration for his handsome figure. Arya, on the other hand, hurried to Micah's side, casting a grateful glance toward Lynn. Lynn, undeterred by Joffrey's scornful words, wore a smile as refreshing as a summer breeze, which, despite the odd scales on his face, disarmed the children present, prompting them to instinctively perceive him as a benign presence. Charm, in the realm of Dungeons and Dragons, transcends mere physical appearance, while the most charismatic adventurers and legendary figures often possess extraordinary beauty. Charm encompasses a multitude of other qualities. It includes the ability to engage others with warmth and kindness, to instill fear when intimidating foes, or to inspire unanimous agreement following an impassioned oration. In essence, charm embodies confidence, eloquence, and leadership, the capacity to influence others' perceptions without the aid of magic. For bards, sorcerers, and warlocks, this attribute also affects their success in casting various spells. Even spells like Ray of Sickness, which seems unrelated to charm, yet induces nausea and poison upon foes, are influenced by the caster's charm attribute alongside the target's physical resilience. Lynn had contemplated employing his sole advantageous enchantment spell, Charm Person, upon Joffrey. However, after a moment of reflection, he discarded the notion. While the spell would render Joffrey perceiving him as a familiar and trusted figure during its duration, once the enchantment faded, Joffrey would revert to his unaltered state, likely questioning the sudden intimacy and realizing he had been influenced. On the other hand, as a charming half-elf with an innate brilliance of 17, Lynn Ruay ultimately resolved to persuade the other party with his eloquence. After all, his proficiency in the art of persuasion endowed him with a significant charm bonus when engaging others, and the higher his level, the greater the enhancement. Although Lynn Ruay currently stood at a mere level 1, Joffrey was, after all, a minor whose mind had yet to mature. Possessing considerable flaws in his reasoning, Lynn Ruay felt an abundance of confidence in this regard. However, first and foremost, one must possess an appropriate name to traverse the lands of Westeros. The name Lynn Ruay sounded rather peculiar. Thus he reversed his name and adopted a new one, selecting Sapphire gemstone linked to his draconic ancestry as his surname. "I am Ruay Lynn Sapphire. Your Highness, allow me to propose a more suitable resolution for the current predicament. Observe, this boy, though not particularly frail in appearance, is merely a commoner with dreams of knighthood, yet he has never wielded a true sword. At most, he can satisfy his modest aspirations with a wooden stick or a meat cleaver, and perhaps he cannot even manage that well, often receiving reprimands from his butcher mentor. It is hardly fitting to discuss combat as complex as this. Even with a stick in place of a sword, he cannot execute a proper maneuver, which is why he can merely exchange blows with the petite daughter of Duke Ed." Mikey remained ensnared in a lingering dread, having genuinely believed that he might be slain by the prince. Thus, despite the constant belittling from the stranger named Ruay Lynn, he paid little mind to it. Conversely, Arya cast a discontented glare at Ruay Lynn, seemingly displeased with his description of her, yet she refrained from interrupting his discourse, for she understood that this individual had stepped forward to assist Mikey. His skill is so juvenile that his weapon can only be a flimsy broomstick. "Might I be so bold, Your Highness, to suggest that given your esteemed status and swordsmanship, engaging in a contest with him would likely result in a greater honor for him, rather than yourself? Even Lady Sansa would surely prefer to see you challenge a true adversary rather than a butcher's apprentice." Upon hearing this, Sansa glanced at Ruay Lynn. Coincidentally, Joffrey also turned to look at Sansa at that moment. The dignified and graceful eldest daughter of Duke Ed looked at her prince and gently nodded. Joffrey could not suppress a frown. Accustomed to instant gratification throughout his life, the young prince found himself feeling a lack of experience and patience in the present situation. "Then what do you suggest? They are having such fun, is it not permissible for me, a future king, to partake in their amusement?" Recognizing his partial success, Ruay Lynn seized the moment to present his proposition. "Your Highness, what I mean is that you could engage in a contest with me." The four children of varying ages immediately displayed a spectrum of expressions, each tinged with surprise, for it seemed unjust for an adult to bully a child like Joffrey. Even in their eyes, Rueline observed the children's reactions with keen interest, yet he remained confident in his ability to maintain control over the unfolding situation. You may first listen to my reasoning, Your Highness. As you can see, I am indeed an adult man, and I possess an undeniable advantage in both stature and strength over you. However, under this overarching premise, I must confess that I am neither a knight nor a soldier. In terms of martial prowess or sheer strength, I am merely an ordinary individual, not significantly superior to a swineherd or a butcher. Conversely, though you are still underage, Your Highness, you hail from noble lineage, being the firstborn of the great King Robert. The blood of a valiant warrior courses through your veins, and you have been trained in the ways of knighthood from a young age, with rumors of your remarkable martial talent already circulating. Thus, it is quite difficult to ascertain who is truly stronger between us. Rueline reluctantly uttered these flattering words, yet the most disingenuous part for him was the reference to Joffrey's lineage. He was acutely aware that, despite Joffrey being officially recognized as Robert's eldest son and the current heir to the throne, he was, in fact, not the king's biological offspring. To be precise, none of the current royal princes or the princess were true heirs of King Robert. Although Robert's surname was Baratheon, the true lineage of all princes and princesses was that of their mother, Cersei Lannister. This secret was known by only a few, and certainly, the current circumstances were not conducive to revealing the truth. Furthermore, given Joffrey's deep admiration and yearning for King Robert, aspiring to become a warrior who could command respect throughout the Seven Kingdoms, Rueline decided to indulge his sentiments with a few compliments, believing it would yield favorable results. As expected, Joffrey's demeanor shifted, revealing a spark of interest. Rueline continued, Lastly, Your Highness, observe that I possess only this long wooden stick, which could be deemed a weapon, while you wield a genuine sword, thereby placing you in a position of strength. In this regard, we are evenly matched, making it quite suitable for a contest. With increasing confidence, Joffrey raised his sword and pointed it at Rueline. Very well, let's engage in a duel. Rueline placed a hand over his chest and offered a slight bow before raising his arm to prepare for combat. Michael, though not entirely grasping the current situation, could clearly see that this stranger had successfully diverted Joffrey's attention. Without even retrieving his own stick, he mumbled, Your Highness, I shall take my leave, and hurriedly pushed through the surrounding foliage, making his way toward the eastern direction of the caravan camp, completely disregarding Arya, whom he had abandoned. Arya, incensed by the unfolding events, stamped her feet twice in frustration before reluctantly making her way to Sansa's side. After all, she wished to avoid the brunt of that long staff wielded by Raylan and had no desire to be harmed by Joffrey's sword. Thus it was imperative to grant both of them ample space to engage in combat. Yet, at that moment, she appeared little more than a stable boy in Sansa's entourage. What a magnificent sword, akin to the fangs of a lion, Raylan exclaimed with a performance of sincere admiration just prior to the clash, eliciting a radiant smile from Joffrey. Joffrey was certain that this individual should not possess knowledge of the sword's name, Lion's Tooth, yet the praise was so fitting that it affirmed his choice of name, reflecting his own lion-like ferocity in battle. Lost in these delightful thoughts, Joffrey laughed heartily as he approached Raylan, brandishing his lion's tooth. The awkwardness of his strikes, however, betrayed a lack of finesse, soft, feeble, and riddled with openings, causing Arya to furrow her brow in disapproval. To her eyes, despite their similar ages, Joffrey's swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of her brothers, Robb and Jon. She mused that even wielding the delicate needle Jon had secretly gifted her before his departure would likely afford her a better chance in a bout against the prince. Conversely, Raylan exhibited the demeanor of one facing a formidable adversary, cautiously adjusting his stance and wielding the staff as if it were a blossoming flower. The fluidity of his movements and the swiftness with which he maneuvered the staff left Arya in awe. She would stake her claim to the old gods that even Ser Roderick, the instructor from Winterfell, could not wield a staff with such mastery as Raylan displayed. Indeed, thanks to the innate proficiency bestowed upon sorcerers with the staff, Raylan's movements possessed a fluidity that suggested a seamless connection with his weapon. This worked to his advantage, as he executed various seemingly complex offensive and defensive maneuvers, deftly absorbing most of the force from Joffrey's blows at the last moment to prevent his sword from being sent flying during defense. Thus, to Arya and Sansa, Raylan appeared remarkably skilled with the staff, managing to withstand Joffrey's haphazard assaults. Arya frowned, instinctively sensing something amiss, while Sansa wore a look of rapt fascination, unable to fully grasp the intricacies of the battle, yet perceiving Joffrey's enhanced allure in that moment. Raylan maintained this precarious defense against all of Joffrey's strikes until he detected a hint of impatience breaking through Joffrey's previously smug demeanor, an indication unnoticed by the prince himself. Seizing the opportunity, Raylan, in a moment of exceptional artistry and control, allowed his staff to slip from his grasp at the precise moment of impact with Joffrey's sword, creating the illusion that Joffrey had cleaved Raylan's staff from his hands. Rhuelin came to an abrupt halt, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of resignation and embarrassment as he conceded defeat. "Your Highness, it seems you have triumphed. Clearly, I ought to seek a competent instructor to diligently refine my martial skills." Joffrey paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to the sword he had slowly raised, a mixture of astonishment and slight bewilderment evident in his expression. The others remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts as they listened to the increasingly boisterous laughter that emanated from him. Arya felt a twinge of boredom and confusion. She walked past Joffrey to where Nymeria stood, reaching out to gently ruffle the girl's hair. Joffrey sheathed his sword, turned, and mounted his horse, casting a jovial glance at Rhuelin. "You should visit our camp later. I shall ensure that my mother or father rewards you as a token of gratitude for your delightful entertainment." Indeed, despite Joffrey's malicious demeanor and immature mindset, he was astute enough to recognize that this suddenly appearing stranger was attempting to curry favor with him. The other had succeeded remarkably, and thus, he felt compelled to bestow a reward. Rhuelin nodded slightly. "Thank you, our generous prince." He then watched as Joffrey and Sansa rode away from the riverside clearing. Before disappearing from sight, Sansa cast appreciative and grateful glances towards both Arya and Rhuelin. "Now that everyone has departed, Arya, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you," Rhuelin said as he retrieved his staff and secured it on his back. He brushed off his hands and approached Arya and Nymeria. The juvenile great dire wolf regarded the approaching stranger with wary eyes, baring its teeth slightly and emitting a low growl at minimal warning. Arya called out Nymelia's name in annoyance, patting the wolf's head before turning her attention to Rhuelin. "Good day, Mr. Rhuelin. I believe we are not acquainted. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in rescuing Michael today." As she spoke, her thoughts wandered to the red-haired boy who had betrayed her and then fled, and she added, almost to herself, "Although I intend to confront him later to ascertain whether we are still friends." Rhuelin chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson through Michael's predicament. "Arya, had I not intervened earlier, what would you have done if Joffrey had begun to harm Michael?" The girl lifted her head, momentarily perplexed, though her alert gaze suggested she was contemplating the question. "I shall venture a guess. You intended to pick up a stick and attack Joffrey, did you not?" Seemingly caught off guard by Rhuelin's accurate assumption, Arya replied with urgency, "But Michael is my friend. I cannot stand idly by while my friend is bullied." Rhuelin had anticipated such a response, given the narrative's trajectory, and continued patiently. "Let us entertain your scenario. After you strike Joffrey, what do you suppose will occur? First of all, since you wield a wooden stick, it will not inflict severe injury upon him, and thus he would naturally remain unrestrained in his actions. As Joffrey, the precious prince coddled by Queen Cersei since childhood, regardless of the whispers you have heard or the impressions you have gathered during your brief time away from Winterfell, you must surely recognize that he is a man who harbors a vengeful spirit. Thus, after you strike him, he will undoubtedly turn and wield his sword against you. Do you believe I speak the truth?" The girl nodded ever so slightly, her expression devoid of regret or similar sentiments, clearly unwilling to abandon her convictions due to such consequences. "However, once you engage him in a struggle, armed with an iron sword while you wield merely a wooden stick, do you think your direwolf will remain passively by your side?" The girl's demeanor shifted, a flicker of surprise and panic emerging in her gaze. Evidently, she had not contemplated the role of her wolf. And considering Nymeria's current size, in her attempt to protect you from Joffrey, she could easily bite his palm or arm, drawing blood, or even sever a few of his fingers. If Prince Joffrey were to sustain such injuries, what do you suppose would transpire when he returns to Cersei and Robert? Panic swiftly engulfed the girl's eyes as she reluctantly admitted, "They would kill Nymeria." "Not only that, Arya, even if you were to send Nymeria away in a timely manner, preventing her from remaining by your side, Cersei's indulgence toward Joffrey is so profound that even if Lord Eddard intervenes to dissuade her, Robert would not fully acquiesce to her whims. Nevertheless, she would never allow her son to be harmed without exacting some form of retribution. In her eyes, since it was a direwolf that bit him, Even if the original wolf escapes, the remaining one can be readily sacrificed to quench her fury. Arya, you comprehend my meaning. Tears nearly brimmed in Arya's eyes as she murmured, "It's Sansa's wolf. She would kill her, and this would forever create an irreparable rift between you and your sister." In truth, I had not intended to articulate this line of reasoning. But Arya, do you believe that after your altercation with Joffrey, Micah would possess the courage to remain and witness the outcome? No. Deep down, you know the answer is no. He would flee at once. And given that he instigated the conflict, he would likely abandon the camp to avoid being caught and held accountable. Yet as events unfold, the injured Joffrey would not let the red-haired boy escape. He would certainly dispatch his guards, mounted and accompanied by hounds, to capture Micah. Once the boy is apprehended, he can only expect torment and death. For you see, Arya, you are Eddard's daughter. No matter how much he desires to punish you, he cannot inflict physical harm upon you. But Micah is merely a commoner, and once he has fled the camp, no one will care for his ultimate fate, perfectly suited to satisfy Joffrey's twisted desire for vengeance. The girl sat despondently in place, tears streaming down her face as she envisioned the death of her friend. After a moment of silence, she wiped her face and, with a still, unsteady voice, expressed her gratitude to Ryland, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Ryland. Truly, I am immensely grateful to you. I will certainly relay today's events to my father. He will be delighted to know that a man as wise as you has extended a helping hand to his daughter." Ryland's tone softened, no longer devoid of empathy as it had been during his earlier deductions. "Arya, what I wish to convey is this. In any endeavor, one must think deeply, reflect on the consequences and potential repercussions. The truth is, no one can whimsically pursue every desire, not even a king. Robert Baratheon, you should understand the depths of his obsession with your aunt. Do you believe he has never wished to resurrect her? In the Eastern realms, those red priests, and even other sorcerers, are said to possess the means to bring the dead back to life. Has Robert never sought their counsel in private? No, I suspect he has attempted to do so. Yet ultimately, as king, he too could not fulfill his wishes. Your aunt, Lyanna Stark, remains in eternal slumber within the crypts of Winterfell." The girl had largely regained her composure. Her clever mind had begun to grasp the essence of Ryland's words, and her gratitude deepened, though her confusion increased. "Mr. Ryland, why do you impart these lessons to me?" Ryland tousled Arya's disheveled hair and spoke with a touch of melancholy. "Because you are a Stark, a wolf, Arya, and wolves must inevitably understand these truths. It is imperative that they do. Why must wolves comprehend such things?" Ryland gazed northward, his thoughts taking flight on the wings of imagination, soaring beyond the majestic wall, traversing the ghostly forests of frost-tolerant trees, bypassing the ancestral peaks and the fangs of snow, continuing towards the northernmost reaches of ice and snow. Suddenly, a chill surged through the connection of his thoughts, causing Ryland to shiver slightly on the banks of the Trident. He steadied himself and let out a deep sigh, because winter is coming, Arya. Winter is coming. Chapter 3. Attributes and plans. R'hllyn allowed Arya and her wolf to return to the camp ahead of him, as he had matters to attend to outside for the time being. Although it appeared unwise to leave a slender 10-year-old girl to traverse the wilderness alone, R'hllyn was aware that even without the company of her dire wolf, Arya could survive for several days in the forest, relying on the river and berries. After all, in the original narrative, she managed to elude search parties for days following her misadventure. As tranquility returned to the clearing by the river, R'hllyn turned his gaze to his outstretched hand. At last, he had the opportunity to thoroughly examine all the information displayed on his panel. Of particular intrigue to him were the various traits that lay beyond the scope of his prior knowledge. Firstly, there were two racial traits, which, as a somewhat novice enthusiast, he had a modest understanding of: sleep resistance. Your elven lineage grants you the ability to forego sleep, allowing you to rejuvenate through 6 hours of meditation instead of the 8 hours required by humans. Moreover, any potions, spells, or abilities that induce sleep have no effect on you. Night vision. In dim light, your vision is as effective as in bright conditions, enabling you to discern details within a range of 15 feet, even in the darkest environments. However, in complete darkness, your vision functions as that of an ordinary person. These traits, aptly named and rather conventional, seem to bear little difference from the half-elf racial traits R'hllyn recalled from the original work. Next, there were two peculiar secondary traits marked with unusual annotations. Dragon ancestor. Partial transformation. You have chosen the sapphire dragon as your dragon ancestor, resulting in enhanced psychic damage and resistance to psychic harm. In the current world, There is no category for psychic damage. This effect converts to an increase of 2 points in perception. You are capable of speaking, reading, and writing draconic. Furthermore, when making charisma checks while interacting with dragons, you may double your proficiency bonus. Since true dragons and the draconic language do not exist in the current world, the effects related to draconic are replaced by those applicable to High Valyrian and its derivatives. And the interaction bonus applies to non-human draconic bloodlines. Draconic physique, partial transformation magic flows within you, imparting characteristics reminiscent of your dragon ancestor. At level 1, your hit point maximum is increased by 1, with an additional point gained for each subsequent level. The additional adjustment to hit point maximum does not apply in the current world. This effect converts to an increase of 2 points in constitution. Furthermore, portions of your skin are covered with soft, draconic scales. When you are not wearing armor, your armor class is 13 plus your dexterity modifier. The foundational defense level of 13 is akin to that of an ordinary individual clad in an entire set of the finest medium armor. This is a unique adaptation of the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer's secondary characteristics within the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. The effects of these traits are depicted with remarkable clarity, leaving no room for doubt in Ryland's mind. He continues to examine the characteristics of the subsequent characters. Exile, a wanderer whose soul and body are distanced from their homeland. In this unfamiliar world, one cannot acquire adventure experience and level up through familiar means, including but not limited to combat, completing quests, or exploring new locations. Endeavor to discover ways to enhance your level in a foreign land. This is the path one must traverse as an exile. Ryland falls into a brief silence. It must be said that this trait utterly dismantles his initial assumptions upon arriving in this world. After realizing he had entered the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, he felt a sense of relief, as the unfolding narrative would soon bring war back to the lands of the Seven Kingdoms. Whether it was the War of the Five Kings, as depicted in the original work, or other conflicts arising from his alterations, he believed that with the advent of war, he could enlist in one of the armies and possess justifiable cause to slay countless foes. According to the game's rules, the experience gained from vanquishing sentient beings was quite substantial. Ryland estimated that amidst the impending storm in Westeros, even if he could not reach the legendary level 20 directly, he could at least elevate to level 17 and learn the 9-ring spells. With the nearly omnipotent effects of the Wish spell, he would face minimal resistance in pursuing any plans, even the possibility of departing this world. However, the exile trait compelled him to abandon this notion. Since combat and other methods could no longer elevate his level, Ryland was left to explore various avenues to discover methods of advancement before determining what he truly wished to accomplish in this world. The final characteristic is an environmental trait, Withering Magic Net. The current world possesses an unstable magic network that undergoes cyclical changes akin to waves, and the present state of the magic net is semi-exhausted. Your sustained spells cast on targets other than yourself may prematurely conclude or exhibit diminished efficacy. Furthermore, spells that should have been fully mastered at the current level will have half their effects postponed until the next level is attained. In other words, while you should master all first-ring spells at level 1, under this effect, you can only master half of the first-ring spells at level 1, with the remaining spells requiring elevation to level 2 for mastery. This is evidently a negative trait, yet entirely reasonable. Ryland is acutely aware that the world of A Song of Ice and Fire currently resides at a low tide of magical power. Dragons have yet to return, and the fire-based magic they represent is barely surviving. Even the returning White Walkers and the cold magic they embody are quietly gathering strength, yet to erupt. Upon the arrival of the Red Comet to this world, far across the narrow sea, Daenerys shall hatch 3 dragons. And only then will the magic of this realm truly envelop the land like the tide. It is likely that by that time, the distinctive characteristics of this environment will either vanish or diminish. Having perused all the traits, Llewellyn took particular interest in the description of the spell points resource. Spell points, 33. Each time one casts a non-zero tier spell, one must expend spell points corresponding to its tier as the cost of casting. After a sufficient rest, spell points restore to their maximum limit. The maximum limit of spell points increases with level, based on the highest tier of spells mastered. This implies that currently, I can unleash a maximum of 3 first-tier spells between every 2 meditative sessions of 6 hours each. Llewellyn contemplated his magical prowess. However, from another perspective, 0-tier spells, or cantrips, can be cast infinitely. In a world where magic is relatively scarce, even these cantrips can accomplish a multitude of tasks. With this realization, his spirits lifted somewhat. After thoroughly examining the pertinent information on his panel, Llewellyn found no reason to linger in this unremarkable riverside clearing any longer. He brushed off his robes and made his way eastward toward the camp where the royal procession was stationed. Since he was currently in the exploratory phase of upgrading, Llewellyn decided to act according to his personal preferences as dictated by the original narrative. One of the many stormy beginnings he found himself reluctantly nurturing was now slowly approaching the mouth of the Blackwater River, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing. Thus, the promised reward from Prince Joffrey became essential for Llewellyn as he sought to arrive in King's Landing before the conspiratorial shadows could release their venom into the darkness. On the northern bank of the Trident, a grand camp of carriages billowed with smoke. At this hour, just before dinner, numerous chefs and kitchen hands busied themselves preparing a plethora of dishes, among which those designated for the royal family were unmistakably different from the fare of others. Even when the king's hunting party returned, it was likely that King Robert would order them to prepare an abundance of food from the game they had caught, rendering much of what was currently being prepared destined to go to waste, yet they cared not. They were unconcerned with how many golden dragons remained in the royal treasury or the financial burdens weighing down the Seven Kingdoms. As long as the king paid them and provided the ingredients, their sole duty was to prepare food according to the king's or the lord's specifications. The vastness and clamor of the entire camp ensured that any passerby traversing the northern bank of the Trident River along King S Road would undoubtedly take note of this distinguished convoy. The decision to set up camp here at such an early hour, rather than crossing the river and proceeding further to Sir Raymond Derry City for a more stable respite, stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the proximity of the northern bank to the Moon Mountains rendered its forests more conducive to hunting, thus endearing it to King Robert. Secondly, it was well known that Sir Raymond's three brothers perished in the Battle of the Trident, fighting for the Targaryen family. Currently, King Robert Baratheon, the principal instigator and leader of the usurpation, was the one who had led his rebel forces to a decisive victory against the Loyalists at that very battle, slaying Prince Rhaegar in the process and bringing an end to the Targaryen dynasty's dominion over the Seven Kingdoms, thereby ascending to the throne. Rumors persisted that even after Robert's coronation, Sir Raymond continued to secretly honor the Targaryens, rendering the relationship between Robert and the Derry family both delicate and cautious. Consequently, upon his return journey, the king chose not to rest in Derry City. Standing at the edge of the camp, Raylan gazed toward the center, where several luxurious carriages and a large tent, one that seemingly bore no association with opulence, were situated, confirming that this was indeed the royal pavilion of the king and queen. Since he had not heard the raucous sounds of Prince Joffrey and his entourage of guards and hounds, it was reasonable to assume that the young prince was within that tent, accompanying his mother, Cersei Lannister. As Raylan took a few steps toward the royal pavilion, he was abruptly halted by a guard clad in armor, hand resting firmly upon his longsword. The guard's demeanor was stern, suggesting he was unafraid to draw his sword and engage Raylan in combat. Yet, amidst his coldness, there was a hint of confusion, perhaps perplexed by the sight of this seemingly distinguished gentleman adorned with blue fish scales on his face. Raylan had no intention of forcing his way into the camp. He promptly halted his advance, even taking a step back to demonstrate compliance, and then smiled as he explained his purpose to the guard. "Might I trouble you to inform Prince Joffrey that his friend from the river has come to collect the promised reward?" The guard removed his hand from his sword, nodded in acknowledgement, and after summoning and instructing a fellow guard to keep watch over Raylan, he strode toward the royal tent. In a short while, he returned, directly approaching Raylan and, in a cordial tone, conveyed the prince's response, which was precisely as Raylan had anticipated. "Prince Joffrey acknowledges you as Raylan and bids you enter promptly." Raylan expressed his gratitude and proceeded toward the grand royal pavilion under the watchful eyes of two guards. The guard who had initially intercepted Raylan shrugged, exchanged a glance with his companion, and resumed his vigilance at the camp's edge. Perhaps, in his view, given Prince Joffrey's notorious temperament, it was indeed peculiar for anyone outside of the Red Keep to coexist peacefully with normal folk. As Llewellyn approached the entrance of the tent, he intended to step inside, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure, arms crossed, standing at the corner, observing him intently. Turning to face the individual, he was momentarily taken aback by the grotesque burn scars that marred half of the man's head. Llewellyn recognized him as Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, the fearsome warrior who served as Joffrey's personal guard. Today, Joffrey had chosen to create a private moment with Sansa, which explained the absence of Sandor during their horseback stroll. In the original tale, after Joffrey was bitten by Nymeria and discarded his sword, it was Sandor who pursued and ruthlessly slaughtered the fleeing butcher's apprentice, Meryn, to vent Joffrey's wrath and fulfill the queen's orders. Although this hound is rightfully deemed a villain, his later actions, which could be interpreted as virtuous, coupled with the tragic circumstances of his childhood, rendered R'lyeh less averse to him, at least not with the same intensity of disdain he reserved for Cersei and Joffrey. Thus, before entering the tent, R'lyeh offered a cordial nod to Sandor, who appeared slightly surprised by the gesture but eventually returned the nod with his customary indifference. Upon entering, R'lyeh found the interior of the tent even more extravagant than its gold-threaded exterior suggested. The expansive space was partitioned by a coarse woolen blanket laid over the earthen floor, with numerous areas adorned with precious murine carpets. Scattered throughout the ground were exquisite wooden furniture and gilded silverware. The armchair, large enough to accommodate 2 adults comfortably, prompted R'lyeh to ponder how such a piece could possibly have been transported by wagon. However, he had little time to dwell on such thoughts, for as soon as he stepped inside, his presence drew the immediate attention of Queen Cersei, who reclined in the chair cradling the young Tommen, and Joffrey, who stood before her. Ignoring the scrutiny of royal members seldom yields favorable outcomes, so R'lyeh approached the center of the tent and respectfully expressed his greetings. Your Majesty, Prince Joffrey, and Prince Tommen, I am R'lyeh Sapphire. I had the fortune of meeting His Highness, Prince Joffrey, not long ago. I apologize for the intrusion, but I seek some assistance or reward to facilitate my journey to my destination. Cersei, with her milk-white skin and emerald-green eyes, her golden curls shining like sunlight, responded with a pleasant smile as she glanced at her eldest son. Young Joffrey was just speaking of your bout. He praised your skill with the staff, but in the end, he emerged victorious. To be frank, since we departed King's Landing and journeyed north, there have been few occasions for young Joffrey to experience such joy. Why not allow our prince to determine what reward he wishes to bestow upon you? Joffrey gazed at Rhaenys with a grin, using a voice that had yet to undergo the trials of adolescence, and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Naturally, he began by inquiring what the other desired. Pray tell, Rhaenys of the scaled visage, what reward do you seek? Rhaenys chose to overlook the subtly derogatory moniker and directly articulated his anticipated response. What I desire most, Your Highness, is a fine steed. Furthermore, should I receive some additional travel expenses, I would be exceedingly grateful, for as I mentioned earlier, I simply wish to hasten my arrival at my destination. Joffrey furrowed his brow slightly in displeasure. He had anticipated some retort regarding the title, which would have allowed him to continue mocking Rhaenys for his amusement. However, as Rhaenys showed no reaction, he lost interest in prolonging the exchange and coldly acquiesced. Just a horse and a few gold dragons? How utterly mundane. Such trifles hardly warrant a special mention in front of me and my mother. In a while, you may fetch your reward from the servants. Rhaenys nodded in gratitude, but Cersei, intrigued, inquired, where is it that you are so eager to go? King's Landing. My destination is also King's Landing, Your Grace. The taverns, inns, and brothels of King's Landing are precisely why I seek additional funds for my journey. Oh, you too are bound for King's Landing? Joffrey's green eyes twirled with a spark of inspiration, as if a delightful idea had occurred to him. Perfect. I just thought of something suitable to grant you, though it shall require crafting upon our return to King's Landing. I have decided to bestow upon you a gilded fish scale knife, so you may rid your face of those unsightly scales. Ha ha ha. Joffrey appeared to be amused by his own jest, perhaps envisioning the absurdity of using the knife upon Rhaenys' face. In any case, once we return to the Red Keep, you would do well to claim that gilded knife before I forget about this amusing matter. Joffrey continued to laugh, while Rhaenys maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the ridicule and mockery directed at him. After all, even the most useless of objects, once adorned with gold, could command a few copper coins. Just as any inept individual born into royalty could wield authority, much like Joffrey, who possessed nothing beyond his princely title. Thus, nothing in this world could be deemed more insignificant than his derision. Your generosity honors me, Prince Joffrey. Chapter 4. The Call of the Mockingbird, 6000, at the confluence of the Blackwater River and the sea, a vast yet filthy and cacophonous city sprawled upon the northern bank. Serving as the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, the location of the Red Keep and the Iron Throne, King's Landing. 3 centuries prior, the conqueror Aegon Targaryen, arriving from Dragonstone with his 3 dragons, landed upon the shores of Westeros. He erected his fortress atop the highest hill using earth and timber. Subsequently, after Aegon subdued the entirety of the realm, he resolved to establish his capital around this fortress, for it lay at the heart of the continent and had never belonged to any other kingdom. King's Landing is predominantly a square city, perched atop the highest hill, Aegon's Hill, where the Red Keep resides in the southeastern corner, overseeing the entirety of King's Landing from dawn till dusk. enclosed by a sturdy wall. The city is further bordered by makeshift shelters of impoverished families along the roads leading from its 7 gates. Notably, at the center of the southern wall lies a river gate known as Mud Gate, adjacent to a vast fish market that perpetually exudes a strong odor and cacophony, along with one of the few ports on the entire continent of Westeros. At this moment, Raylan stands at the eastern end of the fish market, affording him a clear view of every vessel entering the harbor. These ships, diverse and hailing from various regions, sail past the expansive Blackwater Bay, entering the mouth of the Blackwater River, ultimately docking alongside the numerous wharves of King's Landing, bringing with them the world's goods and intelligence. He has spent over a day here, inquiring about the name of each 2-masted ship he spots from the nearby vendors, rewarding them with a coin for their information. His patience is commendable, for he knows the 2-masted ship he seeks will inevitably anchor at this port. Among those disembarking from that vessel is a character of significant importance in the tale of Ice and Fire. In the original narrative, the actions of that individual, following deception, sow the seeds of a brewing storm. The name of the ship is the Storm Dancer, and it is said that her captain is a Tyroshi. The sound of a coin clinking as it is tossed rings out. Although this ship is indeed his target, Raylan does not immediately depart. Instead, he remains, discreetly observing the course of the Storm Dancer and the dock where she will moor, while awaiting another 2-masted vessel to enter his line of sight. Fortunately, luck smiles upon him, as just as the Storm Dancer is about to dock, another 2-masted ship emerges upon the river's surface. He dutifully inquires about the name of the new arrival and, after tossing a final coin to the vendor, departs, blending into the bustling throng of the fish market. Near the dock where the Storm Dancer has moored, Raylan quietly mingles with the crowd, scrutinizing each figure that disembarks, swiftly identifying a man and woman that match the descriptions from the original text. He pulls up the hood of his cloak, maintaining a discreet distance as he trails the pair from the fish market into the narrow alleys of the city, where 2 individuals can scarcely pass side by side. However, as the 3 navigate the winding paths, the middle-aged man, clean-shaven, begins to notice Raylan, the persistent follower. He places his hand on the hilt of the long sword at his waist, quietly alerting the lady before him. She nods in acknowledgement, and the 2 continue through the alley, with Raylan naturally remaining in their wake. After traversing 3 or 4 alleys within the city, the lady became certain that the hooded figure behind her was indeed following her. The figure was neither tall nor imposing, and appeared to be unarmed, thus unlikely to pose a threat to her guards. Contemplating this, she halted her steps, turned around, and directly questioned the man named Ruelin. "Pray tell, sir, do you have a reason for shadowing my daughter and me?" Upon hearing this, Ruelin removed his hood and raised his hands in a gesture of non-aggression, yet he remained silent. Strangely, both the lady and her guards suddenly perceived an unfamiliar voice resonating in their minds. "Lady Caitlin, Sir Roderick, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Kindly proceed to the inn recommended by the captain, and I shall elaborate further upon your arrival." Caitlin and Roderick's expressions were akin to witnessing the resurrection of a corpse. They exchanged glances, whispering in astonishment. "My lady, did you hear that?" Indeed, it echoed directly in my mind. This was the effect of the cantrip message. You point your finger at a creature within range and whisper a brief message. The target hears the message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear. The spell can penetrate solid barriers, provided you are familiar with the target and know they are just beyond the obstruction. Silence, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood can block the spell. The spell does not require a straight path to convey information. It can easily navigate corners or pass through openings. The phenomenon had not yet concluded. From Caitlin's perspective, the stranger opposite, adorned with gem-like blue scales, retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Upon opening his palm, the paper floated towards her as if returning to its nest. This was yet another effect of a cantrip, known as minor illusion. This spell could produce a variety of minor magical effects, often employed by novice spellcasters as a means of practice. In this instance, Ruelin conjured a gentle breeze that guided the paper directly to Caitlin. Simultaneously, they once again heard each other's words in their minds. "I am Ruelin, and I have recently had the pleasure of meeting Duke Ed and Arya. Our brief acquaintance was indeed delightful. This letter is a request penned by Duke Ed himself, affirming my amicable relations with House Stark. I trust, as the wife of Duke Ed, you will recognize his handwriting." Ruelin did not speak falsely. Prior to departing the King's retinue, he had deliberately awaited the return of Robert and Ed's hunting party, and through Arya's introduction, had a brief encounter with Duke Ed. With the natural goodwill fostered by assisting Arya and his own remarkable charm, He successfully persuaded Duke Ed to inscribe a few words affirming his support and amicable demeanor towards Arya. Regarding the reason for this letter, Raylan merely informed Eddard in vague terms that it was intended to persuade a member of House Stark, who was soon to arrive in King's Landing. As for the specific individual and the purpose of their visit, Eddard would naturally learn more upon his return to the city with the king's entourage. This ambiguous statement left Eddard somewhat noncommittal. However, the Duke of the North was not a man given to haste. The blood of his ancestors and the faith in the old gods instilled in him a profound understanding that many answers are not better discovered hastily. Thus, he simply regarded Raylan with contemplative thoughts as he watched him depart, refraining from further inquiries. Catelyn reached out to grasp the letter, which was carried by the gentle breeze conjured by magic, only to see it dissipate into the air upon touching her fingertips, prompting her to cast another glance at Raylan. Given that the letter indeed bore Eddard's handwriting, Catelyn quickly recognized it. She had always entrusted her husband with her complete faith. Save for the origins and mother of Jon Snow, Eddard's illegitimate son. Lowering her voice, she spoke to Sir Roderick, the unfortunate man who, after suffering from severe seasickness during a storm, had to shave off a beard he had nurtured for years. It is certainly Eddard's handwriting. I believe we can temporarily place our trust in this stranger named Raylan. Let us proceed as he suggested, and head to the inn recommended by Captain Tarly. Raylan pulled up his hood once more, and after Catelyn and her companion exchanged a lingering glance with him, he continued to trail behind them. Reminiscent of a hostile spy or a stalker with unsettling intentions, the inn recommended by Captain Tarly was a venerable establishment located on Eel Alley. The innkeeper's wife was somewhat acerbic in her manner, displaying a meticulous nature, yet her fish stew was extraordinarily delicious, and most importantly, she never inquired about the identities or backgrounds of her guests. All one needed to do was pay and then rest or dine in peace. Once arrangements were made, Sir Roderick expressed his concerns to Catelyn with a degree of apprehension. My lady, that Raylan seems to know our identities for reasons unknown. While he appears to have indeed assisted Lady Arya, I still find him rather peculiar. Is it not somewhat reckless to expose our whereabouts to him? Catelyn's expression, however, mirrored no regret. Her faith in Eddard was unwavering. I trust Ned. More than fearing that he may bring us danger, I dread the thought of losing him. You are correct. He is an odd individual, but oddness can also signify wonder. You witnessed his ability to directly implant sounds into our minds and the trick of conjuring the letter into my palm. The once composed Duchess seemed to recall something that stirred her emotions, her tone suddenly intensifying. Roderick, you have shared with me that, despite all the maesters concluding that even if Bran were to awaken, he could never rise again, we have encountered this remarkable individual. Might this be an opportunity presented to us by the seven gods, the old gods, or indeed any deity, to showcase their divine will? Roderick sighed, intending to caution Catelyn against overestimating the abilities of the performers. If the maester's judgment is indeed accurate, then the only way for Bran to escape a fate of paralysis is through a true manifestation of divinity. No mortal upon this earth possesses such power. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by a series of knocks upon the door. Catelyn exchanged a glance with Roderick, then wiped her hands and stepped forward to open the door. The wooden door creaked heavily on its hinges, and then Saran strode into the room, shutting the door behind him with a similar sound. He removed his hood, and before either of the original occupants could utter a word, he launched into an astonishing monologue that left Catelyn and Roderick utterly speechless. Having introduced myself, I am Saran, and it is a pleasure to meet you both. However, first and foremost, Lady Catelyn, you ought not to reveal your identity to those aboard the ship, particularly the captain from Tyrosh. The Lady of the North's Duke secretly traveling to King's Landing with but a single guard to evade notice. Can you fathom the worth of such intelligence in silver stags, or even golden dragons? And the Tyroshi, forgive me, I do not mean to disparage them, but they are indeed excessively fond of gold. Would the captain betray his own whereabouts? Yet, considering that this inn was recommended by him, does this not imply that I have unwittingly become prey to certain informants within the Red Keep? Is it possible that Saran acquired our identities in a similar fashion? Nevertheless, the timing seems off. His arrival was far too swift. Catelyn's mind raced as she pondered these implications. She was no fool, yet opportunities for a woman to display her intellect were scarcely afforded in the Seven Kingdoms. Surely, you must be wondering if I procured your information from the captain, he continued. But the truth is, I did not. I can assure you that your movements were promptly sold to the current master of Whisperers, Varys the Spider. The reason I am aware of your identities and plans, and was able to await your arrival at the port, is due to magic. Saran approached the round table and lightly touched an iron goblet resting upon its surface. To their astonishment, The goblet began to emanate a bright and gentle glow, illuminating the entire room of the inn as if it were a fantastical realm from a myth. This was the result of Saran casting a cantrip of illumination upon the goblet. As the name suggests, this spell allows objects to emit light, and in various tales. This highly practical spell is typically employed to brighten dark environments, dispel darkness afflictions, or eliminate the concealment advantages of enemies lurking in the shadows. In this world, where low magic is prevalent, the ability to illuminate ordinary objects undoubtedly confers a significant advantage in the realm of sorcery. Under the glow of the luminous cast iron cup, Caitlin and her companion were rendered speechless, while Sir Roderick's beardless, agape mouth appeared almost comical. In truth, my knowledge extends beyond this, my lady. I am aware that your visit to King's Landing is to uncover the origins of a dagger, which was recently wielded by an assassin to attempt the life of the still unconscious Bran. The vivacious child fell from the old tower during the king's visit to Winterfell and remains in a deep coma. You, along with everyone else, wish to learn who could be so deranged as to hire a besotted servant to murder a young child lying in slumber upon a sickbed. Had it not been for your profound concern for Bran, preventing you from leaving his chamber during the fire that night, it is likely that Bran would have met with tragedy through the combined efforts of you and Bran's direwolf. Although the assassin managed to inflict a wound upon your palm with the dagger, you successfully eliminated the threat and safeguarded Bran. As for the clues left by the assassin, aside from his own temporary repose in a foul-smelling stable, there were only the several silver stags his employer provided and the dagger used in the assassination. This dagger is quite unique, and you might consider inquiring with the master at the Red Keep regarding its provenance. After all, the technique for forging Valyrian steel has long been lost. Even reworking Valyrian steel weapons into another form necessitates summoning a master from across the narrow sea, one who possesses ancient skills. In this context, a Valyrian steel dagger certainly would not be commonplace. However, I must inform you and Sir Roderick that your plans have been beyond your control since the moment you docked at King's Landing. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, was immediately aware of your secret visit, and you would never guess that he chose to divulge your whereabouts to the current Master of Coin, your childhood friend Peter Baelish. He, too, arranged for someone to escort you to meet them at this inn. Sir Roderick was utterly incapable of thwarting them, for according to your original plan, he had just concluded a clandestine meeting with the Master at the Red Keep, discussing the dagger and arranging to rendezvous with you at a designated location. In reality, regardless of how obscure the meeting place between Sir Roderick and the Master may be, all your discussions will be known to Varys. After all, it is rumored in King's Landing that the one who knows the king's secrets best is not the queen, and the one who understands the queen's secrets best is not the king. Both share the same name, the Spider. When you are brought before Varys and Peter, Varys will likely bring up the matter of the dagger. Even if you wish to withhold the finer details of its origin, Peter, with his insight into your character, will discern your fervent desire for vengeance against its master. At that juncture, he will not hesitate to deceive you. More astonishing words emerged from Raylene's lips, causing Caitlin and her companion to nearly bulge their eyes in disbelief. The details he articulated were so aligned with the truth that Caitlin momentarily forgot to inquire how he could possess such knowledge. Instead, she instinctively posed a question regarding Peter. How do you know Peter would deceive me? And why would he deceive me? Rayline extended his right hand, conjuring a minor illusion spell that manifested a lifelike replica of a mockingbird. Madam, you are aware of the personal emblem Peter has chosen for himself, are you not? It is a mockingbird, renowned for its remarkable ability to imitate the calls of other birds, effectively attracting or repelling them. In the realm of humanity, this symbolizes the power of deceit. Lord Peter is a master of lies. His truths and falsehoods are so intricately woven that I question whether he retains the capacity to speak solely truth or falsehood. Much like an exceptionally gifted mockingbird, he may never again utter his authentic call. Of course, these are merely emotional musings. The necessity for him to deceive you stems from his desire to incite you into seeking revenge against those who bear you no grievance, thereby instigating chaos that would serve as a stepping stone for him to reap greater rewards. It is widely believed that a minor noble from the smallest peninsula of the Five Fingers should be grateful for his position as Chancellor of the Exchequer. However, I assert that Lord Peter's ambitions extend far beyond this. Specifically, he will mislead you into believing that this dagger was lost to him in a wager against the imp, Tyrion Lannister. Yet, I can assure you with absolute certainty that Tyrion bears no connection to Bran's assassination, nor does he have any involvement in Bran's fall. While your suspicion towards the Lannisters holds some merit, I must directly inform you that the individuals most implicated in Bran's fall are none other than Cersei and Jaime, the siblings of House Lannister. Simultaneously, Tyrion is entirely unlike his brother and sister, lacking the icy heart that is characteristic of their lineage. Perhaps you are now contemplating that I am merely a sycophant for Tyrion. However, I am indifferent to your thoughts. As long as you maintain a degree of skepticism towards Peter's subsequent assertions. Your initial line of thought was indeed correct. This dagger is destined to be anything but ordinary. Yet the Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep is not the ideal choice to unravel this mystery. Who in all of Westeros possesses greater qualifications to gather and wield the finest weapons than the king himself? And which king, like King Robert, possesses such a fervent passion for combat and weaponry? Rather than consulting the Master-at-Arms, I suggest you keep the dagger close, and when Duke Eddard arrives in King's Landing, allow him to privately present the dagger to King Robert. I believe that would yield an answer capable of dispelling the fog of uncertainty. However, the most crucial matter at present is that you and Roderick must proceed according to the original plan. By doing so, you will be able to ascertain the accuracy of my predictions regarding Peter and Varys. Above all, I implore you, my lady, to remain vigilant. Regardless of how eloquently Peter attempts to persuade you to part with the dagger, do not be swayed. The dagger serves as irrefutable evidence capable of piercing through his deceit. Maintain a perpetual skepticism towards his responses, and retain the dagger to uncover the genuine truth. The reality and the true nature of Peter will ultimately reveal themselves to you. Catelyn's eyes flickered with determination as she committed Rhaegar's words to memory, yet she refrained from inquiring about the plan or any stratagem. Instead, she lifted her gaze to meet Rhaegar's, posing an unnecessary question. Why do you undertake these actions? If all you say is true, the Stark family owes you an immeasurable debt. Because I cannot bear to witness you commit a grave error, my lady, a most grievous error, Rhaegar replied, his mind drifting back to the inception of the War of the Five Kings, a conflict that engulfed the Seven Kingdoms, which began when Catelyn, swayed by Littlefinger's words, clandestinely apprehended Tyrion on the King's Road. After sunset that day, Catelyn, escorted by the gold cloaks, the city guards of King's Landing, clad in black armor and golden cloaks, from the inn to the Red Keep before Peter and Varys, feigned surprise as they gradually shifted the conversation toward the dagger. And, just as the enigmatic Rhaegar had foretold, Peter candidly divulged the dagger's origins and its change of ownership. This blade was mine until the day of Prince Joffrey's name day tournament when I lost it to the imp, Tyrion Lannister. Catelyn's fingers trembled slightly, as if recalling the pain of the wound inflicted upon her. Her voice tinged with sorrow as she responded to Peter's revelation. Oh, my lord. I never anticipated receiving such a response from you. This truly takes me by surprise. Chapter 5. The King's Son on the Cliffside Path of the Eyrie. Eddard Stark struggled to keep pace with the nimble guide, Peter Baelish. After the conclusion of his inaugural audience, Peter had mysteriously approached to offer his services in escorting Eddard to Catelyn. Eddard had been on the verge of voicing an objection, only to recall the words of the enigmatic Rhaegar, who had mentioned that upon arriving in King's Landing, a member of his family would facilitate their introduction. This situation unfolded precisely as Rhaegar had described. Could it be that Catelyn had indeed stealthily arrived in King's Landing? Moreover, the memory of the dreadful meeting he had just endured alleviated some of the vertigo he felt while perched on the cliff's edge. It truly had been an atrocious meeting, and he lamented silently once more. If consenting to Robert's request to become Hand of the King meant that every council meeting would be as dire as this one, he would be better off leaping from the precipice. As soon as he entered the gates of the Red Keep, he was hastily urged to attend an emergency meeting convened by the current Grand Chancellor, Pycelle. With his luggage and family still not settled, Eddard was compelled to don formal attire borrowed from the steward to participate in the gathering. During the meeting, he became acutely aware of the unsettling demeanor and ulterior motives of several prominent ministers present, and he was astonished to learn that the royal treasury was burdened with a staggering debt of 600,000 gold coins. It was hard to fathom that the overthrown Targaryen dynasty had left behind a mountain of wealth in the treasury merely a decade and a half prior. Eddard felt an overwhelming urge to seize Robert by the collar, shake him, and demand an explanation for such extravagant expenditures. Was the king merely tossing gold dragons out of the Red Keep's window for entertainment? Unfortunately, Eddard discovered that the king typically abstained from attending such tedious meetings focused solely on state administration. The warrior king, who had claimed his throne through warfare, would only make time for the royal council when he had something of personal concern to communicate to his ministers. While these issues were undoubtedly vexing, they were not urgent and could not be hastily resolved. However, there was one pressing matter that left Eddard utterly perplexed, even exasperated enough to unilaterally conclude the hurried meeting. The king insisted on hosting a tournament that would cost over 100,000 gold coins, ostensibly to celebrate Eddard's ascension as the new hand of the king. Gazing down from the arduous cliff path, soon to reach the water's edge, Eddard saw no gold coins below. Clearly, Robert was not spending money in this manner. Disheartened, he mused that if he were to leap from this precipice and perish, he would have no justification for hosting any tournament. Waiting for Eddard at the base of the cliff was Peter, who casually tossed the remnants of an apple into the river before turning to lead Eddard onward. Yet, Peter's gaze held a hint of perplexity. To him, Eddard Stark's reaction upon hearing that he would be taken to meet Catelyn seemed far less surprised than he had anticipated, despite Eddard having no means of knowing that Catelyn was currently in King's Landing. Furthermore, when Peter had conveyed the false information regarding the dagger belonging to Tyrion, Catelyn's expression had not mirrored the fury he had expected. Days had passed, and while she had largely acquiesced to his plans, she had not volunteered any private intelligence. Even though he had gleaned the story behind the assassination attempt from Varys, he remained baffled as to why Catelyn was unwilling to share this matter with him. The diminutive and lean master of coin, with his gray-green eyes, felt an inexplicable sense that many events were transpiring beyond his control, and it was increasingly likely that someone was covertly plotting against him. He would not consider these thoughts to be mere products of his own nervous disposition, for he had the ability to continually elevate himself from his innate humble origins, relying not solely on his exceptional talents in finance and trade, but more significantly on his deftness in cunning schemes and keen perception. He silently guided Ed through the fish market outside the city and the fisherman's square within the river gate, eventually taking a winding route that culminated in front of a dilapidated 3-story wooden structure. The sounds of music and the shrill laughter of men and women emanating from within proclaimed the true nature of this establishment, a brothel. Ed, visibly irked, questioned Peter, "You have placed Catelyn in such a place?" Peter merely replied coldly, "While this may not compare to the esteemed Prime Minister's tower where Lord Ed resides, believe me, in some respects, it is even safer than the Prime Minister's residence." Mid-sentence, Roderick, having just shaved and momentarily unrecognizable, rushed over, calling out to Ed. Only when he approached did the Duke of the North realize that this man was indeed the tutor from his own stronghold. Peter glanced at the two men recognizing each other, then led them through the door, continuing with his interrupted statement. "At least what transpires here will not reach the ears of the Lannisters." As the trio traversed the hall, Peter reminded Ed, as the hand of the king, to disguise himself as a patron of the brothel, yet Ed found himself unable to engage in such debauchery. Upon passing through the hall, Roderick waited below while the remaining two ascended to the 3rd floor, entering a particular room. "Ned, at last I see you." As they stepped into the room, before Peter could close the door, Catelyn had already embraced Ed tightly. After a moment, she released him, resting her head against his chest and speaking softly. "My lord, how are our daughters? I have never been away from them for such a long time. However, to prevent news of my presence in King's Landing from leaking, even though they are now residing in the Red Keep, I cannot meet with them. They are well. Sansa is getting along nicely with the royal family." Ed recounted his daughter's situation to his wife, but Arya, especially, does not get along with the queen. The sisters were once invited to dine with the queen, and Arya was criticized for behaving like a lowborn child at the table. She was quite upset, but fortunately, she did not act out. She simply left the feast in a huff and only told me about it the next day. "Yet it is you, my lady," Ed inquired, taking Catelyn's hands and expressing his concern, only to feel an unusual sensation and realize the fresh cut on her hand had yet to heal. "Why have you come? Good heavens, what has happened to your hand? This wound is deep." Catelyn glanced at her hand held in Ed's grasp, then turned to Peter standing nearby, politely requesting him to leave the room. "Lord Baelish, I would sincerely appreciate it if you could grant us a moment of privacy." Peter, despite his melancholy, feigned an exaggerated jest as he spoke, showing no intention of taking a step forward. Alas, it seems that the unfortunate Peter, despite his earnest efforts to assist the lady, remains under her wary scrutiny. This was merely a matter within the Stark household. Catelyn did not relent. With a sense of resignation, Peter exited the room and closed the door behind him. After descending the wooden staircase with a series of resounding thuds, he stealthily returned to the vicinity of the door, hoping to catch snippets of the conversation within. With the room devoid of any outsiders, Catelyn detailed to Eddard the events leading from the fire at the library tower in the city to Bran's assassination attempt and her secret arrival in King's Landing, culminating in her being placed in this brothel by Littlefinger. Yet, her account was incomplete, for she made no mention of Lisa. Outside the room, Littlefinger pondered the sudden silence that enveloped the space. The truth was that Catelyn had once more embraced Eddard, whispering in a tone audible only to them. "My lord, do you recall Lisa?" Eddard glanced down in surprise as his wife discreetly pressed a slip of paper into his hand, the very note he had penned for Lisa. He warned me that Littlefinger would deceive me, claiming the dagger belonged to Tyrion, and regarding its true master, he suggested you discreetly inquire with Robert. Eddard then found another object placed in his hand, the dagger mentioned in Catelyn's narrative. Moments prior, he had been filled with anger and confusion upon learning that the dagger belonged to the imp. Now, he was confronted with an almost contradictory revelation from Catelyn. Furthermore, she informed him that Bran's fall was connected to Cersei and Jaime, yet not to Tyrion. I do not fully trust the enigmatic Lisa, but my lord, if you were to obtain an answer from Robert that differs from Peter's, then perhaps we might find reason to place greater faith in him. Eddard's gaze fell upon the Valyrian steel dagger in his hand, rendered mute in contemplation. The Red Keep, specifically Maegor's Holdfast, though termed a tower, is in fact a castle within the Red Keep, housing the royal chambers, including the king's bedroom, which boasts 2 fireplaces. Guided by a servant, Eddard entered Robert's chamber, and upon the servant's departure, he realized that the king and queen were now residing in separate quarters. Yet, he bore no aversion to this arrangement, for should Cersei be present, she might very well disrupt his efforts to uncover the truth alongside Robert. Ah, Eddard, you come to see me at such a late hour. I hope it is not for some trivial matter of state. The corpulent King Robert had indulged in copious amounts of wine upon his return to King's Landing. Yet he had not found time to participate in the council meetings. Let me be clear, the tournament must proceed. Do not think to persuade me to cancel it. The king's resolute tone was such that even Eddard, who had not initially intended to discuss this matter, felt a headache brewing. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to postpone the discussion regarding the tournament until our next meeting. I have come today for a personal matter. Eddard produced a Valyrian steel dagger and placed it upon the table. I wish to ascertain whether you recognize this dagger or if you could directly inform me of its owner. At the very moment Eddard uttered the last syllable, Robert's voice erupted in exclamation. By the gods, Eddard, if you persist in addressing me as your Majesty in private, I shall have you dispatched to Old Town Citadel by tomorrow, where you will be tasked with reading a full 1,000 tomes. He then approached the table, scrutinizing the dagger with great care, tossing it lightly before firmly grasping the hilt. This is strange. This is my dagger. How could it be in your possession? Although my storeroom is filled with no fewer than 100 assorted daggers, this exquisite Valyrian steel dagger is indeed quite unique among them. Roberts? A tempest of realization surged within Eddard. Peter had indeed deceived Catelyn. Yet, if the dagger belonged to the king, how had it come into the hands of an assassin? Eddard was resolute in his conviction that Robert could not possibly be the one who sought to murder Bran. He believed this more firmly than any tale from beyond the wall. In truth, this dagger had been intended for Bran's assassination right after his fall. Had it not been for Catelyn and Bran's direwolf, Bran would no longer be among the living. Therefore, Robert, I implore you to reflect deeply on who might have acquired this dagger. What? An attempt on Bran's life? What sort of lunatic would dare such a thing? Robert could not restrain another shout. But how is this possible? I indeed had the dagger with me in the caravan heading north, secured within a compartment designated for weaponry. Yet, I alone possessed the key to that compartment. How could this be? The king's voice gradually diminished as he sank into a reverie. After a considerable pause, his eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered a name that Eddard could scarcely have anticipated. Joffrey. It must be Joffrey. Cursed be it. He has always believed himself grown, yearning for more arms than merely a child's toy sword. Yet I refused to furnish him with additional weapons, allowing him entry into my armory only under persistent pleas. It must have been at that moment that he surreptitiously pilfered a fine dagger. By the gods, the boy does possess a keen eye. Eddard grasped this part of the narrative and felt compelled to inquire further. How then did the dagger come to pass from the prince's hand to that of the assassin? Surely, the prince could not be the one who sought to murder Bran. It is to be hoped that he is not, Eddard mused. When he initially agreed to Robert's descent to King's Landing as Hand of the King, the plan was to bring Bran along with his 2 daughters. This was due to the discord between his eldest son, the future Warden of the North, Robb Stark, and Joffrey. However, the future king must not cultivate any private relationships that could hinder his rapport with the Duke of the North. Thus, he initially planned to have the lively and endearing Bran, who is adored by all, accompany him to the Red Keep. In doing so, he would forge a bond with Joffrey and become a bridge for Robb and Joffrey to ameliorate their circumstances. If it truly is Joffrey, how absurd my thoughts are. I hope it is not him, Ned. Yet, to speak candidly, there exists such a possibility. The king's tone, rarely so grave, starkly contrasted with the drunken Robert of mere moments ago. Do you know? When that little wretch was but a child, he inexplicably disemboweled a pregnant cat. After that incident, I intended to summon Maya Stone to the Red Keep. You know, the illegitimate daughter I left at Moondor Castle. After all, she has grown up, and I wished her to educate Joffrey in any capacity. Yet, in the end, that woman Cersei frantically thwarted my plans. Consequently, he has matured into a prince capable of murder. Oh, forgive me, Ned. I did not mean to insult Bran with that remark. Robert shook his head, a tinge of reluctance evident as he called out toward the door. Anyone will do. Hurry and bring that wretched Joffrey before me, no matter where he is now. He then sighed heavily, revealing his weariness to his newly appointed hand. To ascertain whether it is indeed him, one must directly inquire of the individual involved. But fret not, Ned. Regardless of the outcome, whether it aligns with our hopes or not, I assure you I shall provide you with an explanation. I shall not allow you and Catelyn to suffer interminably, nor will I wrong that unfortunate child. Now, let us discern the true nature of my eldest son and heir. The future king. Chapter 6. Truth and Ascension. With a face etched in fury, Joffrey was escorted into Robert's chamber by the servants. Yet, upon encountering the king, the expression of anger was swiftly supplanted by a masked fear. He always exhibited a tendency to assert dominance over everyone except Robert, while simultaneously harboring a profound admiration tinged with trepidation for his royal father. Joffrey's green eyes swept over Ned Stark, standing beside Robert, and then alighted upon the familiar dagger resting upon the table. A sense of foreboding, like creeping vines, began to entwine him, constricting his breath. He moved his lips slightly, yet words eluded him, and he remained silent, awaiting the king to shatter the stillness of the room. Robert exchanged a glance with Ned, a silent agreement passing between them. No need for you to speak. I shall discipline my son. He seized the dagger from the table and slammed it down forcefully. The resounding impact startled Joffrey, causing him to tremble, yet he dared not lift his gaze to meet Robert's. Instead, he fixated on the floor beneath him, as if the tiles of Maegor's holdfast were adorned with exquisite artistry crafted by skilled artisans. Joffrey, why did you hire someone to assassinate the poor Bran Stark? Robert bellowed at his eldest son, entirely bypassing the question of whether he was indeed responsible, and instead assumed Joffrey to be the perpetrator behind Bran's assassination, directly demanding an explanation for his heinous act. Silent in compliance with Robert's sentiment, Ned pondered that perhaps Robert was not entirely convinced of Joffrey's guilt. Rather, he aimed to dismantle any potential lies that Joffrey may have prepared in advance, thereby minimizing the risk of being deceived by him. Even if this line of questioning could be deemed a wrongful accusation, should Joffrey be innocent, the bond between Robert and his son remained unbreakable. Thus, the Baratheon and Stark families ought not to fracture over the aberrant behavior of one child. Ned mused that even if Joffrey were indeed the assassin of Bran, he would have to annul Sansa's betrothal to Joffrey. However, Robert's other legitimate offspring, Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella, did not exhibit the same madness as Joffrey. Perhaps uniting the children with these two royals would prove a more prudent choice. Joffrey trembled and offered no response, and in this context, his failure to immediately refute the implication of being the killer only reinforced Robert's belief in Joffrey's guilt, prompting him to roar even louder. Speak, Joffrey Baratheon. Why did you attempt to murder that poor boy? The young prince, still in his teens, could not withstand the fear gnawing at his heart, responding to the king's inquiry with a stuttering, tearful voice. But you said to mother that the poor boy would be a cripple for life, even if he awoke. If it were you, you would think death is a release. That is what you said, so I wish to grant him that release. This indeed reflected Joffrey's thoughts. Yet it was only half of the truth. The remaining half was something he adamantly refused to voice, and even sharing this fragment should suffice to placate his father. I truly despise that Robb Stark. Though I feel little for Bran, I am curious whether Robb would still be so proud after losing a brother. The corpulent king groaned in agony, clutching his head as if Joffrey's words were a warhammer striking his very brain. In a state of panic, he glanced toward Ned. Although there was concern in Ned's eyes, Robert inexplicably perceived an enraged direwolf emerging from within Ned's gaze, its decaying form gnashing at his own substantial belly, ultimately sinking its teeth into his throat. Leaning unsteadily against the wall and grasping the table for support, he weakly attempted to explain himself to Ned, yet quickly redirected his ire back toward Joffrey, his tone brimming with fury and regret. I was drunk then, Ned. It is all your fault. I was spouting drunken nonsense. What I meant was, I would rather die than lie in bed for the rest of my days. But that is my own thought as Robert Baratheon. It is not Bran Stark's idea at all. You possess no authority to make such a cruel decision on behalf of Bran, of Catelyn, or the Stark family. This is not an act of mercy. Your actions are devoid of honor and amount to murder. Joffrey, you are attempting to murder a scion of noble lineage. the son of your father's closest friend. An uncontrollable fury propelled Robert from the wall, striding forth in great strides to confront Joffrey. The anger surged within him. Lifting his broad palm high before it came crashing down upon Joffrey's handsome visage with a resounding slap. Joffrey was knocked to the ground by the sheer force, his tender skin immediately becoming red and swollen. He could no longer suppress his throat, unleashing a wailing cry that pierced the air. At that very moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Cersei entered, adorned in an opulent nightgown. Initially perplexed, her expression transformed into one of urgent concern upon seeing her son on the floor. She hurried to lift Joffrey with all haste. Before she could utter a word, the queen cast a quick glance at Robert, noting the fury etched upon his face. His brows nearly raised in indignation. In an instant, she altered her intended tirade into a less abrasive inquiry. What is the meaning of this? Robert, how can you treat your eldest son so brutally? I heard the servants say you were mad with rage, intent on bringing young Joffrey here, which compelled me to come and discern your intentions. Yet, upon entering, I find my son lying on the ground, struck by you. You better have sufficient justification for such an act. Otherwise, even as king and father, you must remember that I am the queen and his mother. Having spoken, the queen shot a disdainful glance at Ned within the room, likely concluding in her mind that Joffrey's beating was somehow linked to this old wolf. Ned's brow furrowed deeply. Cersei's annoying clamor was as undeniable as her beauty, and it seemed she had indulged her child to a maddening extent. Get out, woman. This does not concern you. I warn you, Cersei, if you present your so-called queenly demeanor before me again, I shall bind you and your wretched offspring and cast you back to Casterly Rock. Robert, his face a quiver of rage, expressed considerable irritation at his wife's interruption. Just as Cersei's expression shifted, as if contemplating her words, Robert softened his countenance and explained the situation. Ask your dear little Joffrey what he did in Winterfell. He had the audacity to steal a dagger from me and employed an assassin to murder Bran Stark, right after he fell unconscious. Damn it, what a pitiful boy. How could this wretch be so heartless? Cersei first appeared taken aback, but then an uncontrollable expression of surprise flitted across her face, quickly replaced by concern, as she ceased inquiring about Joffrey, instead directing her attention towards Bran. Oh heavens, what has become of that boy? Robert, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Cersei's demeanor, gazed blankly ahead, his mind lost in a storm of thoughts. Yet, Eddard's attention remained fixated within the confines of the chamber, where he distinctly perceived the fleeting glimmer of surprise that had crossed Cersei's countenance. The individuals associated with Bran's fall were none other than Cersei and Jaime. Through Catelyn's words relayed to him, the utterances of Rhaegar suddenly materialized in his mind. He inhaled deeply and, assuming the role of Bran's father, addressed the queen's concerns. I am grateful for your majesty's concern. Fortunately, by the grace of the gods, Bran has sustained no injuries, and his condition remains stable. Ah, indeed, by the gods' grace. Lord Eddard, Cersei replied noncommittally, her expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder whether it betrayed disappointment or relief. Nevertheless, since the boy had emerged unscathed, it seemed that young Joffrey had not committed any grievous error. Robert, please compose yourself. I shall escort him away, Cersei declared, taking Joffrey by the hand and turning to exit the room. Then do hasten your departure. Robert responded dismissively, not even deigning to look at them. Before Joffrey turned to leave, he cast a glance back at Eddard. The tears in his eyes had yet to dry, but to Eddard, they appeared as sharp and venomous as a serpent's bite. The chamber was left once more with only Robert and Eddard. Suddenly, the king, in a fit of rage, seized a gilded wine jug and hurled it violently out the window, cursing aloud, "Damn it! Why can I not escape this accursed wine? If it were not for my drunken folly, this wretched incident would never have occurred." After expending his fury, Robert slumped onto the nearly 10-foot-long bed, resembling a fish floundering out of water. Why are the gods so cruel? My 3 children do not resemble me in the slightest. But to think I could sire such a wretch as Joffrey, surely this is divine punishment. Damn it, this creature is to inherit my throne. I am not a good king. I have always known this. Yet, I have never abandoned the Iron Throne to become a free mercenary king across the narrow sea, reveling in genuine warfare and fine wine. For I cannot fathom what a kingdom would be like with Joffrey upon the Iron Throne, with Cersei chattering beside him. Thus, to delay the arrival of a kingdom worse than this, I have remained dutifully seated upon the Iron Throne. Yet, now it seems that regardless of how dreadful my visions of the kingdom after my death were, the reality is 1,000 times more infuriatingly grim. Eddard, you may leave. Grant me some time to contemplate. I shall provide your family with an explanation. Eddard nodded, took his leave, and turned towards the door, though his gaze flickered, as if pondering something of great significance. The three children bore no resemblance to Robert. Could this truly be Robert's own thought? Meanwhile, in an inn perched upon the heights of King's Landing, Raylan gazed in astonishment at the sudden upgrade notification that had materialized before him. You have skillfully altered the narrative's inertia at a critical juncture. Leveling up to level 2. You have acquired the following first circle spells, previously unattainable at level 1 due to the exhaustion of the magical web: Fog Cloud, Silent Image, Sleep. Thunderwave, spell point limit: 1, current spell points, 44. Though the notification comprised merely a few lines, it undeniably infused Raylan with an immense surge of confidence. For an upgrade signified boundless hope. Rising from his creaking wooden bed, he silently unraveled the logical chain most likely leading to his advancement. Earlier that day, the king's retinue had returned to King's Landing, and Eddard must have been among them. Littlefinger would, as in the original narrative, have taken Eddard to meet Caitlin. And since I have altered the course of the story, it implies that Caitlin did not fully trust Littlefinger, sharing the information I disclosed with Eddard. Yet, calculating the timeline, it should be far too early for my upgrade. Why has it only occurred now? Raylan absently withdrew a stalk of hay from beneath his bed, bending it back and forth in contemplation. I have realized that the pivotal alteration in the narrative's trajectory was not Eddard's intent to confront Robert with a dagger, but rather the moment when Robert and Eddard learned of Joffrey's role in Bran's murder. This perspective suggests that the changes necessary for my upgrade must be grounded in alterations of already established facts, and the junctures altered must hold relative significance. Thus, if my interventions are too subtle, the effects I impose will require extensive logical chains and time to manifest, inevitably hampering my upgrade speed. After all, I will not receive feedback on my advancement until the potential for change collapses into established reality. Conversely, if I focus too intently on speed, frequently and excessively influencing the narrative's momentum, I risk plunging the entirety of Westeros into chaos. At that point, I may struggle to identify any truly significant junctures for alteration, becoming akin to a headless fly, stalling in my progression. Ultimately, I must gradually seek a balance among the frequency, efficiency, and manner of my proactive influences to sustain a continual trend of advancement. With this phased realization invigorating him, Raylan swiftly organized the options available to him, setting his sights on one of the most crucial plot points soon to unfold: Robert's death and his chaotic will. However, Raylan remained unaware that, due to his partial alterations to the narrative, the advancement of the story towards this significant juncture would inevitably diverge from the original tale etched in his memory. Chapter 7. The Blacksmith and the Next Step. King's Landing, Steel Street. This thoroughfare, which houses nearly 70 to 80% of the city's blacksmiths, winds gracefully over the Visenya Hills, linking the Fisherman's Square in the south with the intersection northwest of the central square of King's Landing. As the summer, which has endured for 9 long years, begins to wane, the daytime temperatures become increasingly unbearable, exacerbated by the furnaces dotting Steel Street, which undoubtedly elevate the nearby heat to a new level. Raylan traverses this lengthy street, his gaze fixed on the summit of the incline ahead. There lies the apex of the Visenya Hills, home not only to the renowned Beller Cathedral, but also to his intended destination for this day. As he ascends, he occasionally employs a magical trick to summon a gentle breeze around himself. However, it mostly brings forth hot air. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. And Raylan possesses a constitution superior to that of the average person, allowing him to persevere to the hilltop without succumbing to faintness along the way. Of course, such a portrayal may seem somewhat exaggerated, as all laborers, like him, toiled diligently under these conditions, not to mention the blacksmiths in their forges, hammering iron ingots before roaring flames, truly experience an environment akin to being within the jaws of a dragon. Thus, one could argue that the heat is far from exceeding what ordinary individuals can endure. This reflection makes Raylan aware that his soul, having traversed from modern Earth, renders him somewhat melodramatic in this context. Regaining his composure, Raylan scrutinizes the expansive blacksmith shop before him. This establishment surpasses all others on Steel Street in size. Constructed of timber and lime mortar, its height allowing it to tower over the entire street. 2 grand doors, crafted from ebony and fishbeam wood, are adorned with a hunting scene carved into their surface. Flanking each side of the door are stone knights, clad in crimson armor, their postures resembling a griffin and a unicorn vigilantly guarding the entrance. Any passerby standing before this faade would easily deduce that the services offered here are likely quite costly. Stepping into the shop, Raylan is immediately approached by a petite maid. "Good sir, what may I assist you with today?" Are you in search of the finest weapons and armor crafted by master artisans? Or do you wish to commission something bespoke? The maid, accustomed to attending to gentlemen of wealth who frequent this establishment, might find Raylan's scaled visage peculiar at first glance, yet she betrays no sign of astonishment. Internally, she marvels at the exquisite beauty of his scales, surely the work of a skilled craftsman. Greetings, I wish to commission a fine dagger and a pouch of lightweight, sharp throwing knives. Might I speak directly with Master Mott? Raylan presents himself as a genuine patron, which he indeed is. Aside from his specific need to find someone within this blacksmith shop, the acquisition of weapons is a secondary motive for his visit. He possesses proficiency in 5 types of weaponry. However, given the practical requirements of this world and the constraints of various situations, the sling, light crossbow, and the long staff he was born with are rather impractical for carrying and use. Thus, the remaining options, the dagger and the throwing knife, have become Raylan's foremost choices. Although Raylan can vanquish nearly all knights, even the likes of Jaime Lannister and Balon Greyjoy, relying solely on his ability to cast 0-level spells indefinitely, he is confident that, when factoring in the finite use of 1-level spells, he could emerge victorious even against the onslaught of a dozen skilled soldiers. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Raylan cannot carelessly reveal his magical prowess in every circumstance. When it becomes inconvenient to cast spells, or at least to unleash conspicuous offensive magic, Raylan finds it necessary to have his weapon for his own safety. After listening to Raylan's needs, the maid nodded and asked him to wait, then turned and entered a deeper room to summon Master Mott. The Master Mott Raylan referred to is, in fact, the owner of this blacksmith shop, Tob Mott. In his youth, he studied the art of forging in Coer, one of the 9 free trade cities, and he even claims to know the incantations and methods for crafting Valyrian steel, although few take this claim seriously. Considering that he successfully reforged the ancestral Valyrian steel greatsword Ice of House Stark into 2 new Valyrian swords at the behest of Tywin Lannister, Raylan personally believes that, even if he cannot forge new Valyrian steel, he is at least capable of reforging Valyrian weapons. Moreover, he possesses the unique ability to infuse colors into the steel, resulting in weapons and armor that exhibit hues unlike those achieved through painting or glazing, a skill unmatched by any other blacksmith in King's Landing. Dressed in a velvet coat, Master Mott emerged from the inner room, appearing to no longer need to spend his days immersed in the forge. Otherwise, he would have emerged bare-chested. Although Raylan's request was merely for a dagger and throwing knives, which pales in comparison to the full sets of armor often commissioned by the nobility, the fact that he specifically requested to speak with Mott indicated his acceptance of the high prices for custom craftsmanship. With this thought in mind, Tob Mott began to enthusiastically discuss the details of the weaponry with Raylan. Raylan casually described his expectations for the dagger, such as a desire for certain areas to feature dragon scale-like embellishments and a blade that gleams with a beautiful blue hue. At this point, Raylan raised his hand to point at the blue dragon scales adorning his face and forehead, serving as a color reference for his request. Most importantly, he wished for this dagger to be the sharpest, aside from those made of Valyrian steel. As for the throwing knives, being consumables, Raylan did not impose any additional demands. He merely sought them to be lightweight, sharp, and balanced for ease of handling. Master Mott, stroking his beard, contemplated for a moment before quoting a price of 2 golden dragons. This is quite an exorbitant quote. If 2 gold dragons were added to this sum, it would suffice to forge a commendable set of armor at any other blacksmith's. To prevent the customer from being dissuaded by the price, Master Mott intended to promptly elucidate the reasons for such expense, citing the rarity of that blue pigment and the intricate processes required to produce the sharpest blades. However, to his astonishment, Raylan not only accepted the quoted price, but also insisted on providing himself with an additional sum. No problem. Besides these 2 gold dragons, I shall offer you 50 silver bucks more. Yet, this extra coin is not a gift. I wish to meet someone within your workshop. He produced 2 gold dragons and a pouch of silver bucks, from which he extracted approximately 50 coins and placed them upon the table. Master Mott gazed at the coins, an inkling stirring within him regarding whom the visitor sought. With a soft sigh, he acquiesced. Very well. Who do you wish to see? Jandry, your apprentice. Indeed. It was him, Master Mott mused. This boy must harbor some secret. First, there was the nobleman who deliberately concealed his identity, paying double the apprenticeship fee to have Jandry train under him, followed by the late former Prime Minister's peculiar visit, and now this strangely handsome gentleman appearing on the scene. Yet, regardless of the nature of Jandry's secret, the fact that the visitor explicitly requested to see him indicated a prior awareness of the underlying matters, at least more than Master Mott himself knew. What reason could there be to hinder this encounter? Master Mott beckoned the maid to collect the coins from the table and turned to Rulene, stating, "Sir, please follow me." Before he led the way through the back door of the workshop, Rulene followed closely, traversing a narrow courtyard under Master Mott's guidance until they arrived at a stone barn. Inside, several forges belched forth scalding air, with the foreman, master, and numerous apprentices busily attending to their tasks. As Master Mott lifted his foot to advance, presumably to fetch Jandry, Rulene interjected, "Master Mott, there is no need to call him. Simply point him out to me, and I shall observe without requiring an introduction." Originally, Rulene intended to converse with Jandry, hoping to extract some clues to relay to Ed, who would come to investigate later. However, at the last moment, he recalled Jandry's notoriously stubborn disposition, often likened to that of a mule. Setting aside the challenges of persuading him to divulge information to Ed, demanding certain actions from him upon their first meeting would likely cause Jandry to categorize him as an adversary. For someone like Rulene, who endeavored to maintain peace even in the face of Joffrey, such repercussions were difficult to accept. Thus, he decided to revise his strategy. Seeking an alternative method to leave a hint for Ed, Master Mott, sensing something amiss, nevertheless complied with Rulene's request, halting in place and gesturing toward a tall boy. The boy possessed hair as dark as ink, with robust muscles accentuating his arms and chest, his bare torso marked by sweat mingled with dust. Although Raylan stood at a considerable distance, and the boy did not face him directly, thus obscuring his eyes from view, the original text described them as melancholic yet beautiful blue orbs. Undoubtedly, this was the blacksmith apprentice named Jandry, sought after not only by Raylan but also by the late former Prime Minister Jon Arryn, and soon by the newly appointed Prime Minister Eddard Stark. The reason for their interest was quite simple. He was the illegitimate son of King Robert. Despite Robert's current appearance resembling that of Dong Zhuo from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, which startled Raylan when he first beheld the king's almost horse-wide belly while awaiting the hunting party. Robert had once been lauded for his tall and handsome stature in his youth. Presently, in Westeros, the only two individuals who bore any resemblance to the young Robert were his brother, Renly Baratheon, and this very Jandry. Though at this moment, Jandry's hair clung together with sweat, and his body was nearly obscured by grime, rendering him more disheveled than handsome. One could easily envision that after a thorough wash, he could still elicit blushes from numerous young maidens. Having unilaterally acquainted himself with his target, Raylan summoned Master Mott and returned to the forge, producing a handful of silver stags before him. After conducting a brief transaction, he requested that Master Mott deliver a letter to the boy when Eddard Stark came to seek him. Master Mott hesitated, reluctant to become entangled in the intrigues of the nobility, uncertain if accepting this task would lead to any trouble. Rest assured, this is not a web of conspiracy. Moreover, regardless of the sordidness of the events preceding this, as long as you refrain from peeking at what I write and ensure your ignorance, what trouble could arise? Convinced, Master Mott accepted the silver stags from Raylan. Subsequently, Raylan borrowed some paper and charcoal from the shop, swiftly scribbling 3 succinct sentences before folding the missive and handing it to Master Mott, reminding him not to forget to deliver it to Prime Minister Eddard, and to be particularly cautious not to glance at its contents. After departing the blacksmith shop, Raylan traversed Steel Street from another direction down the Vysnia Hills, reaching the northwestern-southeastern path that led through the Smith Square and Central Square toward the Red Keep, finally arriving at the central square of King's Landing. Standing in the square, gazing towards the Vysnia Hills, almost all the structures atop the hills were obscured by the Great September of Baelor. Retracting his gaze, Raylan noted the seemingly excessive number of gold-robed figures at the entrance and steps of the sept, with an elegant carriage parked below, as if a king or queen were within. Shaking his head, Raylan found himself unable to surmise who was inside or the reason for their presence. He surveyed his surroundings, meticulously observing the diverse crowd in the square, for his objective was among them. Or rather, at least someone here could lead him to his target. Before long, he spotted the individual he sought, a seemingly ordinary street urchin, yet her keen eyes, occasionally scanning the vicinity, betrayed her trained nature. Raylan approached, crouching down as the girl's initial wariness gave way to a pitiable gaze. He gently patted her head and spoke words that might have seemed peculiar. "Child, inform the one above, the spider, that a good man, concerned for the 7 kingdoms, awaits him at the dragon's lair, hoping for a meeting at sunset." The urchin offered no response, merely blinking as if she did not comprehend. After delivering his message, Raylan stood and strode towards Silent Nun Street, a path leading to the Rennies Hills, where the dragon's lair lay at its summit. Before leaving the square, he glanced back. The street child he had just spoken to had vanished, while the golden-robed figure at the foot of the steps remained vigilant. Intelligence was paramount. Despite being a traveler familiar with the tales of ice and fire, he did not fully grasp every facet of this world. Moreover, as his robust butterfly wings continued to flutter, the advantages of being a traveler would gradually diminish, leaving him with mere knowledge of a few principal characters. Thus, acquiring information about current events was his utmost priority. As he walked, he confirmed his thoughts. Varys, the master of whispers who did not align with any particular faction, would undoubtedly make a fitting clandestine ally. At sunset, in the dragon's lair, Varys, disguised in an older form, traversed the dusty ruins without making a sound. While cautiously surveying the dim surroundings, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a partially collapsed stone column, accompanied by a chilling inquiry. Equally astonishing was the fact that the question was posed in Valyrian, its tone elegant and captivating, devoid of any accent from the free cities. Lord Varys, it is a pleasure to see you. Permit me to ask a rather bold question. Do you serve the Baratheons or the Targaryens now? Chapter 8. The bastard of the Hand-S Tower. Arya and her sister Sansa sat at the long banquet table in the Hand-S Tower, sharing their meal with 4 or 5 dozen Stark guards who had accompanied them from Winterfell to King's Landing, along with the maids and nuns responsible for their care and education. Although referred to as a small hall, it was anything but. This elongated room with its soaring domed ceiling could comfortably accommodate 200 guests for a grand feast. The name simply served to distinguish it from the hall where the Iron Throne resided. However, the guests enjoying the sumptuous fare were not solely bipeds. 2 fluffy young direwolves, Nymeria and Lady, were also present at the table. Their thick pelts enabled them to withstand the biting cold of the protracted winter, earning them the name of Ice Wolves. However, in the sweltering city of King's Landing, which, despite its geographical position, lies significantly south of Winterfell, this very fur becomes a source of lethargy for them. Even amidst the oppressive heat, the 2 wolf pups, born of the same litter, display contrasting temperaments, much like their owners, the Stark sisters, who are also remarkably different in character. Sansa's little wolf, a paragon of grace, sits demurely beside her, its fluffy tail forming an elegant arc at her side. Even as the pads of its paws exude beads of sweat, and its nose fluctuates between dampness and dryness, it remains true to its name, quietly waiting for Sansa to occasionally turn and place morsels of food into its bowl. In stark contrast, Arya's Nymeria appears far less composed. With her mouth agape, she extends her pink tongue, attempting to dissipate heat in a decidedly unrefined manner. Each time she settles in one spot, she soon rises and meanders to another location by the long table, as though the air in her previous resting place had grown too warm, leaving a chaotic trail of paw prints marked by her perspiring pads, much to the amusement of the young guards who stifle their laughter. Whenever Arya discreetly tosses scraps of food to the ground, it inevitably draws the disapproving gaze and admonishment of Septa Mordain. Yet Nymeria promptly appears at Arya's side, efficiently devouring the discarded morsels. My lady, you ought to learn from your sister and prepare a dish for your wolf, teaching her the proper etiquette of a well-bred household. Septa Mordain finally ventured to suggest. Sitting beside the Septa, Sansa chuckled softly after swallowing a bite of food, interjecting with a playful remark that Arya herself might not have mastered such decorum. Were these words directed at a lady from another family, they would undoubtedly be considered exceedingly rude, a breach of decorum too grave to be dismissed as jest. However, when aimed at Arya, even the Septa had to concede that the remark was perfectly appropriate. Sansa recalled the private feast prior to their arrival in King's Landing, where Arya's overly casual demeanor had displeased Queen Cersei, casting a pall over the entire gathering. Though not harboring resentment towards her sister due to this incident, Sansa, like Septa Mordain, lamented Arya's inability to learn the ways of a proper lady. She believed that if her wolf could speak, it too would feel compelled to educate Arya on the importance of decorum. Seated beside the Septa, Arya turned to glare at her sister, retorting with defiance that this room already boasted 2 ladies, making her presence unnecessary. With that, she set down her fork and, opting for a more primal approach, tore into a rib that had eluded her knife's precise cut. At last, casting aside the remaining scraps of flesh and bone, he summoned Nymeria to hastily extract the last vestiges of value from the rib. Sister Modin rolled her eyes dramatically, shaking her head incessantly while muttering phrases akin to "for the love of the gods." In my opinion, a 9-year-old girl has ample time to learn the so-called rules. Eddard's voice and figure emerged at the entrance of the small hall, prompting the guards on either side of the long table to rise in unison. Eddard gestured for everyone to sit, taking his place at the head of the table, waiting for the servants to prepare his meal, and lamenting silently how refreshing it was to see some semblance of normalcy within the Red Keep. He had no intention of lamenting in front of the children, especially regarding the pressures of being caught between the king and his ministers, nor the vexation brought on by the tournament bearing his name. It was utterly exasperating. The streets echoed with the proclamation that this was the Prime Minister's tournament, while Robert, having just quarreled with Cersei, preferred to lie in bed, snoring, rather than preside over the council meeting. Eddard pondered this in silence, glancing at Nymeria, who was once again repositioning herself after expelling a bone, and suggested to his daughter, "Nevertheless, Arya, you truly ought to manage your little wolf. I hear it frightened Princess Myrcella not long ago. That isn't her fault," Arya pouted, defensively explaining the situation. "She was merely chasing butterflies in the Godswood, and just happened to sprint around the corner a bit too quickly. So, are you to blame the poor princess then?" Eddard replied with a hint of amusement as he imparted some wisdom to Arya. Heaven knows how many times Princess Myrcella had strolled through the Godswood. She had never encountered a wolf there, let alone one so small that suddenly darted out. As he spoke, it dawned on him that the two wolves before him had nearly reached the size of ordinary adult wild wolves, yet they were still far from maturity. Just how large would these direwolves grow? Would they reach the size of their deceased mother? Eddard's mind drifted back to the day he executed the deserter. Recalling the sight of the wolf cubs he found on the plains, the mother direwolf, larger than a pony, lay lifeless on the ground, while several cubs, their eyes still sealed shut, nuzzled against her bloody belly. Despite the grotesque decay of the mother wolf's eyes, Eddard inexplicably recalled the look in his sister's gaze as she uttered her final words. "Ned, promise me." That thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he immediately considered sending those doomed wolf cubs to join their mother. Fortunately, he refrained from doing so, Eddard mused. The previous day, a raven from Winterfell had delivered news. Bran had awakened. Though he could not recall the events leading up to his fall, it was a relief beyond measure that he had regained consciousness. Both Catelyn and he remembered that, without Bran's wolf, he would have never had the chance to awaken. If these wolf cubs are indeed a divine gift to my children, then why is it that Jon possesses the most extraordinary of them all? That white wolf should now be accompanying Jon as he guards the wall with the Night's Watch. Eddard has always felt that Jon's white wolf resembles the snow of the north, ancient and frigid, while its eyes gleam with a vivid crimson, akin to the sap flowing from a fishwood tree. Both elements belong to the north, even further north than Winterfell itself. Returning his thoughts to the dining table, Eddard is acutely aware of the significance these wolves hold for his children. Therefore, he vehemently opposes Robert's suggestion to abandon them in the wild. Yet he is indeed wary of the troubles the wolves might bring, as there are already enough difficulties in King's Landing. If only your little wolf could be as docile as Sansa's, he muses, then surely no one would be frightened by it. Arya, unable to contain herself, raises her voice. But that's just how wolves are. They don't understand human speech. Eddard gently pinches his younger daughter's cheek and proposes an idea. Perhaps we could have Arya, who can understand human speech, teach it how to behave. I've heard that dogs gradually learn to mimic their masters, and I dare say wolves are no different. Besides, Sansa's wolf is a fine example. Instinctively, Arya prepares to argue, but suddenly recalls the words of Mr. Rhaegar, who once helped her. No one can do as they please. One must think before acting. Thus, she falls silent for a moment, muttering vaguely that she would give it a try, before adding in a barely audible whisper that no matter what, it is still Nymeria and will never become a lady. As the conversation between father and sister concludes, Sansa shyly inquires about a matter that concerns her. "Father, has something happened to Prince Joffrey? I haven't seen him for several days, and I heard the servants mention that he is in a foul mood." Eddard finds himself at a loss for words. The matter of Joffrey's involvement in Bran's murder is certainly not something the children should be privy to, even though he had confided this truth to Catelyn before she departed King's Landing. Both he and his lady wife have unanimously agreed to refrain from discussing the matter further until the king's stance is clear, even with their own children. Though he and Robert have been avoiding the topic in recent days, Eddard decides to give Robert a bit more time. Prince Joffrey may be dealing with some royal family matters. It is not our place to interfere. There will be many opportunities in the future, Sansa, so do not rush. He adds, when the tournament is held in a few days, you will surely see him. Hearing their conversation about the loathsome Joffrey, Arya finishes the last rib on her plate, disregards the remaining morsels of bread, wipes her mouth, and rises. "I'm done. I'm going out to play," she declares, taking Nymeria with her. It's all Joffrey's fault. Now Mikey won't even be friends with me anymore, she thinks, though even if he were still her friend, it would be inconvenient for her to visit him outside the city. Arya, in a state of vexation, kicked at the pebbles scattered upon the ground of the Red Keep, pondering where to take Nymeria for a day of merriment. The Godswood could barely be deemed a suitable place for playful antics. as it often led to unintended encounters with various ladies or even the prince or princess. Beyond that, the entirety of the Red Keep and King's Landing offered little in the way of venues for Nymeria to truly revel. On this sweltering day, Arya sought refuge in the shadow of a nearby structure, urging her wolf to remain still and not wander about. Consequently, Nymeria grew increasingly agitated, flicking her tail in anticipation of Arya's eventual decision to release her. In the distance, two board members of the Gold Cloaks stationed atop the walls of the Red Keep spotted Arya and began a new round of idle chatter. Using the topics of the tomboyish girl from the Hand's Tower and the two wolves that had made their first appearance in the Red Keep as their conversation starters. Though Arya noticed the guards occasionally glancing and laughing in her direction, she paid them little mind, including the nickname that had already reached her ears. Quite fitting, she mused, as she ran her fingers through her disheveled dark hair, contemplating how much more amusing life might be if she were a boy, able to wield swords and engage in combat openly, receiving praise from the adults. Suddenly recalling the sewing needle gifted to her by her brother Jon, she released Nymeria and turned back toward her chambers. As she passed near the Mager's holdfast, she spotted a stranger clad in a monk's robe exiting through the great door, his demeanor somewhat anxious as he made his way toward the entrance of the Red Keep. How peculiar, she thought. There was already a sept within the castle. If this monk did not belong to the Red Keep's sept, what reason could he have for being here? With a casual sense of curiosity, she dismissed the thought and continued on her way. Upon returning to the Hand's Tower and intending to ascend to her room on the upper level, Arya passed by Eddard's study, which also served as a meeting room for the Hand of the King. She observed her father, furrowing his brow as he perused an enormous tome, its size both astonishing and intimidating. Intrigued, she gently knocked on the open door, and at Eddard's invitation, she stepped inside. "What are you reading?" "My word, that book is colossal." Upon approaching, Arya suddenly imagined that if this book were wielded as a weapon, it could easily render her unconscious. A notion that sent a shiver down her spine. Eddard casually placed a bookmark within the pages, though Arya thought it unnecessary, as her father had scarcely turned a few pages. Initially intending to brush off his youngest daughter, Eddard reconsidered. In a place like King's Landing, where trust was scarce outside of family, perhaps it would be wise to expose Arya to some less perilous information. After all, to speak frankly, her intellect surpassed that of Sansa. In terms of cleverness, Arya and Bran were indeed more astute than their elder siblings. The tome itself chronicled the ancestral lineages of various noble families, accompanied by descriptions of many of their members' appearances and characteristics. In short, it was a rather dull book. Eddard added as much, before pausing to reflect on his motivation for delving into its pages. "Arya, as you are aware, the former Prime Minister, my guardian Jon Arryn, has unexpectedly passed away. Prior to his demise, he was engrossed in this particular book borrowed from the Maester. Hence, I have also taken the liberty of borrowing it, with the intention of uncovering what Jon was investigating before his death. However, Arya, it is imperative that you keep this matter confidential, particularly from anyone outside our family. If anyone inquires, simply state that I have a personal interest in this book." Ed could not help but emphasize this. He wished to keep his inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the former Prime Minister's death discreet. For if this death was indeed a murder rather than a natural ailment, the perpetrator must be among us within the Red Keep. The sooner they become aware of his investigation, the more difficult it would be for him to unveil the truth. Jon Arryn was allegedly murdered by the Lannister siblings. The contents of the letter from Catelyn, his sister-in-law, resurfaced in Ed's mind. Yet, he refrained from hastily accepting this dreadful conclusion, for he held a profound distrust towards Lisa Tully, Catelyn's sister. Nonetheless, he could not entirely dismiss this possibility, as it now appeared that the Lannister siblings were inextricably linked to Bran's fall. He would eventually need to investigate this brother and sister duo of the Queen and the Kingsguard. However, he lacked sufficient evidence at present to pursue them too aggressively. Arya nodded, grasping the necessity for discretion, and then casually voiced her curiosity as to why Jon would choose to read while so gravely ill. "I can hardly concentrate on a book even when I am full of life." Not wishing to disturb her father further, she departed the study and made her way to her own chamber. She resolved to take her sewing needle, wrap it in cloth, and venture into the Godswood to play with her slender sword while keeping an eye on Nymeria, ensuring it did not roam too freely. Should it disobey, she would lightly tap it with the blunt side of her needle. Meanwhile, Ed, left in contemplation after Arya's departure, pondered the question, why would Jon read while unwell? Wait, what had Maester Pycelle said? Did Jon retrieve the book while ill? No, he became ill the day after acquiring the book. Damn it. I hadn't even noticed this timeline before. Ed stared intently at the tedious tome, as if it contained pages of gold. John, what secret have you unearthed within this book? Chapter 9. The Executioner's Art in King's Landing. Within a sizable tavern located on Hook Street, a performer who claimed to be a sorcerer had just concluded an enthralling act. Ignoring the copper coins tossed by the audience, he gracefully bowed to all and retreated into the tavern's interior. The patrons who had gathered close to the stage erupted into chatter, dispersing throughout the ground floor or simply leaving the establishment altogether, while the remaining guests continued to engage in casual conversation over their meals and drinks. This juggler had recently appeared at the tavern and possessed remarkable skills. With a flourish of his palm, he conjured flames from thin air, and the tips of his fingers emitted crackling electric sparks. A mere wave of his hand summoned a gentle breeze, and a graceful gesture imitated the plucking of strings, evoking the faint melodies of a harp in the air. Alas, he performed but once a day, and the duration of each spectacle hardly exceeded that of a meal. Once his performance concluded, he would discreetly slip out through the back door of the inn, with no one daring to approach him save for the innkeeper, perhaps out of fear that others might pester him for tricks. Undoubtedly, this juggler was none other than Rueline. His audacity to perform so openly in the inn stemmed from his use of a first circle illusion spell, which transformed him into an unremarkable young man with brown hair, even altering his physique slightly. This was also the reason he kept each performance under an hour, as the illusion could only last for that duration. Moreover, the transformation was merely an optical deception, not a true physical alteration. For instance, though Rueline's face appeared free of scales, a touch would reveal the genuine dragon scales beneath. After each performance, he would dispel the spell in the back room, restoring his true appearance before merging into the crowd. Thanks to the surge of popularity Rueline had garnered over the past few days, the inn, already thriving, had become one of the most bustling and sought-after establishments in the city. Consequently, though he performed his magical feats for less than an hour each day, he earned several silver deer in compensation, far exceeding the income of an ordinary citizen. The innkeeper, who welcomed Rueline to perform and provided him with a daily stipend, was well aware of Rueline's illusionary prowess. However, there was no cause for excessive concern, as this proprietor was an associate of Varys. While not a member of the ragtag group known as the Little Birds, he managed to glean a considerable amount of urban intelligence through his operation of this inn, which held a modicum of prominence in King's Landing, serving as one of the many conduits for Varys's extensive network of information. In a sense, this inn was but one of Varys's many spider legs. As Rueline departed the inn, he adjusted the hood atop his head and silently blended into the throng, making his way towards the central square. If a drone were to survey King's Landing from above at that moment, it would reveal a conspicuous tide of humanity converging towards the central square. The reason for their pilgrimage was surely the same as Rueline's, a public execution. In fact, just before Rueline's performance reached its conclusion, several teams of gold-robed officials had fanned out across the city, diligently notifying the major gathering points of the impending execution, declaring it to be an event of great significance involving a truly heinous criminal, determined to attract as large an audience as possible. As the crowd gradually coalesced, Rueline arrived at the periphery of the central square. However, due to the relatively late departure time and the considerable distance from the inn located in Hook Street to the central square, the area has become densely packed, resembling a pie overstuffed with filling, leaving no room to advance further. Fortunately, with his keen eyesight, Rhaegar can still discern the prisoner standing beside the executioner on the central wooden platform, despite being at the periphery. The condemned man is clad in mismatched, filthy burlap garments, his hair and beard in disarray, unmistakably a commoner with a dire economic situation, much like the many citizens of King's Landing gathered around. What heinous crime could such an unremarkable individual have committed that warrants the presence of half the city, summoned by the Red Keep, and even the king's own executioner? Indeed, the silent figure standing next to the prisoner, hands resting on the massive sword embedded in the ground, is Sir Ilan Payne, the current royal executioner. In the original narrative, it was he who executed Eddard Stark under the mad command of Joffrey, later even seizing the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice, for a time. This terrifying man, who now appears to regard execution as his sole purpose in life, had once been silenced by King Aerys II, who had him deprived of his tongue, leaving the lower half of his face gaunt and deformed. Moreover, with scarcely a few strands of hair remaining on his head, which he has absurdly allowed to grow long, he is easily recognized by Rhaegar. At this moment, a stout man dressed in a golden robe steps forward, demanding silence from the gathered crowd, and subsequently announces the charges against the prisoner. This former member of the king's northern caravan, a stableman, is accused of stealing royal property and murdering the current prime minister's son, Bran Stark. He has confessed to his crimes, and thus shall face execution in public as a warning to others. This golden-clad figure resembles the commander of the city watch, akin to the later exiled Janos, Rhaegar muses. Frowning, he surveys the entire square with keen scrutiny, yet not a single member of the royal family is in sight. You must be utterly perplexed, unsure of what transpired. A sweet voice chimes in beside Rhaegar, accompanied by a waft of lilac fragrance. Turning his head, he sees a rotund, bald eunuch clad in vibrant silk, none other than Lord Varys, the infamous spider himself. Is it possible that the sun has risen in the west today? As Lord Varys appears without any disguise, with a subtle gesture, Rhaegar employs a messaging spell, establishing a mental bridge for communication between them. This is Rhaegar's second encounter with Varys, yet the first time he has seen his true form. During their previous clandestine meeting in the ruins of the dragon's lair, Varys had disguised himself as an older, robust laborer. Thus, theoretically, Rhaegar should not recognize Varys in his authentic guise. However, should Rhaegar display any sign of unrecognition, it would surely betray his apprehension before the Master of Whispers. Since Varys can find himself amidst the vast sea of humanity, it would be rather unproductive for me not to even discern his true visage. To maintain an egalitarian relationship between us, Raylan must consistently remind the other party that his capabilities are not inferior. Given the urgency of this unforeseen matter, my absence would appear rather contrived. The effects of the message spell not only allow the recipient to hear the caster's intended words directly within their mind, but also enable the recipient to convey their thoughts back to the caster in the same manner. In other words, this spell transforms into a bidirectional communication tool once cast, though the initiative remains firmly in the hands of the caster. However, such efficacy necessitates that the recipient possesses a certain level of magical awareness. For ordinary humans in the world of ice and fire, who are distanced from magic, learning to reverse the communication via the message spell undoubtedly requires extensive practice and experience. Nonetheless, Count Varys is undeniably an astute individual. Having absorbed knowledge from the teachings within the ruins of the dragon's lair, he is now fully capable of communicating with Raylan through mere thought after the latter casts the message spell. As you mentioned, my confusion has only intensified in comparison to the throngs present in the square. Where exactly has this so-called criminal emerged from? We all know that he could not possibly be responsible for those deeds. How could the king consent to such reckless scapegoating? The king? Alas, our benevolent monarch and his prime minister remain oblivious to this situation. Just yesterday, the queen and the king had yet another quarrel, during which the queen alluded to the foxes and stags in the royal woods. Consequently, the ill-tempered king resolved to hunt for solace, summoning the steward of the Red Keep to announce plans for a hunting expedition in the royal forest the following day. Intriguingly, our esteemed Grand Maester, Archmaester Pycelle, exceptionally sought an audience with the king, earnestly suggesting that Prime Minister Eddard has been laboring excessively of late, burdened by tedious affairs that have left him rather discontented. Fortunately, with the upcoming melee tournament on the horizon, the pressing matters have been sufficiently attended to, making it an opportune moment for the Prime Minister to relax. Our good king, ever amenable, promptly set out early this morning with a reluctant prime minister to the royal woods to the south, likely relishing the exhilaration of riding alongside an old friend. Just as the hunting party crossed the river, the Red Keep dispatched a contingent of gold cloaks to notify the execution of this affair. Commander Geno Slint of the City Guard and the royal enforcer, Ser Island Payne, hastily arrived at the square to confront this suddenly emerging criminal. Varys, with a smug expression, meticulously compiled all relevant intelligence pertaining to this matter and relayed it to Raylan. A smile graced his lips, perhaps due to the intoxicating nature of their newfound means of communication. Raylan quickly grasped the circumstances. So, this was Cersei's scheme, concocted after diverting Robert and Eddard? If they execute this scapegoat before the eyes of the entire city, the murder of Bran would be conveniently overlooked. As long as Robert intends to use this rationale to address his wavering thoughts regarding the heir, he will undoubtedly concede to the situation with a resigned acceptance. Cooking raw rice into cooked rice? What a profoundly astute metaphor. However, from your words, are you suggesting that the heinous act of attempting to assassinate Bran was carried out by our beloved Prince Joffrey? Very well, Varys. If the king and the prime minister were the first to learn of Joffrey's hiring of an assassin against Bran, you must certainly be the third to know. Yet, I am curious as to how Robert initially intended to wield this reasoning that compelled Cersei to orchestrate such a spectacle. While I cannot ascertain the king's thoughts, I am aware that he recently visited the Great September of Baelor, engaging in an unusual discussion with the High Septon about the faith of the Seven Laws, topics he previously deemed exceedingly tedious. Amongst their discussions was the matter of how to handle a prince found guilty of murder. I understand. Such news must have reached Cersei's ears, and she would never allow her precious Joffrey to lose his status as heir. Nonetheless, I must admit, while this plan reeks of haste and awkwardness, it appears to serve Cersei's purpose well. It seems our queen is capable of strategic thinking after all. Such a spectacle is indeed rare. However, I must say, resolving this matter in such a manner may not be ill-advised. Should the king cling to this murder and insist on stripping Prince Joffrey of his claim to the throne, the repercussions could be dire. I cannot allow this to transpire. While I will not obstruct the execution, I do not wish for everyone to believe, as Cersei would have it, that a mere stable hand has committed 2 murders against Bran Stark. At the very least, I intend to plant a seed of doubt in the minds of many. Might the true murderer be someone else? Could the stable hand merely be a scapegoat? Raylan and Varys continued their silent exchange, requiring no eye contact, instead fixating their gaze upon the gallows. At that moment, the criminal on the platform had knelt, confessing and repenting for his actions. In his account, he exploited his position as a stable hand to stealthily pilfer vast amounts of gold and silver from the royal treasury, along with a dagger. Subsequently, while tallying his ill-gotten gains in an abandoned tower at Winterfell, he unexpectedly encountered Bran Stark, who was playing and climbing about. In a moment of malevolence, he seized the boy and hurled him downwards. By the gods' grace, Bran did not perish from the fall. Ultimately, in a desperate attempt to ensure Bran would never awaken again, he resorted to hiring a destitute servant from Winterfell with his stolen riches. The news of Bran's awakening had swept through the city days prior, bringing joy to everyone from whores to bakers at the Prime Minister's good fortune, while the stable hand perceived it as a divine sign. After days of turmoil, he finally chose to confess. So, what do you intend to do? Will you ascend the platform and deliver a stirring oration to all? Raylan's lips curled into a rare smile. Lord Varys, just wait and see. After a considerable time, under the urging of Ser Genos, the stage's executioner completed his last words and entrusted his family, resignedly bowing his head and exposing the vulnerable nape of his neck to the gaze of the executioner. The mute Sir Island lifted his colossal sword, shifting his grip from a supportive hold to a proper grasp, poised to raise the sword high. Many children in the square, terrified, began to shield their eyes, while the condemned man, awaiting his death, swallowed hard. However, at that moment, the entire square erupted into a frenzy, akin to sheep startled by a wolf. People gazed with wide eyes, conversing in astonishment to confirm that they all witnessed the same spectacle. The increasingly clamorous chatter compelled the not deaf Sir Island to turn towards the direction of the crowd's pointing fingers. Clang! Sir Island's massive sword unexpectedly fell onto the wooden platform, and the sound snapped him back to reality. He quickly crouched to retrieve the sword, resuming his stance to raise it once more. Yet, he found it impossible to dismiss the strange apparition he had just seen. Did he truly have to carry out this execution? Varys, who had kept his lips tightly sealed, could not help but part them, almost unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He saw, on the execution platform, a figure appearing out of thin air, towering over 10 feet and radiating a gentle glow. This figure, holding a balance, with a long beard, was unmistakably the manifestation of the Father, representing judgment and justice among the 7 gods. The Father's indistinct visage appeared to gaze down upon the doomed executioner, and then, under the watchful eyes of all, he slowly and resolutely shook his head. At that moment, both Sir Island, tasked with the execution, and the condemned man turned to look back, equally astonished and rendered speechless by the miraculous figure of the Father. As Sir Island raised his sword again, bolstering his resolve in his heart, the executioner felt the man's encouraging gaze upon him, affirming his decision. Thud! The man's head fell onto the wooden platform, and simultaneously, the figure of the Father dissipated into shimmering motes of light. The execution was complete. Sir Island, distracted, wiped the blood off his sword with a cloth, while Ser Genos appeared somewhat at a loss before the murmuring crowd, akin to a swarm of bees. Varys, striving to compose himself, cast a fearful glance towards Ruin, silently inquiring whether he was a messenger sent by the 7 gods. No, my lord Varys, certainly not, Ruin replied with a smile, surveying the increasingly agitated crowd. He understood that hardly anyone still believed the executioner was the true murderer. In fact, I am not even a believer in the 7 gods. As for this, it is merely an illusion, my lord Varys. The illusion manifests at a location within the range of your spell, persisting throughout its duration. This illusion is purely visual. It cannot be perceived through auditory, olfactory, or other sensory means. You may actively reposition the illusion to another location within the spell's range. As the illusion shifts, You can alter its appearance to enhance the naturalness of its movement. For instance, if you conjure an illusion of a creature and move it, you may modify its form to make it appear as though it is walking. Since the illusion cannot be physically interacted with, any physical engagement will reveal its illusory nature. When a creature actively investigates the illusion, it may use an intelligence check to oppose the spell's saving throw DC, determining whether it can see through the illusion. Creatures that pierce the veil of illusion may directly perceive whatever lies behind it. Chapter 10. The Night's Watch. The Wall, which demarcates the boundary between the Seven Kingdoms and the lands beyond, extends from the Frostfangs in the west to the Bay of Seals in the east. This colossal edifice of ice and snow stretches 300 miles, rising to heights exceeding 700 feet. On clear days, even from several miles away, the wall reflects the gray or blue sunlight. It is said that after the long night, 8,000 years ago, the builder Bran the Builder erected the wall to defend humanity's realm against the wildlings and the legendary others. Since then, a legion known as the Night's Watch has been tasked with its defense. Clad in black, they take a solemn vow before joining the Brotherhood, forsaking all claims to family and land. Many scholars believe the Night's Watch to be the earliest military order in the history of Westeros. Along the wall, which is broad enough at its summit to accommodate 12 knights riding side by side, 19 castles were constructed. However, due to a steady decline in the Night's Watch's numbers over the past 3 centuries, only 3 castles remain manned today. These include Black Castle at the northernmost point of King's Road, which serves as the indisputable heart of the Night's Watch, housing 600 of the less than 1,000 men in the entire Brotherhood. Shadow Tower, the second castle from west to east, which is garrisoned by approximately 200 brothers, and Eastwatch by the Sea, a port town occupied by even fewer men than Shadow Tower. Jon Snow and his dire wolf, Ghost, stand atop the wall, conducting their daily patrol, which primarily consists of wandering about and occasionally scanning the ground to the north for any discernible movement. If one were to overlook the bone-chilling cold that could freeze one's ears off, this duty would not be so dismal. Unfortunately, no one can truly disregard the cold, and the outcome of each shift often leaves some unfortunate souls disheartened. He gazes northward, then turns slightly to the west, followed by a glance south and east. Swiftly surveying the surroundings from this height of 600 or 700 feet, the wall centers upon Black Castle, extending eastward in a straight line like a sword, while westward it undulates like a serpent. Jon has been a member of the Night's Watch at Black Castle for some time now, though he has not frequented the wall's summit as often as he would like. On the last occasion, the night before Tyrion's departure, Jon was conscripted by Ser Alliser to stand watch, which left him quite frozen. By a stroke of serendipity, Tyrion also ascended the wall that evening, and the two engaged in a lively exchange, dispelling the silence of the night, forging a bond between Jon, the bastard of House Stark, and Tyrion, the diminutive imp of House Lannister. Lost in his thoughts, Jon's gaze drifted northward beyond the wall. Clinging to its base was the eternal expanse of pristine white snow, while half a mile further lay the dense, ominous woods of the haunted forest. Towering, gnarled trees thrived there, their twisted forms preventing even the brightest sunlight from touching the snow-covered ground beneath. Although Jon had yet to venture beyond the wall, he had heard many ranging brothers recount tales of the eerie woods. Even so, this disquieting sea of trees appeared merely as an exquisite tapestry when viewed from atop the wall. What precisely was this towering structure meant to defend against? The wildlings clearly lacked the means to breach it. Could the fabled wights be more formidable than giants? Or could they soar to the heavens like dragons? He found himself momentarily ensnared in contemplation until the gentle call of Ghost brought him back to the present. Turning, he noticed a black-clad brother responsible for operating the winch and the iron cage descending from the wall approaching him. He affectionately ruffled Ghost's fur and moved towards the brother. "Jon, the Lord Commander wishes to see you. You must descend quickly." After delivering his message, the Night's Watchman turned and retraced his steps, needing to prepare the winch to lower Jon down to the ground. "Lord Commander Mormont is seeking me again." Jon pondered the reason for this summons as he followed the black-clad brother to the winch and cage. The esteemed Lord Commander was the overall leader of the Night's Watch, elected by a simple majority vote from all members of the Brotherhood. Once a brother ascended to this position, their tenure continued until the day of their death. The current Lord Commander was Jeor Mormont, the head of House Mormont, often referred to as the Old Bear. He had joined the Night's Watch to bequeath his title and lands to his son before his demise, and was subsequently elected as the 997th Lord Commander. Jon held great respect for the Old Bear. Despite his advanced age and cantankerous disposition, his foresight and wisdom remained undiminished. The last time the Old Bear summoned him, He bore the joyful tidings of Bran's awakening, and Jon hoped this occasion would herald similarly good news. As he gradually descended within the creaking iron cage, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of the rattling bars, he silently wished that the news would not be of ill omen regarding Uncle Benjen. Benjen Stark was Eddard's brother, the youngest of the previous generation of Stark children. During the aftermath of Robert's rebellion, he unexpectedly volunteered to join the Night's Watch, a decision whose motivations remained uncertain to this day, even to his brother Eddard. During the royal party's visit to Winterfell, Benjen had just returned to report on the threat posed by the wildlings beyond the wall. He attended a grand banquet in honor of the king, where he engaged in conversation with Jon. It was during this occasion that Jon himself expressed a resolute desire to join the Night's Watch. With Eddard's consent, Benjen took Jon and the imp, who wished to visit the wall, northward as he returned to Castle Black. At Castle Black, Benjen presided over a modest ceremony during which Jon swore his allegiance to the Night's Watch. However, following this, as the first ranger, he became preoccupied with the affairs of the watch, leaving him little time to attend to Jon. Before long, he was ordered by Old Bear to lead a party beyond the wall in search of the missing Ser Waymar Royce, who had vanished during a patrol. Regrettably, he never returned, and no word came back to Castle Black. Benjen was the most familiar with the lands beyond the wall among us. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the first ranger. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly return. Jon stepped out of the iron cage, shaking his head to dismiss this notion that had been echoed by others. Uncle Benjen must still be alive. He must be, he silently affirmed to himself, feeling anxious as he approached the commander's fortress. Knock, knock. Jon rapped on the wooden door at the top of the fortress tower, and upon hearing Old Bear's response, he pushed the door open and entered the chamber. Commander, you summon me? Upon entering, Jon noted the absence of corpses or any bloody equipment in the room, allowing his heart, which had been close to leaping from his throat, to gradually regain its composure. Commander, Commander, the talking raven, raised by Old Bear, perched by the window, shrieked Jon's words back at him. Old Bear Mormont handed Jon 2 scrolls of parchment from his desk, each containing news, one from Winterfell and the other from King's Landing, both concerning Bran and deemed to be good tidings. Jon eagerly accepted the scrolls and began to read. Although Jon was raised as a bastard in House Stark, Eddard had not treated him differently from his legitimate children in terms of education. He received a commendable education in both knowledge and swordsmanship, making him one of the few literate members of the Night's Watch at Castle Black. However, fearing that Jon's eagerness might lead him to misread or overlook certain details, Old Bear succinctly summarized the main points of each letter as Jon read. The letter from Winterfell stated that the imp from House Lannister claimed to have been commissioned by you to create a design for a specialized saddle. The craftsmen of Winterfell have fashioned a saddle according to this design, confirming that it indeed allows Bran to sit upright. They are currently selecting and training sufficiently intelligent ponies, so that once the foals comprehend the subtle nuances of the reins and Bran's hand movements, your poor brother will be able to ride out. Ride, ride. The raven squawked again, echoing the words spoken by Old Bear. The commander shook his head, retrieving a small handful of corn from a pouch at his side, holding it in his palm beneath his shoulder. He then whistled, and the raven immediately took flight to perch upon his shoulder, pecking eagerly at the sweet kernels. The room returned to silence as Jon finished reading the letter penned specifically for him by Robb. He turned to the next document, while Old Bear continued his discourse. The missive from King's Landing was a routine report to the Legion, largely irrelevant to him, save for the segment regarding the execution. The Red Keep claimed to have apprehended the individual responsible for pushing Bran from the tower in Winterfell, as well as the subsequent assassination attempt, an ostler from the king's retinue. They executed the culprit before half of King's Landing, ostensibly avenging his brother. However, the commander's words halted there, seemingly waiting for Jon to uncover the inconsistencies himself. Yet, according to multiple citizens who witnessed the execution, a spectral image resembling the father appeared at the gallows. Did it even shake its head? Jon furrowed his brow as he read the account of the execution, perplexity and suspicion prompting him to inquire with Old Bear about its significance. Did such an event truly transpire? In the glaring light of day, had the Seven deigned to manifest for an ostler? Did this imply that the true culprits remained at large, that it was not this ostler who had pushed Bran from the tower or hired an assassin? The commander fell silent for a moment before responding to the young knight's watchman's query. I cannot provide you with answers, Jon. I can only affirm that the contents of the letter must be rooted in reality. If all present at the execution reported the apparition of the father, then it undoubtedly manifested. As for the implications of the vision and the truth behind the prisoner, we are left in ignorance. Jon returned the Legion's correspondence to the commander's desk and carefully folded his own letter away. Upon completing these tasks, he placed his hand firmly upon the hilt of his sword. Although thick gloves concealed his hand, Old Bear could not discern whether John's veins truly throbbed with tension. Yet the faint sound of leather creaking suggested he gripped it with considerable force. Thus, the perpetrator who harmed Bran remained unpunished, capable even of orchestrating this execution. Meanwhile, my father was currently serving as the hand of the king in the Red Keep. John's voice quivered involuntarily as he recalled the nightmares that had haunted him since leaving Winterfell. The desolate hallways, devoid of loved ones behind every door. Only remnants of a stable left behind, no more nests for crows, and the abyss-like crypts he must traverse. The path grew darker, ever darker. It is the North's warden, Eddard Stark, who serves as the hand of the king, not your father, the commander coldly interjected. John's face instantaneously flushed with a mix of anger and pallor, unsure how much was due to the stark contrast of returning from the frigid battlements to the warmth of the room. Lord Jeor, I know I am merely my father's bastard, and I do not bear the Stark name. Yet, there is no need to emphasize that at such a moment. Observing the young knight's watchman brimming with indignation, Old Bear's tone remained unyielding. Indeed, it is sufficient that you are aware. The surname that follows your name is not Stark, but rather it signifies Jon Snow, the bastard of the North. Did you truly perceive my earlier words as mere irony? If so, I must confess my disappointment. Do you not recall the vows you have taken? The fire of anger within Jon's eyes gradually waned as he remembered the oath that every night's watchman must swear. The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall stand guard until death. I shall not take a wife, nor hold lands, nor father children. I shall don no crown, nor seek glory. I will faithfully serve, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall, the fierce flame against the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield that protects the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch, tonight so, every night hence. He whispered softly, reciting the entire oath without missing a word. You shall not take a wife, nor hold lands, nor father children. You shall don no crown, nor seek glory. You shall dedicate your life and honor to the night's watch. Do you think these vows are mere words? Since you don this black garb, you have severed ties with your birth family, your father, mother, siblings, all left behind in the past. Now, you have but one kin, Old Bear, who stood before Jon, gazing intently into his downcast eyes. That is us, the Night's Watch, your brothers in black. Brothers, brothers. The crow, denied of corn, flapped down from Old Bear's shoulder to the desk, its harsh cries echoing Jon's thoughts as if in agreement with the commander. He remained silent. Yet the once rigid form of his body now felt deflated. And you are destined to remain with us for your entire life. He recalled the words of the Black Castle's armorer from days past. At the time, he had not grasped that defeating untrained recruits was not an act of honor, and he had subjected those new recruits to humiliation on the training ground. Later, he began to understand the meaning behind his black-clad brother's words and recognized his arrogance and mistakes, even making efforts to mend relations with others. Yet, even then, he had not fully realized how distant he had become from his former family. Indeed, how could it not be distant? How many days had it taken him to journey from Winterfell to the Black Castle? And how much further was King's Landing, a city he had never visited, compared to Winterfell? I understand now, Commander. Jon sighed, daring not to raise his gaze to meet Old Bear's eyes. You had better understand. Jon Snow. Commander Mormont turned and returned to his chair, gesturing for Jon to leave. Understand quickly, for winter is fast approaching. As Jon departed the tower room and stood upon the wooden steps of the commander's fortress, he fell into contemplation. But will I truly spend my life by the wall, with only my black-clad brothers for company? He lifted his gaze to the south, where the smoke from Mole's Town gently ascended into the sky. The village closest to the Great Wall is predominantly situated in the warm, damp underground, with 3/4 of it submerged, including a brothel frequently visited by night watchmen. No, it is not there. It lies further south. Jon's gaze attempted to traverse southward, yet the muddy, frozen earth, hills, forests, and terrain obstructed his view. He recalled the map of the north, where towns like Crown's Landing, Last Hearth, and Long Lake resided further south, yet none were the destination Jon yearned to see. In truth, he himself was uncertain of where he wished to look. He merely felt an instinct, an existence, a resonance, or perhaps merely a suppressed longing directed southward. Jon shook his head and looked down to see his direwolf waiting on the ground. To his astonishment, Ghost had also just turned to regard him, and the direction it had been facing before turning was also southward. How could there be a wolf with red eyes? Jon stared into its eyes. Pondering this question he had mulled over countless times. He had inquired of many, including seasoned hunters, yet none had ever encountered a wolf with crimson eyes, though some had seen shades of orange and yellow. However, they had not seen a dire wolf, and Ghost was indeed a dire wolf. Jon reassured himself of this. Yet, as he gazed deeply into those eyes, he felt that the red resembled fire, blood, and magic. Chapter 11. The Lion of Silk Street. Tyrion returned to King's Landing just ahead of the tournament, encountering several knights accompanied by their retinues on the way. It was evident that every one of those mounted fellows was there to participate in the Prime Minister's tournament, though tournaments were not uncommon across the realm, and not solely confined to King's Landing. The events held in smaller locales were often referred to as mere gatherings. Even in King's Landing, there was a growing weariness towards the almost annual Prince's Name Day tournaments in recent years. For instance, the recent Joffrey's Name Day tournament, though lively, did not compare to the grandeur expected at this event. After all, a change of Prime Minister was a rare occurrence. As Tyrion passed through the gates of the gods, he was met with a chaotic array of makeshift shelters, and it was not until he crossed the city gates and entered the walled city of King's Landing that he felt truly at home. This was merely one of the 7 gates of King's Landing. One could only imagine the scene awaiting outside the King's Gate, adjacent to the tournament grounds. He mentally calculated the staggering expenses of such a grand tournament, particularly regarding the prize money, and could not help but grimace at the thought. Although Tyrion was not the master of coin, he was a Lannister, and every coin spent by the king represented a debt borrowed from House Lannister. It appeared that even the new Prime Minister Eddard could not curtail King Robert's extravagant spending of gold that did not rightfully belong to him. The dwarf bobbed his head as he rode along Red Keep Street, while his 2 attendants, who had accompanied him north to the Wall and back to King's Landing, eagerly made their way to Silk Street. Indeed, Tyrion harbored a desire to bury his misshapen head in the bosom of a woman, a yearning that rivaled theirs. However, he was acutely aware of the reputation that clung to him. Should his first act upon returning from the Wall be a visit to a brothel, it would likely raise eyebrows among the Lannisters. Tyrion, nonetheless, was indifferent to Cersei's and Jaime's opinions. For no matter his actions, Cersei would always be displeased, and Jaime would remain apathetic. Yet, he could not disregard the thoughts of his father, Tywin, for the little imp, who had yet to recognize the deceit he had suffered at the hands of his brother and father. There lingered a stubborn fantasy regarding his potential role as his father's heir, especially given Jaime's status as a Kingsguard, unland, unmarried, and childless. As the grand gates of the Red Keep creaked open for him, the pale red stones of the castle transformed in his eyes into the drapery of pleasure, swaying in rhythm with the movements of bodies. This was irrefutable proof that his soul was inexorably drawn to Silk Street. Silk Street was the haven for all men of King's Landing, and for many women as well. Regardless of the number of coins one could spend on carnal pleasures, one would invariably find a brothel on Silk Street that could provide the desired satisfaction and a balm for the heart's afflictions. Tyrion was undoubtedly a familiar face on Silk Street. By the cruel twist of fate, this deformed dwarf, with his short legs and disproportionately large head, whose grotesque features were further accentuated by his mismatched eyes, proved to be no less capable than, and at times even superior to, ordinary men in matters of intimacy. Consequently, many of the courtesans on Silk Street held a certain admiration for this extravagant yet remarkably skilled little imp, even though most viewed Tyrion as a half-man. A monster born into a noble family, several of his favored companions on Silk Street affectionately referred to him as a lion. Shaking his head, Tyrion made his way into the Red Keep, heading directly to the council chamber. In that room, used for royal meetings, even after the assembly had concluded, one could often inquire through the guards about the whereabouts of various lords post-meeting. The king had returned to Maegor's Holdfast, while Lord Ed had made his way to the Hand's Tower. Of course, where else could they go? With the answers in hand, Tyrion strode purposefully toward the king's bedchamber. Upon finding Robert there, the dwarf was surprisingly unperturbed by the king and queen's continued estrangement. Perhaps it would be more shocking to discover his sister whispering sweet nothings to Robert in a room someday. Your Majesty, I return from the Black Castle with a message from Lord Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch, Tyrion stated with an air of formality. However, any serious demeanor from his dwarf's body came off as somewhat comical, and Robert despised that official tone when it appeared in private. Oh deities! Such matters can await tomorrow's court assembly, or perhaps be addressed at a later gathering in the Great Hall. After such a long journey, it would be prudent for you to return and rest, allowing me to take care of your little devilry on behalf of your sister. Robert waved his hand impatiently, wishing fervently for Tyrion to vanish from his sight. Should he wish to recount tales of the Wall, I would lend him an ear for a moment. Yet, I doubt there is anything of interest to share from that desolate place. Even the lands surrounding Winterfell are so frigid, Can anyone truly endure life upon the wall? Robert pondered. I beg your pardon, your grace. According to Commander Mormont's directive, this matter cannot be postponed any longer. It is but a few words. Kindly bear with me. As a favor to my sister, Tyrion insisted, denying the king any further opportunity to object, and proceeded to convey Mormont's message. The maesters of the citadel have dispatched ravens, confirming that the days are indeed growing shorter, heralding the imminent end of the protracted summer, and ushering in a winter of indeterminate length. Commander Mormont harbored grave concerns regarding the coming winter. He remarked that the movements of the wildlings beyond the wall have been unusually active, as if they are preparing for something or perhaps fleeing from an unseen threat. Yet, in the face of this increasingly unstable situation, the Night's Watch comprises scarcely 1,000 men. To compound matters, recent reports have emerged of missing rangers who ventured out for reconnaissance, including the chief ranger who led the investigation, and they have not returned. In days past, the Night's Watch could undertake significant fortifications and repairs during the summer, but now they struggle merely to maintain their current state. Commander Mormont spoke earnestly, convinced that soon the wall and the Night's Watch would confront threats beyond imagination. Should winter descend upon them unprepared, the dangers from the north would soon bear down upon the Seven Kingdoms. He implored you, along with all honorable lords, to bolster support for the Night's Watch, particularly in terms of manpower. The king, remarkably, refrained from interrupting his report, sparking a flicker of hope within Tyrion. Perhaps Robert would indeed extend some assistance to those brothers in black. Such is the situation, your grace. Tyrion had initially accepted this duty out of sympathy for the venerable old bear who has spent a lifetime at the wall. He wished to spare the elder the anguish of witnessing his beloved brotherhood dwindle to extinction. Yet, upon ascending the wall's summit the night before his departure and encountering Jon Snow, he found himself reflecting on the elder's concerns about the future, which were not entirely unfounded. Even as he walked alongside Jon upon the battlements, he was not gripped by fear from solitude. However, with each swift glance cast into the northern darkness, a chilling dread would wash over him. That chill seeped from his very core, coursing through his bones to his flesh, far beyond mere coldness. Have you finished? Very well. If I can keep this matter in mind, I shall select a few from the dungeons to send to the wall. As for other matters, I fear the Supreme Commander may be left disappointed. Robb remained nonchalant as he dismissed the matter, his reluctance to interrupt Tyrion stemming solely from a desire to ascertain whether the rumors of war had indeed breached the wall. After all, it had been millennia since anything of significance had transpired there. Minor skirmishes were easily managed by the Night's Watch. Surely the Seven would not conspire against me, Robb Baratheon, to see the wall crumble during my reign as king. For thousands of years, the wall had withstood the test of time, even through the prolonged summers. Tyrion sighed inwardly, but refrained from further persuading Robb. The king's lack of a furious outburst was, in fact, an unexpected display of patience. He recognized that such matters would elicit no response from the king. Indeed, securing a few criminals to become future recruits for the Night's Watch would be a commendable outcome. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave, but may I inquire as to my brother's whereabouts? How should I know? Try the White Sword Tower. He is, after all, a member of the Kingsguard. Thus, Tyrion made his way to the White Sword Tower, the stronghold of the Kingsguard. The room at the top was the captain's quarters, currently belonging to Ser Balon Swan. The second and third floors housed the chambers of the other 6 brothers, with Jaime's room located on the 3rd floor. Upon knocking and entering his brother's chamber, Tyrion exchanged a brief embrace with Jaime, whom he had not seen in several days. After engaging in light conversation, Tyrion relayed the message from Commander Mormont to Jaime. The handsome Kingsguard laughed heartily, as if a jester were before him, though not mocking his brother. His demeanor was anything but solemn. My dear brother, regardless of the veracity or urgency of these claims, the so-called missing black-clad men might merely be unfortunate souls who met their end in a private brawl, their bodies disposed of to silence their tongues. Even if these stories are true, what can you seek from me? I am merely a Kingsguard, not the protector of the West. You should discuss this with the true guardian of the West, our Lord Tywin Lannister, the shield of Casterly Rock. But let it be clear, do not expect me to persuade our father on your behalf. I did not pledge my allegiance to the Night's Watch. Tyrion was not surprised by Jaime's response and waved his hands dismissively. I anticipated as much. However, I shall draft a letter to father. I consider this task accomplished. I mentioned before I departed that the chances of this yielding results were slim. You see, now Commander Mormont should believe me. Jaime smiled, sensing that his brother's earlier seriousness belied a deeper concern. Dear brother, you do not truly believe in the dark forces beyond the wall, do you? The others and dragons are mere legends, as we both know. Even the bones of dragons lie beneath the Red Keep. The others exist solely in tales. I did not say I believed, Tyrion retorted, somewhat indignantly, but then a thought struck him. Yet, if the seven can manifest their will, who can definitively dismiss the existence of the others? Thus, dear brother, what truly transpired regarding the divine manifestation of the Father? Surely, that stable hand cannot be the genuine perpetrator, can he? Alas, while Jaime appeared somewhat reticent, he ultimately divulged every detail to his brother, including the scandalous incident he had overheard from Cersei about Joffrey hiring an assassin to eliminate Bran. Naturally, Jaime would never confess to the dark secret of himself and Cersei casting Bran from the tower in Winterfell. That secret belonged solely to them. Tyrion trembled as he recalled the night and morning following Bran's fall. The boy's direwolf howled incessantly, leading Tyrion to believe there was something amiss with his hearing during that sleepless night. The following morning, upon encountering Joffrey, Tyrion could scarcely contain his fury at the boy's foolish demeanor, resorting to striking him several times to compel him to express concern to Eddard and Catelyn. Could Joffrey's assassination attempt on Bran be linked to my slaps? An inescapable suspicion began to haunt the dwarf's mind. He felt compelled to depart immediately, seeking out Eddard to offer his apologies. The Stark family, guardians of the North, had always held a deep-seated belief in the mysteries of winter and the Northern realms, and he yearned to share Commander Mormont's words with Eddard. Thus, Tyrion bid farewell to Jaime and, without pausing, made his way to the Hand's tower. Unfortunately, the Hand was absent, attending to matters outside the Red Keep. Regrettably, Tyrion had hoped for an immediate audience with Eddard, but with fate denying him that opportunity, he turned to leave. After some time had passed, Tyrion found his spirits lifted slightly, contemplating that Joffrey's vile actions might stem from some perverse impulse. That boy, much like his mother, bore issues beyond mere appearances. It was as if the Mad King had attached himself to them, and Tyrion realized he need not carry such guilt. Having come to this realization, Tyrion glanced around, aware he would have to wait for Eddard's return, and since he was not residing in the Red Keep, he decided to leave through the Grand Gates and head towards Silk Street. Several hours later, Tyrion returned to the Hand's tower, this time finding Eddard Stark present. Engrossed in his reading within the meeting chamber, he knocked lightly on the door and stepped over the threshold, observing Eddard in an unusually intense state as he perused an impressively large tome on the table. The seriousness of his demeanor was heightened, even for one as perpetually grave as Eddard, and he flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, glancing only briefly at a few lines before hastily seeking the next page, indicating he already grasped his objective. Your Grace, if this is an inconvenient time, I can return later, Tyrion offered as he approached, casting a glance at the book's contents, which appeared to be a tedious account of noble lineages and their descriptions. Eddard paused his actions, setting the book aside, rubbing his brow. No, it is not necessary. I have nearly exhausted the valuable content within this tome. However, Mr. Lannister, you have sought me out on your first day back in King's Landing. Surely, there must be something of significance you wish to discuss? I have heard from Jaime about Joffrey and Bran. I truly apologize. I apologize to Stark on behalf of my somewhat dim-witted nephew. Upon hearing this, Eddard exhibited a trace of anguish upon his countenance. This matter had already tormented him sufficiently over the past days. Cersei, that deranged woman, orchestrated a charade to ensure that Joffrey would never again be accused of murder. And at the last moment, a divine manifestation appeared. Although Robert had quarreled fiercely with Cersei, he had abandoned any thoughts of exonerating the stable boy. Consequently, while the divine apparition led everyone to believe that the stable boy was merely a scapegoat, the opportunity to judge Joffrey on this matter had nearly vanished in the public eye. Now, when Robert faced Eddard, he was filled with remorse and agreed to seek a moment to annul the betrothal between Joffrey and Sansa. Another contentious issue that Eddard and Robert had debated at length was whether to continue the assassination of the last remnants of House Targaryen across the Narrow Sea, namely Viserys and Daenerys. The incident with Bran had compelled Robert to relent on this matter. Perhaps it was the realization of the vile nature of his son's act of killing a child that prompted this shift. Or perhaps it was merely a means of atoning for his own failings. Regardless, Robert reluctantly consented to cease the assassinations. Yet even so, whenever Eddard Stark contemplated the fact that the golden-haired beast who sought to take his son's life remained a dashing prince and the future king, a surge of wrath began to stir within his heart. He resolved to impart these truths to the children when they were older. He pondered that once Robert passed and Joffrey ascended the throne, an irreparable rift would emerge between the king and the North. Perhaps when Joffrey claimed the Iron Throne, and the Targaryen bloodline across the Narrow Sea amassed strength and an army to contest this seat, the North could rise. Eddard Stark, How could you entertain such dishonorable thoughts? Has King's Landing tainted you with its foulness? Eddard abruptly recognized the sordidness of his thoughts and hastily struck his forehead with his palm, halting his contemplation. But what if both Robert and I were to perish? Calming himself, Eddard became aware that a guest awaited his response in the room, and thus could only offer a vague reply. Thank you for your concern. Aside from this matter, do you have anything else to convey? Tyrion nodded and continued to relay the situation of the wall and the Night's Watch, while also praising his new friend Jon. The expression on the Chancellor's face finally softened somewhat, but soon worry crept back in. The situation was indeed dire. Even Benjen was nowhere to be found. He sighed deeply. Old gods protect us, for he truly did not wish to lose the last remaining sibling he had. I understand. I shall seek an opportunity to counsel the king, so that he may provide further support to the brothers of the Night's Watch. But to speak candidly, King's Landing is indeed stretched thin. You have been here long enough to know this. Indeed, Tyrion wholeheartedly agreed. For King's Landing had far too many places to spend coin and far too few means to recoup any gold. Just think. How much gold might be required for this tournament? Ed's head began to throb faintly once again. Yet he found himself less sensitive to the debts of the treasury than he had been upon his arrival in King's Landing. This change in demeanor stemmed from the king's unwavering resolve to host the Prime Minister's tournament. Since coming to King's Landing, Ed had perused various financial records, and it was evident that, were it not for Lord Peter, the treasury's debt would likely have reached 10 million gold coins rather than the current 6 million. Oh, of course, our esteemed Chancellor is adept in the sorcery of gold and silver. Tyrion echoed Ed's sentiments, but the conversation soon veered into other realms. Just as the means by which he procured gold were shrouded in mystery, so too were the countless secrets he harbored. My Lord Ed, this mockingbird is no mere canary, he remarked. Ed nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the statement. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Rhaegar, both he and Catelyn might have been deceived into believing that the dwarf before them was responsible for Bran's murder. Given my connection to Jon Snow, allow me a few additional words, dear Chancellor, and do not chastise me for my verbosity. The Red Keep was rife with individuals concealing secrets, yet those who upheld honor, like yourself, were exceedingly rare. Some secrets, when exposed, serve merely as fodder for idle gossip, providing amusement for both men and women alike. However, certain secrets are forever entwined with peril and darkness. Once you endeavor to illuminate them, it is prudent to prepare thoroughly in advance. Otherwise, the fate of every curious soul is destined to be one of irretrievable doom. Upon concluding his remarks, Tyrion donned a facade of levity and departed the Prime Minister's tower, leaving Ed to ponder the intricate web of connections swirling in his mind. Irretrievable doom. Ed closed the hefty tome before him, reflecting on the myriad interrelated clues. Earlier that day, he had visited the hidden, illegitimate son of Robert, named Jandrai, whom Lord Jon Arryn had also sought out before his demise. Upon his departure, the weaponsmith had handed him a note that tied everything together, a mere 3 terse statements accompanied by Rhaegar's signature. Jandri's mother is blonde, Jandrai has black hair. Jon Arryn's last words. These 3 phrases shattered the lingering doubts that had occupied Ed's mind, akin to the blunt wooden lances clashing at the tournament. Grand Maester Pycelle had once mentioned that Lord Jon's final utterances were of resilient nature. The other 2 statements urged him to contemplate the significance of hair color, and it was only now that he recalled that each of Robert's bastards he had visited bore the same black hair. Having grasped the critical point at last, Ed hurried back to the Prime Minister's tower to scour the tome anew. His objective was clear: to locate the records of the intermarriages between House Baratheon and House Lannister, along with the hair color of their offspring. As he had surmised, every child born from the unions of Baratheon and Lannister was indeed black-haired. Resilient nature, resilient nature. Ed murmured in the Baratheon tongue. Robert, you possess a robust bloodline. Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, the 3 offspring of the Queen, all bear the golden locks of House Lannister. And therein lies the crux of the matter. Eddard is convinced that, armed with this tome and the evidence of other bastards sired by Robert, the truth is glaringly apparent. None of the children are of Robert's bloodline, but rather the fruits of the Queen's infidelity. So, with whom did Cersei consort? The image of the golden, cascading locks that Catelyn had deliberately brought from Winterfell to King's Landing flickers in Eddard's mind, discovered in the tower where Bran fell. Moreover, there is the revelation from Rhaegar to Catelyn regarding Bran's fall, implicating Cersei and Jaime. Ultimately, he recalls that on the day of Bran's fateful tumble, Cersei and Jaime, the siblings, did not accompany the hunting party out of the city but remained within Winterfell's confines. Eddard leans back in his chair, exhaling deeply, as if striving to expel every vestige of air from his lungs. You are correct, Tyrion. These secrets are indeed dark and perilous. Yet, I have ignited the torch. Chapter 12. The melee at the lists. The lists of King's Landing are situated to the southwest, beyond the city walls. Divided by the river road extending from the King's Gate into two distinct areas, the lists on the northern side and a spacious riverside meadow to the south. At this moment, King Robert is observing the proceedings, accompanied by two members of the King's Guard, Ser Barristan Selmy, the captain, and Ser Jaime Lannister, the Queen's brother. Tomorrow heralds the official commencement of the tournament, and even a king as indifferent to the whims of the populace as Robert can easily discern the excitement that has enveloped the city. The area outside the King's Gate is thrumming with life. The grandstands on the northern side of the lists have undergone meticulous renovations and expansions, ensuring that regardless of the number of lords and ladies, or gentlemen and maidens attending the tournament, there will be ample seating for all. Naturally, the royal family's reserved spots, alongside those arranged by the esteemed ministers, will occupy the finest vantage points in the stands. The lists themselves consist of a vast expanse of bare, arid ground. During the joust, a long wooden barrier is anchored into the earth, bisecting the open space. As Robert observes now, the knights competing will mount their steeds at either end of the adjacent passageways, charging towards one another, and at the moment of intersection, they will thrust their blunt wooden lances, attempting to unseat their opponents as the lances shatter upon impact. In most instances, there is little concern for the safety of the participants. The knights who partake in the tournament are unlikely to lack even a suit of metal armor, and in the face of the steel enveloping their forms, the specially crafted blunt lances wielded in the competition cannot pierce through. The worst outcome typically involves the vanquished being unseated by the tremendous force of the lance, resulting in a dented armor or, in unfortunate circumstances, a fracture caused by being trampled by their horse. However, the phrase most cases implies that throughout the annals of history, punctuated by tournaments, there have indeed been more than a few lamentable knights who have met their demise on the field. However, those individuals were rarely the renowned figures capturing the public's attention. Consequently, their blood could not overshadow the gallant knights adorned in resplendent armor, riding magnificent steeds, who took center stage in the poetry and tales. As the jousting competition reached its climax and the ultimate champion was determined, the lengthy wooden barriers would be removed, making way for a circular enclosure that delineated the area for the upcoming melee. Here, numerous combatants would engage in a chaotic battle, each fighting as an individual until only one remained standing. While the rules suggested that such melee contests could easily result in fatalities, seasoned knights and frequent spectators of the tournaments would argue that, despite the inevitable injuries sustained by nearly all participants, the actual loss of life was considerably less than that seen in jousting matches. Perhaps in the midst of such tumult, when one adversary falls, the others are quick to redirect their focus to different foes, sparing no further attention for the fallen. Furthermore, despite the sheer number of combatants, once a participant is unseated, their chances of remounting are virtually non-existent. Thus, melees invariably devolve into a chaotic infantry skirmish, which, compared to mounted combat, significantly reduces the likelihood of uncontrollable mishaps. This was the perspective of the king, who inspected the grounds along the path. Having not experienced true combat in quite some time, riding with hounds through the woods to prey upon unarmed quarry hardly counted as battle. This upcoming tournament, poised to be a grand spectacle, stirred a sense of excitement within him. The thought of the collective struggle during the melee, where one stands against all, ignited his fervor. Perhaps he should participate in the melee himself, Robert mused, as he continued his patrol along the path. The vacant area between the southern side of the tournament grounds and the road would serve as standing room for those without seats during the official contest. Most of them were commoners, proud of the lively tournament taking place in King's Landing, while others included attendants accompanying various knights, artisans, and common folk who had traveled from distant corners of the Seven Kingdoms to witness the spectacle. They had gathered on the grassy expanse south of the road, creating a cacophony of excitement. Naturally, the prime riverside meadow, directly south of the tournament stands and adjacent to the Blackwater, had been reserved early on, as it was to host the royal banquet throughout the duration of the event. Reflecting on others, Robert quickly realized that they might dissuade him from participating in the melee, such as his wife, that mad Lannister woman, or the ever-steadfast Eddard. But what did it matter? He was the damn king, and with the multitude of recent misfortunes weighing upon him, he desperately sought an opportunity to vent his frustrations, with the melee appearing to be the perfect outlet. Accompanied by two members of the King's Guard, Robert rode nearly the entirety of the paths surrounding the tournament grounds. In truth, the king's inspection bore no specific objective. Rather, It was simply a prelude to the tournament set to commence the following day. As Prime Minister and the organizer of this grand event, Eddard had exerted considerable effort in preparation. The increasing throngs within the walls of King's Landing had led to a state of chaos, prompting Eddard to allocate a portion of his personal guards to the commander of the city watch. While the contribution of 20 or 30 men was limited in such circumstances, it nonetheless underscored the extent to which this tournament had drained Eddard's vigor and intellect. Given that it was a tournament he had insisted upon hosting, Robert, witnessing his friend's struggles, began to contemplate the matter more deeply. Thus, on the final preparatory day of the event, he took it upon himself to conduct an inspection as the king, ensuring that the tournament grounds were devoid of issues and demonstrating to those gathered that the king also exerted himself for the sake of the Prime Minister's tournament. However, one might wonder what issues could possibly arise before the tournament had even commenced. Even if problems did occur, they would likely manifest only after the tournament began, perhaps resulting in the demise of one or two nameless young knights or the emergence of a few illegitimate heirs amidst the bloodlines of the Seven Kingdoms. Feeling he had ventured far enough, Robert turned his horse around, wiping the sweat from his brow, a motion mirrored by his two Kingsguard. The sweltering heat had rendered Robert quite drenched in perspiration, even though a gentle breeze from the nearby Blackwater River offered some relief. It could not dispel his yearning to return to the Red Keep for a flagon of chilled wine. As the trio retraced their steps, a cacophony of discord caught their attention. The king and his guards glanced toward the source of the commotion, spotting 4 or 5 knights engaged in a heated dispute in the open space between the north side of the road and the south side of the tournament grounds. These knights bore unremarkable armor and lacked any heraldic insignia. Instead, they were adorned with nondescript personal emblems. They appeared neither affluent nor distinguished, likely hailing from lesser noble houses or being commoners elevated to knighthood. As they drew closer, their quarrel intensified over trivial matters of little concern. With a sharp sound of steel being drawn, the knights exchanged glances, seemingly astonished that someone had escalated their anger to the point of drawing a sword. Yet, after a brief silence, all of them unsheathed their blades, pushing the atmosphere to the precipice of danger. Heavens above, what fury these knights possess! Jaime, go forth and quell their impending brawl. Advise them to reserve their strength for tomorrow's tournament. The king commanded the nearby Kingsguard to intervene in the imminent melee. Such words were pleasing to the ear, yet the underlying message was clear. Should they refuse to cease their altercation, they might as well forfeit their participation in the tournament and be cast into the dungeons to cool their tempers for a few days. The handsome knight received his orders, and with a firm squeeze of his legs, he galloped over to the group of knights. As Robert and Ballystan continued to ride forward, they approached the southern flank of the knights and James, just as James successfully persuaded them to sheath their swords, while Robert smiled amiably at Ballystan. Awaiting James's return to their ranks, the very knights who had just retracted their swords stealthily surrounded James's steed and suddenly lunged forward, forcefully dragging the gallant Kingsguard from his mount. The king widened his eyes in astonishment at this unforeseen scene. Fortunately, Ballystan, the captain of the Kingsguard, though no longer in his youth, remained quite perceptive. He immediately shouted a warning to Robert. "Your Majesty, quickly, make your way into the city." The king snapped back to reality, just as he intended to grasp the reins and charge forward. However, before he could ready himself, his beloved steed suddenly reared and whinnied, unceremoniously throwing the portly king off its back. Robert fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before hastily rising to his feet and glancing towards the southern side of the road. There, amidst a bustling throng of commoners, 3 men armed with crossbows regarded him as one would a target. The bowstrings of their crossbows still quivered, no doubt having recently discharged the bolts that had sent his horse into a frenzy. Fury surged within Robert as he glared at the 3 men, a flicker of recognition stirring in his memory. He recalled having seen them earlier during his patrol, slumbering on the grass. But now it was evident that they had concealed their crossbows beneath them. The assault on the Kingsguard, the king's fall, and the ensuing chaos sent the surrounding populace scattering in panic, their clamor drawing the attention of the golden-robed figure 100 paces away. Ballystan, who had been preparing to ride forth to rescue James, turned in horror upon witnessing Robert's fall and the 3 crossbow-wielding assassins to the south, straining against his aging body. He leapt from his horse and rolled to the ground, quickly reaching Robert's side. However, both Robert, unarmored and unarmed, and the hastening Ballystan were filled with despair as the assassins readied their arrows once more. The bolts glimmered with a dazzling purplish-black sheen, surely tipped with a deadly poison that would claim a life with the slightest wound. Robert stood in place, roaring with rage, while Balistan continued to rush towards him. Yet he understood that even if he reached Robert in the quickest of time, there would be insufficient moments to position himself to deflect the 3 bolts. Even if, by some miraculous boon, he managed to block 1 or even 2 of the arrows in this moment of unpreparedness. The nature of those arrows was such that the mere piercing of 1 into Robert would suffice to rid the 7 kingdoms of its current king. Time seemed to slow as the 3 assassins raised their crossbows, aligning their aim toward the king. Ballistan's gaze transcended the assassins to observe the multitude of panicking citizens to the south, who, unarmed and defenseless like lambs, could not possibly rise to rescue their king. He then turned his attention to the 2 golden-robed figures, who had just sprinted towards him from 100 paces away. Their distance rendered them incapable of intervening. Behind him, unseen, James, having been yanked from his horse by knights and pressed to the ground, looked on in disbelief at the 3 assassins poised to unleash their crossbow bolts. Instinctively crying out, "No, no, don't!" The roar of Robert gradually faded, and he seemed to perceive a stranger standing behind those assassins, beckoning him. Perhaps it was not an illusion. He indeed glimpsed a hooded figure amidst the chaotic throng of commoners, gesturing towards him. In an unexpected turn of events, the 3 assassins, each armed with poisoned bolts, suddenly collapsed in unison, one of them even emitting a faint snore. Balistan, momentarily taken aback, dashed towards them like a hound seizing its prey, and after casting the poisoned arrows to the ground, he promptly shattered the 3 crossbows. The knights controlling James, witnessing their plan unravel, drew their long swords in a desperate attempt to end their lives before being captured. Yet, before anyone could comprehend the situation, those 4 or 5 knights also fell to the ground, succumbing to slumber. The king, having narrowly escaped death, inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. When he lifted his gaze once more to locate that peculiar figure within the tumultuous crowd, he found only disappointment. Somehow, he was certain that this individual had miraculously induced sleep upon the assassins, thereby preserving his life. As the dust settled, several golden-robed figures hastened to the king's side, producing coarse ropes to secure the 7 or 8 would-be assassins. A few stirred as if sensing pain, awakening groggily, while others remained in a deep, clay-like slumber. The awakened ones, realizing their plot had utterly failed and that all their comrades were ensnared by the king, wore expressions of despair tinged with confusion. They simply could not fathom why they had suddenly collapsed into unconsciousness. Before the golden-robed figures escorted the would-be murderers to the dungeon, 2 royal guards aggressively searched them. Among the retrieved items, besides a few remaining poisoned crossbow bolts, one particular object caused the countenance of everyone present to shift, a piece of exquisite silk embroidered with the 3-headed black dragon. "Targaryen scum, damned to the depths of hell!" Robert roared, kicking one of the still unconscious assassins, who instantly widened his previously closed eyes in agony, his face contorting in pain. I was magnanimous enough to agree to Eddard's cessation of the assassination plot against them, and yet they dared to turn and strike at me. The golden-robed individuals remained silent, while James gazed at the silk, somewhat entranced. Only Sir Balistan, with a contemplative demeanor, voiced his doubts. "Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but I believe that the masterminds behind this assassination may not necessarily be the Targaryen siblings. Daenerys has just married a Khal from the Grass Sea, and Viserys should currently be in the same Karth. Although the Dothraki are known for their penchant for raiding slaves, they typically sell them rather than training them as assassins. To suggest that the sum of gold required to purchase your life from other free trade city-states would be far beyond what the siblings can currently command is an understatement. After all, the Dothraki consider assassination and such plots to be disgraceful. Khal Drogo would never consent to using the wealth of Karth to procure a murder for Daenerys. Moreover, the act of deliberately carrying the Targaryen sigil is, in any interpretation, a blatant attempt at framing, "Your Majesty. By your logic, am I, as your king, truly so inept that someone from the 7 kingdoms seeks to assassinate me and implicate the Targaryens in the process?" Robert furrowed his brow, initially wishing to deliver a fierce kick to the assassin, but realized he could no longer raise his leg as high as he once could, settling instead for a mere nudge. Now, with Balistan stating that one of his subjects wished him dead, he found it difficult to discern which of these grievances was truly the source of his current vexation. "I do not intend to imply such a thing, Your Majesty. I am merely your personal guard, though I hold the rank of captain and am thus entitled to participate in your council meetings. I am acutely aware that my intellect pales in comparison to that of the other lords, akin to a candle next to a torch." Sir Balistan had served multiple kings of the 7 kingdoms for much of his life, yet he never aspired to assume a different identity. Concerning this assassination, Your Majesty may wish to wait until more details emerge before discussing it with the other lords in council. Furthermore, even if it is indeed one of your subjects who seeks to take your life through treachery, there is no need for excessive dismay. After all, among your subjects, are there not extraordinary individuals capable of rendering these assassins unconscious with but a mere touch? Robert grunted noncommittally, yet he found himself recalling once more the hooded figure, questioning whether that person was truly one of those he ruled in the Seven Kingdoms, a messenger of the gods, or perhaps a mystical being destined to emerge in the unfolding tale, much like the children of the forest. One thing was certain: they could not be an ordinary person. No ordinary being could simply wave their hand and cause those engaged in battle to fall asleep instantaneously, even among all the kings of the Seven Kingdoms. And indeed, even before the conqueror Aegon unified the realm, not a single crowned individual could perform such a feat. The king was utterly convinced. You designate a point within a specified casting range, and the creatures within a 20-foot radius around that point are affected by the spell in ascending order of their remaining hit points, ignoring any unconscious beings at the time of effect. When calculating the affected creatures, one begins with the creature possessing the lowest remaining hit points and proceeds sequentially. Each affected creature falls into a state of unconsciousness until the spell concludes. Sleepers may be awakened by damage or by others rousing them. Undead entities and creatures immune to charm effects remain unaffected by this spell. Chapter 13. Private conversations by the riverbank. The crowd was tumultuous and chaotic, with distant echoes of Robert's roaring inquiries occasionally piercing through the noise. Rielan, mingling among the throngs, drifted like a willow leaf caught in the current, quickly making his way eastward along the grassy riverbank, distancing himself from the source of the earlier turmoil. He could even scent the fish market carried by the breezes from Blackwater Bay. With delight, he observed the upgrade notification reappear in his line of sight. Fully aware of the correctness of his choices, the fact that he had ascended in level indicated that had he not intervened, Robert would surely have perished in that assassination attempt. It was precisely at this juncture that the king's life and death held such significance, inevitably influencing the trajectory of the entire narrative. Thus, having saved Robert's life allowed him to attain his upgrade. You have skillfully altered the inertia of the story at a critical juncture, elevating your level to 3. You have acquired the following second-level spells: Polymorph, Darkness, Detect Thoughts, Enlarge, Reduce, Hold Person, Invisibility, Levitate. Due to the characteristics of the Weave of Magic, some second-level spells will be mastered at your next level. Spell point limit: 2. Current spell points: 36. With the elevation in level, Rielan has also mastered an array of exceedingly practical spells. Although each casting of these second-level spells requires 2 spell points, his limit has now risen to 6 points. Even after expending 3 points for 2 castings of Sleep and 1 of Disguise Self, Rielan still possessed 3 spell points available for use before entering meditation today. The burgeoning strength of his magical prowess reassured Rielan that his fate should not mirror that of the other players in this game of power, who were destined to be shattered in their quest for the Iron Throne. Should he choose to tread this path, a mere few upgrades would empower him to effortlessly obliterate any adversary with the spells he commands at 3rd level and below, including the 3 dragons that Daenerys might one day hatch. Ultimately, like the conqueror Aegon, he could trample the entirety of the 7 kingdoms beneath his feet. But then what? By immersing himself in the game, he would inevitably alter the stories of the original characters at every turn, rendering the occurrences no longer subject to the inertia of their previous trajectories, and the critical junctures that would allow him to upgrade would vanish entirely. Thus, Rielan comprehended that he could effortlessly secure ultimate victory in the game. However, from the moment he engaged in this endeavor, his level would be irrevocably fixed, never to ascend further. The outcome achieved at such a steep cost amounted to little more than a throne in a medieval kingdom. Although his lifespan extended over 2 centuries, sufficient to become a legendary ruler capable of transforming the entire world, was such a future genuinely aligned with Rielan's interests? The answer was a resounding no. Rielan recognized that he was neither a conqueror nor an agrarian enthusiast when faced with the choice between a throne and a future brimming with boundless magical possibilities. He would unhesitatingly opt for the latter, given that the future he yearned for necessitated continuous leveling up to attain. Rielan naturally prioritized elevating his level to an infinitely high position. With this premise in mind, his guiding principle in this world became evident: to minimize his direct influence most of the time, ensuring that the story progressed smoothly under the inertia of the original characters. And when critical junctures arose, to wield the extraordinary power of spells to directly alter the narrative's trajectory at those pivotal moments. As for what constituted a critical juncture, that was a determination only Rielan, as a traveler, could ascertain. now at level 3. He needed merely to succeed 14 more times to achieve level 17 and learn some of the 9th circle spells from the sorcerer spell list. Furthermore, prior to that, the Red Comet would undoubtedly visit this world, heralding the resurgence of the magical tide, thus diminishing the environmental characteristics of the depleted magic web. It appeared that perhaps by level 17, he could indeed master all 9th circle spells of the sorcerers. Among these were the Gate of Otherworlds and the Wish spell, both of which Rualine had endlessly imagined and yearned for while on Earth. Now, in the world of ice and fire, he truly had the opportunity to grasp these spells, igniting a thrill within him. Moreover, as a devoted fan of the original work A Song of Ice and Fire, well versed in its intricacies, having the chance to manipulate the fates of characters he either adored or despised was undoubtedly a reward far more valuable than merely becoming a king. Perhaps in this world, constantly reshaped by him, those characters would perform a melody that belonged solely to him, a unique song of ice and fire. As Rualine pondered his future, he had unknowingly traversed the entirety of the fish market and arrived at the port near the mud gate. He removed his hood, dispelling the effects of his disguise. And with a casual wave, he also dissolved the magical ruse that altered the color of his cloak, continuing eastward in a guise entirely different from before. His destination lay at the riverbank cliffs beneath the Red Keep, the very area where Peter had previously led Eddard through the secret passage of the Red Keep. His motivation for venturing there was not to stealthily infiltrate the Red Keep through secret passageways. Even if he had not yet attained the 3rd level of mastery in the art of invisibility, which would grant him the freedom to come and go as he wished, he could simply don a disguise and be escorted into the Red Keep by Varys, the Master of Whispers. In truth, his purpose for going there was that Varys was currently awaiting him by the water's edge on a rocky beach at the base of the cliffs, eager for first-hand news of the chaos that had unfolded at the tournament grounds. As Raylan strolled along the riverbank, he soon spotted a stranger quietly standing on the shore, gazing westward. The man sported a beard absent on Varys and bore thick eyebrows that contrasted sharply with Varys's features. He was tall and appeared nothing like the rotund eunuch. However, Raylan knew that while Varys excelled at altering his appearance and adopting various disguises, he was not adept in the ancient Chinese martial art that allowed for such extraordinary transformations. Thus, given Varys's naturally sturdy frame, any disguise he employed would either render him even more portly or somewhat more robust. Ultimately, it was impossible for him to mimic the physique of Peter. As Raylan approached the stranger, he waved his hand, the blue scales on his face shimmering in the light of the setting sun. The man returned the gesture, awaiting Raylan's arrival, and there was no doubt he was indeed Varys. As we had surmised, Cersei had chosen this day, before the tournament had commenced, to orchestrate an assassination attempt. Upon reaching the rocky beach, Raylan selected a suitably sized stone a distance from the water, brushed off the dust with a flick of magic, and sat down. Varys, recognizing Raylan's identity, no longer needed to feign being an unrelated individual. He crossed his arms in a comfortable manner, ready for conversation. "A little bird just came to report on the turmoil at the tournament grounds," he remarked. Unfortunately, he was positioned somewhat far from the scene, and the details were rather vague. "Good sir, could you enlighten me on what transpired?" "At your service, my lord Varys," Raylan replied, seated upon the stone. He waved his hand, unleashing a minor illusion spell, and a holographic projection akin to those found in science fiction films suddenly materialized on the stony beach, depicting the scene at the tournament before Robert's assassination. Raylan proceeded to narrate the events in meticulous detail, from the knight's quarrel that drew Jaime's attention, to the assassin's sudden crossbow shot that brought Robert crashing to the ground, and finally, how he had used his magic to incapacitate all the would-be assassins in a moment of dire urgency. As Raylan's recounting progressed, the holographic projection on the beach transformed in tandem, vividly recreating the chaos that had just unfolded like a three-dimensional animated sequence. The brilliance of the spell illuminated the small rocky beach, casting a flicker of inscrutable light in Varys's eyes, leaving one to ponder what schemes were brewing within his mind. This is also one of the reasons why the people of the Red Keep find it difficult to trust Varys. When this eunuch begins to ponder deeply, his expression and gaze resemble that of someone contemplating the secret assassination of all around him. It is truly astonishing to consider the urgency of the situation at that time. Had it not been for your deliberate following of Robert, dear sir, the king might have met with disaster today. The transformed eunuch sighed in disbelief, only to furrow his brow shortly thereafter. This assassination plan cannot be deemed anything but meticulous. It even includes arrangements for implicating the Targaryens with incriminating tokens. Could such a scheme possibly originate from the queen? I harbor doubts regarding her capability to orchestrate such a plan. Yet, who else could it be? Raylan clapped his hands, dispelling the lesser illusion. Based on our knowledge, primarily your intelligence, the Prime Minister has nearly visited all of Robert's bastards in the city and possesses that book containing answers, which may unravel the greatest secret within the Red Keep at any moment. Indeed, Raylan suddenly smiled, convinced that he had given Eddard a hint through Master Mott. A fact unbeknownst to Varys, which instilled in him a rare sense of confidence regarding intelligence matters. However, upon reflecting that this was merely a result of his familiarity with the original plot as a time traveler, the smile that had just begun to form faded away. With some unexpected assistance, I am quite certain that the Prime Minister now knows the truth. He simply has not yet divulged it to the king. Of course, Cersei remains oblivious to this. Otherwise, today's assassination attempt might have been even more frenzied. My lord, you must consider that, from Cersei's perspective, Robert could discover at any moment the truth regarding her liaison with Jaime and the birth of 3 princes and princesses. As time passes, the likelihood of this revelation increases. Once the tournament concludes and King's Landing stabilizes, the Prime Minister's tasks will become less burdensome, allowing Eddard more time to pursue the truth. The previous aging Prime Minister has recently passed, and while we shall refrain from discussing the identity of the true culprit, it is worth noting that Lord John was indeed investigating related clues before his demise. Now, in the prime of his life and in robust health, Lord Eddard continues to follow these leads. Even if Cersei manages to orchestrate his murder stealthily, she will eventually be unable to prevent the truth of her infidelity from coming to light. Not long ago, Robert was furious over Joffrey's assassination of Bran, though he suppressed his outrage for the sake of his son. If he were to discover that none of the 3 princes and princesses are his own blood, would he not immediately execute these bastards? Since assassinating the Prime Minister addresses only the symptoms rather than the root cause, Robert remains the true threat to her children. Thus, Cersei is bound to set her long-conceived plot to assassinate the king into motion. Raylan nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. Such a cerebral assassination scheme does not seem to be within Cersei's capabilities. I suspect that he is involved in this matter. He raised his hand, conjuring an illusion of a mockingbird in his palm. Varys whispered a nickname softly, affirming, "You are indeed correct. Though I sometimes perceive a striking resemblance between myself and Lord Peter Baelish, more often than not, I find him to be my complete antithesis. In the realm of King's Landing, few individuals elude my understanding, yet he remains one of them. If indeed he orchestrated this assassination alongside Cersei, it is within the realm of possibility. He possesses the acumen to engage with a certain slaver from the free cities. But what could his motivation possibly be? The abrupt demise of the king at the hands of a Targaryen assassin, followed by the ascension of young Joffrey. What advantage does this tumultuous scenario afford him? Clearly, in matters of state finance, Robert has allowed him considerable leeway. This remains an enigma. Perhaps chaos, a scenario no one could anticipate, is the very prize he seeks. Rhaegar shrugged, opting not to elucidate that Peter has long coveted the Iron Throne. After all, as a seasoned player in the game of power, he still has ample room to maneuver, adhering to the inertia of the unfolding narrative. Should I intervene too soon, I risk forfeiting an opportunity for my own ascent. Oh, the unfortunate king, shaken to his core, will undoubtedly convene an urgent council upon returning to the Red Keep. Lord Varys, you must hasten back as well. Rhaegar rose, preparing to depart this makeshift meeting place. He intended to retrieve his custom-forged weapon from Master Mott's smithy. Furthermore, this occasion may very well mark our inaugural formal collaboration. While I am uncertain of your sentiments regarding this outcome, I dare say it has been rather successful, for the king still draws breath, does he not? Indeed, that is a positive outcome. Varys assented with a smile, though a shadow of concern gradually crossed his features. Yet, it is inevitable that the hand will soon relay the truth to the king. And what tumultuous waves shall that cruel truth unleash? Ah, is it not premature? Why must the 7 kingdoms not linger in a state of comfortable decay a while longer? Mr. Rhaegar, as I mentioned earlier, I find your thoughts inscrutable. However, since our initial meeting, when you so candidly discerned my clandestine machinations and even penetrated the facade of sibling camaraderie I had constructed, it seems I lack the standing to pry into your intentions. Nevertheless, even I, in my ignorance, can grasp that our ultimate goals do not align. Indeed, they may diverge significantly. Your methods and capabilities suggest that with a modicum of planning, you could find yourself seated upon that wretched throne in a matter of years. Yet, it is evident that such an ambition is not yours. I often find myself unexpectedly timid in the face of circumstances that exceed my designs. What I truly wish to convey is this. When the divergence of our objectives necessitates that you stand formally opposed to us, Could you furnish me with a clear indication in advance? Consider it a gesture of goodwill, allowing me to prepare, at least psychologically, for the impending confrontation. Chapter 14. The Golden Rose. Sansa rose early this morning, her heart brimming with excitement. After adorning herself with her finest emerald green dress and donning the most exquisite jewelry, most of which had been gifted to her by her mother, Catelyn, upon her departure from Winterfell, she could hardly contain her eagerness as she awaited in the small hall for her father to escort them all to the tournament. However, when Eddard finally appeared, though he indeed intended to take everyone to the jousting grounds as she had wished, his countenance bore no semblance of joy. The deep furrow of his brow sent a ripple of unease through Sansa, reminding her of the rumors she had overheard the previous night, whispers of an assassination attempt on the king at the tournament. Surely, that could not be true, Sansa mused. In all the poetry and fairy tales, kings were never slain. A good king would undoubtedly possess a blissful royal family, earn the deep respect of his lords, and, most crucially, receive the adoration of his subjects. Conversely, a tyrannical king would surely be overthrown by the heroes of the people through just warfare. Thus, regardless of the nature of the king, assassination was an unthinkable act. Moreover, in Sansa's eyes, Robert could hardly be deemed a bad king. How could a wicked monarch implore her father to serve as his hand? As Sansa's heart fluttered with trepidation, believing they were on the verge of departure, her father, appearing somewhat fatigued, directed his attention to her younger sister, Arya. I expressly mentioned yesterday, Arya, that you cannot bring Nymeria to the tournament grounds unless you can tame her to behave as Sansa's wolf does. The weary hand of the king, perhaps fearing his tone was overly stern or that Arya had not fully grasped his reasoning the day prior, proceeded to elaborate with greater patience. The stands will be filled with refined ladies and gentlemen, while it is of little concern if your wolf frightens them. What I dread most is the perilous incidents that could arise in the unique atmosphere of the tournament. This occasion is indeed special. Leave her at the Hand's Tower for now, and the others will care for her. No, Arya exclaimed defiantly, clutching Nymeria tightly. If those people are so frightened of my wolf, then I simply want to go to the stands. There are plenty of people outside the tournament grounds. I can just blend in among them. Eddard hesitated, initially intending to dissuade his daughter from this notion. However, upon reflection, he recognized that perhaps this course of action was not entirely inappropriate. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to Arya's plan. Very well, but do not think you can wander off alone. I shall assign a few guards to protect you. Should your wolf indeed cause any harm amidst the crowd, they will assist in restraining her. She won tea. Arya retorted confidently. Though Nymeria possessed the wildest spirit, she was by no means savage or bloodthirsty, unless someone were to threaten her. At last, the group departed from the Hand's Tower. When they arrived at the tournament grounds, led by Eddard, Sansa, Sister Modin, and the daughter of Winterfell's steward, Jaime Poole, took their seats in the prime location prepared for their family. The sun had already ascended significantly above the eastern horizon, even before they settled in. As they approached the vicinity of the tournament, Sansa found herself utterly enchanted by the splendor of the event. The riverbank was adorned with over 100 tents of various designs. Glistening armor was visible everywhere, and magnificent steeds pranced about, while thousands of commoners gathered around the tournament field, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the festivities. This spectacle expanded Sansa's imagination beyond limits. The thought of her younger sister mingling with the common folk, accompanied by her wolf, elicited a smile of amusement from her. And then there were the knights. Sansa had heard and read countless ballads, many of which chronicled the myriad knights of this land throughout history. Yet, confronted by the grandeur before her, she felt that the sum of all the knights she had ever envisioned in her mind paled in comparison to the multitude she beheld. Each one appeared more handsome than the last, and the Kingsguard drew the most attention from the crowd, except for Ser Jaime Lannister. They were all clad in milk-white scale armor, their capes as pure as freshly fallen snow. Ser Jaime donned a white cloak as well, but he was resplendent in gold from head to toe, complete with a lion's helmet and a golden sword. Aside from them, there were dozens of knights that Sansa recognized or who her companions could briefly introduce to her. However, only a scant few could rival the radiant Kingsguard. Among them were the formidable Clegane brothers, whose presence seemed to penetrate their armor, the exquisitely handsome and extravagantly adorned Ser Loras Tyrell, and the undeniably most striking of all, Ser Loras, the youngest son of the Reach's protector and the Duke of Highgarden, who had just turned 16. What further intoxicated the young girl was the fact that whether it was the lords and ladies in the stands or the knights on the field, whenever their gazes swept over her, there was an unmistakable glimmer of admiration in their eyes. This was, of course, to be expected, as Sansa had inherited her mother's Tully beauty and was at the most delicate and precious age of girlhood. If one were to tally the hearts of all the knights present for their queen of love and beauty, she would undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the most votes. For a moment, Sansa was lost in the enchanting beauty that seemed to emerge from the ballads. However, as her thoughts began to settle and she started to absorb the atmosphere around her companions more attentively, she realized that the vibrant tournament was seemingly shrouded in a veil of gloom. Turning her gaze toward the seat that should have belonged to her father, she noted that it had remained empty since their arrival. Straining to see the center of the stands, she indeed spotted Eddard seated beside the king. Meanwhile, several cold, vacant seats lay between the king and the queen, as well as the princes and princesses. Sansa discreetly observed the queen's expression, noting that her demeanor was frigid enough to preserve ice. Seated beside her, Prince Joffrey exhibited a countenance replete with displeasure and resentment. Who had been tormenting the poor prince? Was it the king, or perhaps the prime minister, his own father? Such disquieting conjectures caused Sansa's heart, once soaring with exhilaration, to plummet precipitously. She scrutinized the knights more intently, only to discern that most of them, despite maintaining their composure and valor, bore an undercurrent of unusual anxiety. Surely, something must have transpired, or was on the verge of occurring, Sansa mused. Though merely half a day had elapsed, she found herself inexplicably inclined to believe the rumors of an assassin targeting the king. As fate would have it, the tournament grounds soon witnessed a most grievous incident. A young knight hailing from the Vale of Arryn, having neglected to secure his throat guard, was pierced through the throat by Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, wielding a lance meant for jousting. His body collapsed not far from Sansa, and even as aides rushed to his side, his throat continued to spout forth scalding blood like a geyser. Yet, she knew deep within that he was beyond saving. No one could survive such a loss of blood, especially with a gaping wound in their throat, rendering even the simplest breath impossible. Even if he did not succumb to blood loss, he would inevitably choke on his own life before her very eyes. The relentless stream of blood coursed over his gleaming new armor and, before finally soaking into the earth, drenched his sky-blue cloak embroidered with a crescent moon, turning both moon and sky a dark crimson. Jennifer, overwhelmed by the horror of the event, wept uncontrollably for a protracted period, ultimately necessitating that Sister Modin escort her away from the tournament. It was only when Sister Modin returned to her side that Sansa realized the pitiable scene had unfolded right before her, yet she could barely muster a single tear. Perhaps such was the reaction to witnessing the demise of a stranger, one with whom she had no connection, Sansa reflected. However, it soon dawned on her that the name of this unfortunate knight would likely fade into obscurity, never to be immortalized in any future ballads. Strangely, she felt a deeper sorrow now than when she had witnessed the knight's death. The tournament proceeded amidst a lively yet somber atmosphere. The Clegane brothers, Gregor and Sandor, emerged undefeated, effortlessly toppling every unfortunate knight who crossed their path. Even the Duke of Lannister, Renly, fell victim to the hound, his helmet losing one of its gilded antlers, which he carelessly tossed into the crowd, igniting a frenzy. As the top 4 contenders for the jousting event were determined, they included the Mountain, Sandor Clegane, and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. The final contender, amidst the cheers of the crowd, was declared to be the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. Loras's armor, meticulously crafted, was adorned with a multitude of floral motifs, while his snow-white steed was draped in a red blanket and white roses. With each victory, he would remove his helmet, pluck a white rose from the red carpet, and toss it to a lovely maiden among the crowd. Truly, he was deserving of the title, the Knight of Flowers. Following the battle that secured his place among the top 4, Loras guided his white steed to a halt before Sansa. As the Stark girl awaited a white rose from the Knight of Flowers with a heart full of joy, Loras instead presented her with a red rose. In that moment, the weight of the king's assassination, the grievances of Prince Joffrey, and the burdens of her father, all that had weighed heavily upon Sansa, crumbled away like snow dissolving beneath the warmth of spring sunlight, vanishing entirely within Loras's languid brown curls and his eyes that shimmered like molten gold. She inhaled the sweet fragrance of the rose greedily, holding on tightly until Loras rode away. By now, the moon had ascended the sky, while the sun was nearly set. The orange glow of the sunset cast a slanted light upon the stands of the tournament, illuminating the red rose in Sansa's hand. The soft light danced along the edges of the crimson petals, and for a fleeting moment, Sansa almost believed she held a rose woven from strands of gold. Chapter 15. The feast interlude. The first day of the tournament officially came to a close, with the champions of the jousting to be decided the following day. Next would be the team jousting, followed by archery. Given the time required for both the team jousting and archery, It was anticipated that the tournament would conclude its formalities by tomorrow. A tournament lasting 2 days was indeed a grand affair. However, considering that the historically monumental tournament at Harrenhal had spanned a full 10 days, even after excluding certain performances and entertaining acts, the actual jousting events alone consumed 7 days. In contrast, this Prime Minister's tournament was hardly exaggerated. The throngs of spectators surrounding the tournament grounds began to disperse, engaging in lively discussions about the memorable duels of the day or the tragic fate of a young knight. The clamor gradually faded, while royalty and high-ranking officials made their way to the southern riverbank, preparing for a grand feast. At the already prepared venue, many servants who had not had the opportunity to witness the tournament were diligently preparing the banquet's fare. Among their tasks was the slow rotation of yaks on a roasting spit, which had been turning for hours, with as many as 6 yaks being cooked. The kitchen boys busied themselves coating the exterior of the meat with cream and spices until the skin of the beast was rendered crispy, with fat dripping down into the fire, igniting lively flames. Comfortable tents were erected on the grass for the lords, allowing them to stay overnight rather than return to the Red Keep, while nearby stood a grand table and benches laden with beets, strawberries, and freshly baked bread. Despite the apparent animosity between the king and queen, who sat at a considerable distance from one another at the grand feast, they found themselves compelled to share the same table once more. Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella occupied the queen's side, while Eddard sat beside King Robert, flanked by Sansa and the Septa, Mordain. Had it not been for the incident involving Joffrey's assassination attempt on Bran, the hand of the king and the monarch would likely have arranged for Joffrey and Sansa to sit together, fostering their relationship. However, in light of the current circumstances, both Eddard and Robert deemed it prudent to keep the two apart. The banquet table was alive with a myriad of entertainment. Sweet-voiced minstrels serenaded the adults with a variety of ballads, while jesters astounded the guests with feats of agility that defied the ordinary. The king's jester, a flat-faced figure named Moon, flitted about the dining table all evening, clad in vibrant, ludicrous attire, balancing on exaggerated stilts and executing dance steps. With a sharp tongue, he mocked everyone present, eliciting hearty laughter from the adults in response to his barbs and jests. Rumors whispered among the servants of the Red Keep suggested that the king had initially intended to invite the renowned jester, famed for his unparalleled skills, to grace the evening's festivities. However, after failing to establish contact, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Robert frequently engaged Eddard in boisterous conversation and wandered off with his filled goblet to chat with other lords at the table. Much of his discourse revolved around his extensive battle experiences as he critiqued the knights, interspersed with genuine admiration for certain individuals. He repeatedly extolled the virtues of old Mace, declaring what a fine son he had raised, clearly impressed by the Knight of Flowers, Loras. However, Eddard had heard whispers that such a remarkable son might never bear offspring of his own, prompting Robert to laugh heartily. Seemingly oblivious to the puzzled expressions of the surrounding nobles, his laughter rang out like a bell, and his raucous discussions bore the robust quality of cattle or wild boars. It was evident that, despite the assassination attempt, Robert had emerged unscathed, declaring his unassailable health, even if his obesity required a momentary suspension of scrutiny. Yet, what Eddard did not perceive was that Robert's exaggerated mirth stemmed not only from the aforementioned reason, but also from a genuine sense of amusement. Loras, a lad who could easily charm all the maidens of the 7 kingdoms with a mere smile, had inexplicably devoted himself to his youngest brother, Renly. At times, Robert found himself pondering the nature of the relationship that had developed between those two individuals. While it was true that Loras had served as a cupbearer to Renly due to his early fostering at Storm's End, the genuine bond of growing up together was more aptly embodied by himself and Eddard, as both had been raised as wards of Lord Jon. Yet, neither he nor Eddard had ever entertained thoughts of sharing a bed with each other. Unknown to him, Eddard, who had become a topic of Robert's contemplation, was currently observing his daughter Sansa with a furrowed brow, oblivious to the torment that Joffrey had inflicted upon her brother. Sansa still regarded Joffrey as the prince destined to wed her in the future. Despite the considerable distance between them, she often cast furtive glances towards Joffrey, and Eddard could only surmise her confusion regarding Joffrey's unusually quiet and melancholic demeanor that evening. Seated beside Joffrey, flanked by the queen, were the younger children, Tommen and Myrcella, who had been frightened into tears by the death of a young knight, their wails prompting Robert to insist that Cersei escort the children back to the Red Keep. What perplexed Eddard was the queen's nonchalant response, as she continued to soothe her children, seemingly deaf to Robert's remarks. Fortunately, the children's cries soon subsided, and Robert, losing interest, refrained from addressing Cersei further. Yet, in such a gathering, the presence of the children became even more conspicuous. Eddard could not fathom the queen's motives for keeping her children so close at hand during such an affair. Reflecting on the children, Eddard's thoughts turned to his own rather exasperating daughter. Arya, who spent her days mingling with common folk alongside her dire wolf, was now resolutely refusing to join the evening festivities. Undoubtedly, her reluctance stemmed from a desire not to leave her wolf behind, and the presence of Nymeria in such a setting would surely spell disaster. Nevertheless, the common folk, who had chosen to remain by the riverside rather than depart entirely, could not provide Arya with the sumptuous fare that the royal banquet offered. Thus, Eddard summoned his 2 guards, instructing them to fill their baskets with the bounteous banquet provisions to find Arya and ensure she savored some of the rare delicacies. After dispatching his guards with the task, Eddard shook his head and turned his gaze towards Sansa's wolf. The noble creature had comported itself splendidly throughout the day, enchanting many ladies with its elegance and garnering admiration for its mistress and House Stark. While Eddard silently compared the 2 daughters' wolves, Robert returned to his seat, empty goblet in hand. After he plopped down, he expressed to the king's hand his desire to participate in the group melee scheduled for the next day. However, before the frowning Eddard could devise a reasonable and persuasive argument to dissuade the king from this notion, Cersei, who had remained largely silent throughout the evening, abruptly interjected with a tone both resolute and acerbic, vehemently opposing the king's idea. "You shan't participate in that damned melee. What kind of king would engage in such a spectacle?" This ignited Robert's temper like a powder keg. He sprang to his feet, immediately launching into a loud tirade against Cersei, his words dripping with disdain and reproach. The fervor of his tone led Eddard to wonder if Robert was venting his frustrations from the assassination attempt the previous day upon the queen. In conclusion, he reiterated his unwavering intent. "You vile woman, you shall not dictate my actions. I am the king here. I am in command. If I say I am to fight tomorrow, I shall fight." Cersei's delicate visage fluctuated in color between crimson and alabaster before she rose, taking Joffrey by the hand and dragging Tommen and Myrcella away from the banquet hall. Sir Gregor and Sir Meryn, members of the King's Guard, hastily followed suit, accompanying the queen and her children as they departed eastward, presumably returning to the Red Keep. With the queen's party gone, the atmosphere of the feast gradually returned to its earlier exuberance. Robert continued to compel each adult present to drink with him, asserting his royal authority. Yet Eddard could not relax in the same manner as the king. He had not yet succumbed to inebriation, and a glance from Joffrey earlier had stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within him. The look was neither panic nor fear, nor the anger one would expect in such circumstances. Rather, it conveyed tension. Eddard pondered for quite some time, but found himself unable to extract anything of significance from the moment. Thus, he succumbed to the din of the banquet, discussing the colorful thoughts Sansa wished to express, while occasionally addressing the other adults in his capacity as Hand of the King. However, as the revelry of the feast drew everyone's attention one last time, none noticed that Ser Jaime, the Kingslayer who had just secured a place among the final 4 and was set to participate in the remaining just the following day, had vanished shortly after the queen's departure from the banquet. After a considerable interval, the remnants of the meal began to congeal on the plates, and the cool night breeze endeavored to dispel the lingering heat of late summer. The adults began to leave in succession, while the servants once again found themselves engulfed in a flurry of activity. The lengthy outdoor banquet had finally reached its conclusion. At that moment, Arya, accompanied by her dire wolf and beaming with joy, arrived from the east side of the banquet hall. Several guards followed closely behind her, including the 2 tasked with carrying a food basket, who bowed to the hand of the king before rejoining their ranks. Accompanying Arya to the banquet, which was replete with remnants of the feast, was Nymeria, who, upon sniffing the air, swiftly leapt onto the table, devouring a grand platter of beef that most commoners would never have the privilege to taste in their lifetimes. Her demeanor stood in stark contrast to Sansa's, eliciting hearty laughter from Robert, who exclaimed that this was indeed the essence of a wolf. Eddard exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried to Arya's side, eager to inquire about the day's events that had transpired while she had been largely out of his sight. Arya, unfazed by his concern, cheerfully recounted the day's itinerary, appearing to be in high spirits, suggesting she had enjoyed a splendid day. Just as the demise of the young knight had not lingered in Sansa's heart, it seemed Arya, despite having witnessed the gruesome scene, had not succumbed to an inescapable state of distress. According to Arya, she had roamed the vicinity of the tournament grounds throughout the day, meeting numerous knights who had come to compete. With her entourage of guards and the unspoken identity of a prime minister's daughter, most knights treated Arya with the appropriate courtesy. On this foundation, Arya had solicited many knights for instruction in martial skills. However, most excused themselves for various reasons, with only a few benevolent knights sparing time to engage with her, imparting some techniques for swordplay and close combat. At this juncture, Eddard was suddenly taken aback to discover that a small, slender sword hung inexplicably at Arya's side. Reflecting upon it, he recalled having seen the item that morning before their departure, yet his mind had been preoccupied with the wolves, causing him to overlook it. He longed to interrupt Arya to inquire about the sword, but ultimately restrained himself, choosing to allow her to finish her tale. Arya continued to narrate how she spent her day among the common folk, sharing her experiences of watching the splintering of lances in the jousting arena alongside several fearless children who were unperturbed by her guards. She recounted how a kind stranger, having exchanged only a few words with her, shielded her eyes at the moment the young knight met with a tragic accident. Yet she insisted on prying apart his large hand to witness the gruesome sight of blood gushing from his throat. As time passed, the exhilaration she felt began to eclipse all other emotions, igniting dreams of one day riding a noble steed, wielding lances and swords, and earning the applause of the crowd. Much like Ser Loras, who had triumphed in the final bout of the day. Mentioning Loras seemed to spark a thought in Arya, and she proceeded to share her encounter after the tournament concluded. At a gathering in the eastern part of the fair, which may not have been exquisite, but was certainly more animated, she had come across Ser Loras' opponent, Ser Robert Royces, who had fallen to the ground after Loras shattered his shield with a lance. This young knight of House Royces, though not yet of age, possessed a ruggedly handsome visage that led many to believe he was considerably older than Loras and his youthful contemporaries. In truth, this knight was one of the few who had kindly instructed Arya during the day. After his defeat at the hands of Loras and being denied a place in the semifinals, he did not indulge himself in the city like his brother. Instead, he joined the throngs of common folk at their lively gathering. After partaking in the food and drink to satiate his hunger, Arya was delighted to encounter the benevolent Ser Robert once more, and she eagerly requested further lessons in swordsmanship. To avoid disturbing the revelry of others, the two, along with Arya's accompanying guards, sought a relatively quiet spot to the east. Utilizing the light from the torches they had brought, they commenced a lesson in combat training for a noble maiden, amidst the gentle breeze by the water. Soon, Arya displayed a look of confusion and shared something that widened Eddard's eyes in astonishment. While we were practicing, a woman led several children quietly to the east. I might have misjudged, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled Queen Cersei and a few of the princes and princesses. After all, even from a distance, the firelight illuminated their golden hair. But what could they be doing there? Further east leads to the fish market, yet the market does not conduct business at night. Does it? Arya paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I think I crossed paths with Ser Jaime on my way back. Though it was too dark for me to discern his face clearly, I merely caught sight of his golden armor and white cloak. Having recounted her day's events, Eddard felt a tumultuous wave of dread rising within him, rendering him incapable of focusing on his daughter's indiscretions or the origins of the slender sword. Half to himself and half in explanation, he murmured, "The fish market is also the port." No longer wishing to squander any time, he hastily approached Robert, expressing the urgency of his departure, and requested that he keep an eye on his two daughters. He then, accompanied by most of his guards, swiftly made his way to the temporary stables, rushing towards the east. Perhaps Arya had misjudged on both occasions, Eddard thought anxiously to himself, hoping fervently that the situation would not unfold as he dreaded. He desperately wished for Arya's perceptions to be erroneous. A party of riders arrived at the tranquil nighttime port, searching the docks in vain for any sign of Cersei and the children. They pressed onward without pause, and under Eddard's guidance, they traversed the muddy gate, hastening back to King's Landing and the Red Keep. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Eddard inquired of several gold-cloaked guards, servants, and maidens, receiving the disheartening news that the queen had not returned. At that moment, he could no longer indulge in unrealistic hopes. He was resolutely certain that Cersei had stealthily fled King's Landing along the Blackwater with her children. It was also nearly certain that one of the king's guard, the Kingslayer Jaime, and the father of those 3 children had departed with them. There was no time to lose. Eddard steeled himself for the course of action he must take. Originally, he intended to wait until the conclusion of the tournament, when the extraneous chaos in King's Landing had dissipated, to reveal the entire truth to Robert. He feared that, amid the gathering of knights in King's Landing, Robert might act irrationally, sowing the seeds of chaos that could swiftly germinate and engulf the 7 kingdoms. However, circumstances had shifted. Cersei and her brother, fully aware of their culpability, had seized the advantage by departing King's Landing. He had no choice but to inform the king immediately. Ed rode with utmost haste from the Red Keep towards the tournament grounds, his heart heavy with foreboding. Chapter 16. A sleepless night. The pale dawn crept over the land, casting its light upon the white armor and cloak of Barristan. He wearily rubbed his face. The dampness of sweat mingled with the scent of leather was far from pleasant. Yet he was accustomed to it. Indeed, this captain of the King's Guard, hailing from House Selmy, believed he had grown accustomed to all that life could present. Approaching 60, he had donned the white cloak at the age of 23, thanks to the recommendation of Ser Hugh, and had served 3 kings, 2 Targaryens, and 1 Baratheon. The span of his service alone exceeded the ages of many knights in the present day. Yet, his martial experiences were far more extensive. At the tender age of 10, he participated in the tournament held in Blackport, clad in donated armor, and bravely challenged Prince Duncan, earning the title of the Fearless. At 16, he again competed in the tournament at King's Landing, defeating both Prince Duncan and the then captain of the Kingsguard, the towering Ser Duncan, and was personally knighted by King Aegon V. In that moment, the name Barristan the Bold resonated throughout the realm. However, it did not take long for the populace to realize that their praise had come too early, for he would soon prove the validity of his title and name in the crucible of true war. During the Battle of the Ninepenny Kings, he charged alone into the enemy ranks, slaying the last of the Blackfires, Maegor, and decisively quelling the rebellion of the usurpers, thereby securing his immortal legacy. Now, at this juncture in time, Barristan was regarded as the most dedicated and respected knight by many, embodying the very essence of what it meant to be a member of the Kingsguard. The reverence with which people spoke of him as the Fearless contained a sincerity that rivaled that of 30 years prior, with many believing that Barristan was the mightiest knight alive. Yet among the countless nights he had endured, few could compare to the helplessness he felt the previous night. With a resigned sigh, his naturally melancholic blue eyes radiated an even deeper sense of sorrow. He turned to gaze upon a cart that had just been drawn from a tent, bearing the lifeless form of a young knight, one who had succumbed to death in yesterday's tournament. The young man, known as Shofu, was once the devoted servant of the late Prime Minister John. Following John's demise, the king, in a gesture of commemoration, honored him with knighthood just before embarking on his journey to Winterfell. The tent behind him had been hastily repurposed as a chapel of repose, and the Silent Sisters had traveled from King's Landing specifically to attend to the body. The captain of the Kingsguard, his white hair a testament to his years, cast a gaze laden with remorse upon the serene countenance of Shofu, whose features had been smoothed over to conceal the disfigurement of his throat. The passing of a young knight traditionally warranted the vigil of a knight of great renown, yet in the tournament grounds, regardless of Barristan's modesty, none could claim greater legitimacy than he to stand watch. Even the Kingsguard, once the embodiment of the realm's most esteemed knights, had seen better days. Among their ranks now were oath-breakers and regicides, with several members being sycophants of House Lannister, including Barristan himself. At times, Barristan found himself questioning whether the Kingsguard was now a force dedicated to safeguarding the king or merely the Lannisters. Fortunately, the Lannisters were indeed part of the royal family, rendering the two roles less contradictory in times past. Alas, those days of harmony had come to an end. Barristan's mind echoed with the shocking revelations that had erupted from the hand of the king upon his hasty return to camp, dragging the king into the tent with news that could leave anyone speechless, followed by Robert's thunderous roar that nearly collapsed the canvas. Due to the ensuing chaos and the impromptu meeting that followed, Barristan had been unable to fulfill his promise to Shofu until the later hours of the night. That hastily convened, makeshift gathering took place around a grand dining table that had previously borne witness to countless feasts. Lord Stannis, the master of ships, had not attended any meetings since the former prime minister's death, as he was stationed far away on Dragonstone, while Maester Pycelle, weakened by age, remained in the Red Keep recuperating and did not come to witness the tournament. Aside from these two, all other prominent figures of the current council were present for this informal assembly, including King Robert himself, Prime Minister Eddard, Master of Coin Peter, Master of Laws Lisa, the Spy Master Varys, and Barristan as the captain of the Kingsguard. During the meeting, Eddard recounted the astonishing truth regarding the Queen's illicit affair with her brother Jaime, which resulted in 3 offspring. He slammed a heavy tome of noble lineage records onto the table, flipping through the pages to reveal each marriage between House Baratheon and House Lannister, pointing out that every child born of these unions bore the dark hair characteristic of the Lannisters. However, Eddard lacked conclusive evidence regarding the Queen's affair with her brother. He could only state that on the day Bran fell, the siblings had not left the castle while Robert was hunting outside Winterfell. After the event, Catelyn discovered within the ancient tower the long golden locks, a mark of royalty that could only belong to the queen. This served as substantial evidence that the queen had clandestinely spent time in that tower, most likely engaging in an affair with Jaime. Furthermore, he emphasized that the children, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, exhibited the quintessential golden hair and green eyes, traits emblematic of the Lannister lineage, thereby indicating that the queen's paramour was undoubtedly a Lannister close at hand. Although this was not as definitive as textual documentation, both Robert himself and the other nobles present had already come to accept this assertion. After all, none were deaf or blind, and there were no true fools among those gathered at the royal council. Their frequent interactions within the Red Keep had already established connections with the crown and the Kingsguard. Upon reflecting on their memories, each could easily identify their own perspectives on Cersei's infidelity with Jaime. Particularly, Varys recalled Jaime's chamber atop the White Sword Tower. The window of that room faced a chamber above Maegor's holdfast, which was not the king's bedroom. Yet, whenever the king and queen chose to sleep apart, the queen seemed to favor that very room. A chill ran through him. What a disgraceful betrayal this was. Firstly, they were engaging in incestuous relations as siblings. Though the Targaryens had historically intermarried, this was a unique exception among the Seven Kingdoms, and the Lannisters were decidedly excluded from such practices. Secondly, it was an affair between the queen and the Kingsguard, sworn to protect the king and the realm, who so brazenly climbed into the queen's bed, a lingering affront to the honor of the White Sword Tower. Lastly, and most critically, while many nobles might indulge in romantic dalliances, they typically preserved their family's dignity and reputation, avoiding progeny born of such indiscretions. Yet Cersei and Jaime shamelessly produced 3 children, parading them as princes and princesses before the Seven Kingdoms. In stark contrast, Cersei, as queen, had failed to bear a legitimate heir for the king. Such a situation would incite rage not only from the hot-tempered Robert, the current king, but even from the pious and innocent King Baelor, who, despite his lifelong celibacy, would be appalled by such a scandal. As the ministers grasped the gravity of the situation, Robert bellowed his intention to have Cersei executed by hanging, to slay the bastards he once considered his children, and finally, to mutilate Jaime, leaving him to starve. Although it was clear that the king was merely venting his fury, uttering threats he did not genuinely intend to carry out, the ministers dutifully urged him to consider the implications for the Lannister family and the entire Westerlands. Varys and Ned, in particular, nearly exhausted their voices and efforts to temper the king's wrath, striving to restore some semblance of reason. Furthermore, Balistan exerted every effort to oppose the king's intention to execute the 3 children. Previously, when Robert harbored thoughts of assassinating the Targaryen siblings across the narrow sea, it was only he and Eddard who resolutely objected to such notions. In truth, Balistan found himself gradually relinquishing many of his steadfast beliefs regarding knightly honor. Otherwise, he would have long since resigned from his position as captain of the Kingsguard to avoid cohabitation with the current members of the White Cloaks. Nevertheless, in his eyes, the act of plotting against innocent children was the most vile and intolerable of offenses. During the War of Usurpation, Balistan had been gravely injured and lost consciousness at the Battle of the Trident, missing the moment when King's Landing and the Red Keep fell. Naturally, he did not witness Tywin Lannister draping a crimson cloak over the corpses of Princess Elia and Prince Aegon, offering them to Robert. Yet, after being granted pardon and appointed as captain of the Kingsguard by the newly crowned Robert, Balistan envisioned numerous times that had he been present in the Hall of the Red Keep and seen Robert's countenance betray even a hint of a smile towards the lifeless form of Prince Rhaegar's child, he would have slain Robert on the spot. He was confident that no one in that hall could have thwarted him. However, imagination is but a fleeting fancy. Having awakened to accept Robert's clemency and sworn fealty to the new king of the Crowned Stag, Balistan remained committed to dutifully fulfilling his responsibilities. This did not preclude him from internally appraising his sovereign with brutal honesty. Robert was a valiant warrior, yet he could hardly be deemed a noble knight, let alone a good king, a fact that lay immeasurable oceans away from the ideal. Now, confronted with the wrathful and volatile monarch, all had exerted their utmost efforts, even mobilizing the entirety of the Westerlands to incite rebellion and war, just to dissuade Robert from his intention to annihilate the Lannisters. During this tumultuous period, Varys reminded them of the tournament held on Prince Joffrey's name day, shortly before Lord Jon's demise, at which Tywin had notably come to King's Landing with a vast retinue, ostensibly to witness Jaime clinch the championship. Yet, in retrospect, Tywin had always harbored grievances about Jaime donning the white cloak and renouncing his claim. He had never shown much interest in the tournament before, His sudden arrival with an army was likely to preemptively safeguard against any potential fallout if Robert were to accidentally uncover the truth regarding Cersei and Jaime, thereby preparing for war. As Varys pointed out, it was indeed noteworthy that since becoming queen, Cersei had scarcely left King's Landing. Yet she returned to Casterly Rock during that tournament, her ostensible reason being a familial visit. However, according to Varys's insinuations, it seemed that the Lannisters had already been preparing for rebellion. Now, less than a year had passed, and Cersei, Jaime, and their children had once again departed from under everyone's watchful eyes, indicating that the preparations in the Westerlands remained thoroughly robust. Though Robert's heart was still ablaze with fury, he could not deny that, if it were possible, he would prefer to avert a war for the Seven Kingdoms, particularly one against the affluent Westerlands. Observing the king's demeanor soften, the ministers seized the opportunity, ultimately persuading Robert to reluctantly agree to a proposal put forth by Varys. This proposal, deemed the most suitable resolution in the current circumstances, involved publicly revealing the crimes committed by Cersei and Jaime, as well as the truth behind Joffrey's murder of Bran. Consequently, Jaime and his eldest son Joffrey would be sent to the Wall, donning black attire, while Cersei would be imprisoned for life in the Maiden's Tower within the Red Keep. Furthermore, Tywin would be permitted to retain Tommen and Myrcella as heirs to House Lannister. This arrangement would ensure that the two Lannisters who had brought shame upon the king, along with the one who had once committed murder, would receive adequate punishment, while also using Cersei as leverage against House Lannister. Moreover, all Lannisters would survive, a compromise that would be palatable to the fiercely honor-bound old lion, Tywin. Just as Robert, half in acquiescence and half in irritation, appeared to relent, and the ministers allowed themselves a moment of reprieve, believing that war might be averted, Peter Baelish, the master of coin, languidly broached a matter that had been deliberately overlooked by others, the assassination attempt on the king that had transpired the previous day. The moment those words escaped Littlefinger's lips, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Varys was well aware that Cersei was the mastermind behind this sinister plot, and the other ministers, to varying degrees, also recognized that the queen, aware of her impending exposure, was inextricably linked to the affair. They had previously tacitly avoided discussing the incident, as if the meeting convened by Robert in the Red Keep the night before was merely about a petty squabble among merchants rather than an assassination attempt. This was all done to prevent Robert's wrath from surging towards Cersei, thereby allowing the king to agree to spare her life. However, as Peter reintroduced the matter to the forefront and cogently articulated the likelihood of Cersei's orchestration of the assassination, Robert completely lost his rationality regarding the notion of sparing her. Regardless of the opposition from others, he remained steadfast, asserting that even if other Lannisters could be spared, Cersei must face execution. Seeing the king's resolve solidify like the Iron Throne itself, the ministers, save for Peter, sighed resignedly, praying that Duke Tywin might, considering Cersei's own folly, reluctantly acquiesce to such a proposal. Yet, in the heart of Baelish, the certainty grew that the Seven Kingdoms would soon be plunged back into war. After the death of his first sovereign, Aegon II, he continued to serve as a member of the Kingsguard for Aerys II, later dubbed the Mad King. It was not until Aerys appointed Jaime to the Kingsguard, thereby stripping Tywin of his heir and inciting his resignation to return to the Westerlands, that Tywin had served as Hand of the King for 20 years, governing the realm with remarkable order. Thus, in terms of duration, Baelish had worked alongside Tywin longer than anyone else present. He was acutely aware that Tywin would never acquiesce to the notion of his daughter facing execution. This, in turn, signified that the banner of rebellion in the Westerlands was destined to be raised. He gazed helplessly at the pitch-black night sky, where even the moon was dimmed by a veil of clouds. The last war among the Seven Kingdoms occurred in the year 289 AC, instigated by Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, who sought to re-establish the independence of his realm. At that time, the long summer had yet to commence, and the conflict swiftly culminated in a decisive victory for the Iron Throne. Balon lost 2 sons in the war, and his remaining son was sent to Winterfell to become the ward and hostage of Lord Eddard Stark. Now, as the 9-year-long summer was drawing to a close, every scholar predicted the imminent arrival of autumn, followed by an uncertain winter that could stretch into a despairing eternity. At such a critical juncture, was the Seven Kingdoms truly poised to welcome yet another war? The Westerlands were not the Iron Islands. They yielded gold rather than salted fish. The Lannisters were not the Greyjoys. Tywin was inherently destined for governance and command, and none would question his prowess as a military strategist. Once this war commenced, it was fated not to end swiftly like Balon's rebellion. Baelish sighed in resignation, realizing that he had sighed more times today than in an entire month. After the meeting concluded, he sought counsel from the still unresponsive Robert, then made his solitary way to the tent where the body of Ser Hugh lay, beginning his vigil for the unfortunate young knight. The silent sisters who had attended to the body during the day had since retired, leaving Baelish alone in the tent with only the corpse for company. The flickering candlelight caressed his weary face and head of white hair, rendering him less the renowned commander of the Kingsguard and more akin to a feeble old farmer nearing the end of his days. Chapter 17. By the Blackwater River, the nascent sunlight, yet to warm the air, illuminated the desolate plain on the southern bank of the Blackwater, as well as the weary figures of the men, women, and 3 children who had toiled throughout the night. Myrcella, cradled in Jaime's arms, had nearly succumbed to sleep on his shoulder, while Joffrey and Tommen, still striving to keep pace, appeared as though they might collapse at any moment. Cersei, how much longer must we travel? The children can scarcely endure, Jaime implored urgently, addressing his sister, who was leading the way ahead. Despite the fact that these 3 children were not of his blood, he could not bear the sight of such young ones laboring so intensely. Moreover, by the 7, each of these children was born of the seed he had sown within his sister. Cersei did not even glance back, still adorned in the gown she had worn to the previous night's feast. However, as the landing point for their small boat was not a designated ferry crossing, she had inadvertently soaked the hem of her gown while disembarking. Consequently, before embarking on their journey, she had resorted to using Jaime's sword to sever the lower portion of her dress, revealing a portion of her thigh and all of her calves. As we progressed upstream along the riverbank, less than half a day's journey would bring us to the ferry crossing of the Blackwater River, where 3 horses should be prepared for us. Cersei's voice, laden with fatigue yet unwaveringly resolute, resonated in the air. Each of us would take a horse, accompanied by Tommen and Myrcella, leaving one for Podrick. Jaime, feeling a deep sense of resignation, nodded and continued to follow Cersei, but abruptly came to a halt, akin to water crashing against a dam, inadvertently waking Myrcella from her slumber. "Wait, what about Tyrion?" he exclaimed, his tone tinged with urgency and indignation, as if he had anticipated the answer. "You clearly stated that Tyrion would join us." Cersei also paused, turning to face him, taking a deep breath so forcefully that her chest expanded visibly. "Why do you care so much for that imp?" she questioned, genuine perplexity evident in her voice. "You consistently choose to overlook the fact that he was responsible for our mother's death, a reality I cannot forget. Since I was very young, I wished to cast him into the waters of Lannisport to feed the fish, rather than allowing him to parade around the 7 kingdoms under the Lannister name in brothels." "You are mad." Jaime managed to keep his voice steady as he gently placed Myrcella on the ground and strode towards Cersei. "How can you claim that a mere infant is the cause of his mother's tragic death? Tyrion wished for our mother to survive that childbirth just as much as we did. We both know this," he continued. "Moreover, he is our brother, not merely that imp. You shall never refer to him in such a manner again." Jaime's pale face flushed crimson, indicating the seething anger burning within him, not solely due to the term she used, but also because he felt deceived by Cersei once more. "Very well, Jaime Lannister, let me enlighten you." Cersei's voice grew increasingly shrill, her demeanor oscillating between collapse and madness. "I never informed the imp of our plans to leave King's Landing, never. I abandoned him in that wretched city." The sharpness of her words instilled a hint of fear in the children, and although Cersei seemed oblivious to their subtle change in demeanor, her tone lost its frenzy. Instead, she offered a sardonic laugh, attempting to soothe her enraged brother. "Rest assured, our actions have no bearing on him. Even if Robert were to learn everything, as long as he does not wish to engage our father in a deadly feud, he would never endanger Tyrion's life. After all, he is still a Lannister. Even if father finds him as bothersome as I do, he would never permit an outsider to take his life. The king cannot either. It would be preferable for that pig of a king to irrationally murder the imp. The more brutal, the better." While Cersei urged Jaime to calm down, her inner thoughts danced to a different tune. Her gaze swept over her 3 children. Yet her mind echoed with the prophecy left by the witch during her childhood. "Your 3 children shall be crowned with gold, wrapped in gold shrouds. One day, when you are overwhelmed by tears, they shall constrict your pale neck and seize your life." Later, she discovered that the term in Valyrian meant brother. It must have referred to that dwarf. Cersei was utterly convinced, which only intensified her loathing for her deformed sibling, a hatred surpassing even that which she felt for Robert, who had called out Lyanna's name while lying atop her on their wedding night. However, the regicide remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the woman before him. He irritably tousled his disheveled golden hair before plopping down onto the ground. A moment's respite was in order. If they were to continue their journey for half a day longer, the children certainly required a break. Moreover, They were far enough from King's Landing, and not on the main road. Perhaps Robert believed they were comfortably asleep in the Red Keep at that very moment. This was indeed true. Last night, Cersei had managed to discreetly dismiss 2 of her Kingsguard and other gold-cloaked attendants as they entered the city, despite the impropriety of such an act. However, the 2 Kingsguard had originally been among the 5 whom the newly established queen had promoted, and thus they complied with her directives. Once Cersei and the children had boarded the designated little boat at the harbor and waited briefly, Jaime, having stealthily slipped away from the camp, joined them. The family then set sail into the thickening night, departing King's Landing. The waters of the Blackwater River, save for the vicinity of its mouth, were deep and swift. And Jaime, lacking any seamanship experience, found rowing to be a challenge 1,000-fold greater than wielding a sword. Fortunately, his considerable strength served him well. Initially, he relied on brute force, gradually discovering some finesse in his strokes, managing to navigate the boat to the confluence where a tributary from the god Si flowed into the Blackwater. Yet, as they ventured upstream, the current grew fiercer, and he could not propel the vessel any further. Thus, the family was compelled to find a riverbank under the cover of night and walk along the shore to their intended rendezvous point for horseback travel. However, as Jaime observed his 2 sons and daughters sprawled exhausted on the ground, he felt a pang of regret. Had he persevered a little longer the previous night, perhaps even rowed directly to the ferry at the Golden Road, the others would have been spared such hardship. He cast a sidelong glance at Cersei and let out a long sigh, voicing a question that had long lingered in his heart. How had it come to this? How had Cersei's situation turned so dire? In a hazy recollection, Jaime's mind raced back over a decade to the moment he had donned the white cloak bestowed upon him by the Mad King Aerys II. He had been filled with joy, believing his and Cersei's little scheme would succeed in liberating him from his betrothal to the Tully family while allowing him to remain by Cersei's side as a Kingsguard. For she was then residing in the Red Keep with Tywin, the Hand of the King. However, everything that followed had far exceeded the expectations of the siblings. Tywin viewed the Mad King's actions as an intolerable affront, resigning from his position as Hand and returning to Casterly Rock with Cersei. Jaime was left alone to guard the increasingly deranged king at the Red Keep, even having to turn a blind eye to the king's violence against the queen. When Robert Baratheon ascended to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty, an inevitable chapter in this tale was the betrayal of vows that culminated in his own hands, slaying the Mad King. Under the counsel of Jon and Tywin, Cersei wed Robert, becoming the queen of the new realm. At that moment, it appeared that circumstances were gradually improving, allowing him to dwell within the Red Keep as a member of the Kingsguard, spending day and night in the company of his sister. Indeed, over the years, their encounters in bed far surpassed those of the king and his queen, resulting in the birth of 3 children whom they claimed as their own. He had suggested to Cersei on numerous occasions to terminate the pregnancies before the children were born, advocating for a brief separation, so that once Cersei bore a true heir for Robert, he and she would be free of any reservations. Yet, each time, Cersei insisted on bringing the children into the world. God knew how anxious he felt witnessing each golden-haired child emerge from Cersei. His heart raced faster than the breath of a newborn, James thought. However, by the grace of the gods, neither the Red Keep nor the entirety of the realm questioned the lineage of these children, instead regarding them as genuine princes and princesses. James had to concede that he once believed this happiness would be everlasting until he personally pushed the child Bran from the old tower of House Stark. He silently repeated the name, recalling how he had cherished his sister Cersei as the most precious entity in existence, willing to commit any heinous crime for her in their love. But now, James shivered as he questioned whether he could still regard Cersei as the singular treasure of his life. How did she perceive him? She had clearly promised not to assassinate Robert, yet she lied. She had assured him that Tyrion would quietly depart from King's Landing, yet she lied again. In a mere span of 2 days, James had uncovered 2 deceptions from her lips. Did she still love him? Or, more poignantly, what did she love now? He cast his gaze over their 3 children, lingering momentarily on Joffrey. Yes, those children, though they shared his blood. His affection for them paled in comparison to the depth of Cersei's love. Furthermore, if he were to delve into his heart, he would find a lingering animosity toward these children, resenting them as the irrefutable evidence of his and his sister's transgressions. In the current predicament, a mocking voice echoed within him, suggesting that it was indeed these children who had instigated all that had transpired. Joffrey, especially Joffrey, the first to draw sustenance from Cersei's womb. James had once thought that pregnancy would render women foolish, but it seemed the reality was far graver. The act of childbirth transformed women into something else entirely, stripping them of their love. If not for these children, Eddard Stark would not have uncovered the secret between him and Cersei. Indeed, even earlier, had it not been for these children, Lord Jon might never have met his demise while pursuing this line of inquiry. Eddard would not have ventured south to King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King. Jaime, contemplating the matter, resolved to continue his inquiries with the silent Cersei. Was it you who killed Jon Arryn? He was on the verge of uncovering the truth when he suddenly met his demise. Just days before his passing, Father led an army near King's Landing. Was he waiting to witness my victory? Nonsense. Did you reveal everything to that old lion, our father, at that time? Cersei hesitated momentarily, then gracefully approached Jaime, signaling for him to follow her away from the children, which he complied with. After I bore Joffrey, it was fated to unfold this way. We simply could not foresee the future, and I harbor no regrets now. Cersei crouched by the riverbank, her tone unexpectedly calm, devoid of the fervor Jaime had anticipated. It is merely that you lacked foresight, I did advise you. Jaime thought to himself. I did indeed return to Casterly Rock and confide everything to the old lion. Can you guess what he said? Cersei turned her head with a hint of amusement, her golden curls shimmering as they had in her youth, her emerald eyes untouched by the ravages of time. He seized my throat with one hand and lifted me against the wall. At 56, he still had the strength to leave me gasping. Cersei looked back at her reflection in the water, her fingers untangling her slightly disheveled hair as she continued. His voice, emerging from his throat, roared like that of a lion, mercilessly berating us as fools and worthless. He insisted that I should have at least borne a true heir for Robert. He claimed that regardless of our entanglements, these were his precise words, things would not have descended into such disarray. Indeed, it was much like what you once said. Jaime mused. So neither Tywin nor I can be deemed fools, he reflected. Yet, look at the outcome. The old lion still marched his army to the vicinity of King's Landing. Poor Robert, shouting loudly at the tournament, remained blissfully unaware that had Jon revealed the truth to him then. He would have been unceremoniously cast from that iron chair by our father. Thus, no matter how disdainfully the old lion regarded us and the children, he could not remain indifferent to Robert's affliction towards us. After all, throughout his life, aside from our mother, the honor of House Lannister was paramount to him. After a few simple strokes, Cersei smoothed her golden curls into a lustrous cascade. And we, along with that little imp, bear hair of gold, which serves a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. It is a legacy from the clever Lannisters, a mark of our glory. As for Jon, that old man, it was not I. Though I did entertain the notion when I learned he was close to the truth, he met an untimely end before I could act. As if someone were deliberately alleviating my burdens. Cersei rose, perhaps to persuade Jaime, who had been deceived repeatedly, to trust her once more. She gazed directly into his eyes, her expression imbued with genuine perplexity, leaving Jaime with no grounds for suspicion. However, in the current circumstances, Jon's demise will likely be attributed to us, lamented Jaime weakly, unable to fathom the visage of Robert upon learning the entirety of the situation. If only those ministers could restore some semblance of reason to Robert. Perhaps he would spare our lives. Worst case, Joffrey and I could don black garments and guard the wall, with Lord Eddard and Ser Barristan present. They would not permit Robert to harm Tommen and Myrcella. After returning from the wall, Tyrion had recounted some tales about the Black Castle, which seemed to promise a more suitable refuge than the Red Keep. Stop dreaming. Cersei suddenly erupted, her previously composed demeanor fracturing into a torrent of hysteria, trembling with the fear of some imagined horror. That fat pig will sever my head. He surely will. Moreover, he would sacrifice little Joffrey to that pack of wolves from the north, allowing them to torment him mercilessly. As her chest heaved with emotion, Cersei's voice lost its sharpness. Yet this was a silver lining. If Robert demanded the lives of the Lannisters, then the old lion would never tolerate delivering us into his hands. The Lannisters and the Westerlands do not shy away from war or bloodshed. The current Duke of Casterly Rock, the Guardian of the West, is the fierce Tywin, not the jovial Tyrion. Should our father raise the banner of rebellion, all the lords of the Westerlands would rally beneath it. Let us use war to depose that pig from the throne and slay him. Let us employ war to elevate little Joffrey to the Iron Throne. No one has the authority to prevent Joffrey from becoming king, not even the former king. The more Cersei spoke, the more fervent she became, her expression betraying a burgeoning madness. Jaime gazed at the woman he loved with an intensity that was both profound and unsettling, his mind haunted by the echoes of the mad king's frenzied cries before he had betrayed him. Burn them all, reduce them to ashes. He lowered his gaze to the sword at his side, the metallic sound of drawing steel before the Iron Throne reverberating in his ears. While the Westerlands were indeed affluent, they could scarcely withstand the combined might of the North, the Stormlands, the Crownlands, and the Riverlands, which would inevitably side with them. This was a war virtually destined for failure, Cersei. Even with our father orchestrating the efforts, the outcome remained grim. As the phantoms in his mind dissipated, Jaime calmly articulated the most daunting concern regarding the future of House Lannister. Of course, it is not solely the Westerlands that must confront them, dear Jaime. The madness that had once consumed Cersei vanished, replaced by a sweet smile reminiscent of the grapes of Highgarden. Robert will have numerous adversaries, far beyond your imagination. Yet inevitably, the Lannisters must also bear a small price, particularly you, Jaime. Jaime regarded his sister, now brimming with unwarranted confidence, feeling an unfamiliar distance between them. He was all too familiar with her blind self-assurance and arrogance, yet Cersei now seemed to possess an unsettling depth beyond mere foolish fantasies. But from where could Robert possibly conjure so many enemies? Jaime could not fathom it, nor could Cersei. Whose thoughts and plans are these that you speak of? Jaime believes there is only one possibility. It matters not, Jaime, it matters not. Cersei shook her head with regret, stating, I shall not divulge his identity. Yet you may rest assured that, whether he be foe or ally, his counsel will indeed prove invaluable to us. Naturally, we shall discuss everything once we meet with Father. I will reveal the entire strategy to him. I trust that the old lion will incorporate his wisdom into it. We shall prevail, Jaime. We shall triumph in this war. Cersei took Jaime's hand, tenderly cradling it against her chest. The warmth emanating through the gauntlet caressed Jaime's hand. Reminiscent of that day when she plunged the sword into the Mad King's back, his blood cascading down the blade and onto her gauntlet. Though it was impossible for that blood to transfer heat through the metal, he distinctly remembered feeling its searing warmth. Chapter 18. Champion of the tournament. Amidst the cacophony surrounding the tournament grounds, the populace fervently debated who would emerge as champion in the day's joust. Many believed the formidable Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, to be the most likely victor among the final 4 knights. Yet, a considerable faction held that the illustrious Ser Jaime Lannister, with his unmatched skill, would surely claim the crown. Additionally, numerous voices expressed admiration for the Knight of Flowers, whose grace might enable him to best the other contenders, a sentiment predominantly echoed by the ladies present. Few would openly wish for Ser Sandor Clegane to triumph, likely due to the terror invoked by his fearsome visage. For these spectators, the previous night was merely one of countless ordinary evenings. They remained oblivious to the intricate machinations that had unfolded by the banks of the Blackwater before dawn. They had simply slumbered and then resumed their anticipation of the tournament. However, a few astute individuals, scanning the surroundings, noted subtle discrepancies. Ser Jaime was conspicuously absent from the vicinity of the tournament. And as the king and the prime minister took their seats, the queen and all the princes and princesses were nowhere to be seen. Arya, still mingling with the crowd, recalled the indistinct figure she had observed by the riverbank the previous night, struggling to comprehend the current situation. She and Sansa had been escorted back to the Red Keep by guards following Eddard's return to camp, thus remaining unaware of the extraordinary discussions that transpired at the subsequent council meeting. Consequently, upon noticing the absence of the queen and the princes in the stands, Sansa merely assumed they had remained in the Red Keep due to the altercation of the previous night and had chosen not to witness the remainder of the tournament. Rhaegar blended into the throng, eschewing the use of a disguise, instead opting for a simple hood that obscured much of his face, leaving the visible portion devoid of any scales. His own vision was unimpeded, as he had deliberately procured a hood with a loosely woven fabric, allowing him to observe the world beyond through its larger openings. A faint, nearly imperceptible scent of lilac wafted through the air, displacing the atmosphere around Rhaegar. And without turning his head, he instinctively recognized the approach of someone familiar. My esteemed sir, do you not wish to remain in the stands to witness the exhilarating clash among the final 4? Perhaps you could indulge in a wager, winning some gold to reward your little bird. Mr. Rillan, how astute you are. I had hoped to catch you off guard today. A voice, devoid of any distinctive traits, emerged from beside him, prompting Rillan to turn and regard the ordinary farmer responsible for the utterance, thus establishing a connection through their means of communication. As for my brief departure, there is no need for concern, sir. As the master of intelligence, it is my utmost duty to personally gather information in such circumstances. Moreover, the so-called thrilling duel may very well be non-existent. The voice of the eunuch concluded in Rillan's mind just as the king rose in the stands, his voice resonating like a thunderclap as he announced to the crowd, Jaime Lannister has failed to arrive at the designated time for the tournament, thus forfeiting by default. Ser Sandor Clegane advances unchallenged. The remaining knights may prepare for the upcoming joust. The crowd stirred with excitement. Many who had genuinely hoped for Jaime to seize victory voiced their disappointment in hisses, while those who had placed their bets on the Mountain or the Knight of Flowers beamed with delight. Rillin scanned the arena, noting the surprise etched on the faces of the three knights poised at the sidelines. Yet the emotions of the Hound and the Mountain contrasted sharply with that of Loras. If Loras exhibited mere confusion and bewilderment, the expressions on the Hound and the Mountain bore unmistakable signs of concern and unease. Even the Hound's uniquely striking visage and the Mountain's typically impassive countenance could not conceal their evident anxiety. Rillin's gaze shifted back to the stands, where numerous vacant seats now prevailed. Notably, the lone core member of House Lannister, Tyrion, remained seated, yet his circumstances had subtly shifted since the previous day. A few ministers deliberately ignored the incessant chatter of the dwarf, and even Lancel, seated closest to him, refrained from engaging in any of Tyrion's overtures. Thus, it was apparent not only to Rillin but also to Tyrion himself, who furrowed his brow and fell silent, that he needed to engage his considerable intellect. Mr. Rillin, with keen insight, must have surmised what transpired last night. Loras and Gregor readied themselves, mounted on their steeds with attendants waiting at either end of the tournament field, divided by a wooden barrier into two lanes. It appeared that Cersei and Jaime had clandestinely fled King's Landing with their illicit offspring, and Lord Eddard had been compelled to disclose the truth to the king. Loras rode a striking mare, both graceful and robust, adorned with a blanket woven with blooming flowers, resembling a princess of the equine realm. In contrast, Gregor's fiery stallion, seemingly entranced by the mare's unique fragrance, snorted repeatedly, restlessly pawing at the ground, necessitating the Mountain to grasp the reins tightly to maintain control even before charging forth. Indeed, your foresight is remarkable, Mr. Rillin. It seems I need not elucidate further. Everything unfolds precisely as you have anticipated. As the sound of hooves echoed, two knights armed with long spears charged towards each other. At the moment their figures intersected across the wooden barrier, the stallion could no longer contain its bloodthirsty excitement, striving to break free and reach the elegant mare on the other side. In that instant, the floral knight skillfully and gracefully thrust his spear, precisely interrupting the Mountain's attempt to dominate the stallion with brute force, causing it to jolt uncontrollably. With just the right amount of force, he sent his opponent tumbling from the saddle. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the untrained commoners to perceive that the floral knight had effortlessly unseated the Mountain with a single thrust. This provoked a chorus of boos from the crowd, mingled with the enthusiastic cheers of many women. However, my Lord Varys, there is one matter I wish to clarify. His Majesty the King will not participate in the ensuing tournament, will he? If he intends to join, I would implore you to devise a means to prevent his involvement. Oh, why does Lord Tyrell concern himself with this? Do you fear that His Majesty might encounter some misfortune during the tournament? The floral knight smiled as he removed his helmet, resting it gracefully in the crook of his arm, bowing elegantly to the audience. He deftly maneuvered his small mare around the arena, and as he passed beneath the seating of House Tyrell, he leaned down to pluck a white rose from a blanket, flashing a radiant smile at the Duke of Highgarden, Garland, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Yet, Loras ultimately did not disregard etiquette to such an extent. He refrained from presenting the rose in his hand, instead casting a soft glance at Garland before circling back to the commoner's side, elegantly tossing the white rose into the throng, inciting a flurry of joyous scrambling. My Lord Varys, do not be modest. Surely you must have contemplated these matters as well. Just prior to the tournament, Cersei orchestrated a meticulous assassination, leaving everyone with a lingering sense of treachery. Now, unbeknownst to them, she is poised to leave King's Landing. Should she manipulate the warriors participating in this tournament, through bribery or intimidation, and provoke Robert into joining the contest through some means, it is highly probable that the king could be assassinated once more, under circumstances that would catch nearly everyone off guard. However, judging by your laid-back demeanor, I assume the king has already abandoned any desire to participate. Loras rode along the inner side of the wooden barrier, which separated the crowd from the arena, leaning down amidst the wave of cheers to extend his hand, gently brushing against the outstretched hands of men and women striving to reach him. His handsome figure and the attention he commanded rendered even the bright morning sun somewhat dim. At that moment, the Mountain, having risen from the ground, yanked the stallion, also sprawled on the ground, back to its feet. He then bellowed at his squire for a sword. Upon receiving a massive two-handed sword from the boy's grasp, he raised it high, bringing it down with tremendous force, as if intending to cleave a tree stump in two like a lumberjack with an axe. The unfortunate stallion could barely emit a whinny, its robust neck severed nearly in two. leaving only a scant connection of muscle and hide to the heavy head that swayed precariously beneath the still-standing carcass. The crowd erupted in gasps and cries of horror. It was fortunate, as the gentleman remarked, that our Lord Ed understood His Majesty's temperament so well, successfully persuading Robert to withdraw from the tournament, which eased my own anxieties. However, the mountain, enraged after slaying his steed, strode toward Loras, first shattering the pitiful wooden barrier that stood between them with a swift stroke of his sword. Amidst the crowd's cries, he yanked the elegant mare from beneath Loras, raising his sword to strike down the knight still on the ground. The cacophony of chaos rendered the Prime Minister's desperate shouts completely inaudible, while the king's unfocused gaze betrayed his unfortunate distraction, leaving him oblivious to the turmoil unfolding before him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a strong hand grasped the mountain's arm. Turning, he found it was his lamentable brother, Sandor Clegane. For the time being, he could only find solace in the fact that Cersei and the others had managed to escape unnoticed. It seemed war was indeed unavoidable. Alas, I had not foreseen her flight from King's Landing. I had always believed that, given her nature, she would hold fast in the Red Keep, fighting to the bitter end. I suspect Lord Varys shared my sentiments. Sandor looked at the unscarred visage of the mountain, gravely urging him to keep his distance from the Knight of Flowers. Yet, in Ser Loras's eyes, it was not a protective instinct for the knight, but rather a mere pretext to engage in a fierce battle with his brother. The mountain abruptly withdrew his sword hand, striking at Sandor without hesitation. Sandor, of course, had anticipated this, raising his sword to initiate a vigorous duel. When Sandor Clegane fought against most knights, each strike appeared as unstoppable as the crashing of mountains and the breaking of rivers, forcing his opponents to retreat. Yet, in this encounter, faced with the mountain, Sandor found himself in a struggle akin to that against ordinary knights. Within mere exchanges, Sandor's sword was knocked from his grasp. Just as the mountain prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Sandor's unhelmed, grotesque head, his sword inexplicably slipped from his hand, soaring to a height of several feet. This sudden turn of events left both combatants frozen in place, while the crowd, having recently settled into tense silence, erupted once more into a din of commotion. This was, of course, the handiwork of Ser Loras. He had initially intended to remain impassive, waiting for Robert to command the two to cease their struggle, echoing the original tale. However, even in that crucial moment, Ser Loras observed Robert, seemingly entranced, seated in the stands, oblivious to the chaos. Thus, with no other choice, he employed a levitation spell to disarm the mountain, halting the conflict. Fortunately, the incessant fluctuations within the crowd ultimately drew the king back to reality. As he focused on the scene before him, he immediately furrowed his brow and bellowed, "By the seven hells, what are you all doing?" The victor of this bout has already been determined, and it is none other than Ser Loras. Bring forth Ser Gregor. As the atmosphere regained its calm, Raylan dispelled the levitation spell. Consequently, the sword of the mountain descended gracefully from a height of several dozen feet, resembling a colossal bird forged of steel, captivating the onlookers. Raylan gestured, re-establishing the communication link with Varys, which had been abruptly severed due to the casting of other concentration spells. Was that also a spell? Truly astonishing. What is it that you, Sir Raylan, cannot achieve? Moreover, I did not anticipate your profound concern for the life of Joffrey Baratheon. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and the arena bustled with activity. Shortly, the Hound returned on horseback, prepared for the finals. However, across from him, the Knight of Flowers approached the arena clad solely in coarse linen, solemnly declaring to the king and the assembled spectators that, having been saved by Sandor, he conceded defeat in this contest, thus crowning Sandor as the champion. A wave of sighs and praises surged through the audience, although few accolades were directed toward the champion. The Hound. It is not that I wished for his demise. Rather, I felt that the fated confrontation between these brothers should not transpire today. Furthermore, even without my intervention, the Hound would likely survive. He is not the sort to be completely devoid of contingency plans. Besides, Joffrey still owes me a gilded scaling knife. And if he has forgotten, his guards will need to remind him. This is indeed the truth. Raylan had not elevated his status due to his recent actions, indicating that either the Hound was capable of ensuring his own survival, or his life and death bore little consequence on the unfolding narrative. While both scenarios are plausible, Raylan personally leans towards the former. Of course, it is also possible that both conditions coexist. With the champion of the jousting tournament established, it is only fitting that the king commend his valiant warrior. As for the collection of the substantial prize of gold dragons, that would be a matter for a more private discussion. Robert rose amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, formally declaring that the champion of this tournament was Sandor Clegane. And he proceeded to extol the valor of this gallant knight in conventional terms. The hound, kneeling with his head bowed, obscured his expression beneath a cascade of fine hair. Just when the populace anticipated a respite to prepare for the team event, Robert did not cease his resonant voice, continuing with words that would reverberate throughout the Seven Kingdoms. From the north to Dorne, from the Iron Islands to the Stormlands, regardless of which corner of the Seven Kingdoms you hail from, I, Robert Baratheon I, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, have a matter of sorrow and indignation to share with you all. I, the nominal Queen Cersei Lannister, have long engaged in an illicit affair with my brother, Jaime Lannister. The 3 children born of this forbidden union are, without exception, the progeny of our clandestine liaison, yet they are regarded as my legitimate heirs by the Seven Kingdoms. To conceal this truth, which the gods themselves abhor, they orchestrated the secret assassination of the former Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, who dared to investigate. Furthermore, they callously precipitated the fall of Bran Stark. The vile Joffrey, born of this treachery, even went so far as to hire an assassin to murder the poor Bran, who had yet to awaken. As if these heinous acts were insufficient, the mad Queen Cersei conspired with forces across the narrow sea, intent on employing the despicable means of assassination to rid herself of me. Thankfully, the Seven have bestowed their protection upon us, clearing the obstacles before us, allowing the wretched truth within the Red Keep to finally bask in the light of day. Noble lords and knights, warriors and artisans, women and maidens, children and elders, today, upon this tournament field, your king shares with you all. You must remember this tale and spread the sins of the Lannisters to the north, south, east, and west, ensuring that all may engrave their malevolence upon their hearts and stones, teaching every child to scorn such individuals. However, my purpose in recounting these abominations to you is not to justify their future slaughter. I hereby make a solemn promise, which you must relay to Lord Tywin Lannister. Should Cersei, Jaime, and Joffrey be returned to the Red Keep, I shall only demand the life of the mad Queen Cersei, allowing Jaime and his eldest son to choose between donning black or confessing their crimes to face death. As for Tommen and Myrcella, given their innocence and virtue, I am inclined, in the name of the king, to grant them legitimate status as Lannisters, making them heirs to the lordship of the Westerlands. In the name of House Baratheon, may the Seven witness this vow. In an instant, the crowd erupted, akin to hot oil splashing into water. Second ring change spell, levitation. Choose a creature or loose object within range that you can see, causing it to rise vertically up to 20 feet and remain suspended there for the duration, up to 10 minutes. The spell can levitate an object weighing up to 500 pounds. An unwilling creature can make a constitution saving throw to avoid the effect. The target can only move by pushing or pulling against a fixed object or surface, like a wall or ceiling, which counts as climbing. You may spend time adjusting the target's altitude up or down by as much as 20 feet. If you are the target of the spell, you can ascend and descend as part of your movement. When the spell ends, any suspended target gently floats down to the ground. Chapter 19. Fishbone Heart Tree. In the training yard of Winterfell, Catelyn stood alongside Ser Roderick and Maester Luwin, observing as Bran adjusted to his specially crafted saddle on his pony. This marked the 3rd time in recent days that Bran had mounted to acclimate himself. During his initial attempts, he nearly fell from the horse, startling Adwo, who was tasked with guiding Bran. By the 2nd occasion, Bran had managed to direct the pony to move or halt at his command. Now, he had even communicated his desire to turn. It was likely that, before long, with this pony and a specially crafted saddle based on Tyrion's designs, Bran would appear akin to a knight. Meanwhile, Adwo carried a basket modified by Maester Luwin, suitable for accommodating the still diminutive Bran. Thus, Adwo had, in a sense, become one of Bran's means of mobility. Adwo was the great-grandson of the castle's wet nurse, seemingly her only surviving kin. His physique was so remarkable that many speculated he bore traces of giant blood. Although not as tall as the mountain, he surpassed many knights deemed robust and imposing. A normal-sized adult man attempting to punch his belly would likely find himself knocked off balance. Yet, the cruel fairness of the gods was manifest in him, for one day in his youth, he fell ill, leaving him with cognitive impairments that stripped him of nearly all language and complex thought. He could only utter nonsensical phrases akin to his name, Adwo. Over time, people gradually forgot his given name, Ward, and referred to him solely as Adwo. Originally, Adwo assisted with various tasks in the castle's stables, relying on his strength and size. However, after Eddard departed south with many, few horses remained. Bran, having awakened, depended on Adwo for movement. leading him to spend his days in close company with Bran. Catelyn found solace in the presence of Adwo in Winterfell and even felt a sense of gratitude for his unusual intellect. Otherwise, a typical person might struggle to endure being treated as a mere human steed for a boy perceived as disabled. But Adwo did not mind. When told to act, he complied. While any other man could suffice in Adwo's role for the less than 10-year-old Bran, he would inevitably grow. Though slender, Bran was not notably short among his peers and would undoubtedly mature into a normally proportioned adult. By that time, aside from Adwo's reassuring stature, no one else would be capable of assisting Bran in moving from his bed to other places. My lady, shall we truly refrain from informing Bran of these matters in advance? Sir Roderick pondered for a considerable while before voicing his concern. Apprehensive about the unforeseen consequences of Bran learning the truth abruptly, Catelyn shifted her gaze from Bran's beaming face to the ground before her, pausing momentarily yet steadfast in her original conviction. No, Sir Roderick. Regardless of how my son may react to the truth revealed at the Bannermen's Council, the emotions displayed by his half-functioning body will serve as living proof of the Lannisters' transgressions before the Lords. All the vassals of House Stark shall bear witness to the cruel lion's horrifying treatment of their lord's son. She cast her gaze upon Bran once more, who, atop his saddle, was joyfully calling out his brother's name, having successfully guided his pony through 2 gentle turns. Robb, having taken time to accompany Bran on his 3rd attempt to ride, stood proudly beside his fierce dire wolf, Grey Wind, applauding and praising his brother with a warm smile. After patting Hodder, he turned to leave the training grounds. Though the giant may not fully comprehend his intentions, as the ever-busy acting Lord of Winterfell, Robb felt it was indeed his duty to offer Hodder some encouragement. And please, believe in me and Eddard's children, my lord. Although it may seem harsh to say, Bran has truly matured significantly since awakening. I can see him rapidly growing into a true Stark man. Catelyn recalled the moment Bran first emerged from his chamber in Hodder's arms after awakening. The poor boy furrowed his brow slightly, yet did not utter any disparaging words. Contrary to her expectations, it is worth noting that the former Bran had always been the most fastidious of all her children, save for Sansa. Though he often returned home covered in dirt from climbing, he would promptly cleanse himself and refuse to don any soiled garments again. Even Eddard, at times, would find himself on the receiving end of Bran's disdain due to his own sweat and odor. As for Hodder, his immense size meant that the castle possessed few garments suitable for him. Engaged in heavy labor and often frequenting the dog kennel and stable, his scent would occasionally cause Robb to wrinkle his nose. Yet, since his awakening, Bran had spent every day in Hodder's company, even often resting upon Hodder's back, without a single complaint. How remarkably understanding my son is, Catelyn mused, a bittersweet pride swelling within her. Bran's scholarly pursuits had garnered praise from Maester Luwin. While his martial skills had been affirmed by Ser Roderick, he was lively, astute, and never a source of annoyance. He could undoubtedly shine as the most illustrious among all the younger sons of the dukes. Catelyn regained her focus and inquired of those nearby. Maester Luwin, have the ravens been dispatched to summon the vassals? This morning, Winterfell had received a letter from Eddard, sent post-haste from King's Landing. The swift black wings brought forth the truth regarding Cersei, Jaime, and their illegitimate offspring to the northern capital, accompanied by Eddard's urgent instructions. While the hand of the king himself harbored no desire for war, it would be foolish to abandon all preparations. In his letter, he urged Catelyn to convene a meeting of the northern lords to reaffirm their loyalty to House Stark and to ensure they would stand resolutely against the Lannisters should war erupt. It was suggested that the relevant lords fortify the defenses of Carlin Bay and White Harbor, ensuring that, in the event of any future conflict, the enemy would find no opportunity to advance northward from Neck and Bite Bay. Although, according to the letter from Lord Eddard delivered by the Raven, numerous knights and attendants had already begun to disseminate the truth about the Lannister transgressors from King's Landing. The swiftness of birds far surpasses that of horses. To guarantee that most lords could independently verify the rumors circulating from the tournament before receiving our correspondence, it seems we must exercise patience. Today is not an opportune moment to release the ravens. The gray-haired scholar responded candidly to Catelyn, also wishing to assuage her impatience. Very well, Catelyn nodded, her gaze following Bran, who had been gently placed in the basket behind her by Hodder, and she caught sight of Bran's dire wolf, Summer, loyally accompanying him. This wolf was the last among the pups to receive a name, which was bestowed only when Bran awoke from his fall. Master Luwin, Catelyn inquired once more of the learned elder who had aided in the birth of all her children. Do you not find that Bran's connection with all creatures is rather unique? Excluding the dire wolves, that little pony, while clever, surprisingly grasps Bran's thoughts with such clarity. Moreover, there is the ravens. No other soul in the castle shares the same amicable rapport with them as you and Bran do. Master Luwin blinked, clearly in agreement with the lady's assertion. Indeed, many scholars in the Citadel struggle to cultivate lasting relationships with the ravens, yet Bran's bond with them remains exceptionally strong. So, my lady, are you suggesting that the Stark lineage continues to embody the blood of the ancients? Caitlyn's gaze drifted to a wrought iron gate to her left, behind which lay the sacred grove of Winterfell. In the bygone days of Westeros, every castle boasted a sacred grove, and each grove harbored a heart tree. The oldest heart trees were always those with pale trunks and vibrant red leaves of the weirwood. Each heart tree bore carvings resembling human faces, symbolizing the people's faith in the old gods. However, with the invasion of the Undals, the seven gods gradually supplanted the old gods, leading to the deforestation of many heart trees in the southern groves. Even those sacred groves that retained heart trees mostly replaced the weirwoods with other large trees due to various constraints. For instance, the heart tree in the sacred grove of King's Landing is a grand oak. Yet, the north remains the sole region of the Seven Kingdoms untouched by the Undals, where most families trace their lineage back to the ancients, and the sacred groves and wild forests are still adorned with ancient weirwoods. It is said that some ancients once intermingled with the children of the forest. Caitlin continued, the children of the forest are the indigenous people of this land. To them, the ancients were mere invaders. A protracted and painful conflict ensued between the two, but ultimately, they reached an accord, sharing the vast expanse of land between them. The children of the forest possess extraordinary powers. They can tame beasts and even transform themselves into them. Caitlin turned to Master Luwin, observing the Valyrian steel chain on his scholar's collar, which, if she recalled correctly, signified his mastery of magic acknowledged by the Citadel. The scholar nodded silently, aware that Lady Caitlin had not yet finished speaking. Do you think it possible that a trace of the bloodline of the children of the forest, having traversed millennia, has awakened a semblance of power within Bran? This might explain his unique connection with animals. In truth, both you and Ser Roderick know that I was never particularly drawn to those legends and tales. However, the enigmatic Mr. Brynden has altered my perspective. He wields magic and possesses the gift of prophecy. If such a person stands before us today, could it not be that the ancient legends may once again come to light? Ser Roderick stood quietly to one side, initially stubborn in his belief that Brynden was merely a jester. Yet, the matters concerning Peter and the Lannisters had proven that the prophecies he spoke of were far more accurate than those recorded in books. Alas, even that magical man had admitted he lacked the ability to heal Bran's condition. Master Luwin sighed, my lady. While I wish to assert that stories are merely stories and legends have faded into obscurity, the incredible tale you and Ser Roderick recounted about Brynden is indeed beyond the knowledge I have acquired through the Citadel. As for the connection between the children of the forest and Bran, are you familiar with House Reed? Holland Reed fought alongside Lord Eddard in war, accompanying him south to the Isle of Faces to retrieve the body of Lady Lyanna. The Reeds are the leaders of the entire Marshmen, and despite the mockery they often endure, they have their own insights into the ancient ways they adhere to. I have also heard that Holland Reed has a keen interest in certain mysterious matters. Coincidentally, a vassal meeting is to be convened shortly. Perhaps you might take this opportunity to engage Lord Holland Reed in conversation regarding Bran's condition. Caitlin nodded thoughtfully, clearly intrigued by the suggestion. Thank you, Master Luwin. You and the Ser may go about your duties for now. I shall retreat to the Godswood for a while. With that, she lifted her skirts and crossed the yard towards the entrance of the Godswood. The heart tree of Winterfell's Godswood is an ancient weirwood growing by the shores of the polluted lake, said to have silently thrived for over 10,000 years. When the castle's builder, Brandon, erected Winterfell, it was constructed around this heart tree and the surrounding Godswood. Caitlin stood quietly before the heart tree, her hands clasped tightly at her chest, as devoutly as in her youth. She faced the streaks of red sap flowing from the tree's face-like carvings, something she typically found quite distasteful. Caitlin hailed from the flowing city of the Riverlands, having been raised in the faith of the Seven, the new gods of the South, and had only gradually become accustomed to the ancient beliefs of the North and the heart tree over the years. In the past, when facing the heart tree, one either sought out Eddard or looked for other children. This was because the Duke of the North had specially constructed a small sept in Winterfell for his wife, where Caitlin would go in search of the strength of her faith. However, now she could only come here, as her devout husband, a faithful adherent of the old gods, was far to the south in King's Landing, a place devoid of even a single weirwood tree. The ominous sounds of war were faintly echoing in the distance, and Eddard, as the hand of the king, insisted on remaining at the king's side. Trust was scarce within the Red Keep, and she could not leave Robert alone in that den of vipers. While Catelyn would not oppose such a decision, it did not mean she was free from concern. As the eldest son and heir to the Duke, Robb would, once the war commenced, represent his liege lord father, leading the assembled forces of the North southward to support the king. Yet, he was barely approaching 15 years of age. "Oh, old and new gods, please bless my husband, my children, and protect the ancient Stark family, Ned, Robb, Sansa, Bran, Arya, and Rickon." Strangely, a pair of gray eyes suddenly filled her mind. Those eyes had once looked upon Bran with sorrow before his awakening and had often flickered with a sensitive glint around the Stark dining table. They belonged to Jon Snow, a bastard who bore a striking resemblance to all her children. That boy now donned black garments and resided at the Wall. He had relinquished the rights to marry, father children, and inherit lands, and could no longer appear before her, incessantly reminding her of her husband's past entanglements with other women, a source of her deep-seated distaste. At this moment, thinking of that boy who stood sentinel at the farthest northern reaches of the Seven Kingdoms, Catelyn felt a twinge of worry. Although he seemed the farthest from the war, he was closer to the heart of winter than anyone else. "Oh, old and new gods, please also bestow your blessings upon that boy, Jon Snow, the Stark boy." The lady, devoted to the new gods from the south, stood before the carved face of the weirwood tree for a long time, until a gentle breeze danced around her skirts, rushing into the black pond, leaving a trail of ripples upon the water's surface that eventually surged upward, rustling through the layers of crimson leaves, as if replying silently. Chapter 20. The legitimization of differences. Dressed in exquisite silk-embroidered garments, Lisa entered the council chamber, where, as expected, her royal brother sat in the foremost seat, awaiting the arrival of the lords to commence the meeting. Ever since Robert's assassination, the likelihood of the king's presence at these councils had significantly increased. Perhaps it would be wise to occasionally plot a murder against her elder brother, albeit discreetly. Lisa found herself amused by the thought, swearing never to voice this notion that would remain forever unrealized. He nodded gravely at the somber-faced king and prime minister before taking his seat as the minister of justice, awaiting the arrival of the final member of the assembly, the Grand Maester Pycelle. Prior to this meeting, the king and prime minister had subtly hinted to everyone that the agenda was of considerable importance. Thus, the atmosphere in the chamber was far from relaxed. Even Peter and Varys had refrained from their usual verbal sparring. Before long, the Grand Maester, adorned with a heavy necklace composed of 24 metallic plates, entered. Stooping slightly as he did so, his bald head was mottled with age spots, and a few wisps of sparse white hair hung down at either side of his forehead. A long, flowing white beard cascaded down to his chest, perfectly covering the necklace that draped from his neck. This venerable scholar, who had served for kings, bore an astonishingly frail appearance, often leading one to ponder whether he might one day awaken to find that he had met the stranger, the deity representing death and the unknown in the faith of the Seven. However, as Loras observed Pycelle trembling in his chair, he felt a twinge of confusion. The elder seemed particularly weary today, clearly surpassing the limits of human endurance. If, on ordinary days, Pycelle could manage to convey a semblance of fatigue with minimal effort due to his genuinely advanced age, today's display of exhaustion surpassed even the highest threshold. Thus, one could only conclude that something dire had transpired, leaving this Grand Maester utterly spent, appearing as though he stood on the precipice of death with just a single breath separating him from the void. But who could say? Loras shook his head slightly, unable to fathom what troubled the old Maester. Over his 40 years of service to the Iron Throne, Pycelle's contributions had hardly been remarkable. Conversely, as a member of the royal court, his performance could not be harshly deemed inadequate, even though he had scarcely ever offered any truly valuable insights during the council meetings. The succession of kings who had passed on the Iron Throne regarded Pycelle much like a household object that, while barely functional, was deemed sufficient for continued use. Of course, this perspective was largely due to the fact that very few were privy to the clandestine actions Pycelle had undertaken influenced by his political leanings, Loras included. For instance, upon witnessing Lord Jon Arryn's unexpected poisoning and near demise, he instinctively attributed it to the Lannisters, or more specifically, to the Queen, and subsequently insisted that Lord Jon's symptoms were merely the result of a natural ailment rather than poisoning. After observing Maester Cresson administering an antidote to Lord Jon and noting the improvement, he even commanded the latter to be dismissed, ultimately leading to Lord Jon's untimely death. As everyone settled into their respective seats, Robert's gruff voice boomed, signaling the commencement of the meeting. Today, the council shall deliberate on 3 pressing matters. I trust all of you have had a hearty breakfast this morning. The first issue at hand concerned the impending end of the long summer and the alarming shortage of the Night's Watch at the Wall. Originally, after returning from the Wall, the diminutive Tyrion conveyed a private message from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to me. In recent days, a contingent of Night's Watch soldiers, having traveled south from the Wall, had an audience with Prime Minister Eddard, once again articulating their demands. Upon hearing this topic, the reactions of the esteemed council members diverged significantly. The elder statesmen, Varys and Pycelle, maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, while Peter, the master of coin, appeared somewhat disinterested. The only two individuals who grew serious and concerned were Varys, the eunuch, and Lord Eddard himself. However, Lancel believed that if his elder brother, the master of ships Stannis, were present, his response would likely mirror that of the Prime Minister. Stannis, a peculiar man who values justice and order above all else, would never passively witness the decline and potential extinction of the Night's Watch, an institution that has guarded the Wall for millennia, even if the threat of the others has seemingly vanished. Yet, regarding Stannis, Lancel found himself perplexed as to why he had not hastened his return from Dragonstone. With the truth surrounding the Queen and Jaime now laid bare, and Lord Jon no longer considered a victim of natural causes, even if he had initially departed King's Landing to prepare for what he deemed a possible future, the revelation has rendered him anything but a clandestine guardian of justice. Given that the Prime Minister had expressly sent him a letter, it would seem prudent for his brother to return post-haste. After all, the potential for war between the Iron Throne and the Westerlands loomed large, and the royal fleet required his command for the defense of Blackwater Bay. As for Lancel himself, he possessed little interest in the frigid climes that could freeze birds in their flight. He had initially promised the imp to casually find some individuals in the dungeons to bolster the ranks at the Wall. However, on one hand, the Prime Minister soberly pointed out that the situation at the Wall and further north was far graver than they had imagined. On the other hand, the king, lifting the flagon and cup from before him, poured himself a drink and swallowed it in one swift motion. According to protocol, the council table could accommodate desserts and fruit platters, but the presence of wine was expressly forbidden, as even the unlearned could comprehend that inebriation impairs one's capacity for rational thought. Yet, given that Robert, as king, had finally managed to attend the meeting, the minor infraction of drinking was overlooked by all. Meanwhile, I had previously dismissed notions of winter, magic, dragons, and prophecies with scorn. After all, who among us, aside from the unseasoned youth, has not endured a few winters? Yet, in truth, which winter has ever summoned forth creatures that breathe the icy winds? As for dragons, they now lay as mere useless bones beneath our feet. However, at the tournament, most of you witnessed the astonishing spectacle, the colossal sword above the hound's head, poised to strike, inexplicably soared into the air, only to descend gracefully to the ground like a feather once they ceased their combat. Pray tell, aside from magic, what means could possibly achieve such feats? Indeed, there seemed to be none, and Lancel's heart concurred. As the youngest son of House Baratheon, he had witnessed his elder brother ascend to the throne at a tender age, while he himself was bestowed the title of Duke of Storm's End. Inheriting his father's lands and titles, having barely reached adulthood, he was summoned to the royal council and appointed as the Minister of Justice. The opulence surrounding him was as natural as water and air. Thus, despite being merely 21, Lancel had experienced far more than many an elder buried in the earth. After witnessing the astonishing spectacle at the tournament, he could conjure no explanation beyond the realm of magic, though tales spoke of magic still thriving in far eastern lands like Ashai. From the perspective of the Westerosi, it was believed that with the demise of the last dragon, magic had long since receded from their world. The glass candles no longer blazed, the pyromancer's tricks had lost their efficacy, and even the sorcerers of Karth were rumored to have nearly exhausted their powers. Lancel found it particularly intriguing to hear his brother, the king, expound at length on such matters. He had thought that the knowledge once imparted to Robert had long since mingled with wine and evaporated from his being. Yet, here was magic, tangible and present, with practitioners standing upon the soil of the Seven Kingdoms, even gathered at the tournament to witness the contests alongside them. By the gods, I shall speak plainly. I am beginning to believe in the notion that certain forces are indeed returning. Coupled with the unnaturally oppressive summer, this winter promises to be daunting. Regardless, the Night's Watch, with its fewer than 1,000 men, is woefully inadequate, and even emptying the dungeons would yield scarcely 100. 7 Save us. Why are there so few prisoners in the dungeons? In the past, Aegon V had managed to scrape together 200 men to escort old Aemon to the Wall. Yet I could barely muster half that number. Peter was eager to interject as the king reached this juncture, but Robert swiftly silenced him, much to Lancel's amusement. For pity's sake, Do not utter any nonsense about my reign being commendable. I am well aware of the kind of king I am. The solitary reason for the scant number of prisoners in the dungeons is that far too many criminals are relishing there. Damn it, freedom outside. Robert sighed in resignation. This situation was not entirely disconnected from him. Alas, this was not a dilemma that could be resolved with mere words or a few letters in a matter of days or months. Thus, the issue of the Night's Watch's manpower required further contemplation. Emptying the dungeons would barely yield 100 men, yet the Night's Watch desired at least a 300-man reinforcement. So, I beseech you, lords, to speak freely and see if this assembly of king and ministers can provide sufficient reinforcements for the realm's wall. Thereafter ensued a lively discussion among the members of the royal council, each voicing their thoughts. Even though each minister had varying degrees of intention to participate in the discussions, there were more than one who harbored personal motives unrelated to the Night's Watch. Nonetheless, as the conversation progressed, a rather valuable solution gradually emerged through their exchanges. Interestingly, this solution was chiefly linked to Lord Ed, the Prime Minister, more precisely, to the matter of his illegitimate son donning black garb. Ultimately, the attendees reached a unanimous agreement to issue a call in the name of the king, urging all families of the Seven Kingdoms, specifically the younger sons, younger children, and illegitimate offspring of non-heirs, to journey north to the wall and join the Night's Watch. Furthermore, it was proposed that families with strongholds, while selecting escorts for their sons' journey north, should also bring along any prisoners who might be in their castles. However, unlike the guards who could return after delivering their charges to the wall, these prisoners would accompany the sons as they joined the Night's Watch. Naturally, a mere call would yield limited results, as the act of sending non-heir male descendants to the wall was an age-old tradition, well known among most families. The missing first ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark, was himself such a younger son, whose journey north was to search for another noble-born missing ranger, Willis Royce. To bolster the nobles' willingness to send their sons, the council devised a plan to erect a massive stone monument near the tournament grounds outside King's Landing, inscribed with the names of every male descendant of families who voluntarily became members of the Night's Watch. Of course, those sent as prisoners would not be afforded this honor. The monument would be named the Monument of the Winter's Guardians. Thus, even if many male descendants were reluctant to join the Night's Watch, preferring not to spend their lives at the wall and away from women, many heads of households would be inclined to send their sons for the sake of the familial honor associated with having their names inscribed on the monument. Moreover, when considering the prisoners joining them, perhaps, in due time, the commander of the Night's Watch would achieve his desired number of 300 men. The first topic of the meeting yielded a commendable outcome, eliciting a slight smile from the king, whose countenance was typically laden with flesh, as he naturally proceeded to introduce the second agenda item. Thank you, esteemed lords, for your wisdom and insightful discourse. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter of the heir to the Iron Throne. It is widely known that I have previously designated and received universal acknowledgement of the heir to the Iron Throne and his siblings as the illegitimate offspring of House Lannister. Thus, we must present to the Seven Kingdoms the reality of a true heir to the Iron Throne. Upon this revelation, all present exhibited considerable interest, a stark contrast to the previous topic. Particularly, Renly, as the youngest of House Baratheon, found himself in a precarious position regarding succession, especially in the absence of legitimate heirs from his elder brother. However, within the fiefdom established by my elder brother, I have acquired the title and lands of House Baratheon, while my second brother has been granted Dragonstone and the title of Prince of Dragonstone from House Targaryen. Though this title typically signifies the heir apparent within the Targaryen dynasty, we find ourselves amidst the Baratheon reign, do we not? To be candid, though, Lancelot harbors little ambition for kingship. However, should this matter fall upon him by customary right, he would not mind indulging in the experience. After all, despite his profound admiration for charming and handsome men, he does not consider himself inept when it comes to women, and siring an heir for the Seven Kingdoms is certainly within his capabilities. A playful smirk danced upon Lancelot's lips as he pondered how his elder brother would choose between two brothers of such starkly contrasting temperaments. Yet, this matter differs from the previous one. I need not have you all debate before me who should inherit the chair beneath me. I shall directly declare my choice, and it is irrevocable. I announce the legitimization of my three bastards, Maya Stone, Gendry, and Edric Storm, bestowing upon them the family name of Baratheon. The heir to the Iron Throne, the Seven Kingdoms, and my successor shall be Edric Baratheon. The assembled ministers initially felt a twinge of concern at Robert's resolute tone, fearing that this king might leave a mess for all, akin to Aegon IV's last-minute legitimization of all his bastards. Yet, Upon the conclusion of Robert's declaration, while astonishment prevailed, there was a collective sigh of relief as his actions, though unconventional, did not seem excessively absurd. However, the absence of absurdity did not equate to universal agreement on the matter. The first to voice dissent was the Grand Maester Pycelle. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, you indeed possess the authority to legitimize any bastard. However, to bypass your two living brothers and directly designate a legitimized bastard as your heir appears rather unconventional within the established laws of succession. Even though His Highness Edric's mother hails from a noble lineage, I must remind you that it is well known he was conceived by you and a Florent girl upon the marriage bed of my second brother and another Florent lady, thus regarded as a blemish upon his honor. The elder scholar's words were notably gentle, lacking a tone of staunch opposition. In truth, Lancelot perceived Pycelle's approach as an attempt to furnish Robert with a counterargument against such claims. Though Edric has been raised in my Storm's End, under the tutelage of my steward and learned scholars who have adhered to the principles of noble upbringing, I, Lancelot Baratheon, entirely support your Majesty's intentions. Yet, Stannis Baratheon will undoubtedly vehemently oppose this course of action. The other ministers remained momentarily silent, for they perceived that the most pressing issue regarding the king's handling of the matter had already been articulated by both Pycelle and Lancel. Seven Hells. Is there truly any ambiguity in this course of action? I am the king. I possess the authority to legitimize them as my true progeny, transforming them from bastards into princes and princesses of the Seven Kingdoms. We have lost two princes and a princess. Thus it is only natural for me to reclaim two princes and a princess for all. Although Gendry is slightly older than Edric, he has not received a rigorous education and has grown up as an apprentice in a blacksmith's forge from a young age. Therefore, I designate Edric, who is more suitable to become king, as my heir. Every step taken in this matter adheres to the damned laws. As for my two brothers, the king glanced at Lancel. May the gods forgive me, I do not intend to insult you. Yet, everyone present knows that Stannis is even less fit to be this accursed king. He would cast every whore of King S. Landing into the sea. He would imprison half the populace of Westeros for crimes he deems dishonorable. And Lancel, we both know that should you ascend to the throne, you might excel beyond me. And if the crown were to fall upon your head, you would not refuse it. However, I also recognize that once the crown is placed upon another legitimate heir, you would not seek to usurp it. Robert surveyed all those in the room, even the two gold cloaks at the door. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that I desire my son to inherit this seat of power beneath me. Is that notion truly erroneous? Furthermore, my arrangements are entirely reasonable and lawful, and should any troubles arise in the future, we shall address them accordingly. This matter is settled. I do not wish to hear any further objections from your lips. When Stannis returns from Dragonstone, I shall personally persuade him, even if it requires publicly apologizing for the matters that transpired on his wedding night, erasing that so-called stain of honor. Afterward, we shall discuss the candidates to retrieve Myrcella and Edric from the Moonlight Keep and Storm's End, along with Gendry, and swiftly establish these three Baratheons within the Red Keep, allowing them to acclimate to the lives of princes and princesses. With the king's declaration, the ministers could only bow their heads in acquiescence, especially as more than one among them secretly harbored no opposition to such arrangements. Now that the lords have nodded in agreement, let us turn our attention to the third agenda of today's meeting, which is indeed the most vexing matter, the issue of the damned gold coins. As he spoke, Robert's face contorted, resembling that of a cow's rear. The ministers present also exhibited signs of distress. In the absence of the Lannisters and the Westerlands, the kingdom's debts and daily expenditures had become an unavoidable dilemma. If only Duke Tywin would relent swiftly, but should war break out, the kingdom's financial situation would indeed be exacerbated. As the king signaled for the prime minister and the chancellor of the exchequer to briefly outline the various aspects concerning the gold coins, a figure clad in golden robes burst through the door and swiftly approached the king. In hushed tones, he delivered a letter brought by a raven. The wax seal on the letter remained intact, evidently awaiting the king's personal unsealing. However, the urgency of the situation compelled the golden-robed figure to interrupt the meeting and present the missive to Robert, leading the assembled dignitaries to realize that the news contained within was likely far from pleasant. With a resounding thud, the king abruptly rose, slamming his hand upon the conference table, sending the wine jug and goblets crashing to the ground. The crimson liquid that spilled forth from the jug flowed slowly before the eyes of all, reminiscent of the blood of the vessel itself. How dare they? How dare they? How could Tywin possibly agree? The king roared in fury, simultaneously tossing the letter to the prime minister at his side. Lord Eddard, his countenance grave as he perused the contents, passed it along to Lancel on the other side, resulting in all the ministers reading the letter in turn. The missive revealed an unexpected response from the Westerlands to the king's accusations. Cersei and Jaime claimed that they were not of the bloodline of Lord Tywin, but rather the illegitimate offspring of the Mad King Aerys II and Joanna Lannister. Consequently, their children, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, were said to possess a portion of Targaryen blood. In defiance of Robert's outlined fates for the five of them, they chose an alternative path, proclaiming Joffrey as king. Subsequently, as king, he legitimized the status of Cersei and Jaime's bastards, bestowing upon them the surname Targaryen. Thus, Joffrey, along with his brother and sister, adopted the Targaryen name. The self-proclaimed King Joffrey Targaryen now possessed all that was required to lay claim to the Iron Throne, branding Robert Baratheon a usurper and denying his right to the throne while declaring himself the king of the Golden Dragons. In the hidden shadows, Ser Raylan followed the golden-robed figure into the Red Keep, proceeding directly through the main entrance to a corridor known as the Traitor's Walk. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he encountered a low, semicircular tower, the dungeons of the Red Keep. The upper portion of this structure barely rose 2 stories above ground, with the majority of its expanse situated underground. The uppermost chambers, referred to as the upper dungeons, were not truly cells in the strictest sense. Rather, they served as comfortable quarters for certain wayward nobles under house arrest, furnished with soft beds and complete with tables and chairs. Most desired items could be requested from the guards, rendering these accommodations more comfortable than the homes of the majority of commoners. Between the upper and lower levels lay the quarters of the prison warden, the chief confessor, and the royal enforcer. However, Ser Raylan held no interest in these individuals. He walked past them directly to a sturdy iron door and a heavy gray wooden door marking the boundary between the upper and lower levels. Should he proceed through this passageway, he would descend into the true domain of the Red Keep's dungeons, a subterranean space consisting of 4 levels. According to the established regulations of the dungeon's guardians, although the gray wooden door is often left unlocked, the iron door should always remain secured. Only the dungeon personnel, apart from the 3 adults possessing private chambers, including the guards, jailers, and interrogators, are entrusted with the keys to unlock it. However, just yesterday, the king issued a decree to transfer nearly all prisoners from the dungeon to the Night's Watch of the South, instructing them to escort the inmates to the desolate northern wall, guarding against potential threats from the far north. Consequently, the first level, which houses the majority of ordinary offenders, requires constant movement in and out, leading to both doors being left unlocked. This undoubtedly facilitated Raylan, sparing him the trouble of pilfering the keys from the dungeon staff. Thus, the invisible Raylan easily pushed open both doors, entering the lower level, rendering the entrance seemingly haunted. The first level is designated for confining common criminals. Due to its elevation above ground, the cells on this floor feature narrow windows above the outer walls, allowing inmates a glimpse of wind and sunlight. However, this does not imply that the environment on this level is the most favorable. Each cell houses more than 1 inmate, and when these individuals, already prone to misconduct outside the dungeon, gather within such confined spaces, they often incite various disturbances. The most common disputes arise over the coveted positions within the cell, such as the comfortable straw bedding. Although the first level is not overwhelmingly chaotic, the shouts of the guards intermingle with the hushed whispers of the prisoners, effectively drowning out the faint sound of Raylan's footsteps on the stone floor, even as he moved invisibly. His objective did not lie in this level. Thus, he pressed onward, deeper into the dungeon, until he reached the end of the first level and descended the stone steps to the second level. As soon as he arrived on the second level, the surrounding light dimmed significantly. This level is specifically designated for incarcerating noble prisoners and enemy aristocrats captured during various wars by the Iron Throne. Given the unique status of the inmates, this level boasts the best conditions within the dungeon, featuring smaller individual cells equipped with hard beds. Unlike the infamous black cells of the third level, the cells here face the corridor through iron bars rather than wooden doors, allowing the flickering light from the scattered torches in the corridor to penetrate the gaps, providing a faint illumination that prevents the prisoners from succumbing too quickly to madness in the oppressive darkness. While it may be challenging for an ordinary person to discern the identities of the inmates without a torch, to Raylan's keen eyes, this level appeared almost as bright as the first, thanks to the dark vision bestowed upon him by his elven lineage. Unlike the bustling first level, the second level, with its sparse number of prisoners, exudes an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional faint sounds of movement emanating from the dimly lit cells, confirming the presence of life in this desolate space. Raylan walked steadily past each cell, ultimately discovering his quarry, Tyrion Lannister, in a cell near the end of the second floor. This unfortunate dwarf had been caught unawares during the tournament when the king publicly accused him of his sister's and brother's illicit affair and now awaited with trepidation the judgment of the Baratheons. However, due to the lingering hope at the council meeting that Tywin might yield to Robert, no overtly malicious actions had been taken against him just yet. It was not until the king received a declaration from the Westerlands to the Seven Kingdoms during the council that his wrath boiled over, and he demanded Tyrion's head, still remaining in King's Landing. Fortunately, the lords present vehemently dissuaded him, and the king's fury gradually subsided, leading him to order that the little monster be thrown into the dungeon for the time being. Tyrion sat with his back against the bars, facing the stone wall, his contorted form and short legs rendering him a rather comical sight. He let out a heavy sigh, so profound that if it could materialize into a hammer, he would effortlessly break through the stone wall before him. Yet, even if that were possible, it would avail him nothing, for here in the depths, breaking through the wall would only lead to the more despairing underground soil and the rocks of the Eyrie. Tyrion Lannister, railing, still cloaked in invisibility, spoke to startle the dwarf. What? Tyrion jumped, as if his backside were on fire, springing to his feet and immediately turning to the corridor outside the bars. Convinced the voice had come from beyond, he peered into the dim light, seeing nothing but the flickering yellow flames. Damn it, am I going mad so soon? It's barely been a day. The dwarf rubbed his eyes and shook his head. At that moment, Rayling chose to reveal himself as Tyrion lifted his gaze once more. With a shimmering flash, Rayling's form appeared outside the bars, causing Tyrion to retreat in alarm. Are you a ghost? Or something else? Fear not, Mr. Lannister. It is merely a trick of the light, Rayling replied with a warm smile. Though in the dim and backlit environment Tyrion might not discern the nuances of his expression, Rayling unabashedly showcased his charm. I have come to this dungeon's second level specifically to rescue you. The flickering flames cast an orange and yellow hue across the entire level, yet mingled within were other colors. Thus, despite knowing nothing about this suddenly appearing figure, Tyrion found himself inexplicably inclined to trust the words of this enigmatic rescuer, swayed by the faint smile and the peculiar, delicate scales gracing his visage. Rescue me? For what purpose? The Lannister name is now universally reviled in King's Landing. Are you daring to step forth to rescue me merely to curry favor with my father? Moreover, is that scales upon your face? No, Tyrion, my motive for saving you is solely rooted in my unwillingness to witness your demise. Winning Tywin's approval is not part of my agenda. As for the scales, indeed, they are blue scales. Not wishing to see me perish, such a courageous rationale. However, I am certain that I should not be acquainted with a gentleman of your caliber. I shall refrain from inquiring your name. If it pleases you, I would like to address you as Sir Blue Scale, if that is agreeable. Raylan nodded. Although he had bestowed the same name, Blue Scale, upon the sharp dagger crafted by Master Mod, he did not oppose others using it as a moniker for him. After all, he indeed bore numerous blue scales. Let me put it this way, Mr. Tyrion. I possess little concern for the lives of the vast majority in this world, unless there is profit to be gained. I harbor no interest in either saving or extinguishing them. However, there are a select few individuals whose survival I wish to see preserved, at least for the time being. Coincidentally, Mr. Tyrion, you are among them. Names such as Jon Snow and Daenerys flickered through Raylan's mind. Given that the esteemed author, Lord Martin, has designed a handful of characters as the core protagonists of this tale, and given Raylan's fondness for their charismatic personas, it falls within his aspirations to ensure their endurance, as far as he is able. Even though the dwarf's somewhat grotesque visage bore deep furrows, accentuated by his mismatched eyes, rendering him a curious blend of oddity and ugliness. With a hint of childlike charm, he discerned that Sir Blue Scale had not yet finished speaking. Thus, he refrained from interrupting. Even I believe that Duke Tywin should not leave his only heir entirely defenseless. After all, once the war ensues, should Robert fail to gain the upper hand in any minor confrontation, there exists a significant possibility that he would, in a fit of rage, slay you despite any opposition. Such a scenario is far from what Tywin would desire. Your death is one matter. However, the greater concern is the profound insult it would pose to Lannister honor. Lannister honor? The dwarf chuckled dryly, an expression of complexity etched upon his face. I find myself bewildered as to how my father could consent to such a ludicrous plan. It would render the honor he cherishes utterly worthless, and even my brother would be branded not only a regicide but also a kinslayer. And what would be gained from this? Merely the display of a Targaryen banner that few would recognize. Let us not discuss how many would believe my sister and brother to possess the blood of the Mad King. After all, from a preconceived perspective, There are indeed numerous elements that could corroborate their connection to the Targaryens, such as their striking appearances that far exceed the Lannister standard, and my sister's madness, which mirrors that of another woman version of the Mad King. By the way, I find Joffrey to be yet another incarnation of the Mad King. Even if everyone acknowledges this fact, what benefit does it truly bring? Indeed, there are numerous noble families in the Seven Kingdoms that secretly lean towards House Targaryen. However, would they raise their banners against the Iron Throne for a bastard like Joffrey, who claims the title of king? Perhaps, with the wealth and military strength of the Westerlands, they could momentarily contend against the alliance of the Stag, the Wolf, and other kingdoms, but what then? This is a war destined for failure. All those families secretly yearning for the return of the Targaryen dynasty can easily perceive this situation. Thus it is improbable that any considerable force would rally under the banner raised by my father due to such absurd claims. The smile on Raylan's face gradually transformed from innocent goodwill into a hint of amusement. Given the information Tyrion presently possessed and his own perspective, it was indeed quite reasonable for him to arrive at such a conclusion. However, Raylan was not in haste to enlighten him. Instead, she posed a question that piqued her personal curiosity. Truthfully, I am more inclined to inquire, setting aside grand topics such as war and the throne, Tyrion, do you believe that Cersei and Jaime could truly be the offspring of the Mad King, considering your position as the youngest Lannister? Tyrion fell silent for a moment, then approached the hard wooden bed, awkwardly climbing onto it with his short legs, and settled into a comfortable position. On a day when I was not yet 10, I once sneaked into my father's study. On his desk, I discovered a slender scholarly tome. Its title seemingly something along the lines of the characteristics of Targaryen bloodlines and their intermingling. The book was incredibly dull for a child, and I initially intended to disregard it. However, I noticed a golden bookmark nestled within its pages, suggesting my father had been reading that section. Thus, I climbed onto the chair and opened the book. That particular page discussed the profile of a Targaryen bastard and his mother, mundane and tedious. Yet, what was somewhat intriguing was the scholar's subsequent conclusion. A woman without Valyrian blood who bore a Targaryen child had a considerable likelihood of suffering some irreversible damage to her womb, or rather, her reproductive capabilities. My mother, after giving birth to my elder sister and brother, had her next pregnancy result in me, a malformed dwarf, and even lost her life in the process. Our Aunt Gina once remarked that whether smiling or not, Jaime bore no resemblance to our father whatsoever. In the depths of my memory, I searched fervently and found that my sister had only 2 living men worthy of her affection in her life, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and my brother Jaime. And look at this. Many claim that Targaryens inevitably fall in love with their siblings. What is more ridiculous? The Mad King's obsession with my mother was infamously notorious. Tyrion sighed again and promptly sprang off the bed. So let me be frank with you. The truth is, I do not know. They may very well be the offspring of my mother, Joanna Lannister, and the second incarnation of Aerys. Or perhaps they are the cherished fruits of my parents' love. There exists even the possibility that they are not of the Mad King's bloodline, but I am. Trust me, for as a dishonored dwarf, my father undoubtedly wishes that this were the truth. Thus, I previously mentioned that certain families might indeed subscribe to their claims. For anyone of a certain age, possessing even a modicum of understanding regarding the royal court of that era, it becomes apparent that their assertions are unfalsifiable. And since they cannot be disproven, it is only natural that they can choose to believe when it suits them. Nevertheless, the discussion returns to the pivotal issue of victory. If others perceive no hope for triumph, why should they choose to believe? Even if they do, what compels them to align with the Lannisters? Raylan's smile broadened. Though he had diligently studied the first 5 volumes of A Song of Ice and Fire, the intricate details regarding Cersei and Jaime's lineage had never been systematically disclosed to him. Now that Tyrion had generously shared his perspective, Raylan felt obliged to reciprocate by elaborating on Tywin's rationale for such a decision. Moreover, this was indeed included in today's original plan. Tyrion, your father is not less astute than you. The reason he has made what you perceive as an unwise choice is because he possesses knowledge that you have yet to uncover. Allow me to impart a certainty. The true Targaryen bloodline will inevitably return from across the narrow sea. This is not mere hope or wishful thinking. It represents a scheme meticulously devised by many influential figures in Westeros, including those participating in the small council at the Red Keep. Tyrion's mismatched eyes widened in astonishment. Robert's concerns regarding the Targaryen siblings were not unfounded. As they mature and gain strength, they will undoubtedly return to Westeros, empowered by their own forces. Furthermore, Prince Doran of Dorne has invested considerable effort into this clandestine plan, even sacrificing his daughter's betrothal. Beneath those siblings lies another, yet unknown true dragon's blood, who has, with the assistance of certain powerful individuals, evaded the catastrophic downfall of the Targaryen dynasty and is now flourishing in the eastern continent, receiving a refined education. One day, he too shall return to Westeros, mirroring the legacy of his blood relatives, and restore the three-headed dragon banner within the halls of the Red Keep. Do you think that if those families inclined towards the Targaryens were to accidentally uncover the outlines of this scheme, confirming the impending return of the true dragon bloodline, what role would the Lannisters and the Westerlands appear to them, now raising the Targaryen banner? The dwarf's eyes flickered, yet his astute mind rapidly provided the answer: the vanguard of the Targaryen Restoration Party. Indeed, Raylan continued with a smile. During the War of the Usurper, which culminated in Robert seizing the throne, not only did your father manage to keep the entire Westlands army at bay, but the Riverlands and Dorne, along with half of the Vale, were staunchly aligned with the supporters of the rightful claimants. Following the war's conclusion, Robert, in his pursuit of a smooth transition of power, refrained from purging the families and factions loyal to the Targaryens. Now, in just over a decade, do you truly believe that a multitude of those who were once unwaveringly devoted to the Targaryens would suddenly prostrate themselves before the crowned stag? For these factions, even if they do not overtly join the banner of rebellion in the Westlands, their hesitance to respond to Robert's summons could very well hinder the Iron Throne's ability to eradicate the Targaryen bastards resurfacing in your homeland. Certain sufficiently powerful factions, such as those from Dorne, who recognize the inevitable return of the true dragon, may regard the Lannisters as the vanguard of the Targaryen dynasty. Their cautiousness may manifest as subtle support for the Iron Throne or clandestine assistance to the Lannisters. For these individuals understand that as long as this vanguard can endure for 3 years, or even 2, when the true dragon raises its banner across the narrow sea, all those previously wavering between the lion and the stag will swiftly choose their allegiances. After all, if you were in their position and witnessed King Robert struggle to conquer a single Lannister waving the Targaryen banner, only to see the purest Targaryen blood re-emerge in Westeros and rally against the crowned stag, what choice would you make? At that moment, all would comprehend that the Targaryens are destined for victory. Moreover, this does not account for the dragons, Raylan mused, as no one's plans included the 3 dragons birthed by Daenerys. Thus, do you comprehend your father's intentions? Essentially, he aims to unfurl the Targaryen banner, allowing those who conspire for a restoration to perceive themselves as the vanguard meant to exhaust the Iron Throne's strength, thereby garnering support both overtly and covertly to withstand Robert's assault without succumbing entirely. As long as they can hold out until the true dragon bloodline reappears, Robert's defeat is assured. This would ensure the survival of Cersei, Jaime, and their children. As for the matter of succession, it is even simpler. Once a true dragon returns to incite a larger conflict, the Lannisters could have King Joffrey, the Golden Lion, bow before the true dragon and cease to claim the throne for themselves. At that juncture, the true dragon could outright deny Cersei, Jaime, and their children any claim to the Targaryen name, legitimizing the children as Lannisters instead. Thus, 5 Targaryen bastards would metamorphose back into your father's legitimate heirs. Ultimately, according to their scheme, your father would only sacrifice the nominal title of the firstborn heir during these 2 or 3 years, while gaining the survival of Cersei, Jaime, and those 3 children, alongside the overthrow of Robert's stag dynasty, aiding in the restoration of the Targaryen line. Even though the Lannisters committed numerous grievances against the Targaryens during the War of Usurpation, the most egregious acts were primarily the doing of Gregor Clegane. Aside from your brother Jaime, who delivered a fatal blow to the Mad King from behind, the remaining contributions to the restoration of the dynasty seem rather inconsequential. Regarding the act of regicide, and, to some extent, the notion of fratricide, Jaime possessed an exceedingly honorable justification. This is something he has never publicly disclosed, though he may have confided in Tywin, or perhaps he has not. In any case, the worst possible outcome would merely see Jaime revealing the truth of that fateful day in the throne room before the Seven, subsequently heading north to take on the mantle of a Night's Watchman. Yet, this scenario would still be far more favorable than the conditions offered by Robert. Tyrion found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately expressing his begrudging admiration for Tywin's cunning, while also extending his gratitude to Ser Balon for imparting such clandestine information. However, he soon became perplexed. How did my sister and father come to know of these matters? If they were unaware, such a plan would be utterly implausible. Indeed, how did they acquire this knowledge? Raylan pondered similarly. To fully comprehend these details and persuade Tywin to accept such a proposal through Cersei, there are likely very few candidates throughout Westeros. This, for now, remains a mystery. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste. We have conversed long enough, and it is time to assist you in escaping this cell." Raylan took a step back, contemplating the means to unlock the prison door. The iron bars appeared to lack resilience. Perhaps a few blasts of freezing magic would render them as brittle as a biscuit, or Tyrion could be subjected to a spell of enlargement and reduction, having his dimensions, allowing him to slip through due to his naturally small stature. Alternatively, he might employ an invisibility spell to stealthily procure the key to his cell. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Raylan's expression abruptly shifted, and he raised his hand to cast the invisibility spell upon himself once more, explaining to Tyrion that someone was approaching. Moments later, a faint sound of footsteps reached Tyrion's ears, prompting him to glance at the spot where Raylan had just stood, now conspicuously empty. As the figure drew nearer, Tyrion finally recognized the visitor as Ser Ilyn Payne, the King's Justice. Ser Ilyn remained silent as he approached the cell, producing a key to unlock the door. He then turned and descended the stone staircase leading to the third floor. With a subtle change in expression, Tyrion stepped out of the cell, half speaking to himself, half addressing an invisible audience, remarking that it seemed Duke Tywin did not wish for his sole heir to perish in the dungeon. He then followed Ser Ilyn and vanished from sight at the top of the stairs. Meanwhile, the invisible Raylan contemplated the situation. Ser Ilyn, a knight devoted to House Lannister, had been appointed as King's Justice after the Mad King had him execute a member of his own family, all to curry favor with the Lannisters when Robert ascended to the throne. Though the Iron Throne and the Lannisters have turned completely against each other, Ser Ilyn Payne, who does not bear the Lannister name, remains a silent enigma. In the span of merely a day, the bustling Red Keep seems to have forgotten the question of whom this taciturn executioner is truly loyal to. However, after the release of Tyrion, it seems inevitable that Ser Ilyn will become a pawn sacrificed by the Lannisters. When the king's wrath is ignited by the disappearance of the imp from his cell, it is likely that this loyal knight will be recalled to mind. At that point, his fate may be dire indeed. Furthermore, Ser Ilyn is descending with Tyrion, yet the third floor houses the black cells, while the fourth is filled with the blood and flesh of interrogation chambers shrouded in darkness. The answer thus becomes apparent. Ser Ilyn is aware of the secret passage leading from the depths of the fourth floor to the outside of the Red Keep. However, the labyrinthine and treacherous passages of the Red Keep are not easily navigated by anyone, save for Varys, the Spider, who, having lost trust in any Westerosi, has conveyed all his knowledge of the castle's secret pathways to this eunuch from the distant eastern continent. Varys, shaking his head with a quiet laugh, finds amusement in his previous underestimation of this formidable player in the game. It is almost comical to reflect that he once naively believed that a few tricks and illusions could render Varys his personal information chief. In retrospect, it is clear that the one benefiting most from turning the Lannisters into the vanguard of a restoration party is indeed Varys, who is fervently intent on placing young Aegon upon the throne. Meanwhile, he pondered who had leaked the information of the true dragon's inevitable return to the Lannisters. Even during their exchanges by the tournament grounds, he had mistakenly assumed that Varys was as oblivious as he was regarding Cersei's clandestine escape from King's Landing. Furthermore, recalling their earlier discussions by the riverside concerning the assassination of the king, he had deliberately lulled himself into believing that Varys was entirely aligned with his interests. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. As Ser Ilyn strides toward the stone steps leading to the first floor, he muses that at least this personal saga of ice and fire shall not be devoid of intrigue. Chapter 22. Roses and faith. At the banks of the Mander River in the Reach, there lies an exquisite hill encircled by walls and crowned with a castle, overseeing the merging of the coastal road and Rose Road at the foot of its ramparts. This small hill, or rather the castle that graces it, is none other than the seat of House Tyrell, Highgarden. 3 increasingly towering walls of white marble delineate the hill into 2 circular areas and 1 central circular zone. Between the first and second walls lies a dense, towering maze of foliage designed for the amusement of guests or to ensnare those scoundrels who attempt to infiltrate Highgarden unbidden. The expanse between the second and third walls is primarily occupied by the workplaces and residences of those who serve House Tyrell. As for the inner sanctum beyond the third wall, it naturally houses the family of the lords, along with the Great Hall and the Sacred Grove, places seldom shared with outsiders. Throughout the castle, one can find blooming flowers, courtyards, pools, and charming artificial waterfalls. Guests wandering within Highgarden often feel as though they have entered a verdant paradise. However, when it comes to the most lush and beautiful, one must certainly speak of the renowned sacred woods within Highgarden. This enchanting grove, teeming with countless majestic trees, shrubs, and blossoms, is home to 3 ancient heartwood trees. They encircle a serene pool, their branches intertwined, and after centuries of growth, they appear as a single colossal tree with 3 trunks. Those who have beheld them have affectionately dubbed them the Triad of Melodies. Despite possessing such an enviable spectacle, the current lords of Highgarden, the Tyrell family, like many families in the Reach, have long since placed their faith in the Seven. Thus, few would offer earnest prayers before the Triad. Most merely pause to admire their age and wonder while strolling through the floral pathways. At this moment, 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful, meander down the flower-lined path of the sacred woods. One figure, with silver hair and a diminutive stature, is a lady of perhaps 60 years, her toothless smile betraying her advanced age. The other, with soft brown curls and a graceful figure, though seemingly youthful, exudes a sweet, burgeoning charm, suggesting she is on the cusp of womanhood. These 2 are none other than Olenna Tyrell, the matriarch of the Tyrell family, and her granddaughter, Margaery Tyrell. Olenna, known for her sharp and acerbic tongue, is often referred to as the Queen of Thorns, while Margaery is lauded as the Rose of Highgarden. Currently, the head of the Tyrell family, Duke Mace, is Olenna's son and Margaery's father. This prematurely aged and tactless leader, derisively nicknamed the Inflated Fish by some, is indeed troubled by the tempestuous state of the 7 kingdoms. However, he is acutely aware of his limitations and has remained silent on matters of leadership for the Tyrell family, resolutely waiting for his mother, Lady Olenna, to provide direction before acting. Margaery, supporting Olenna, has just rounded a fragrant corner of the path and cannot resist plucking a golden rose that has stretched beyond the thicket. A single perfect bloom will suffice for the vase in her room, sparing her the need to summon a maidservant today. Grandmother, you have seen the letter from Loras sent from King's Landing. What are your thoughts? A black bird has traversed much of Rose Road, delivering a letter penned by her handsome brother to this most splendid castle. The letter reveals that Robb has no intention of remarrying following his rift with the Lannisters, thus thwarting their previously devised plan for Margaery to wed Robb and ascend as the new queen. However, a twist of fate follows. Though several bastards have yet to be brought to the Red Keep, the king has not yet announced his decision to legitimize them and name Edric as his heir to the 7 kingdoms. Fortunately, due to the intimate bond between Loras and Garland, Margaery has learned of this development early through her young brother, the king's brother and Lord Chancellor. In the present day, he communicated this matter to his family residing far away in Highgarden, subtly suggesting a potential alteration of the original plans, proposing to wed Margaery to Edric, thereby positioning her as the future queen. Amidst the Lannister rebellion under the banner of Targaryen, the Reach, being the most affluent kingdom aside from the Westerlands and boasting an even greater number of soldiers, could forge a robust alliance between the Tyrells and Baratheons through this betrothal, thus aiding the Iron Throne in swiftly quelling the insurrection. Robert would undoubtedly not reject such a delectable proposal. Loras assured that once their father, Lord Mace, formally approached the king with the marriage proposal, he would immediately acquiesce. With the glory of suppressing the rebellion and Margaery destined to become Edric's queen, the Tyrell family, who had governed the Reach for 3 centuries, would finally ascend to become one of the most pivotal families across all of Westeros, akin to the former prominence of the Lannisters. Margaery herself found this proposition quite enticing. She had inquired among the servants and knights about Edric. She learned that he was robust in health and possessed a certain allure in appearance. Rumors emanating from Storm's End also suggested he was of good character, raised with noble teachings, starkly contrasting the current King Robert, whose mind seemed almost dulled by indulgence, albeit his body was ample. Additionally, it was said that quarrels frequently erupted between the king and queen, indicating that Robert did not cherish his wife as he should. Although the entire 7 kingdoms were abuzz with discussions of Cersei's actions, which cast dishonor upon her in this marriage, Margaery pondered if Robert had treated Cersei well, she might not have acted in such a manner. Lady Olenna led her granddaughter toward the exit of the Godswood, momentarily refraining from answering her question, instead posing another seemingly unrelated query. Margaery, do you remember how we Tyrells came to be the Lords of Highgarden? Margaery raised the rose in her hand to her face, gently swaying it, her eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. She was not genuinely pondering the answer to her grandmother's question, as it was overly simplistic, easily answerable even by a child. Rather, she was attempting to discern the underlying intent behind her grandmother's inquiry. Nearly 3 centuries ago, during the conquest waged by Aegon, the noble house of Gardener, the former rulers of the Reach, allied with the Lannisters of Casterly Rock to resist the invaders. Together, they engaged Aegon's forces in battle on the plains south of the Blackwater, even gaining the upper hand for a time. However, this was prior to the arrival of dragons on the battlefield, as three colossal beasts soared above, unleashing dragon fire that incinerated over 4,000 warriors, leaving them as ashes, indistinguishable from one another, including King Mer IX of the Reach and all his sons, leading to the abrupt downfall of House Gardener. This battle, known as the Field of Fire, left the most indelible mark upon the Reach's memory. Subsequently, the hand of the king, Garland Tyrell, surrendered the city to the conqueror, and as recompense, Aegon bestowed the rule of Highgarden and the Reach onto the Tyrells. This marks the inception of the Rose era at Highgarden, a splendid 3-century epic. Lady Olenna nodded serenely as she and her granddaughter exited the Weirwood Grove, continuing their journey towards her chamber. Prior to this moment, the Tyrells were merely the custodians of the Gardner family, stewards passed down through generations. Look, Marjorie, how exquisite and fragrant Highgarden is, and how vast the golden rose-laden meadows beyond its gates. The duo maintained their pace, traversing the fountain courtyard, where a refreshing mist enveloped them, and passing beneath the vine-clad marble archways. Butterflies flitted around them, and bees busily darted to and fro. Ultimately, what underpins all that the Tyrells possess? It stems from House Targaryen. The young, beautiful maiden gazed into her grandmother's eyes with her glistening brown orbs and boldly articulated her thoughts. So, grandmother, do you mean we should align ourselves with the Lannisters? No, Marjorie, Lady Olenna interjected with a firm tone, her aged visage resolute. You need not entertain such notions. And neither should the Tyrells. You and Edric Storm are well suited. They passed by the courteous servants who bowed in deference, moved through ornately carved doors and chambers, and navigated the corridor adorned with intricate windows, arriving at Lady Olenna's quarters. Reply to Loras in King's Landing, affirming that his proposal is commendable, and we shall proceed as he suggests. The old woman extracted her hand, embraced by her granddaughter, and took a seat at the small table by the window, pouring herself half a glass of sweet arbor wine. Inform him that I shall have your father, Mace, draft a formal marriage proposal, which Loras will personally deliver to our king. Oh, naturally, this must await the king's announcement of his legitimate heir to the 7 kingdoms. She raised her glass, savoring the wine before swallowing it slowly. It was a flavor with which she was intimately familiar. Before her marriage into House Tyrell, she had been a miss of House Redwine on Arbor, raised amidst the sweet scent of wine. Yet she was fortunate. A rather satisfactory marriage brought her from Arbor to Highgarden. Both regions belonged to the Reach, sharing a similar climate and abundant beauty. However, Marjorie was not as fortunate. The radiant rose of Highgarden, whom she cherished dearly, would soon wed far away to a place devoid of beauty. Let your marriage contract with that fortunate soul, who has risen from being a bastard to a prospective king, serve as a bridge for House Tyrell's ascendancy to the Red Keep. Marjorie observed her grandmother lift her glass slightly in her direction, a gentle smile gracing her deeply etched face, seemingly at odds with the title of the so-called Queen of Thorns. Very well, grandmother. I shall return to make preparations. The young maiden, clutching the golden rose she had plucked, turned to depart, leaving behind a series of perfect curves traced by her figure in the interplay of light and shadow along the corridor. Lady Olenna lingered at the window for a time before reaching beneath the table to open a drawer, retrieving stationery, ink, and sealing wax. Before closing the drawer, her gaze lingered momentarily on 2 open letters within. The broken wax seals on the letters depicted a proud lion and a spear piercing the sun. She smoothed the parchment and lifted a quill, dipping it twice into the ink. To the esteemed guardian of the West, His Grace, Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, and His Majesty, King Joffrey I Targaryen, Sovereign of the Golden Dragon, greetings. Chapter 23. The Prince and the Shadowbinder. The outlet from Blackwater Bay to the Narrow Sea is constricted by the encircling formations of Crab's Claw Peninsula and Massey's Hook, narrowing significantly compared to the bay's broadest expanse. The central location of Driftmark and Dragonstone further divides this already limited exit into 2 narrower passages. Though the Valyrian family of Driftmark, who arrived in Westeros prior to the Targaryens, are of an ancient bloodline, they do not pursue conquest and power with the same fervor as the Targaryens. Instead, they are deeply engrossed in managing their lands and amassing wealth. Many attribute this to their lack of dragons. During Aegon's conquest, the Valyrians were the first family to pledge fealty to the 3-headed dragon banner. For a considerable time following the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, the Valyrians played a pivotal role within the royal court, with the first and many subsequent captains of the Kingsguard and Lords of the Sea stemming from their lineage. Under the reign of the Sea Snake, the Valyrians ascended to unprecedented heights of glory and admiration. This nobleman embarked on 9 voyages across the seas, exploring distant realms that remained unknown to the Westerosi of his time, returning with untold riches and treasures, making the port town of Driftmark more vibrant than King's Landing, and rendering the Valyrian family wealthier than the Lannisters and Hightowers. However, during the Dance of the Dragons, the entire Valyrian family suffered a devastating blow. Driftmark was ravaged and set ablaze, and all the dragon riders perished, their wealth and treasures reduced to regret and ashes amidst the flames of war. Though the esteemed sea snake ultimately brought an end to the bloody Targaryen civil war, becoming the hand of the youthful Aegon III, he passed into obscurity the very next year. The Valyrians, thereafter, fell into decline. In the War of the Usurper, their loyalty to the Targaryens could not shield the three-headed dragon from the dire consequences of the dynasty's downfall, and in the aftermath, they were compelled to bow to Robert Baratheon. In the present day, the Valyrians of Driftmark are indeed bound to serve Prince Stannis Targaryen of Dragonstone by legal obligation. The name Dragonstone is sometimes used to refer to the actual island, and at other times to the castle upon it. This is not merely due to laziness, but rather because the island and the castle share numerous commonalities, especially dragons. The island is adorned with dragon-shaped statues and stone walls, all varying in intricacy, coexisting in antiquity and youth, having long become an integral part of this tranquil isle, much like the castle itself. Moreover, the castle's architecture boldly displays the fearsome visage of dragons. This castle, constructed from obsidian stone using the ancient Valyrian masonry techniques, perhaps even magic, was born approximately 5 centuries ago, during a time when the freehold of Valyria had not yet met its demise and extended its influence westward to the narrow sea, incorporating this island at its furthest point. 8 or 9 decades later, 12 years prior to the cataclysmic end of Valyria, a young maiden of House Targaryen beheld in a dream of dragons the fiery destruction of Valyria. The then head of the family, Aenar Targaryen, chose to trust in his daughter's vision. Thus, he liquidated their assets, acquired this castle and its lands, and fled here with his family, bringing with them dragons and dragon eggs. During the subsequent century of their establishment on Dragonstone, the Targaryens did not once inquire about the affairs of Westeros, until the 7th-generation ruler of Dragonstone, Aegon Targaryen, formulated a strategy for the conquest of Westeros within these very walls, joining forces with his sister wife to initiate a war of conquest, ultimately unifying the 6 kingdoms. Following this, they established King's Landing as the capital of the 7 kingdoms, while Dragonstone became the seat of the heir to the throne, the Prince of Dragonstone. However, prior to the completion of the Red Keep, Dragonstone had once served as the residence of the royal family. At the pinnacle of the main keep of Dragonstone Castle, there exists a circular chamber known as the Round Hall, in which stands a massive wooden table intricately carved to depict the detailed topography of Westeros. Before and during the conquest, Aegon devised his battle plans upon this very table. Presently, standing beside it is Stannis, a robust man appearing somewhat older than his 30-some years. His limbs are strong, his features taut, and his exposed skin bears the signs of harsh sun exposure, darkened and hardened like iron. Due to severe hair loss, only a fringe of black hair remains, encircling the area behind his ears, resembling the shadow of a crown that has fractured and vanished from his brow. He gazes silently at the map table, his pale, thin lips pressed tightly together, as though harboring a torrent of anger and sorrow within. Yet those familiar with him know that this is merely his visage when deep in thought, regardless of whether the news at hand is good or ill. My lord, a woman from the east claims to have come in response to your summons to offer her services. Davos Seaworth, mockingly dubbed the Onion Knight, strides briskly into the chamber and approaches Stannis to report. Shall I bring her in? The Prince of Dragonstone silently nods, his gaze still fixed on the map table. Should anyone follow his line of sight closely, they would discern that he is likely observing the engraving of the Westerlands upon the surface. Davos, receiving his command, turns to leave, and upon his return, he is accompanied by a striking woman clad in a red robe. She possesses a mane of copper-red hair, a rarity in Westeros. Stannis glances at her momentarily before returning his attention to the wooden table, as though the heart-shaped face and crimson eyes, capable of enchanting many a man, hold little significance for him. Your name and purpose. If you have come to assassinate me, I now offer you the opportunity to depart. Otherwise, I shall sever your neck before you can draw your dagger. The woman smiled softly, and for some inexplicable reason, the air around Davos seemed to grow noticeably warmer. My lord Stannis, I come to you with sincere intent to offer my strength, along with the powers promised by the Lord of Light, she spoke, her voice imbued with an otherworldly ethereality. Her accent bore traces of the farthest east, yet her tone was laced with elegance. This led Davos to ponder. Perhaps she could speak the common tongue of Westeros without any accent, but chose to adopt one to highlight her distant origins. You may call me Melisandre. I hail from As High, a servant of the Lord of Light, Lawler. The Lord of Light, Lawler? Stannis furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze back to the woman who called herself Melisandre, repeating the name of this distant deity, whose worshippers were scarce in Westeros. As High is as foreign to us Westerosi as another world. Why would a red priestess such as yourself seek refuge with me? Melisandre circled the wooden map table, positioning herself directly opposite Stannis, allowing him to gaze upon his own reflection without turning his head. The Prince of Dragonstone, brother to the usurper, had sent emissaries to the east in search of skilled individuals to serve him, yet he refrained from disclosing his reasons, inevitably stirring much curiosity. But most importantly, my lord Stannis, you are the king I am destined to follow. This revelation is bestowed upon me by the Lord of Light. King? Stannis's brow furrowed even deeper, though he intended to gather forces from beyond Westeros for his own use. It was merely a preparation against the chaos that might ensue from the Queen's illicit affairs regarding the Iron Throne. When he and Lord Jon uncovered the truth, he had not anticipated the sudden and mysterious death of the latter. This made him aware that the forces aligned with the Queen in King's Landing extended far beyond the Lannisters themselves, prompting him to return to Dragonstone post-haste to consolidate his own power. While it might be said he was without the blessings of the Seven, Stannis privately believed that his brother Robert would not withstand the treacherous schemes of the Queen's faction. Moreover, neither the prince nor princess were legitimate heirs to Robert. By the order of succession, he was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. To prepare for such a possibility, he did briefly cast his gaze toward the east, hoping to rally some distant Westerosi or simply to hire valiant mercenaries for his military reserves at a modest price. Yet ultimately, his aspirations remained unfulfilled. Now, an enigmatic missionary serving a foreign deity had arrived, further complicating Stannis' understanding of her true intentions. I am not a king, merely the king's hand and commander of the fleet. Moreover, we have never met. How can you claim I am the one you are destined to follow? No. I have seen you, my lord Stannis, amidst the flames. The red-cloaked woman spoke with conviction, her certainty palpable. As for the king, you are not yet. You will ultimately become one. You shall draw forth the power of the King of Light from the flames, assisting him in vanquishing his ancient adversary. I have come to aid you in realizing this destined future, to the best of my abilities, sacrificing all. As Melisandre spoke, the golden necklace adorned with a magnificent ruby began to emit a faint glow. Rays of light coursed through the ruby, reminiscent of fierce flames. Correspondingly, a fiery brilliance surged within her crimson eyes. These extraordinary phenomena did not escape the keen gaze of Stannis, who faced her directly, while Davos, who had accompanied her to the wooden table, felt the air grow increasingly oppressive. Stannis fixed his gaze upon the woman's eyes, and the room fell into a silence so profound that Davos could easily count the beats of his own heart. Very well, you shall remain on Dragonstone, by my side. Stannis resolved. I do not take your god or your prophecies seriously, yet you have the opportunity to persuade me with your power as you serve me. Perhaps one day I may aid your god in defeating his enemies, but before that, I must first conquer my own. He seated himself at the head of the table, corresponding to Dragonstone's position, and gestured for Davos and Melisandre to take their seats. He then instructed the guard at the door to summon Maester Cresson. This venerable scholar, nearing 80, had assumed a paternal role for Stannis following the deaths of their mutual parents, even after Stannis was named Prince of Dragonstone rather than Duke of Storm's End, breaking the convention that a maester served only the castle and its lands, not the family. He had followed Stannis from Storm's End to Dragonstone. Once the old maester was seated, Stannis announced the conclusions he had drawn after contemplation. The Lannisters were openly rebelling in the Westerlands under the banner of Targaryen, provoking the king to rally his loyal vassals and troops, intending to crush the rebellion with thunderous force. Moreover, I suspect my elder brother is intent on replacing the Lord of the Westerlands. He may not relent until he has taken Casterly Rock. The old maester seized the opportunity to observe the unfamiliar face across the table, filled with curiosity and bewilderment towards the mysterious Red Priestess. I plan to return to King's Landing shortly to resume my duties at court, especially with the possibility of the king leading his forces into battle. Dragonstone will be left in the capable hands of Maester Cresson, Ser Davos, and the relatives of my wife. Do take good care of Shireen. Stannis specifically mentioned his unfortunate daughter. Although his relationship with his wife was frigid, and she had not borne him the son he desired, Shireen was indeed a pitiable child, having nearly succumbed to grayscale in her youth. As a testament to the affliction, A large portion of her left cheek and most of her neck were covered in grim, scaly patches, presenting a rather horrific appearance. Stannis, cold in demeanor, could be said to have loved no one since the death of his parents, and thus could hardly claim affection for this little girl. Yet, as one who valued duty and honor, he understood his responsibility as a father to care for his daughter, especially one so afflicted by illness. Regarding the woman in the red robe, Lady Melisandre, he said, "You shall accompany me to King's Landing." She smiled and nodded in agreement, seemingly unperturbed by the proposition. The other two men, though surprised, voiced no objections. For the majority of lords who had served at the Red Keep, bringing along other women without their wives and daughters would invariably invite a plethora of colorful rumors. However, for Stannis, this was of little consequence. No one entertained the notion that Stannis Baratheon would engage in any dishonorable conduct between the sexes. Indeed, Robert had once jested that he and his wife, Celis, had entered their chamber on their wedding night with expressions akin to those of warriors charging into battle. Subsequently, the three men, aside from Melisandre, discussed some matters of state following Stannis' departure, and this brief assembly came to an end. Davos and Maester Crescent took their leave, while Stannis escorted the Red Priestess to his quarters. He intended to place her in the room closest to him, even nearer than that of his wife and daughter. The sound of their footsteps echoed against the ancient stones of the castle, and Stannis suddenly felt that the footsteps of the woman behind him seemed to fade into the distance. Soon, they arrived at the chamber Stannis wished Melisandre to occupy, a place long abandoned, damp and cold due to the island's climate. Furthermore, the numerous dragon motifs on the door, walls, and even the windows would likely deter any ordinary lady from residing there. After issuing some simple instructions, Stannis turned to leave and returned to his own quarters. But the Red Priestess called out to him, "Lord Stannis, as the eldest brother of the king, you have not inherited the titles and castle passed down through generations of your family. While the Prince of Dragonstone represented the heir apparent in the previous dynasty, is it not true that the current king bears the surname Baratheon?" Stannis paused, turning to regard Melisandre, who, without uttering a word, conveyed her understanding of his confusion regarding her forthcoming remarks and their implications. "You demonstrated unparalleled resolve and courage during the siege of Storm's End. Yet the king only expresses gratitude towards Eddard Stark while remaining silent about your contributions. The last scion of House Targaryen was stealthily whisked away from Dragonstone. Yet the king lays the blame squarely upon you for the pursuit's shortcomings, despite your fleet having only just been completed in the fierce storm gathering near Dragonstone at that time. As a key minister of the new dynasty, you have diligently assisted Lord Jon in governing King's Landing, the realm, and the kingdom, while the king indulges himself in drink, hunting, and debauchery, unable even to discern whether the children around him are of his own blood. Even so, you would still rush to the king's side to aid him in quelling the rebellion?" Stannis' gaze was as deep as a ship submerged for 1,000 years beneath the sea. There was more, he pondered. Robert sought to legitimize his three bastards as princes and princesses, and intended to name that Edric as the new heir. However, such news had yet to be proclaimed to the public, and he could not afford to spread it himself. The boy was born upon his parents' marriage bed. Yet the inebriated Robert regarded him merely as a silk carpet from some brothel. Within Stannis' mind, a multitude of voices protested against the idea of allowing Edric to become the heir to the Iron Throne. However, the rationale was not merely his own opposition. It stemmed from the fact that Gendry, also legitimized, was older than Edric. Primogeniture, after all, is the custom, and customs serve as the principles and justifications for actions. Such was the singular thought occupying Stannis' mind. At the very least, he believed it was for this reason alone. "This is my duty." Stannis bore no shame in the impression others had of him as taciturn, outside of meetings, where he felt no obligation to expound at length. The sentences that escaped his lips were woefully brief and often cold. He lingered no longer, turning to exit the chamber, leaving Melisandre with only the silhouette of his back, merging into the stronghold of Dragonstone. In the solitude of the room, the Red Priestess shed her cloak, revealing expanses of alabaster skin, an exposure that was excessive even for the late summer of Westeros. "Your duty is far weightier and grander than you perceive, for you are the prince foretold in prophecy." Melisandre murmured softly, her head bowed, as if Stannis' visage lay hidden within the shadows beneath her feet. Outside, the sea winds of Dragonstone howled unceasingly, reminiscent of the time 5 centuries ago when the Valyrians began to construct this castle, and even earlier, when the island lay untouched, save for the volcano exhaling its obsidian breath. Chapter 24. Serendipity. In a small section of the inner city square beneath the Prime Minister's tower, Jory, the captain of House Stark's guard, was accompanying Arya in her sword practice. Ever since discovering at the tournament feast that Arya secretly possessed a slender swift sword, crafted specifically for her by Jon Snow through the blacksmith Mikken of Winterfell, Eddard had repeatedly confirmed his daughter's genuine interest in swordplay, realizing it was not a fleeting whim but a true passion. Thus, in a bid to ensure Arya could learn the art of swordsmanship diligently at his side, Eddard was arranging for a skilled instructor to come to the Red Keep and teach her. However, the prevalent sword styles among the knights of Westeros favored the robust and brawny, emphasizing grandiose movements. Therefore, with the intention of learning appropriately, Eddard planned to summon a master of agile fencing from the vibrant free cities across the narrow sea. As the teacher had yet to arrive in King's Landing, Jory was tasked with assisting Arya in her practice whenever time allowed. Yet, from Arya's perspective, Jory's formidable strength and lack of adaptability in his swordplay offered little in the way of learning. Even with practice, swords made of lead-filled wood, she often found her weapon knocked from her grasp. It was no wonder that Jory was the captain of their guard rather than a tutor. Even though practicing with a companion is undoubtedly superior to wielding a sword in solitude, she finds herself reminiscing about Sir Robert, whom she encountered at the tournament. At least he could impart some knowledge to her. The Prime Minister, with a sense of urgency, strides from the council chamber towards the tower of the Prime Minister. For Ed, who has been increasingly busy these days, even a brief respite at the tower has become a rare moment to look forward to. Within the council chamber of the Red Keep, prominent ministers are perpetually engaged in discussions, even after the conclusion of the royal meetings. The most time-consuming matter for the king and his ministers undoubtedly pertains to the preparations for the campaign against the rebellious West. Merely issuing formal edicts to the various lords across the realm in the king's name has left the prime minister silently lamenting his burdens. Moreover, there are numerous tasks to be addressed in preparation for war, such as the intricate issues of finances and provisions, not to mention the strategic plans and overarching objectives of the conflict. Of paramount importance is the fact that the nation currently has concerns that extend beyond mere warfare. The Royal Council has recently resolved to erect a monument to the Night's Watch to encourage male members of noble families to voluntarily join their ranks. However, the stone must first be raised to lend credence to this endeavor, lest it be perceived as mere empty rhetoric. The logistics of transporting suitable stone from the Moon Mountains to King's Landing via waterways presents a myriad of complications, and the expenses involved pose yet another conundrum for the national treasury, a source of considerable vexation. In the absence of the option to borrow from the Lannisters, the Prime Minister finds himself tasked with maintaining the royal household's daily operations while simultaneously allocating gold to support a significant Western campaign. Despite his private grievances towards Peter, the Master of Coin, he cannot deny that the challenges faced surpass the capabilities of anyone who has occupied this position before. Ultimately, the entire Royal Council must reluctantly concede that the only viable solution remains to borrow gold from the Iron Bank of Braavos. Whether the Iron Bank is willing to continue extending substantial loans to the Iron Throne and the exorbitant costs associated with such borrowing are matters that need not be addressed at this juncture. In the wake of the rift between the Baratheons and the Lannisters, a considerable number of individuals in King's Landing maintain intricate connections to the Lannisters, some being outright branches of that house. Effectively managing these individuals has become a quandary for the ministers, particularly following the inexplicable disappearance of Tyrion from the dungeons just days prior, which incited the king's wrath upon the entire dungeon staff. Even the Minister of Justice, Lancel, bore the brunt of his anger. Consequently, the king's brother was compelled to sift through the testimonies of guards on site to identify the most likely individual responsible for Tyrion's release, Ser Island, the silent enforcer of the crown. Ultimately, this taciturn knight, who did not deny his culpability, was consigned to the dark depths of the dungeons, awaiting the king's decree for his life. Furthermore, to expedite the arrival of Myrcella and Edric Storm at the Red Keep, the king requires trustworthy and discreet individuals to travel to both Griffin's Roost and Storm's End. Prior to this, in order to safeguard the king's intentions, the close confidant Jandery still remains unaware of his impending status as a prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Pertaining to the matter of retrieving Mia from the Vale, there lingers the unresolved title of the Guardian of the East. This designation is held by the family responsible for the coastal defenses of the Eastern Realm, granting them the legal authority to command nearly a quarter of the kingdom's military forces, predominantly the troops from the Vale. This prestigious title has long belonged to House Arryn, a family that dominates the Eyrie and possesses one of the most authentic Undul noble bloodlines throughout the land. However, following the death of the previous Prime Minister and Guardian of the East, Jon Arryn, the sole heir he left behind was the young and frail Robert Arryn. whom the king deemed incapable of shouldering the heavy responsibilities of the Guardian. Thus, prior to his journey north to Winterfell, Robert hastily appointed Jaime Lannister as the new Guardian of the East. This decision did not garner the approval of most lords of the Vale. In the wake of her husband's death, Jon's widow, Lisa Tully, hastily returned with young Robert to the Eyrie, insisting that the lords of the Vale recognize her son as the true Guardian of the East. Presently, Jaime's title of Guardian has long since been revoked by the king. Yet the question of who shall succeed him remains a matter for deliberation. The issues awaiting resolution seem to multiply, akin to a river rushing toward the sea, leaving no respite for contemplation. Upon witnessing her father entering the Tower of the Hand, Arya momentarily halted her practice with Jory, sheathing her wooden sword and darting into the small hall. Sansa, who mirrored her actions, had arrived in the hall before Eddard's entrance. For there were pressing questions she could no longer suppress. She feared that if she did not voice them soon, those inquiries would suffocate her. "Father, please tell me, what has become of Queen Cersei and Prince Joffrey? The king spoke of their committing such dreadful crimes. Will they return? Is the king preparing to wage war against them? Father, could you persuade the king to refrain from engaging them? They are truly good people. There must be some misunderstanding." As Sansa spoke with increasing urgency, her once proud demeanor as a noble lady faltered. She could not help but feel anxious. The future, which had seemed so promising, had suddenly dissipated into thin air. The prince she was to wed and the queen who had always shown her kindness had inexplicably become enemies of the realm. And those who once represented beautiful songs in her eyes had resorted to disgraceful acts. In that moment, she could only muster all her strength to silently pray, hoping her father would affirm that indeed, they had been mistaken. In truth, Sansa and her kin had committed unforgivable sins and were now openly rebelling against the king. Neither Cersei nor Joffrey were as admirable as she had envisioned. Bran would never walk again, and the very peril that nearly claimed his life was a consequence of their actions. Eddard felt increasingly weary as he returned to the Tower of the Hand, perplexed as to why Sansa remained ensnared in her ludicrous fantasies. Despite being the elder sister, she was far less adaptable to these changes than Arya. Perhaps the child was not to blame, for it was she who had once told her that she would marry Joffrey. Moreover, she had been well taught by Catelyn since childhood, always yearning for the beauty depicted in the ballads, and Cersei was particularly adept at deception. Eddard sighed inwardly, and as he beheld the tear-streaked face of Sansa, his voice softened. "Sansa, do not be too sorrowful. Soon, new princes and princesses will arrive at the Red Keep, and they will be far better than Joffrey." Of course, they did not appear as formidable as Joffrey, though he kept that thought to himself. "Perhaps after some time, we could discuss with the king the possibility of re-engaging you to a prince." "Really?" Sansa wiped her tears, yet she questioned. "But where will these new princes and princesses come from? Babies will take many years to grow." Eddard found himself both amused and exasperated by his daughter's inquiry and felt compelled to explain. "You are mistaken, Sansa. The new princes and princesses are not newborns, but rather the king's existing bastards. He intends to legitimize 3 of them, specifically 2 princes and 1 princess. One of the princes I only learned about from your father." Eddard recalled the stubborn-eyed blacksmith apprentice, who was of similar age to Robb, and he believed he would make a better prince than Joffrey. "Legitimize? Father, can you persuade the corpulent king to legitimize Jon as well? Let him become a Stark." Arya, who had remained silent at the door, suddenly spoke, causing Eddard to furrow his brow. He turned to his youngest daughter with a grave expression. "No, Arya, that is not possible. Jon is not suited for legitimization. He cannot bear the Stark name." "Promise me, Ned," echoed Lyanna's final murmurs in Eddard's mind. Arya pouted in frustration. Though she wished to question her father further, she recognized the familiar expression on his face that indicated the conversation must cease. Sansa, who had little interest in her father's bastards, seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. "Then, father, who are these new princes and princesses?" Eddard stepped forward to where Sansa stood at the top of the stairs, gently smoothing her chestnut hair. "I cannot reveal their names just yet, but I can describe their characters." He guided his daughter to sit upon the staircase, and Arya drew near, listening intently. The late summer breeze felt a touch more refreshing than in recent days, perhaps signaling the approach of autumn. As Eddard was about to speak, he was enveloped by a long-lost tranquility, as if seated before the heart tree in Winterfell's Godswood. Indeed, this was the strength that family bestowed. The eldest princess resembled a grown-up Arya, fond of swords and armor, yet disdainful of dresses. People claimed she was optimistic and cheerful, though she, like her father, exhibited a streak of stubbornness and temper. Robb and I often visited her when she was very young to play, though she likely does not remember those times now. As she matured, She appeared to have transformed into a reliable guide, earning her livelihood by serving nobles and knights. The elder of the two princes resided in King's Landing. He had lost his mother at a tender age, but fortune smiled upon him as he became an apprentice to a renowned blacksmith. Growing up amidst the clang of metal and learning the exquisite craft of forging, his temperament mirrored that of Robert, stubborn and resolute. Yet he had wholly inherited Robert's talent when it came to wielding a hammer. Though he was on the cusp of becoming a prince, I firmly believe he would also excel as a valiant warrior. As for the younger prince, I have yet to lay eyes upon him. However, I have heard from numerous adults that he received an exceptional education in all respects and always conducts himself with remarkable politeness. The daughters listened intently to Eddard's account. Yet Sansa shyly posed another question. Are the princes handsome? Eddard chuckled. They are Robert's sons. As long as they do not inherit their father's girth, their handsomeness remains unblemished. Sansa smiled and nodded, thanking her father, as if the tears she had shed moments ago were but a distant memory. Arya rolled her gray eyes and, with a casual acknowledgement, darted out of the small hall. Outside, she found Jory and quietly inquired, "Do you know where the blacksmith shop is that my father visited in the city? Could you take me there?" Jory, taken aback, replied, "My lady. What purpose do you have there?" He had not accompanied Eddard into the shop, thus unaware of the king's illegitimate offspring residing within. Arya rolled her eyes again and responded, "I wish to have the fine master there examine whether the sword my brother John gave me can be sharpened further. I have heard that the craftsmanship of that smith is particularly exceptional." The beleaguered captain of the guard scratched his head. It seemed likely that Lord Eddard would not be leaving the Red Keep all day, and he truly had no grounds to refuse her request. "Well, I shall consult with Lord Eddard. If he consents, I will take you there." "Oh no," Arya exclaimed, momentarily anxious, but quickly formulated her retort. "My father is already reluctant to let me learn swordsmanship. How could he possibly agree to my further sharpening of my iron sword? Come on, Jory. You have watched me grow up. I implore you to sneak me over there. It is not as though I am leaving the city or venturing into a den of thieves. It is merely a visit to the blacksmith." Very well, very well." Jory capitulated to the girl's earnest pleas, particularly since it was indeed not a perilous locale. "Miss Arya, just this once. And if Lord Eddard inquires afterward, I shall certainly be forthright with him." Arya nodded with excitement and approached aside, gesturing to instruct Nymeria to remain near the Hand's Tower. She had no desire for her plan to meet the princes to be thwarted by parading a dire wolf through King's Landing. At the entrance of Master Mott's blacksmith shop, Arya, equipped with her slender sword and sewing needle, patted Jory's waist. "Uncle Jory, please wait for me outside. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for the reluctant captain of the guard to acquiesce, she slipped into the shop. The petite maid approached with a gentle smile, inquiring about Arya's presence there. In an effort to emulate Sansa's refined demeanor, Arya politely asked the maid if she could have a moment with their master. The maid regarded Arya with a hint of confusion, likely pondering which noble's kin this young lady could be. However, she ultimately said nothing, turning instead to summon Master Mott. Master Mott emerged from the back room, his expression mirroring the maid's perplexity as he scrutinized Arya. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Arya stepped forward, gesturing for him to lean down so she could whisper. Once close enough to his ear, Arya stood on her tiptoes and quietly asked, "Master, a few days ago, the Prime Minister visited your shop in search of a boy. Might you discreetly allow me a glimpse of him?" Master Mott straightened abruptly, realizing she was speaking of Jandrai. Could it be that even young girls were now seeking him out? Noticing his hesitance, Arya quickly fished out several silver stags from her pocket, coins she had saved for quite some time. "Please, good master, let me meet him," she implored. However, Master Mott did not accept the coins. Though he had a fondness for gold, he found little desire to pocket silver offered by such an unusual girl. He shook his head, apologetically saying, "I'm afraid, little one, that this is a place for the trade of swords and armor. Unless you are here to conduct business, I must kindly ask you to leave." Pouting, Arya was about to employ her persuasive tactics once more when a boy with unkempt black hair, his body smeared with dust and sweat, emerged from the corridor behind the door. He casually wiped his face and neck with a piece of cloth that had long lost its whiteness. Speaking to Master Mott in a surprisingly deep voice for one so young. "Master, I will be leaving a bit early today. Someone is meeting me near my home, and I intend to see what it's about." Master Mott, taken aback by the coincidence, could hardly believe that Jandrai had approached this peculiar girl. Yet, with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to signal the boy to depart quickly. Most of the apprentices at Mott's forge resided in accommodations he had arranged. But Jandrai, being both talented and older, had begun earning his keep and had recently opted to rent a small place of his own, moving out of the dormitory. Receiving his master's approval, Jandrai nodded and made his way out, while Arya watched him intently for some time before flashing a smile at Master Mott and following closely behind him. Once outside, Arya instructed Jory to keep his distance and then eagerly ran to Jandri's side. She was certain she had not mistaken him. His dark hair and blue eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of King Robert. "Hello there, I am Elia. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" The robust boy with dark hair turned, puzzled, to look at the unfamiliar girl. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I am Jandeli. Do you seek me for something?" "Actually, it is nothing of great importance," Elia said, comfortably positioning herself beside Jandeli. She felt a strange resemblance between this future prince and Mikey, albeit with notable differences. "I merely wish to meet you in advance, as we shall soon become acquainted, particularly before Sansa does," Elia thought to herself. Jandeli found the girl's words perplexing and was at a loss for how to respond, so he chose to remain silent as he walked toward his home. His residence was not far from the blacksmith shop, nestled in a small alley on the hillside of Visania. After exiting the store, it was merely a matter of traversing a few alleys in various directions to reach it. "Well, I must return home. If you have no pressing matters, it would be best if you did not follow me," he stated. Having had little interaction with girls throughout his life, he instinctively felt the urge to retreat from this unexpected girl who seemed familiar. Elia, however, was reluctant to part ways with Jandeli. She now perceived a resemblance between him and her brothers Rob and John, whom she had not seen in quite some time. "You have not yet reached home, have you? Moreover, in a few days, that place will no longer be your residence. You will be relocating to a far superior abode." At this, Jandeli began to comprehend the implications. He had long suspected himself to be the illegitimate son of some notable figure, and recently, 2 prime ministers had approached him, inquiring about his mother. Unfortunately, she had passed away too early, leaving him with scant memories. From the girl's insinuations, it appeared that his biological father intended to bring him to his side. And this girl possessed knowledge of that connection. "What surname shall I bear?" he pondered. Each of the 7 kingdoms designated a specific surname for bastards, such as Snow in the North, Storm in Stormlands, or Flowers in the Reach, depending on the lineage of the father or the birthplace of the child. "Storm does sound rather appealing," Jandeli mused. "I must attend to an appointment before returning home. You really ought to take your leave," he insisted, wishing to complete the journey alone. Elia did not respond, seemingly oblivious to his words, and continued to walk alongside him. Whenever the path became too narrow for them to walk side by side, she followed closely behind. With a sigh, Jandeli chose not to press the matter further. Not far behind them, in a section of the alley where their conversation was inaudible, Jory trailed, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Before long, Jandeli arrived at the location designated by the boy from the previous day. The alley ahead led to a dead end, where 2 boys, of similar age, awaited his arrival. "I must approach them to inquire about their intentions. You should not follow me," he declared. For the 3rd time, Jandeli conveyed a similar sentiment to Arya before striding directly towards the 2 boys. "What is it that you want?" The boys exchanged glances and smiled, exaggeratingly addressing Jandeli. "You must be the apprentice of that old coot, Mott, right? He always boasts about being the finest master smith in all of King's Landing. Yet we find that hard to believe. Indeed, our master's craftsmanship is also highly praised," they chimed in unison, their unfriendly tone eliciting discomfort in both Jandeli and the quietly following Arya. Jandeli glanced back at Arya, his expression a mix of resignation and patience as he awaited the boys to finish their taunts. "Since you're that old coot's apprentice, and we are our master's apprentices, how about a little contest to see whose blades are more formidable?" With this proclamation, the boys produced short swords from behind their backs. Although they spoke of a friendly competition, Jandeli was unarmed, and without Arya's presence, he would be at a distinct disadvantage, facing 2 opponents. At that moment, both Jandeli and Arya began to comprehend that this was no mere display of bravado among boys. They were driven by a more sinister intent, especially with the rusted blades they wielded. Those were not weapons crafted by skilled hands, but rather decrepit swords, long discarded and marred by deep crimson rust, reminiscent of death's malicious gaze. Though the boys might not grasp the concept of tetanus or the dangers of infected wounds, their instincts surely warned them that being cut by such blades could prove fatal. "Jory!" Arya exclaimed, drawing her sewing needle and calling out behind her. In response, the captain of House Stark's guard rushed forth to stand protectively before Jandeli and his lady, drawing his sword and fixing his gaze upon the armed boys. The boys' expressions soured, yet their malice intensified. With a low shout, they charged towards Jory. Jory gripped his sword tightly, yet hesitated, uncertain whether to strike at these clearly underage adversaries. However, before he could resolve his inner conflict, The two boys swiftly maneuvered to either side of him with a speed surpassing that of seasoned warriors. They exhibited no interest in the armored stranger who deviated from their plans, choosing instead to evade Jory and continue their advance. Realizing he was on the verge of being outflanked, Jory, in a fit of frustration, discarded his sword and attempted to halt the boys with his fists and feet. To his astonishment, the boys slipped past him like eels, adeptly avoiding his strikes while maintaining their forward momentum. In an instant, they arrived directly before Jandeli and Arya, prompting Jory to pivot swiftly. Arya, clutching her sewing needle, directed its pointed end toward the two boys charging at her. Despite having practiced her swordsmanship countless times, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to move her arm. As the adversary drew ever closer, a singular thought resonated within her mind: to pierce the enemy with the sharp end, a lesson imparted by Jon when he entrusted her with the sewing needle. Her eyes widened, poised to thrust the delicate sword at any moment. Yet beside her, Jandrai understood that even if the girl managed to stab a boy with her slender blade, his short sword would undoubtedly inflict harm upon her, especially considering there was a second assailant. The realization that these two boys, who were clearly not genuine apprentices of a blacksmith, had deliberately summoned her with the intent to take her life, while the girl named Arya and her guardian were merely incidental participants, weighed heavily upon him. The dark-haired boy made a resolute decision. He reached out and grasped Arya's shoulder, pulling her back a distance. Then he stepped forward, prepared to endure the onslaught of two short swords and retaliate with his fists. However, just as the blades were about to strike Jandri's chest and arm, Jory turned around, intending to intervene. A pair of sharp clinks echoed through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of weapons clattering to the ground. The onlookers turned in confusion, only to discover that the boys' short swords had inexplicably fallen from their grasp, their faces reflecting their own bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. Jandrai, tracing the sound of the collision to a subtler thud, noticed that, in addition to the two discarded swords, there were now two throwing knives on the ground. Even more astonishingly, he recognized these knives as part of a batch he had crafted not long ago. A voice, unmistakably Arya's, declared, "It does not belong to anyone present." The crowd looked up towards the roof of a protruding building at the edge of the alley, where a figure stood. Having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, Rielan nimbly leaped down from a height of 3 or 4 meters. Unbeknownst to anyone that he had expended a point of magic to cast a spell known as Feather Fall upon himself. "Mr. Rielan," Arya exclaimed in delight, marveling at how this gentleman had once again come to her rescue. She introduced him to Jory, saying, "Mr. Rielan is my friend. This marks the second time he has aided me." Jory nodded hastily, then stepped forward to confront the two boys, delivering a swift kick that sent them sprawling to the ground. He carefully retrieved the two rusted short swords, cautious of any unknown poison that might linger upon them. Undoubtedly, these two had been dispatched to assassinate Jandrai. "Arya, take them back to your father," he instructed. Turning to the somewhat bewildered dark-haired boy, he added, "As for Jandrai, I believe he has come to understand his identity by now. You should bring him back to the Red Keep as well. If Lord Eddard inquires about the reason, simply state that it was my suggestion." Jory pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, having surmised the peculiar nature of Jandri's status as an apprentice blacksmith. After all, it was Lord Eddard who had pursued the lead provided by Lord Jon to that very blacksmith, and Jon's inquiries into the king's bastards had long ceased to be a secret. Arya sheathed the needle back into its leather case. "Mr. Rielan, will you not accompany us?" she asked. "You have saved both me and Joffrey this time. My father and the king will surely be grateful to you." "There's no need for that," he replied. "Just send my regards to Lord Eddard. Until we meet again, Arya, and you as well, Joffrey." With a wave, Raylan departed from the dead-end alley. "Very well. Let us return to the Red Keep," Arya said, her heart racing as she felt a cold sweat break out upon her skin. She turned to Joffrey and explained, almost gleefully, "So, Prince Joffrey, did you know? You are actually the illegitimate son of King Robert, and the king is planning to legitimize you as a formal prince." She cast a disdainful glance at the two boys bound by Jory, concluding, "So that must be the reason they came to assassinate you." The notion of being a prince in the Red Keep was something Joffrey had never considered would pertain to him. He now hoped that the prince could continue wielding the hammer. Otherwise, he ought to start contemplating an escape from the Red Keep. He too turned to the assassin disguised as a blacksmith's apprentice, his expression complex, as if words were lodged within him, yet he remained silent, merely raising a hand to tousle his tousled black hair. Chapter 25. The ancient castle, a majestic two-masted vessel, sailed upon the stormy waters of Shipbreaker Bay. Its grand sails adorned with the temporary banner of a golden-crowned stag, the merchant ship bound for Storm's End. Joffrey, poised to become a legitimized prince, had encountered an assassination attempt within the confines of King's Landing. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Prime Minister's daughter, accompanied by her guards, and the assistance of a mysterious gentleman, he might have succumbed to infection from his wounds within days. This compelled the furious Robert to ensure that Joffrey remained protected within the Red Keep until his legitimization was finalized, and to expedite arrangements for the retrieval of his other two offspring. Upon reflection, the king concluded that only family could be trusted, thus sending Renly back to Storm's End to fetch Edric, while Stannis was dispatched to the Eyrie to retrieve Miriah. On the surface, Renly's official reason for returning to his stronghold was to summon the Stormlords and their armies to join the king's western campaign. Stannis, in his capacity as the master of ships, would simultaneously oversee the eastern marches and personally convey the king's intentions to the young Robert Arryn and Lady Lisa, assuring them that once young Robert came of age, the title of Protector of the East would be returned to the ancient Arryn family. Correspondingly, it was hoped that the Vale would consent to Stannis taking a portion of their forces to King's Landing. The number need not be substantial. Primarily, the king wished for the presence of the Vale lords and their soldiers to proclaim that the Vale remained within the sway of the Iron Throne. Timing was of the essence, and at this juncture, Lord Stannis should have already returned to King's Landing to receive the king's orders and prepare for departure. Standing on the deck, feeling the briny sea breeze, Loras pondered, then turned to gaze at the deck behind him, as if his sight could penetrate the wood and see into the cabin beyond. At this moment, a somewhat perplexing figure emerged in his mind. During this return to Windwhisper Fortress, Lord Renly, apart from bringing him along, had only taken a select few of his 10 capable personal guards. He had also utilized the gold provided by the king to temporarily charter the entire merchant vessel, ensuring that aside from the captain and his crew, only their party remained on board. Yet, under such circumstances, a complete stranger had audaciously joined their ranks to embark on the ship, accompanying them to retrieve Edric, the future king, and return to King's Landing. Loras harbored unspoken doubts about this development, but since both Lord Renly and the king seemed unconcerned, he naturally refrained from voicing his thoughts. Moreover, according to Renly, this individual was rumored to be the mysterious savior who had rescued Joffrey from assassination. However, unknown to Loras, Renly himself had little genuine understanding of this character. It appeared that both the king and the prime minister held considerable trust in him, especially since he had recently saved both Joffrey and Arya. This individual had volunteered to join their party, claiming it was to avert any potential assassination attempts on Edric, boldly wishing to offer his service to the king in a context that lacked the traditional knightly or noble decorum. Ultimately, thanks to the prime minister, Lord Eddard's suggestion, and the king's favorable impression of this newcomer, he indeed achieved his desire to board the vessel bound for Windwhisper Fortress. His thoughts were rather simple. He was uncertain whether Joffrey's fate was truly inconsequential or if he would survive regardless of his intervention. In any case, his previous efforts had not elevated his status. Under such circumstances, even he believed that the orchestrators behind the scenes would not be so deranged as to attempt 2 assassination plots against the future prince consecutively. However, Edric was the designated heir of Robert, and should there indeed be an assassination attempt against him that he could thwart, it would undoubtedly enhance his standing. Hence, upon receiving information from Varys, who had not yet revealed his true intentions, he took the initiative to approach the Red Keep, using Eddard as an introduction to formally place himself within Robert's sight. Beyond these motivations, Windwhisper Fortress itself intrigued him greatly. This castle, now belonging to House Baratheon, was regarded by many as the most formidable stronghold in Westeros. However, strength and impenetrability are 2 distinct concepts, if one spoke of the latter. Most would concede that the Eyrie in the Vale of Arryn held that title. After all, the Eyrie, accommodating a mere 500 people, was the smallest among the strongholds of the major houses, yet perched atop a mountain thousands of feet high. It rendered any external assault virtually impossible. Even those granted access to the castle were required to expend considerable time and effort traversing the narrow path that wound from the moon door straight to the mountain's peak, completely exposed to the defensive range of the Ares Arrow Towers and its 3 castle fortifications. In contrast, Windwhisper Fortress presented a different narrative. It was ancient and imposing, standing on the cliffs by the sea, and had never been breached since its construction. It is said that the construction of Wind's Rest Castle can be traced back to the era of Dawn, specifically to the first Storm King, Doran. In a tale steeped in myth, he won the favor of the sea god and the wind goddess's daughter, Ini, only to have both deities slay all his guests and family during the wedding festivities in a fit of rage. Consequently, he declared war upon these divine beings. erecting 6 formidable fortresses along the coast, yet each was obliterated by the god's might. It was not until the establishment of Wind's Rest Castle that this stronghold, revered by successive Storm Kings as a symbol of their sovereignty, withstood the test of millennia, remaining unscathed by the relentless waves and tempests that assailed it. The populace believes the children of the forest aided Duran in the castle's construction, while others assert that it was Brandon, the builder of the Great Wall, who lent his support. Regardless of the favored narrative, none can deny that some form of enchantment must be woven into the very walls of Wind's Rest, allowing it to stand resolute against the bay for thousands of years, unchanged by time. Before Aegon formally ignited the Conquest War, the last Storm King, Elgyra, proposed an alliance through marriage with his daughter, intending to create a buffer zone between the Riverlands and Stormlands by harnessing the power of House Targaryen. However, Aegon rejected this offer, instead suggesting that his close friend, Orys Baratheon, marry the Storm King's daughter in his stead. This enraged Elgyra, who deemed Orys to be Aegon's illegitimate brother, and he considered the newly introduced surname Baratheon to lack the heritage of ancient nobility. In his fury, he severed the hands of the emissaries who had come to propose the union, sending the severed hands back to Aegon in a gift box. This incident directly precipitated Aegon and his sister wife's initiation of the Conquest War. Elgyra, in his pride and arrogance, or as some say, out of fear of being incinerated by dragons descending from the sky, abandoned the impregnable defenses of Wind's Rest, leading his forces out to confront Aegon's army. Ultimately, he was slain by Orys Baratheon in single combat, earning him the posthumous moniker of Arrogant Elgyra. Following this, his daughter declared herself the Storm Queen, steadfastly defending Wind's Rest against Aegon. However, the garrison, fearing that Wind's Rest would meet the same fate as Harrenhal, betrayed her, delivering her, bound and gagged, to Orys' camp. Yet, Orys released her from her constraints, cloaked her in his mantle, and tenderly reminisced about the valor and tragic end of her father. In the aftermath of the war, Aegon, in recognition of Orys' gallantry, though some suggest it was to reward his own illegitimate brother, bestowed upon him Elgyra's kingdom and castle, as well as Elgyra's daughter. Thus, Baratheon ascended from a newly minted surname to one of the most illustrious houses in Westeros. Upon inheriting the Storm King's stronghold, Wind's Rest, Orys also embraced the ancient banner, crest, and motto of the Durlan family. Through his union with the last daughter of the Storm King, the blood of the Storm King now courses through all future Targaryens, including the present king and his brothers. Emerging from the ship's cabin, Raylan cast his gaze towards the gradually emerging silhouette of Wind's Rest, contemplating the duration of their maritime journey until they reached their destination. Nearby, Loras leaned against the deck, engaged in a similar reverie. Shifting his gaze, he scrutinized the unfamiliar figure adorned with blue scales. Initially, Loras suspected Raylan might share the rare affliction of grayscale, which had afflicted Lord Renly's niece. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the exquisite, beautiful scales bore no resemblance to the scaly dead skin left by grayscale, nor did they suggest any negative ailment. Setting aside the captivating scales, Loras noted that Raylan possessed a visage strikingly handsome, comparable to his own and Lord Renly's. Although still harboring doubts regarding Raylan's true identity and motives, Loras felt that permitting Raylan to join their voyage might not prove detrimental. At the very least, his presence could uplift the spirits of those aboard. Sir Loras, Raylan approached the Knight of Flowers. I have heard that you spent your youth within Wind's Rest. Loras nodded, affirming, indeed. I was fostered there as Lord Renly's squire in my younger days. After a brief exchange of glances, they both turned their attention to the castle perched upon the cliffs, which featured a gated entrance facing the sea, allowing visitors to approach by small boat to the castle's very base. Yet, as they gazed upon the same castle, the emotions reflected in their eyes were entirely disparate. Loras's enchanting brown eyes shimmered with nostalgia and ease, while Raylan's sapphire-like orbs brimmed with intrigue and curiosity, as though he viewed not an ancient fortress, but rather a captivating riddle gradually revealing its answers. Do you believe, sir, that the discussions surrounding the castle's magical walls merit attention? Raylan inquired. Ah, Mr. Raylan, Loras chuckled lightly, his demeanor charming enough to enchant a multitude of love-struck maidens. The walls of Wind's Rest likely possess some form of wondrous power. Otherwise, how could they have shielded this castle from harm for millennia? Yet for those who reside within, they are merely ordinary stone chambers. If we were to discuss the enchantments woven therein, the wall at the northern end, which could be deemed a wonder of the world, surely surpasses Wind's Rest in grandeur. However, among the many tales shared by the Night's Watch, it seems none recount magical stories concerning the wall itself. The wall. Raylan softly echoed a word from Loras's discourse, then smiled in gratitude towards him. The young knight found himself somewhat perplexed by the sudden expression of gratitude, raising an eyebrow but ultimately choosing to remain silent, allowing Rulin to stand beside him, ensnared in contemplation. The peculiar demeanor of Rulin stemmed from his perception that Windwhisper Keep was ostentatiously showcasing its uniqueness. Sorcerers are the favored children of magic, and magic itself is an intrinsic part of a sorcerer's essence. A potent bloodline, unusual encounters, a chaotic surge, or even a mere inadvertent glimpse into the truths of reality and the weave could awaken an ordinary individual to the identity of a sorcerer, enabling them to recognize and attempt to unleash the surging magical energies within their being. Sorcerers cannot learn magic in the same manner as one acquires a language or any other knowledge, just as they cannot choose how they are born or how fate touches them. Magic does not select the sorcerer. Rather, it is the sorcerer who is chosen by magic. As one of their kind, Rulin possesses a unique perception and sensitivity towards the weave, the foundation of all magic. Were he to traverse the lands of Heir, he could, through this sensitivity, perceive the terrifying power of certain weave nodes or easily recognize that other casters, weaker than himself, possess the capacity for spellcasting. However, in the decidedly low magic realm of the world of ice and fire, or at least the low magic Westeros, he had always been able to sense only the remarkably natural and utterly unaffected primal weave. This state of the weave resembled transparent air or pristine water, devoid of any notable value for further scrutiny. Even with considerable effort to perceive it closely, he could ascertain only its existence. Yet, Windwhisper Keep finally allowed Rulin to experience, for the first time in this world, a weave in a state that defied nature. He turned his gaze once more towards the ancient castle, observing how the surrounding weave appeared to distort, akin to shadows cast upon the ground by light, piercing through air scorched by flames, subtle yet undeniably warped. This curvature of the weave confirmed that Windwhisper Keep was a fixed node, long affecting the weave, thereby powerfully substantiating the rumors of spells woven within its walls. Moreover, as Loras had mentioned, the enchantments woven into the wall must certainly be far more exaggerated than those of Windwhisper Keep. It seems that sooner or later, I must personally visit the wall to witness that wondrous magical creation, Rulin mused. However, merely confirming the existence of magical power at Windwhisper Keep through his unique abilities as a sorcerer did not wholly satisfy Rulin. What truly stirred silent admiration within him was another revelation, or rather, a former unrecognized truth. He had, on numerous occasions, closely admired the renowned Great September of Baylor in King's Landing, even once following the throngs of people into its sacred halls to listen to the hymns sung by the monks. Furthermore, apart from the Great September, he had also walked near the September within the Red Keep, unknowingly passing by countless smaller shrines and statues of the Seven. Yet, he had never sensed a curvature in the weave akin to that of Windwhisper Keep, not once. Regardless of whether Windwhisper Keep harnessed the power of the children of the forest or that of the builders, ultimately, the source of these abilities lay with the old gods revered by the children of the forest. Even in the presence of such peculiarities at Wind's Rest, Ryland could not help but ponder whether the so-called sea god and wind goddess were merely fabrications of myth, designed to embellish the origins of noble bloodlines from ages long past. It was said that when Brandon raised the wall, he received aid from giants. And there were even ballads claiming he sought the assistance of the children of the forest, learning the ancient language's power from them. Undoubtedly, these tales trace back to the venerable faith in the old gods. If these legacies from ancient Westeros indeed possess the power to influence the nodes of the Weirwood network, while none of the creations representing the seven gods exhibit similar effects, the two-masted vessel beneath him began to adjust its sails under the captain's command. The waters connecting the cliffs and the bay growing shallower, signaling their imminent arrival at the journey's end. Ryland lifted his gaze, surveying the coastal cliffs and the ancient castle perched upon them, the relentless waves crashing against the rocks, the birds soaring across the cerulean sky, and the slowly drifting clouds, along with the boundless blue ocean and the winds that have surged across its surface since the dawn of time. The gods and magic of this world. I shall unveil your secrets. I will, indeed. Chapter 26. Etching names the outer ice of the towering wall gradually melted under the morning sun, the flowing meltwater shimmering with silver light upon the stone, akin to the tears on a weeping maiden's cheeks or delicate fingers reaching down from the castle's parapet. Yet Jon Snow perceived only loathing in everything surrounding the wall and castle black, to the point that they appeared as hideous monsters, grinning at him with human faces. He clenched his fists, yearning to shatter the entire edifice of the wall, disregarding the wildlings and the others. Behind him, a handsome golden-haired boy and a rather portly dark-haired lad hastened from the sept, pursuing him into the square. They were Dalian and Samwell Tarly, who, like Jon, were on the cusp of becoming true brothers of the Night's Watch after passing their trials. "Wait for us, Jon," the stout Samwell gasped a few steps into the chase. Yet his face betrayed undeniable excitement. "Do you not see the commander's intent?" Samwell Tarly, the eldest son of Lord Randall Tarly of Hornhill, had never matured into the warrior his father aspired him to be, due to his timidity and lack of confidence. As the increasingly self-assured younger brother began to fulfill his father's hopes, the honor-bound lord resolved to compel Samwell to join the Night's Watch, willingly relinquishing his claim to inheritance, so that the younger son might inherit the Tarly legacy as he wished. Undoubtedly, despite possessing intelligence surpassing that of many, Samwell's traits rendered him unworthy in the eyes of Ser Alliser Thorne, the instructor responsible for training the new Night's Watch recruits. After enduring a period of fruitless training, he resigned himself to the belief that he would never become one of this cohort of brothers, doomed to remain a perpetual novice, subject to the derision of the instructor and his fellow boys. Piggy, they called him, to his astonishment. After the announcement of the new recruits who had successfully passed their assessments, someone came this morning to inform him that he, too, could join this cohort of newly inducted Night's Watchmen in their oath-taking ceremony. Moreover, within the hallowed confines of the Black Castle's chapel, amidst the fragrant incense wafting from the censer held by Brother Solidar, Commander Mormont formally declared that Samwell Tarly would assume the role of a Night's Watch steward. This was undoubtedly the most fitting position for him, as he could hardly fathom how he might relate to the roles of a ranger or a craftsman. Although Samwell suspected that part of the reason for his inclusion was due to Lord Yoren's recent acquisition of nearly 100 prisoners from the king to serve as new recruits, thus necessitating a swift approval process for the current candidates to make room for the incoming ones, he also recognized that, despite every other recruit possibly being mercifully accepted by Ser Alliser, he himself was assuredly not within the realm of consideration. Furthermore, with only 10 recruits successfully passing, including himself, it would be foolish not to realize that someone had interceded on his behalf. It was clear that this was a scheme orchestrated by Ser Alliser, intent on humiliating him. And he had succeeded. Jon, brimming with indignation, lamented the strained relationship between himself and Ser Alliser. Jon was an exceptional swordsman, so much so that Samwell believed Ser Alliser might struggle to best him in single combat. As Jon grew closer to the other recruits, he began to assume some of Ser Alliser's responsibilities, instructing the newcomers in swordplay and combat. This infuriated Ser Alliser, who, looking down on the recruits, resented Jon's efforts and devised various means to belittle and mock him. Dylan, standing nearby, concurred with Jon's sentiments. "Sam, it is indeed most appropriate for someone like us to serve as stewards, but Jon is truly remarkable. He deserves to be a ranger." The boy possessed not only a handsome visage, but also a voice as enchanting as his appearance. Once an ordinary apprentice singer, his fate changed dramatically when he was discovered in a compromising position with the Countess's daughter. Though he vehemently claimed that it was she who had seduced him, when the girl accused him of assault under her father's scrutiny, Dylan was left with no choice but to choose between losing his life and becoming a member of the Night's Watch. Samwell sighed inwardly. Despite Jon's unparalleled swordsmanship and horsemanship, which undoubtedly marked him as a trustworthy ranger, his current elevation to steward was not the result of any underhanded machinations. What surprised him most was Jon's inability to see through this reality. "Jon," he mused, "you do not need to haggle with merchants at the docks like Dylan, nor care for the daily needs of a blind old scholar as I do. Oh, of course, I do not mean to imply that such tasks are unworthy. This is the truth. Sam is exceedingly pleased with the arrangement he has received. If one were to inquire which senior officer he favors most within the entire Night's Watch, without a doubt, his answer would be the venerable Maester Eamon. He possesses a profound love for reading, contemplation, and the unraveling of the unknown, eagerly acquiring new knowledge. Thus, the role of attending to Maester Eamon undoubtedly comes closest to these pursuits. You have been specifically designated by Commander Mormont as his personal steward. Indeed, in the days to come, you shall assist him by pouring wine and changing bed linens. Yet you will also deliver messages, partake in meetings alongside him, and accompany him as his attendant during any outings. You will be inseparable from him. You will be privy to all matters, great and small, known to the commander, and even have the opportunity to engage in discussions with him." The stout boy approached Jon, compelling the previously subdued and silent bastard to lift his gaze towards him. "I followed my father in such a manner during my youth, when he, as lord, listened to the pleas of his subjects and showcased his loyalty before the lords of the Vale. However, he ceased to take me along, opting instead to bring my brother, Dickon. As long as Dickon accompanied him, he paid little heed to my distance. You should understand that adults prefer to have their heirs by their side, allowing them to learn the ways of governance and interaction at every turn. Jon, Commander Mormont is of advanced age. I wager he wishes to groom you as his successor. Dalla, feeling somewhat out of place, glanced at the two boys, whose noble lineages surpassed his own, discussing matters beyond his comprehension. Seizing the moment when attention waned, he quietly slipped away. After all, if Jon were to ascend to the role of commander in the future, that would certainly not be a misfortune. Jon stood in utter astonishment. He recalled how, back in Winterfell, his father consistently brought Robb along to various meetings. Could it be that Sam speaks the truth? It is often said that even bastards can rise to prominence within the Night's Watch. Yet, I do not desire such a fate, he stubbornly asserted. None of us came here by choice, Sam reminded him. At least not among these individuals here now. Suddenly, Jon Snow was beset by a wave of shame. Regardless of whether he considered himself a coward, Samwell Tarly exhibited the courage of a man who accepted his destiny. Within the ranks of the Night's Watch, one must prove their worth to receive certain privileges. On the night he last beheld the living visage of Brandon Stark, he had declared, "You are not yet a ranger. You are merely a youthful lad, still bearing the vestiges of summer's warmth." It is said that bastards mature more swiftly than others. On the wall, if one does not grow rapidly, only death awaits. Jon let out a deep sigh. You are correct. I have been too childish. Sam patted Jon on the shoulder. It is of no consequence. What matters is that you have come to understand. Do not disappoint Commander Mormont's intentions. As he spoke, he turned his large, round-faced head about, lowering his voice slightly. Ultimately, once we take our vows today, we shall truly become the Night's Watch. The sacrifices we have made are countless, yet the rewards we have reaped are pitifully scant. Perhaps, centuries ago, there existed a modicum of honor recognized by the Seven Kingdoms, but now, consider the origins of the new recruits. It is likely that the Night's Watch stands in stark opposition to honor. Sam, walking alongside Jon, spoke, leaving Jon somewhat perplexed about his intentions. Nevertheless, the Southern Kings exhibit a degree of cunning, or perhaps their ministers are not entirely inept, as they have devised a way to drape the Night's Watch in honor once more. You may have heard that a grand monument, the Stone of the Winter's Watch, is to be erected outside King's Landing, inscribed with the names of all noble male members of families who have chosen to join the Night's Watch. However, it remains debatable whether bastards are entitled to this honor. Jon furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard this news, yet he was more confused about Sam's true motives. Sam led Jon through the plaza, which served as a training ground, past the wooden hall where the brothers of the Night's Watch dined, around the armory where the smiths crafted and repaired equipment, and through the shadows cast by the commander's tower and the Longspear Tower, finally arriving at the base of a quiet stone tower nestled at the corner of Black Castle. I wonder if my father would inscribe my name in King's Landing for me. Regardless, what I wish to convey is that, irrespective of how those lords beyond the wall manipulate the names upon the stone, their intentions are not entirely misguided. Black Castle and the numerous other fortresses along the wall, whether occupied or abandoned, are adorned with countless vacant stone towers and halls. The rotund boy gazed at the silent tower before them, excitement flickering in his eyes. Jon thought he could discern Sam's thoughts. In my opinion, every man who has passed the trials to become a member of the Night's Watch should have his name etched upon the stone. Many may carry the surname of a bastard like you, and others may require titles to distinguish themselves. Yet, such distinctions are trivial. What truly matters is transforming these ancient stone edifices, as venerable as the wall itself, into our own monument of the Winter's Watch. Regardless of their name's eligibility to be inscribed on the stone in King's Landing, once one becomes a member of the Night's Watch, the weight of our names should be equal. Even a bastard like you can rise to command, and those who have erred may become rangers, while craftsmen and stewards find their place. Let us engrave the names of all, regardless of rank, upon these stones. A faint blush appeared on Sam's cherubic cheeks, and Jon felt a surge of fervor rising from the depths of his heart in response to Sam's words. Just imagine, Jon, centuries and millennia after we have perished, the stone facades of these castles beneath the wall will still bear the names we have inscribed. The cold winds cannot erase them, the rains cannot wash them away, nor can flames consume them. Even the fiercest blizzards and frost cannot permanently obscure them, even if the tower crumbles into rubble. The marks upon the stone shall endure for eternity. The portly boy gradually calmed his emotions and began to articulate his plans. Once I attend to old Bachelor Eamon, and you accompany Commander Mormont, we shall share this idea with them. they are sure to acquiesce. The tower before them remained silent, aptly named the Silent Tower. In the heyday of the Brotherhood of Black, it served as an office for the scribes. However, now, with the absence of scribes and their tasks, the tower had indeed fallen into silence, as its name suggested. Jon lifted his gaze, surveying the tower from base to apex. They would surely agree. It is a splendid notion, Sam. And when this tower's walls are adorned with a myriad of names, its silence will no longer feel so desolate. Yet, before that moment arrives, Sam was eager to proceed. Why not take the initiative? Let us be the first to etch our names upon it. Find the finest stone brick. You shall carve first, the future Commander Jon. An impulse surged through Jon's veins, and he drew his sword, stepping toward the tower's wall. Gripping the upper portion of the blade with his right hand, clad in thick leather gauntlets, and supporting the hilt with his left, he began to inscribe the faintest of markings, Jon Snow. The etchings were shallow, lacking the fortitude to withstand the ravages of time. But that was of little concern. Once this idea was wholly embraced by the Night's Watch, he could seek a stonemason's chisel to deepen the markings to half an inch. It felt remarkable to carve his name into the stone with his own hands, Jon reflected, listening to Sam's joyful exclamations beside him. Every gravestone bears the name of the deceased, yet none of those names have been inscribed by their own hand. In the future, the Brothers of the Night's Watch would sequentially etch their names into the stone until the entire castle was enveloped in names. Until each brick was caressed by different hands. Jon handed the sword and gauntlet to Sam. Watching him struggle to carve a name so faint it was nearly imperceptible, Samwell Tarly. The stout boy laughed with delight, although the name was nearly invisible without close inspection. He was certain he would never forget the location of that stone. I shall not forget either, Jon mused. Well, that is settled. Let us seek out the Lord Commander. The old gods await us beyond the wall. Sam returned the gauntlet and sword to Jon, dusting off his hands as he began to speak of the oath. To officially become a Brother of the Night's Watch undoubtedly required reciting the Night's Watch oath in the presence of the gods. Brothers who worshipped the Seven could perform this rite in the Great Hall of Castle Black, but for those who revere the old gods, without a weirwood grove at Castle Black, they must venture to the haunted forest beyond half a league north of the wall to find a weirwood tree to complete the ceremony. Jon, without a doubt, adhered to the faith of the old gods. However, Sam has always been a devout follower of the seven gods of the South. Yet, now that he is to join the Night's Watch and the Seven have never heeded his prayers, he considers that perhaps the old gods might offer a different response. Thus, he intends to accompany Jon beyond the wall in search of the weirwood. The entire expanse of the wall lacks grand gates connecting the north and south. Instead, there exist narrow passages segmented by multiple iron doors at certain castle locations. Each castle, prior to its abandonment, would have sealed these passages with stone and ice. To unbar the three formidable iron gates within the Black Castle's passage, the key held by the Lord Commander is essential. Hence, during today's oath-taking ceremony, the Lord Commander will serve as their witness. In the afternoon, the Lord Commander, Jon, and two accompanying Brothers of the Night's Watch set forth on horseback, with Jon's direwolf ghost in tow, exiting through the passage beneath the castle walls. At long last, Jon and Sam found themselves north of the wall. However, they were not here for leisure. Indeed, few would venture to such a frigid locale for amusement. Consequently, they wasted no time and made their way directly to the haunted forest. During this journey, Ghost darted across the sprawling fields, resembling a white arrow loosed from a bow, vanishing into the woods long before the others entered. As the sun dipped below the treetops, they arrived at a small clearing deep within the forest. Here stood 9 weirwood trees, roughly encircling a circle, causing Jon and Sam to widen their eyes in astonishment. Such ancient trees were a rarity even in the north, let alone 9 of them clustered together. The forest floor was strewn with fallen leaves, the upper layer a deep crimson, while the lower layer was a decayed black, reminiscent of the dark pool in the Godswood of Winterfell. The broad, smooth trunks were pale as withered bones, and the 9 faces gazed toward the center, their eyes, where sap had once flowed, now hardened and red like gemstones. The Lord Commander commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle, declaring this a sacred place that must not be desecrated. Upon entering the circle formed by the trees, Sam slowly turned to scrutinize each face. They were all different. The ancient gods, he whispered, they are watching us. Indeed, Jon replied, kneeling on one knee, with Sam following suit beside him. As the last rays of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, transitioning the dim daylight into night, they recited their vows in unison. Hear my pledge, bear witness to my words. Their voices resonated through the twilight woods, the long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall take my watch until death. I shall not wed, nor hold lands, nor father children. I shall not wear a crown, nor seek glory. I pledge my loyalty, in life and death. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall, the shield against the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield of the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch. Thus it is tonight, and every night henceforth. Silence enveloped the forest. Even the sound of wind rustling through the leaves seemed to pause at that moment. You knelt as children. The Lord Commander intoned solemnly, "Arise, men of the night's watch. The night has fallen, and we must hasten our return, my friends." A vigilant Night's Watch member remarked, and all present concurred with this sentiment. Suddenly, Ghost, the white direwolf, gracefully traversed between two fishbone trees and returned. With his snowy fur and crimson eyes, John uneasily pondered what dark object the wolf might have retrieved, as if it were something sinister. "What has he bitten?" The Lord Commander furrowed his brow and inquired. "Ghost, come here." John knelt on one knee, urging the wolf to bring forth the object. The direwolf swiftly approached his side, and John heard Sam draw a sharp breath. "Mercy of the gods," a night's watchman murmured. "It's a hand." "Ghost, where did you find this?" John hastily asked his wolf, as if it could comprehend human speech. To everyone's astonishment, the white wolf indeed turned and sprinted back in the direction from whence it came. The Lord Commander's brow tightened further. "Let us follow," he declared. The group quickly mounted their horses and pursued, weaving through the forest before Ghost's figure vanished completely. Ultimately, the wolf led them to two lifeless bodies. "We must return and summon the Lord Commander," Sam gasped, staring in horror at the two darkened corpses, one of which had its right arm reduced to a bloody mass. Undoubtedly the limb that Ghost had severed. His racing heartbeat drowned out the Lord Commander's words. He simply had to witness this for himself at dawn. Chapter 27. The firstborn. The remnants of the high-walled tower at Carhold emerged faintly through the morning mist, as the northern army filled every patch of land between the towers that remained untouched by mire. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable force. Banners representing numerous ancient northern families fluttered in the camp and atop the towers, each standard signifying a lord who had pledged his troops and loyalty at the behest of the king and the Duke of Winterfell. Although the infantry largely comprised farmers, fishermen, shepherds, and the sons of small tradesmen and artisans, and most of the cavalry were merely mercenaries or free riders eager to gain wealth and renown through conflict. It did not imply that the army's combat prowess was weak. Indeed, such was the nature of armies throughout Westeros. Unlike the free trade city-states that maintained substantial standing armies, the garrison forces within castles or towns did not engage in warfare. Since the ancestors established their foothold in this land, all wars in Westeros had been waged by such armies. Among the three remaining tower remnants, the tallest gate tower proudly displayed the sigil of House Stark, the direwolf banner, chosen by Robb Stark as the temporary command center for the army and a resting place for the Stark vassals. Within one spacious and airy hall, all the principal bannermen of House Stark gathered around a massive stone table. Robb and Lady Catelyn sat prominently at the head of the table, which was adorned with maps and various documents, while the bannermen circulated a beautifully crafted order. "My esteemed lords, as decreed by the king's command, the authority over this army is now entrusted entirely to my son, Robb." Having observed that each of the vassals present has perused the royal decree, Catelyn spoke, hoping that there are not too many questions lingering in your minds. Robb's azure eyes scanned the faces surrounding him as his mother spoke, endeavoring to commit to memory the subtle differences exhibited by those loyal to his father. "With the trust bestowed upon us by His Majesty and my father, we shall no longer need to seek counsel from King's Landing regarding the movements of our northern forces. When the time comes to confront the Lannisters and the armies of the West, I too hope for your unwavering support in my arrangements." The vassals nodded in acknowledgement, though the degree of their assent varied. "While we may not be as familiar with Lord Eddard's penmanship as you, my lady, we surely recognize the king's seal and that of his hand. There is no doubt that this is a genuine decree, drafted by the hand of the king and formally sealed by both the king and his hand, Lord Peter Baelish. Thus, we shall, without question, obey the king's command and follow Robb Stark's orders in the theater of war. However, my lords, I must express that the complexities and ever-changing nature of warfare may not be entirely grasped by a single commander. As vassals loyal to House Stark, it is our duty, even out of concern for our own responsibilities, to candidly voice our judgments when our opinions diverge from yours. I hope that you will not perceive this as a desire to stray from your banner, for even if Lord Eddard himself occupied this seat, we would act in the same manner." The speaker, Lord Roose Bolton, hailed from a lineage almost as ancient as House Stark itself. before their complete submission to the Starks. They were once a royal family in the north, ruling from the Dreadfort and known as the Red Kings. However, since the early days of the Undull invasion of Westeros, when the last Red King bowed to House Stark, they have dutifully served the Starks for centuries. Yet, this family bears a notorious reputation that matches its antiquity. Stemming from their grim tradition of flaying their enemies alive, their sigil depicts a bloody flayer on a field of white. For thousands of years, during their fierce resistance against the Stark kings, they not only bested the Stark family numerous times, but even flayed several Stark lords, displaying their skins in the halls of the Dreadfort, even upon swearing to abandon such a barbaric and terrifying family tradition upon their submission. Persistent rumors suggest that the present-day Bolton family still secretly skins certain prisoners and enemies, displaying their hides in a hidden chamber within the Dreadfort. The long-standing tales of flaying have led other northern families to regard House Bolton with suspicion, with many believing that the legendary Night King was once a member of this house millennia ago. The ominous legacy of the family, coupled with Roose Bolton's own dark and ruthless demeanor, ensures that whenever this soft-spoken man addresses the assembly, all present fall silent to heed his words. My lord, there is no need for concern. When your opinions diverge from mine, I implore you to speak candidly. Robb's demeanor remained composed and grave. He sincerely believed this. Simultaneously, I shall unreservedly share with you the rationale behind my arrangements. Let us endeavor to persuade one another continuously, until a command and plan garner the approval of the majority. It shall not be enforced upon you. He was a robust figure, with a mane of chestnut curls, bearing more resemblance to his mother's Tully lineage than to his father's Stark heritage. Yet, as he sported a stubble of deeper red than his hair, and spoke with the authority of a true commander, the assembly briefly forgot that this boy was but 15 years of age. They thought he bore a striking resemblance to Lord Eddard. Thus, my Lord Robb, shall we proceed to King's Landing to join the king's host? Inquired a man with hair and beard as white as snow, Rickard Stark, the current head of House Stark. No one believed that this army of over 18,000 would remain stationed at the Bay of Crabs for long. The recent encampment was merely a waiting period for the Manderley forces to arrive, and now that Lord Wyman Manderley and his son had reached the camp, the Northern Army had no reason to linger. No, Lord Rickard, Robb declared, rising to extend his arm across the stone table to unfurl the map before them. He traced a path along the map with his finger. Aside from maintaining a presence at the Bay of Crabs to deter any potential enemy forces from advancing northward, we shall divert from the King's Road to the Riverlands Road at the Trident Crossing and head directly to Riverrun, under my mother's and House Tully's banner. We will unite the Riverland forces responding to the war with the Northern Army. This larger contingent shall serve as the northern force in this rebellion. We shall not engage with the King's troops. His countenance radiated confidence and resolve. This proposal originates from a private missive from my father, and it is a strategy to which the king has acquiesced. Gentlemen, observe. Robb gestured for everyone to focus on the western region depicted on the map. The Western Realm's avenues for the army's ingress and egress were limited to three: the Golden Tooth on the Riverlands Road, the Deeping of the Gold Road, and the coastal route along the western shore. The first two were natural gateways situated amidst hilly terrain and narrow valleys. To assault the Golden Tooth or the Deeping would likely result in significant casualties among our ranks, with many noble families potentially losing their sons. Thus, the king and the prime minister's general intent was for me to previously mentioned alliance of the Wolffish with the Northern Army, using Riverrun as a fulcrum to block any advance of the western forces from the Golden Tooth, preventing the Lannisters from emerging through their northern gate. Meanwhile, the king would lead troops from the Crownlands, Stormlands, and the Vale to camp at Deeping, thereby obstructing a portion of their forces, while the remainder would be designated as the Southern Army, traversing the coastal route to Highgarden before turning northward. They would press onwards towards Lannisport and Casterly Rock, for they were the true protagonists of this war. Robb's voice momentarily ceased, granting the assembled lords a brief respite for contemplation. The strategy presented was impeccably sound, aligning seamlessly with the prevailing circumstances. In this conflict, the military strength of both sides was gravely disproportionate. Even if the king's forces were halved, each segment would still surpass the entirety of the Lannister armies that could be mustered from the Westerlands. In light of this imbalance, the plan to seal off other exits from the Westerlands and to advance the main force through the coastal road rendered the Lannisters akin to a frog cast into a pot, utterly devoid of escape routes. The prospect of successfully blocking these two exits hardly raised concern among the lords. Once the armies from the north and the Riverlands converged at Riverrun, as long as the Lannisters did not concentrate their full strength in Casterly Rock, there was little chance for a breakthrough. The situation at Deepwood Motte was even less worrisome. Its constricted terrain allowed the defenders to effectively choke the Golden Road with merely a handful of soldiers, implying that the enemy could similarly obstruct the route with minimal forces. This terrain, exemplifying the concept of being easy to defend yet challenging to assault, rendered the advantages of defense nearly indifferent to the opposing sides. Consequently, the Golden Road, which served as the most direct path from Casterly Rock to the mountains in peacetime, was often overlooked during wartime, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. As the war unfolded according to the King and the Hand strategy, the Lannisters could only hope to concentrate their forces to repel the advancing southern army along the coastal road. However, a mere reflection on the military capabilities of both factions was sufficient to elicit a collective shake of heads from the lords present. The King and his Hand appeared to be on the verge of assured victory. Indeed, given the blundering folly exhibited by Tywin, the aging lion, a disastrous outcome seemed inevitable. Jon Snow, known as Great Jon, raised his voice to express his perspective. It was, in fact, a conflict that posed little difficulty, Robb mused. The Lannisters' doomed fate, coupled with the relative safety and peripheral positioning of the northern forces in this war, likely explained why his father felt secure in allowing him to command the army. Following a discussion in the hall regarding the mobilization of the troops, the lords gradually departed. Among them was Theon Greyjoy, a boy sent by Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands to Winterfell as a ward, who, after exchanging a slight smile with his foster mother and Robb, made his way to the temporary chamber within the tower. This tower, adorned solely with the Stark banner, often stood as the quietest among the 3 towers of Carhold. "Good son, you increasingly embody the essence of a lord," Catelyn remarked with admiration towards her eldest, reflecting on how this war served as the most fitting trial for Robb's growth. Yet, it is fortunate that the overall situation is overwhelmingly one-sided. Otherwise, had we faced a war of equal strength, she would undoubtedly have opposed allowing a boy as mature as Robb to lead the army into battle. No matter how much Ned insisted that he must remain in King's Landing to manage the mess left by the King, it would not suffice. Robb exhaled deeply, yet I still felt an inexplicable weight of pressure. The journey from Winterfell, conducted in his father's name alongside these adults, had already drained me significantly. Now, to be tasked with commanding this army into combat was daunting. He glanced at his mother. Furthermore, she had left Winterfell with us to meet my grandfather and to better rally the lords of the Riverlands. Now, only Ser Roderick and Maester Luwin remained at home to accompany Bran and Rickon. Frankly, I harbored some concern for them. Winterfell lies quite distant from the epicenter of this war and should, by all accounts, be one of the safest places in the Seven Kingdoms. Nevertheless, Robb felt a lingering unease, perhaps due to the encounter with those wildlings when Bran rode out of the city for the first time since waking. Those who claimed to have escaped from north of the Wall nearly threatened Bran's life, while he was left alone, unnoticed by others. Fortunately, disaster was averted. They managed to slay most of the wildlings, sparing only a woman who had no intent to harm Bran. Robb found himself yearning for Jon. That lad was astute, and his swordsmanship surpassed Robb's own. Had he been in Winterfell rather than at the Wall, Robb would have felt no concern for his brothers. Pressure and responsibility are akin to bread and milk, elements that foster growth. Catelyn brushed her fingers through Robb's chestnut curls, realizing that she could only reach his hair comfortably when he was seated. Once he stood, she had to raise her hand high to touch him. "You will ultimately inherit everything from Ned and become the new lord to these vassals and their sons." Yet, across the Seven Kingdoms, few lords have the opportunity to lead their vassals into battle at such a young age. As you witnessed, even with the King-S and the Prime Minister-S commands, where the Prime Minister is indeed the Duke to whom they have sworn fealty, their reactions to being commanded by a boy like you hardly reflect trust. You are not yet 16. There is no need to rush in preparing to shoulder your father's burdens. Though no longer young, the lady retained a notable beauty and smiled gently. After all, your father is unlikely to meet his own father in the near future. "I understand, mother." The eldest son of House Stark, with piercing blue eyes, resembled Grey Wind lurking in the corner of the hall, fixated with those yellow wolf-like eyes. Yet, I too must swiftly become a competent heir to the Duke. The pivotal step now lies in earning the respect of these adults through my conduct in the war. This may not be a simple task, but I shall not relent. I will demonstrate to them all that I, Robb Stark, am the firstborn of Eddard Stark and their future lord. Chapter 28. The Believers in the heart of King's Landing. The square extends southwest, leading to a broad and lengthy staircase that ascends to the magnificent Baelor's September atop the Visenya Hills. Approximately halfway up this staircase lies a small, paved platform adorned with stone bricks. The ascending steps connect the platform to the September, while a narrower path of stone bricks branches off the side. directing towards the Alchemist's Guild. On ordinary days, this platform serves merely as a resting place for passers-by, yet at this moment, it is teeming with life. For the king is here to proclaim the legitimization of his 3 offspring to the 7 kingdoms. A multitude of court officials and dignitaries from the Red Keep stand on one side of the platform, while the rather corpulent High Septon leads several monks and nuns on the opposite side. At the center stand the king and the prime minister, flanked by 3 children who were, until this day, mere bastards. The staircase extending above and below is effectively barricaded at about halfway up by a wall of golden-robed guards, preventing the throngs of citizens both within the September and those gathered in the square from approaching the platform closely. Nevertheless, the vast crowd of King's Landing fills the steps to capacity, with countless citizens craning their necks in the square, attempting to catch a glimpse of the figures atop the platform, which appear as diminutive as insects in their sight. Today, Robert, who surpasses even the High Septon in girth, is adorned in his most formal and tailored attire, crowned with a resplendent diadem crafted from gold and numerous gems. With a voice resonant as a war drum, he announces to all present that from this moment forward, the 3 children beside him shall be officially recognized as heirs of House Targaryen, joining the legitimate royal lineage of the 7 kingdoms, thereby becoming Princess Myra Targaryen, Prince Jandrai Targaryen, and Prince Edric Targaryen. A wave of cheers erupts, beginning with those closest to the golden-robed guards and radiating outward. Those fortunate enough to be near enough to discern the features of the new royal children widen their eyes, committed to etching their likenesses into memory, for this will surely become a topic of conversation for years to come. Among the jubilant crowd stands Raylan, positioned favorably just a few feet from the wall of golden robes, with only a few figures obstructing his view. However, due to the elevated platform, the individuals before him do not hinder his ability to gaze upward at the array of expressions displayed by the princes and princesses above. He has encountered the 2 boys previously, but this is his first sight of Myra. The eldest of the trio stands taller than many ordinary men, her stature robust and imposing. Clad in snug leather attire, she appears less like a princess and more akin to a warrior. Indeed, Robert's lineage is remarkable, Raylan muses quietly. Not only has this mature young woman developed exceptionally well, but even the 14 or 15-year-old Janley possesses an imposing and robust physique. Remarkably, the 11 or 12-year-old Edric also appears unusually strong for his age. Reflecting on the journey back to Wind's Rest with Renly and subsequently returning to King's Landing, Serlin could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Although he had gained valuable intelligence regarding magic during this expedition, it mirrored the conjectures he had formed prior to departure. Accompanying Renly back to Wind's Rest, he witnessed Edric and observed Renly conducting a pre-war council with numerous vassals within the castle before eventually embarking on the boat back to King's Landing alongside Renly, Edric in tow. The journey from departure to return unfolded with remarkable tranquility, devoid of any turbulence. Serlin detected no indications of individuals attempting to harm Edric or any phenomena suggesting such threats. The days spent in travel seemed to serve merely as an extravagant public excursion for himself. However, this did spark Serlin's curiosity regarding the motives of those behind the assassination attempt on Janley in King's Landing. Given that they seemingly harbored no intentions of targeting Edric now, it was evident that the murder of Janley was not aimed at eliminating all of Robert's heirs. The 2 assassins posing as apprentice blacksmiths had been hospitably interrogated in the dungeons for several days, yet they divulged nothing. In a fit of rage, the king ordered their heads severed and displayed upon the walls of the Red Keep. Such loyal and skilled assassins must have been trained from a young age, which clearly did not align with the Lannister family's traditions. After much contemplation, Serlin surmised that the likely culprits were either Varys or Illyrio Mopatus, the old acquaintance of his across the Narrow Sea. What, then, could be their rationale for attempting Janley's assassination while sparing Edric? One possibility is that the assassination of Janley had failed, necessitating a period of quietude before they could attempt again. If the true reasons diverge from this, their motives appear rather intriguing, with Edric being designated as Robert's heir despite being younger than Janley. Quietly eliminating Janley would unequivocally elevate Edric's claim to the primary position in the line of succession. This perspective suggests that their aim was to eliminate potential obstacles to the Iron Throne's claim held by the Baratheons. Should Varys or Illyrio be responsible, their goal would undoubtedly be to prolong the standoff between the opposing factions, thereby ensuring that the existing military strength of the 7 kingdoms remains in a state of attrition. However, their designs likely extend beyond this. If no action were taken, the entirety of the Westerlands would soon be overrun by the king's assembled forces. ultimately precluding any further depletion of the Iron Throne's power. Their arrangements imply that Robert's demise is imminent. Otherwise, the focus would not be on the heirs. It seems that before embarking with the army, a thorough discussion with the spider is in order. Serlin had formed a plan. The last encounter between the two occurred when Ryland briefly exchanged some information before proceeding to the Wind Whisper Keep. Following his decision to place himself within the king's view, he became one of the guests at the Red Keep and began to rely on Eddard as his source of information. Thus, during his days back in King's Landing, he did not seek out Varys again. The High Septon, in the name of the Seven, acknowledged the king's exercise of his rights, announcing the church's recognition of 3 bastards as members of House Targaryen. The king nodded in assent, and, before the multitude of citizens, the nobility of the Red Keep, and the upper echelons of the church, he personally proclaimed Prince Edric Targaryen as his heir and the successor to the Iron Throne. The boy had already anticipated this outcome when his uncle, Ser Baelor, fetched him from the Wind Whisper Keep. Yet he could not help but display a moment of exhilaration and bewilderment. Mia and Jandrai applauded in celebration for their younger brother, their expressions devoid of any discontent. However, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Given that Jandrai was 3 or 4 years older than Edric, all who beheld them were convinced that Jandrai was the elder brother, and thus the rightful heir to the king. Yet, the king had opted for his younger son as the crown prince, which left the proud families attending the ceremony and many citizens taken aback. Amidst the murmurs, Ryland cast his gaze toward Stannis among the assembly at the Red Keep, only to find his expression as stern and unyielding as stone, leaving one uncertain of his true sentiments. The High Septon, however, remained unfazed by the scrutinizing glances of the crowd. His head adorned with a crystal crown still wore a jovial countenance, as he loudly proclaimed, in the name of the Seven, his endorsement of the king's choice, affirming Edric Targaryen as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the heir to the Iron Throne. Regardless, a fervent cheer began to swell and resonate through the crowd. At that moment, Ryland sensed an unexpected anomaly. Following his instinct, he turned to search behind him, and indeed, caught sight of an unusual figure clad in red robes a few paces away. Surrounding the woman in red, there was a faint, almost imperceptible distortion of the magical weave. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the figure. "Lady Melisandre, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Ryland greeted, raising his hand to cast a spell that would establish a bridge of communication between them. Yet, given the multitude of people and ears present, he took the liberty of employing a bit of magic to ensure their conversation would remain private, hoping the lady would not take offense. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Ryland Saphir. This spell allows you to converse with me as well, though it requires a little exploration. However, I trust that with your abilities, you will soon master it." Melisandre regarded the man who had approached her with her crimson eyes, her beautiful red visage revealing an unmasked look of curiosity. She remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Ryland. After a moment of silence, her eyes, along with the rubies adorning her golden necklace, radiated a warm glow. Subsequently, Raylan heard her ethereal voice echoing in his mind. "A commendable spell, Lord Raylan. Which deity do you serve?" Raylan chuckled softly, his gaze shifting to the devotee of the light, a woman whose figure and beauty surpassed that of most others. The distorted magical web surrounding her indicated that she possessed some constant influence over it, or rather, a perpetual magical effect. Raylan understood well that Melisandre was continually using her magical prowess to alter her appearance. In truth, the Red Priestess had devoted countless hours to enhancing her abilities. Her true age commanded far more respect than her youthful visage suggested. "I apologize, my lady. To speak candidly, I do not worship any deity." "How is that possible?" The astonished voice reverberated in his mind as Raylan noted the disbelief etched on Melisandre's face. A non-believer cannot wield power. Yet, it was indeed the case. Raylan maintained his smile. "I do not revere any of the 7 gods, nor the old gods of the north, nor even the light that you serve, which goes by various names. At most, I acknowledge the existence and superhuman abilities of some among them." Melisandre's gaze fell, her silence profound. She believed that Raylan's assertion of not serving any god was not a fabrication. For those who had received divine power, to deny their faith would result in the reclamation of all strength, accompanied by additional punishment. Should she claim to anyone that she did not worship the Light Lord Lawler, everything she had achieved thus far would turn to ash. "Melisandre," a wretched cry echoed in her ears, causing her to tremble. No. Regardless of where this unbeliever had acquired his unmerited strength, the fact remained that all she possessed was derived from the Light Lord. She would undoubtedly devote her entire being and fate to him. This would be the ultimate significance of her long existence. "Lord Raylan, Did you approach me merely to flaunt your power as a non-believer? The voice in Raylan's mind turned markedly colder. No, my lady, I am far from that trivial. I simply wish to pose a question. You are so certain that Lord Stannis is the prophesied prince, yet he currently shows no desire to claim the throne. What are your thoughts on this? Melisandre raised her eyes to Stannis on the platform and then lowered her gaze, furrowing her brow. I am uncertain how you know of my interpretation of the prophecy, but I can assert with utmost certainty that Lord Stannis is indeed the prophesied prince. The reincarnation of Azure Ahai. He is destined to be the last king of humanity, leading us to triumph over the ancient adversary of the Light Lord. His ascension is fate, not choice. I shall only act as the Light Lord guides me, and all paths will lead to Lord Stannis overcoming the coming winter. Raylan shrugged at her side. I find myself perplexed by the unwavering confidence you exhibit. However, I must express that the interpretation of prophecies does not necessarily yield the answers dictated by fate. Moreover, the mere existence of prophecies does not guarantee a comprehensive vision of the world's future. R'hllor, the Lord of Light, claims dominion over all powers encapsulated within fire, and your unwavering faith in him leads you to accept this as absolute truth. Yet, amidst the clamor of the crowd, Melisandre cast a glance at R'hllor, following his gesture towards his hand, which pointed towards the ground. In that fleeting moment, unnoticed by those around them, a small stream of fire, akin to an arrow, surged forth from his palm. After a brief conflagration, it charred the stone steps, leaving behind a sooty imprint. The searing heat radiating from the flames brushed against Melisandre's legs, and her skin beneath the cloak distinctly felt the warmth. Yet, how could this be? The red-cloaked devotee stood transfixed, gazing at the burned mark. You see, even though I do not profess belief in the Lord of Light, nor regard him as a true deity, I still possess the power of flames. An irksome voice echoed in her mind. The ruby light flickered as she harnessed her power to seal the channel that transformed their thoughts into sound. With a sudden jerk, she lifted her head, her face contorted with anger, and in High Valyrian, she spoke recklessly to R'hllor, perhaps not intending for him to hear her words. Hailing from as high, she found it curious that during such uncontrollable moments of emotion, she invariably resorted to expressing herself in High Valyrian. Perhaps it was due to her extensive travels across Essos after leaving Ashai. She often reassured herself. Listen closely, unbeliever. I care not who you are, whence you come, or the source of your power. However, you cannot insult the Lord of Light in the presence of a red priestess. I neither believe nor care for your tricks. Regardless of your thoughts or admissions, the Lord of Light is the one true God of this world. All that I am in this life derives from him. For him, he has bestowed upon me strength and guidance within the blaze. Perhaps you may wander the earth harboring those vile thoughts for now, but one day, R'hllor will bestow upon you the punishment for this affront. When that day arrives, may you weep in repentance for not having embraced the one true God sooner. Upon concluding her proclamation, the Red Priestess swiftly turned away, nearly unable to endure another moment beside R'hllor, or perhaps she simply wished to flee from the ashen mark. R'hllor made no effort to detain her, yet as she was about to vanish into the throng, he too spoke to her in High Valyrian. I understand you, Lady Melisandre. He then shook his head, astonished by Melisandre's sensitivity in this regard. His initial intention was merely to assert a modicum of dominance and elicit information regarding other deities from the Red Priestess, who had undergone systematic magical education. The Red Priestess hesitated in her stride. Number 7. A coarse male voice speaking High Valyrian surfaced from her memories. Her body trembled slightly, prompting her to illuminate the gem within her throat, raising her body temperature before she continued to lift her halted footsteps, immersing herself in the vast throng of people. Chapter 29. The expedition beyond the muddy gates to the south lies the fish market and the port. If one were to cross the Blackwater River by boat to reach the southern bank, they would find themselves at the northern terminus of Rose Avenue. This grand avenue commences at the ferry, traversing south through the stormy lands of the Royal Forest, before veering southwest to cross the Mand River at the Bitter Bridge, continuing onward until it crosses the Mand River a second time near Highgarden. Thereafter passing through the beautiful Highgarden and extending southward until it connects to the Old Town by Whispering Bay. As the northern starting point of the avenue, this ferry is typically bustling with passers-by, but compared to recent times, it appears utterly subdued. For the expansive flat land adjacent to the ferry and avenue is currently the assembly ground for the King's Western Expeditionary Force. More than a month has elapsed since the earliest lords heeded the King's call, bringing their soldiers to encamp here until today, the day of the grand departure. The vast encampment is rapidly diminishing upon the grassy terrain, as many soldiers busily load tents and supplies onto carts. Aside from these unfortunate souls tasked with the laborious duties, the majority of soldiers stand in a long, narrow column oriented north-south along the eastern side of the avenue, led by knights and lords. This formation leaves a passage in the center for the king's inspection, flanked by various lords and their most valiant knights. Ordinary knights and cavalry follow closely behind, while the infantry is effectively obscured by the towering figures on horseback, rendering them invisible even if the king were to pass right before them. A dazzling array of family banners is raised by the knights accompanying the lords, fluttering flamboyantly in the breeze that sweeps in from Blackwater Bay. Just as some of the cavalry's steeds began to grow restless, pawing the ground with their front hooves, Robert, clad in steel armor, crowned and wielding a massive warhammer, rode forth on what was perhaps the strongest warhorse in the Seven Kingdoms, entering the passage from the northern end of the column, accompanied by a retinue of individuals also there for the inspection. Among those accompanying him, aside from his younger brother, Stannis, adorned in a suit of green-glazed armor and a golden antlered helmet, were primarily their respective guards. This included Sir Barristan, the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Loras, the most trusted personal guard of Stannis, as well as 2 additional members of the Kingsguard and several valiant knights personally chosen by the king to represent House Baratheon. As the 2 Kingsguard, who had failed in their duty to safeguard the then-Queen Cersei, remained confined in the dungeons, the king had ventured forth, accompanied by Barristan and 2 other knights. Consequently, only 2 sworn brothers in white cloaks, devoted to the protection of the royal family, remained within the Red Keep. Paradoxically, the king felt a greater sense of security regarding the safety of the princes and princesses within the castle. After all, aside from Barristan, the other Kingsguard were somewhat affiliated with the Lannister family. Retaining a large contingent of them within the Red Keep could potentially lead to unforeseen complications. However, for warriors who had sworn oaths under the watchful eyes of the Seven and were regarded with honor by all, even the king could not easily strip them of their white cloaks. Perhaps, during this war, he could send the 2 to the service of the stranger, and then replace them with knights connected to the Baratheons. The king slightly turned his head, casting a glance at the 2 Kingsguard flanking Barristan. Renly, come forth. Robert gestured for his handsome younger brother to ride alongside him at the forefront. What do you think? Is the sight of our army arrayed not exhilarating? Do you not feel an immediate urge to grasp your lance and valiantly charge into the enemy's formation? The king laughed heartily, clearly ignited by the fervor of war and his troops, completely forgetting the irritation he had felt earlier when he had to use a lever to force open his breastplate due to his girth. It is indeed a magnificent sight. Renly nodded in response to his brother, the golden antlers of his helmet gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. However, while I do feel that impulse, it is but a mere flicker. He turned his head side to side, observing only men and horses as far as the eye could see. How many do we have? Nearly 30,000, I believe. Close enough, around 28,000, Robert replied, well-versed in the details of his army, or at least he believed himself to be. The Lord's lands are sparsely populated. We could only muster 4,000, which I did not contest, as I had not requisitioned the gold cloaks of King's Landing. The bulk of our forces, numbering 20,000, has been summoned from your storm lands, particularly the 4,000 cavalry, which lends an impressive stature to our army. As for the Vale, Stannis has brought a total of 1,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry from the Eyrie, led by House Royce. Initially, I found this number somewhat vexing, but considering the peculiar mindset of that madwoman Lisa, I deemed it unnecessary to engage with her, especially since this war does not hinge on her few thousand troops. With 5,000 cavalry and 23,000 infantry, we possess the strength to devastate the entirety of the Westerlands, even disregarding the Northern and Riverlands forces. Once we unite with the 30,000 from Highgarden and Tyrell, we shall command an army of 58,000. Renly, do you comprehend the magnitude of that number? His younger brother, barely in his early 20s, had been but a child when Robert seized the throne. During the Greyjoy Rebellion, he had been merely a wee lad, perhaps even smaller than young Edric. Robert was acutely aware that Renly had yet to experience the realities of war. Even though he could defeat many renowned knights in jousting and had a chance to reach the semifinals, he still required the true crucible of war to hone his skills. In his perspective, a man who has not experienced the ravages of war is akin to a child in the north, who has yet to endure the harshness of winter, innocently naive. It suffices that there are enough to bring a lion to its knees. Renly offered a clever retort, eliciting a hearty laugh from Robert. You are indeed correct. We could strike the Lannisters once and then turn around and strike them again. He gazed at the gleaming knights flanking the corridor. You know, the army that enabled me to wrest the throne from the Targaryens was not nearly as numerous. When Prince Rhaegar led approximately 40,000 men to battle against me at the Trident, I was uncertain if our forces, led by Eddard and myself, even numbered 30,000. Yet, the moment I struck down that scoundrel Rhaegar, I sensed victory was ours. Now, I find myself leading an army of nearly 60,000 against a false Targaryen, which is rather disheartening. Renly also displayed a radiant smile. My dear brother, if you truly believe our numbers are excessive, I could immediately instruct the Lords of Storms to escort their young men home, allowing them to accompany your troops for part of the journey. Upon hearing this, Robert raised his hammer, feigning a strike at Renly, causing him to pull on the reins and distance his mount from Robert, much to the king's amusement. Go ahead. Dear brother, try your luck. Even without your 20,000, I still have 30,000 Tyrells at my disposal. They would not abandon me, would they? After all, we are soon to become family, even you and your Knight of Flowers. Renly watched his elder brother with a playful glint, understanding the implication of his words. Shortly after Robert officially announced his new prince and princess, along with the new heir to the Seven Kingdoms, Ser Loras promptly delivered the betrothal proposal from Lord Mace Tyrell. The esteemed lord suggested that the Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie, wed Prince Edric, thereby forging a formidable alliance between the Tyrells and the Baratheons. In support of this union, Highgarden would muster a grand army of 30,000 men for Robert in the forthcoming rebellion, including a cavalry of 6,000. Naturally, the king was overjoyed and accepted without hesitation, while Renly remained unsurprised. For, prior to the proposal reaching Robert in written form, he had gleaned the Tyrell's intentions from Loras. After all, Loras had always been forthright with him in every regard. Indeed, the crowned stag shall wander amidst the golden rosebushes, Renly mused with a touch of nostalgia. Moreover, Marjorie is truly exquisite. I believe she may be the most beautiful maiden across the Seven Kingdoms. He recalled having prepared a portrait of Marjorie prior to the tournament, intending to inquire with Lord Eddard whether she bore any resemblance to Lyanna Stark. If there were indeed similarities, he would present the portrait to Robert, urging him to accept Marjorie as his new queen. However, this plan was abruptly interrupted before it could be executed, due to the escape of Cersei and Jaime, along with the ensuing chaos. As time has passed, the girl originally intended to be wed to the reigning king has now become betrothed to the next king. A rare expression of parental pride appeared on Robert's plump face. I have no doubt in your words. After all, just a glance at the Knight of Flowers reveals that his sister's beauty could be of any degree. That lucky scoundrel, Edric, truly has fortune on his side. Yet, the presence of a beautiful woman does not necessarily imply that she is a virtuous one. Robert, seated upon his steed, rolled his eyes, evidently reminded of Cersei. Yet he quickly broke into laughter. At least Edric need not worry about his wife engaging in incest with her brother. Ha ha ha. Renly sighed in exasperation. His brother had recently taken to making more jokes at his and Loras's expense. Fortunately, he didn't seem overly perturbed by it, and as a nobleman in his 20s, he wasn't actively seeking marriage. Robert, as the current head of House Baratheon, never pressured him into wedlock, which was more than enough for Renly to endure all of Robert's jests. Nevertheless, Edric is indeed a fine lad. Renly shifted the topic, stating that although he was merely 11 or 12, in his estimation, he was far more suited to be king than the three of us combined. Robert nodded, the parental expression on his face becoming even more pronounced. Curiously, despite having children before, Robert had never exhibited such feelings towards Joffrey or Tommen. Perhaps this is the strength of blood, Renly mused. That boy has indeed been well raised, thanks to your Storm's End. Your steward, the maester, and the training master have all devoted considerable effort to him, haven't they? Suddenly, the king seemed to recall something. Moreover, it's not just them, Renly. Do you know? Upon meeting me, the lad first expressed his gratitude for the gifts I send him each year on his name day. He mentioned particularly enjoying the miniature warhammer, identical to the one I used to slay Rhaegar. However, by the seven hells, I have never sent him a gift. What is worse, at that time, I didn't even know when his name day was. Later, can you guess what happened? It turned out that the spider had been sending gifts to Edric in my name each year. Good heavens! How could Varys know my sentiments so well? Renly remained silent. This master of whispers often evoked a sense of danger and mystery. Yet, thankfully, having such an understanding and resourceful eunuch nearby was a blessing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known whom to turn to for that matter, the king lamented. Of course, Varys is certainly not the best legacy left to Robert by the Targaryens. It is the gold in their treasury that he truly values, despite its current absence. That matter? Renly inquired. Which matter? It is of little consequence. Just don't mention it to our inflexible prime minister. Robert sighed heavily, revealing that the issue weighed upon him considerably, due to the foolish actions of Joffrey. I had previously acquiesced to Eddard's plea not to assassinate those 2 Targaryen bastards across the narrow sea, not out of remorse for House Stark. However, you must understand, Renly, that now the Lannisters are brazenly flying the Targaryen banner, and that wretched girl is pregnant. It is one thing to tolerate the existence of that Targaryen bastard, Viserys, parading around in the east, but what if the gods, in their capriciousness, grant Daenerys a son? Shall I still sit upon the Iron Throne? I fear that by the time it passes to my son and grandson, we may find ourselves troubled by Targaryen bastards once more. This is a rather optimistic scenario, considering it may be a long time before that occurs. Robert's expression suddenly grew grave, causing the knights and lords lining the corridor to tense, exerting all their effort to present themselves and their steeds in the most impeccable manner, though their king did not gaze upon them. Nor was his mood altered by their presence. What if, and I emphasize the word if, our war with the Lannisters takes longer than anticipated? While we are embroiled in conflict in the west, that bastard, leading his throngs of horse-riding wildlings, may very well sell his sister to some call of the Dothraki. Regardless, if they seize the moment to land in Westeros, do you think the lords of the 7 kingdoms will still regard me as the one true king? Ultimately, if I do not employ every means at my disposal to eliminate those 2 bastards now, both I and the entire Baratheon line may face extinction because of them. Thus, I instructed Varys to circumvent the small council, particularly Eddard, and covertly issue assassination orders directed towards the east. May the assassins of Essos swiftly carry out their task. Renly listened intently to his brother's earnest reasoning for the necessity of exterminating the siblings, secretly agreeing with his elder brother's sentiments. Initially, during that small council meeting when this matter was first broached, he had indeed supported the notion of assassination as the solution to Viserys and Daenerys. Rest assured, my king, I shall not divulge this matter to Lord Eddard. Good brother, the king replied, comforted as he patted Renly's shoulder. He then fell silent, restoring his composure to continue the inspection of the Grand Army with a commanding presence. As the sun ascended higher, the soldiers beyond the inspection corridor had transformed the entire camp into a mere collection of goods, much like a cart pulled by a donkey, and the king's procession finally reached the southern end of the thoroughfare. Let us cast aside all our worries. The king turned again to address his brother. This army is prepared to plunge into a true war. Upon finishing his statement, Robert faced forward, as if he had spotted an enemy that did not exist, fervently raising his hammer and calling out, "Knights, raise your banners for your king." As his words echoed, the 4 towering knights who had been trailing at the rear surged ahead, surpassing both the king and Renly to reach the forefront of the procession. Each raised a banner emblazoned with the sigil of the stag, bringing it to the lead of the entire army. The enormous banners, larger than bed sheets, billowed in the wind like waves. The sigil of House Baratheon, depicted on the banner, featured a stag's head adorned with a crown intricately embroidered with genuine golden threads, glistening brilliantly against the yellow background of the flag. Soon, we would enter the royal grove. However, this time, I must refrain from abandoning the army I lead to hunt in the woods. Let us then hope that some unsuspecting deer are lured near the road by our troops to become our prey. Robert, in high spirits, would surely remind Eddard of the noble king he was, a mirror image of the Robert Baratheon who led the rebellion against the Mad King over a decade ago. Chapter 30. A hasty dream in a semi-arid expanse known as Rhaesys, located within the Dothraki Sea. Vast pastures and rolling hills characterize the settlement of the Rhaesys. This peaceful folk, who sustain themselves through shepherding and agriculture, have always been looked down upon by the Dothraki, who scornfully refer to them as sheepmen. A densely populated town of Rhaesys lies beside a river flowing towards Slaver's Bay, now utterly transformed by the hooves of horses and the brutality of Dothraki warriors. The earth has been ravaged, bare barley and lentils trampled into the mud, while the Iraq blades and arrows thrust into the ground, nourished by blood, have become a new and terrifying harvest. Amongst the corpses of the Rhaesys, dying horses raise their heads and neigh in despair. The wounded, still clinging to life, either groan or pray. A multitude of Jacaro, armed with heavy axes, weave through the scene, mercilessly severing the heads from the deceased and dying. Trailing behind them are the young girls of the Khalasar, yet to mature into women, plucking arrows from the bodies to fill their baskets for the warriors on horseback. Finally, a gaunt and ravenous pack of dogs follows closely, sniffing the air, forever trailing the Khalasar. Behind Daenerys, a long procession traverses the town, arriving before a square temple devoid of windows, where they find Drogo, the Khal of the Khalasar, her husband, and her son and stars. Beside him lies a heap of heads, stacked higher than he. A short arrow, meant for sheepmen, protrudes from his upper arm. while his bare left chest is drenched in blood, resembling a canvas splattered with paint. His 3 blood riders stand vigil at his side. Daenerys had previously learned from Jorah Mormont about the injuries Drogo sustained during his battle with the father and son of the Ogo. Though the long gash left by the Iraq was not deep, his left nipple was absent, leaving a gruesome flap of flesh hanging from his chest. Akin to a damp rag, gazing upon her husband's wounds, Daenerys was suddenly reminded of the celebratory feast during Viserys' coronation, where the father and son of Ogo had sat alongside her husband, sharing joyful toasts. But that was in Dothraki, beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains, where every horse lord was a brother, and all disputes were set aside. The vast plains told a different tale. Originally, the Khalasar of Ogo was assaulting the town, but was caught off guard by Drogo's Khalasar. One can only ponder the thoughts that might have crossed the minds of the sheepmen when they first glimpsed the clouds of dust raised by Drogo's horses above the cracked earthen walls. Perhaps a few naive youths genuinely believed that the gods above had indeed heard the pleas of the despairing and sent salvation their way. Yet, like Ogo, Drogo's intent in attacking this town was to seize the sheepmen as slaves. Fundamentally, however, Drogo's actions were driven by his desire to protect Daenerys. Before they had even departed from the lands of Dothraki, an assassin hired by the Iron Throne attempted to take Daenerys' life. Although the attempt ultimately failed, it ignited a fierce rage within Drogo. Thus, he resolved to traverse the treacherous, poisoned sea with all his horse-riding warriors, intent on transforming that land of sunsets into a gift for his unborn son. To amass enough gold to procure a fleet of ships capable of carrying thousands of people and more horses, Drogo would need to spend considerable time plundering hundreds of thousands of slaves to sell in the major cities of Slaver's Bay. Their first destination was this town of the Lazarene, which could easily provide them with tens of thousands of slaves. As Daenerys' handmaid assisted her in dismounting, she felt the increasing weight of her growing belly, which rendered her movements more cumbersome and required aid for both mounting and dismounting. She knelt before Drogo, gently tracing the discolored skin around her injury, stained by blood. "My son and stars is wounded," she murmured. "It is but a bruise, my moon of my life. From the blood of Ogo's blood riders. For this, I killed him, and Ogo as well," Drogo responded, tilting his head, the bells woven into his braids chiming softly. "What you hear is Ogo, along with his Kalikovo. When I struck him down, he was a call." The men of Dothraki braid their hair, cutting it only in defeat. They adorn their braids with bells to commemorate their victories, most of which are taken from the heads of slain enemies. Thus, in this equestrian culture, braids and bells symbolize a warrior's valor. Drogo's braids fell to his thighs, never having been cut, representing his undefeated status. This towering man boasted a bronze complexion and a striking physique. He led the largest Khalasar across the Dothraki Sea, comprising over 40,000 Dothraki warriors, undefeated across the boundless plains and anywhere reachable by horse. Governors from Pentos, located far on the western coast, once united to present him with a palace adorned with 9 towers to maintain peace with Drogo. Moreover, Daenerys Targaryen's marriage to him was orchestrated through the introduction by Illyrio Mopatis, as Viserys Targaryen sought to exchange his sister for an army of 10,000 horsemen, thereby enabling him to reclaim the Iron Throne in Westeros. When Viserys and Daenerys, the siblings, were secretly sent to Braavos to escape the fate of slaughter during their family's downfall in Westeros, they found themselves devoid of wealth, save for their noble lineage. Their existence on the eastern continent was far from memorable, with the exception of their early days residing in the Red Keep of Braavos. Under the care of the venerable Ser Willem, the siblings roamed incessantly among the 9 free cities in search of aid. Yet Viserys earned the derisive moniker of the Beggar King due to his obsession with the throne and his destitute condition. Overwhelmed by the pressures of life and the scorn of others, Viserys grew increasingly bitter and fixated on the birthright he had never attained. Consequently, Daenerys became the unwitting outlet for her brother's frustrations. Viserys began to blame her for their mother's death, akin to how Tywin held Tyrion responsible for the loss of his wife. He vented his anger without restraint, even taking pride in his foul temperament as proof of his lineage as a true dragon. Whenever Daenerys provoked his ire, he claimed she had awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Fortunately, all this tumult came to an end once she wed Khal Drogo. Never did she expect to be treated with such care by the man to whom her brother had essentially sold her as a commodity. Their marriage blossomed into a treasured union, with Drogo even taking the initiative to learn some of the common tongue of Westeros from his wife, while Daenerys diligently studied the Dothraki language with her handmaiden. When Drogo led the entire Khalasar back to the lone Dothraki city of Dothraki with his newly wed wife, Daenerys, and held a feast, Viserys, intoxicated and impatient for the promised army of 10,000, impulsively defied the Dothraki edict against weapons and bloodshed within the sacred city. He even resorted to threatening the life of Daenerys' unborn child to coerce Drogo into hastily delivering what he viewed as the price for her. In response to such egregious behavior, Drogo granted him the coveted golden crown, albeit not in the manner Viserys had envisioned. He poured molten gold directly upon Viserys' head, instantly burning the sleeping dragon to death. Daenerys observed this unfolding tragedy with a calm demeanor, devoid of grief for her brother's demise. The true dragon fears not fire. She suddenly realized that Viserys was not a true dragon. No one could obstruct the sun in her life. Kneeling before Drogo, she recalled the sight of each of her husband's enemies falling before him, if indeed Viserys could be counted among them. He was the father of the stallion who would ride the world. This was the prophecy uttered by the former wives of the Khal, that the child within Daenerys would become the stallion who would ride across the entirety of the world. At that moment, a warrior galloped forth on horseback, dismounted, and, in a fit of anger, unleashed a torrent of words in Dothraki directed at Hago. The rapidity of his speech rendered it incomprehensible to Daenerys. The towering bloodrider cast a heavy glance her way before turning to Khal. It was Mago, a member of the Khaz tribe led by Jaqen. He accused that Khaleesi had absconded with his spoils, a girl meant to be his prize. Khal Drogo pivoted towards Daenerys, his expression somber yet resolute, though a flicker of inquiry danced within his dark eyes. "My moon of my life, speak the truth," he commanded in Dothraki. Daenerys replied succinctly and directly in his mother tongue, recounting the events so he might grasp the full context. Mago's words rang true as Daenerys rode through the town. The anguished cries of women tormented by Dothraki warriors echoed in her ears. She was acutely aware that this was the customary manner of her people, and she knew well that such actions would inevitably provoke grievances brought before Khal Drogo. Yet, she could not remain indifferent. The pitiful wails of those women, even the young girls, shattered her heart. Thus, she commanded her guards to rescue each of those women one by one, bringing them along until she found Drogo. Upon hearing her words, Drogo furrowed his brow. "This is the nature of war. Those women are our slaves, to do with as we please." "Then I wish for their safety," Daenerys replied, doubting whether her sentiments were too extreme. "If your warriors must ride these women, let them do so gently, and take them as wives, granting them a place in Qarth to bear your children." Casso, known for his cruelty among the three bloodriders, sneered, "Can horses mate with sheep?" An element in his tone reminded her of Viserys. Enraged, Daenerys retorted, "Both horses and sheep are food for dragons." Khal Drogo smiled. "Look how fierce she has become. This is all because of my son, riding the finest steed of the world within her, igniting her with fire. Casso, beware, even if the mother does not incinerate you, the son will trample you into the earth. As for you, Mago, shut your mouth and seek other sheep to ride. These belong to my Khaleesi." Drogo reached out towards Daenerys, but as he lifted his arm, he grimaced in pain. Daenerys could almost feel his agony. His injuries were far worse than Ser Jorah had described. "Where are the healers?" she demanded. "In Qarth. There are two types of people who deal with healing: barren women and enslaved eunuchs. The herbalist uses potions and charms to heal, while the eunuchs employ sharp blades, needles, and fire. Why is no one tending to Khal's wounds?" "It was Khal who sent the Unsullied away," old Khoro informed her. Daenerys realized that the bloodriders themselves bore wounds, with a deep gash marring Mago's left shoulder. "Many warriors are injured," Khal Drogo insisted. "Let them receive treatment first. This arrow wound is no different than a fly bite, and this small cut is merely another scar I can flaunt before my son." Daenerys beheld the raw flesh beneath his lacerated skin, the muscle exposed and his blood flowing freely from the arrow wound. Daenerys could not allow Drogo to wait any longer. She addressed one of her guards, "Jorah, find the eunuchs and bring them here immediately." "Silver Lady," a female voice resonated from behind her. "I can assist the great warrior in healing." Daenerys turned to see one of the slaves she had rescued, the only one among the many women she had freed who expressed gratitude and blessings towards her, a stout, flat-nosed woman. "Drogo does not require the assistance of a woman from the sheep," Khal declared with a booming voice. "Argo, cut out her tongue." Argo seized her by the hair and pressed a dagger to her throat. Daenerys raised her hand to halt the impending violence. "Stop. She is mine. Let her speak." The woman introduced herself as Miri Maz-Dur, the priestess of the temple where they all stood. Despite the disdainful title of unwanted witch bestowed upon her by Drogo's bloodriders, she spoke calmly. She recounted that her mother had been a healer, passing down to her the sacred songs and incantations of the Great Shepherd, the deity worshipped by the Lazarene, who taught that all souls belong to the same flock. along with the knowledge of how to prepare sacred smoke and ointments. She claimed to have traveled to Ass High, where she learned numerous foreign healing arts. The Moon Singer had taught her the birthing song. Dothraki women had imparted the magic of grasses, corn, and horses. And even a scholar from Westeros had revealed to her the mysteries of human anatomy. Ser Jorah Mormont, also hailing from Westeros, pondered aloud. What did that scholar wear around his neck? This wandering knight was indeed the son of Jeor Mormont, the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. From the noble Mormont family of the North, he had been sentenced to death by Lord Eddard Stark for the crime of slave trading. Rather than face death or join the Night's Watch, he had fled across the narrow sea with his wife from the wealthy Hightower family, whose lavish lifestyle had been the root of his slave trading. However, after his wife found solace in the arms of Prince Viserys, Jorah became a solitary, brooding knight, who eventually joined Daenerys as her protector after living among the Dothraki for a time. The priestess accurately answered the question regarding the heavy necklace worn by the scholar, revealing his name to be Marwyn. Jorah then informed Daenerys that the scholar was indeed real and possessed trained medical knowledge. Thus, despite the lingering objections from Drogo's bloodriders, both Daenerys and Drogo consented to allow the priestess to tend to his wounds. The priestess nodded in agreement, stating that she would require items from the temple, which possessed powerful healing forces. Blood of my blood, I shall assist you inside, Hago suggested. Drogo dismissed him with a wave. I do not need assistance, he proclaimed with pride and resolve. He rose unaided, towering over everyone present. Blood gushed from the wound where the Arak of Ogo had severed his nipple, and Daenerys hurried to his side. I am not a man, she whispered, lean on me. Drogo extended his massive hand to rest upon her shoulder, and she guided him toward the earthen temple. 3 bloodriders followed closely behind, while Daenerys commanded Ser Jorah and her Khalasar to secure the entrance of the temple, ensuring that no one would set it ablaze before their departure. Upon entering the innermost central hall of the temple, faint light streamed in from concealed windows above, illuminating the walls adorned with candelabras holding flickering torches that emitted wisps of smoke. The floor was strewn with sheepskins. The priestess gestured toward a large blue stone slab and instructed Drogo to lie upon it. Once the towering man complied, she took a handful of dried leaves and cast them into the brazier, filling the room with fragrant smoke. You all would do best to wait outside, she addressed everyone. We are his blood of blood, said Kaholo, and we shall remain here. Kaso approached Miri Mazdur. Listen well, priestess of the goat god. Should you dare to harm Khal Drogo, you shall meet a grim fate. He brandished a skinning knife, showcasing its gleaming blade. Daenerys stood to the side, and as the aroma of the burning leaves wafted through the air, she suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Surely, it must be the pregnancy draining my energy, she mused. It had been many nights since she had experienced the bliss of uninterrupted sleep. She was so fatigued that she lost awareness of when her eyes had closed. Everything around her began to distort and shift, as if the scene were a painting doused in rain. She looked ahead, only to find that the bloodriders who had just been in the room had vanished. Drogo lay upon the blue stone slab, appearing as lifeless as a corpse. The priestess, who had moments ago been calmly preparing to tend to Drogo's wounds, now had her unkempt hair swirling like serpents, her face contorted into an exaggerated expression that seemed inhuman. The items she held transformed from salves and wine into 2 daggers dripping with blackened ichor, which she began to plunge into Drogo, piercing his chest, abdomen, groin, and even his head, before Daenerys's horrified gaze. She longed to scream, to summon those outside to rush in, yet despite expending all her strength, no sound escaped her lips. As Drogo became riddled with wounds like a tattered doll, the priestess turned her grotesque, laughing visage toward Daenerys. In despair, Daenerys watched as the dagger approached her. Just as the temple erupted into flames, warming even the serpentine hair atop her head. Just as the dripping blade was about to pierce her swollen abdomen, a sudden, vigorous movement from the fetus within jolted Daenerys awake from this fleeting nightmare. She emitted a piercing scream, fueled by every ounce of her strength, startling everyone in the room, especially her husband. Drogo, who had been poised for treatment upon the stone slab, immediately leapt down in response to her cry. Blood seeped from her chest, pooling on the ground, the vivid crimson hue jolting Daenerys from her reverie. What had just transpired? A dream? Daenerys stood frozen as the last scion of House Targaryen. Well versed in her family's history through her brother and others, she was aware that 4 centuries prior, the Targaryens had departed from Valyria for Dragonstone because a girl had foreseen the doom of Valyria in a prophetic dream. With the memory of that dream still sharp in her mind, she raised her gaze towards the perplexed priestess, who appeared remarkably professional, surrounded by an array of tools. Even the Blood Riders found themselves somewhat convinced that she could tend to Drogo's wounds effectively. "My moon, what troubles you?" Drogo approached Daenerys, wiping the blood from his hands onto his trousers before tenderly caressing her exquisite cheek. Daenerys inhaled deeply, steadying her trembling body that quaked from the nightmarish vision. One hand rested on her pronounced abdomen, while the other gently lay atop her husband's large hand. "It's nothing, my sun and stars. I have simply changed my mind." Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction. "I do not wish for the priest of the sheep god to heal you. Let them instead summon a eunuch to tend to your wounds. As for this Melisandre, I have questions for her." Chapter 31. The Witness of the Heart Tree since the king's departure from the Red Keep. The royal fortress that had stood atop Aegon's Hill for centuries had grown considerably quieter, almost reminiscent of the stillness during the royal visit to Winterfell. Of course, the current royal family was only one member short of the previous one, yet it must be noted that the absence of that queen was indeed noticeable. The remaining loyalists in King's Landing reverted to the state of council meetings without the king, a situation they seemed quite accustomed to. Even Eddard quickly assimilated into their ranks. Meanwhile, the new residents of the Red Keep, 2 princes and a princess, struggled to adjust to their drastically different lives. Princess Maya, as the eldest of the new royal generation, had grown up in a manner that was rather too carefree for most girls, let alone under the standards expected of a princess. Although Robert, after a brief encounter with Maya before his campaign, claimed to appreciate her wild spirit, both the nuns of the Red Keep and the steward could not entirely abandon their plans to educate the princess, driven by duty and honor. Gendry, nearing adulthood yet not the king's chosen heir, found the new life at the Red Keep the most adaptable. A smithy was being erected beside the armory for him, awaiting only a forge to enable him to labor vigorously within. Edric, at the prime age for learning and the designated heir, received particular attention from the steward and the Grand Maester, especially since Robert had explicitly instructed that he should be imparted with the so-called knowledge required of a king before his departure. Thus, the steward and the Grand Maester devoted the majority of their efforts to his instruction. Fortunately, this prince is entirely dissimilar to Joffrey. At least he does not resort to shouting and slamming doors when confronted with the tiresome matters of history, etiquette, heraldry, or genealogical knowledge. Overall, the new prince and princess have not compelled the prime minister to expend excessive energy. However, Ed is somewhat surprised by Sansa's lack of warmth towards them. Does she perceive some deficiency in the new prince and princess compared to Joffrey? Ed finds this perplexing. Yet it is a relief that Arya has altered her previous aloofness towards the royal family and has formed a good rapport with the 3 young royals. In particular, she has bonded well with Princess Mia, who shares her temperament, and Prince Jandrai, with whom she has faced peril before. Apart from attending lessons with her sword instructor from Bravos, Arya has devoted most of her time to these 2 new friends. Considering that Prince Edric is already betrothed to Marjorie Tyrell, perhaps when Robert returns victorious to King's Landing, a suggestion could be made for Arya and Jandrai to enter into a betrothal symbolizing the friendship of the Stark and Baratheon houses. Engrossed in the governance of the realm, Ed can only mentally note this small matter before plunging back into the myriad issues plaguing King's Landing and the increasing petitions in the throne room following the disappearance of men from various territories. Beyond the adjustments, drafting of legislation, and enforcement of laws, the recent Prime Minister has also met with the Master of Coin, Peter, to confer with an envoy from the Iron Bank. They witnessed how Littlefinger skillfully persuaded the Iron Bank to consider a proposal that would utilize Lannister debts to secure new loans from the Iron Bank. Specifically, for every gold coin borrowed by the Iron Throne, the Iron Bank would receive not only the debt of that coin, but also an additional half-coin's worth of what was originally the Lannisters' debt to the Iron Throne. Given that the Lannisters currently hold over 3 million gold dragons in debt to the Iron Throne, the Iron Bank would need to lend over 6 million gold dragons to fully capitalize on these debts. As for whether the Lannisters would agree to such a proposal that plainly undermines their interests, it appears that within the Red Keep, no one is presently concerned with what merits a family facing imminent downfall might possess to oppose it. Nevertheless, these intricate state affairs are momentarily irrelevant to the heir. 12-year-old Edric, clad in a sumptuous velvet garment adorned with golden threads that accentuates his tall stature, is accompanied by the head maid as he listens to a learned monk recount the faith in the old gods of the north within the Godswood. Although the heart tree in the Red Keep's Godswood is a grand oak, there is indeed an ancient yet modest weirwood in the Godswood of Winterfell. Thus, as the prince listens to the monk describe the rituals and customs centered around the weirwood, he can form a basic understanding of that scene in his mind. The fierce afternoon sun is shielded by the oak heart tree, while the winds from the Blackwater base sweep through the grove. In this ideal moment for repose within the Godswood, the prince finally enjoys a substantial respite. The monk, with his book in hand, nods and takes his leave, leaving only the prince and the head made before the heart tree. Edric arrived at the heart tree, settling against its sturdy trunk, despite the shade and breeze. And the scholar's remarks that autumn would soon grace the land, the prince still felt quite warm, frequently fanning his face with his hands to invite a gentle current of air. The young and beautiful maid approached him with great care, crouching down to offer her assistance. "Your Highness, may I help you remove your coat?" she proposed, extending her hand. For a moment, Edric contemplated declining her offer. Yet he hesitated until her fingers had already undone the first button of his coat, rendering him unable to voice his refusal. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, allowing her to assist in removing the coat, leaving him clad only in a remarkably breathable linen shirt. The maid neatly folded the prince's coat and set it aside, then, seemingly to herself, remarked on the oppressive heat. "Your Highness, I hope you do not mind if I cool down a bit as well." Edric, of course, shook his head. The graceful girl then proceeded to shed her own upper garments, exposing her alabaster shoulders and slender arms to the air. With a smile directed at the prince, she sat closely beside him at the oak tree. At that moment, Edric felt an inexplicable quickening of his heart. The skin of his arms and shoulders seemed to faintly perceive the enchanting warmth radiating from the maid's body. It was no illusion. He could distinctly sense a fragrant aroma wafting from the young woman beside him. Since arriving at the Red Castle, this maid had been responsible for attending to him alongside other servants. Yet this was the first time they had found themselves so intimately close. Edric felt his cheeks flush with heat. How could he feel warmer even after shedding his clothing? His breaths grew heavier as memories surfaced from before his arrival at the Red Castle, of a certain secret that stirred between his legs. Being a well-educated youth, he was far from ignorant about matters of intimacy. "What do I wish to do?" Edric gazed at the maid, a hint of confusion in his eyes. As the fragrant scent around them intensified, the young woman turned to him, and oddly enough, she too appeared to share his discomfort. Feeling the heat despite having removed her clothing, a gentle breeze rustled through the sacred grove, and the towering, lush oak shed a few vibrant green leaves in response to the wind's song. One leaf, spiraling down in a zigzag pattern, drifted between their gazes. The maid raised her delicate right arm, and amidst their quickening breaths, she slowly extended her hand into the opening of the prince's linen shirt, pressing it against his chest. Edric shivered slightly but made no motion to reject her. Instead, he leaned slightly to the left, his head drawing closer to her. The young girl, captivated by the prince's striking blue eyes, swallowed hard, and like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, she swiftly closed the distance between them. Her pale shoulder pressed firmly against Edric's linen shirt, and as another gentle breeze swept through the sacred grove, their lips met, merging in a moment of profound unity. The oak trees whispered softly as the boy and girl embraced each other with open arms. Chapter 32. The Banquet's Good News. The Mand River flows southwest from the hills on the western side of the royal forest, traversing a significant portion of the bay before it continues its journey past Highgarden and ultimately merges into the Sunset Sea. The Golden River, originating from the western mountains, flows from north to south, passing through Silver Hill and Goldenwood before joining the Mand River to the north of Highgarden. Rose Avenue connects at the confluence of these two rivers, extending southward through a ferry crossing. Highgarden is situated a distance to the east of the Mand River after the confluence, with the coastal road commencing at the foot of Castle Hill, crossing the Mand River via another ferry, and continuing onward to Casterly Rock. The promised 30,000 soldiers from Highgarden have now assembled along the coastal road on the western side of the Mand River. Upon receiving this news from the scouts of Robert's army, the king's face brightened with joy. To minimize the number of crossings, he ordered the bulk of the army and most of the knights to head directly west to the ferry at the confluence of the Golden River and Mand River, establishing camp near the encampment of House Tyrell. Meanwhile, Robert himself, accompanied by a select few lords and knights, proceeded southward from the ferry towards Highgarden to attend the welcome and farewell banquet arranged by the lords of the Reach, House Tyrell, in honor of the king. Although Ser Rylan had neither sought nor intended to be knighted, and currently held the status of a free rider, the king insisted on including him in the company. His strikingly handsome visage would undoubtedly lend an air of distinction to the ceremonial gathering. This arrangement conveniently spared Rylan some effort. Otherwise, he might have had to relinquish his horse to another knight and stealthily follow the king's retinue to the banquet. The rose bears thorns, my lord Rylan. I can only tell you this much. Should you remain unsatisfied, you may as well claim my worthless life, he recalled in contemplation, reflecting on the response he received after confronting Varys before departing King's Landing. There was no doubt that House Tyrell was scheming something that could lead to the king's demise. Yet, would they act during the banquet? Ryland pondered this with great skepticism. In the original tale, the Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna, conspired with Littlefinger to poison the recently ascended King Joffrey at the wedding feast. However, this was not widely known. Most believed it was Tyrion who was responsible. Thus, on the surface, having partaken of the royal provisions and wine, Lady Olenna and House Tyrell appeared to have adhered to the sacred laws of hospitality. The rights of guests are a time-honored tradition in Westeros, a sacred law upheld by the Seven Kingdoms for millennia, regardless of social standing. When a guest arrives under the roof of a host and receives bread and salt, the rights of the guest come into effect. During the duration of the visit, neither party may harm the other. Violators would breach this sacred code, believed to be condemned by both the old gods and the faith of the Seven. In the present day, Tyrell hosts a grand banquet in his castle to welcome the king and his entourage. Should he truly conspire to commit nefarious acts, it would undoubtedly infringe upon the rights of his guests, leading to the scorn of all noble families across the realm. Considering this, Ser Raylan believes that the banquet is unlikely to witness any bloodshed. However, whether to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances or simply to indulge in exquisite culinary delights, Raylan undoubtedly decides to accompany Lord Robert to the feast. Under the guidance of the Master of Whisperers, the party traverses the lush maze of greenery nestled between the first and second walls, passing through the elegant white marble edifices and gardens adorned with vibrant flowers and climbing vines situated between the second and third walls, ultimately arriving at the Rose Hall nestled within the innermost confines of the third wall. At this moment, the hall has been splendidly arranged for the banquet. At the heart of the space, a horizontally placed wooden table is flanked by 4 exquisite dining chairs atop an elevated dais. In the center of the hall, a lengthy banquet table stands, flanked on either side by 2 rows of standard wooden benches, capable of accommodating 100 guests who may revel in the feast without encroaching upon the ample space left for movement between the 2 tables. Although the banquet table is yet to be adorned with delectable main courses such as roasted suckling pig, meat-stuffed goose, a variety of meat pies, roasted trout, honey garlic snails, stuffed pickled chicken, blue cheese venison, and grilled beef, it is already graced with an array of appetizers including chopped nuts mixed with beets, plum salad, and vibrant fruit platters, as well as desserts like cinnamon-baked apples or lemon cake, enough to elicit smiles from the hungry guests. The anticipated sound of footsteps resonates through the hall. As the king's figure, accompanied by the Master of Whisperers, appears, the Tyrell vassals seated at the left banquet table rise in unison, including Duke Mace seated at the far left of the dais and Lady Olenna on the second chair from the left, both standing to express their respect and welcome for the king. Lord Robert heartily laughs, urging everyone to take their seats, and then strides up to the dais to sit beside the Queen of Thorns, directing Ser Loras to occupy the chair at the far right of the table. The lords and knights who followed Robert take their places at the right banquet table under the Master of Whisperers' guidance, creating a perfectly symmetrical arrangement within the hall. Notably, Ser Loras Tyrell, as a core member of House Tyrell and possessing only a loosely binding role as a squire under House Baratheon, chooses not to join his relatives and vassals at the left table. Instead, he naturally settles at the right banquet table, which surprises Raylan, who glances at him in mild astonishment. Once the king and Duke Loras are seated and engage in brief exchanges with Lady Olenna and Duke Mace, the Queen of Thorns taps her silver fork against her glass to beckon silence and proclaims the banquet officially commenced. Immediately, a procession of male and female attendants emerges from the hall's sides, akin to bees swarming from a hive, each bearing dishes of aromatic delicacies. Soon, they lavishly cover the tables with platters and bowls, rendering the wooden surfaces nearly invisible beneath the bounty of sumptuous fare. The bustling hall swiftly succumbed to the euphoric atmosphere of the banquet. Originally seated at the middle of the long table, Ruaelin cast a glance around before lifting his plate and moving closer to the elevated seats beside Velis. After squeezing in next to those nearby, he settled beside the Knight of Flowers. Of course, engaging in casual conversation was not Ruaelin's primary intention. He merely sought a plausible excuse to relocate his seat to the front of the long table. From his current position, he could keenly overhear the dialogue among the king, Lady Olenna, and the other 2 individuals atop the platform. Your Majesty, troubling news has recently arrived from King's Landing. I trust you are already aware of it during your campaign? Lady Olenna inquired gracefully, dabbing her mouth with a napkin, with her teeth long gone. The Queen of Thorns displayed little interest in the array of fragrant dishes before her, occasionally indulging in a soft dessert or sipping on a broth that required no chewing. Rob furrowed his brow, the first display of such emotion since his arrival at Highgarden. He was certainly aware of the so-called troubling news, but preferred not to broach the subject at this juncture, especially not with the Tyrell family present. Thus, he responded to the old lady with a hint of confusion. I fear I have received an abundance of information, and I am uncertain which particular matter you are referring to. Perhaps you could elucidate? The king's tone was imbued with an uncommon gentleness, clearly aiming to prevent the elderly lady from igniting in anger over a matter of tone. Very well, I shall mention but a small point. It pertains to your majesty's newly designated heir, Prince Edric, and a certain unfortunate handmaiden in his company. Lady Olenna's voice was suffused with confidence and resolve, indicating her certainty regarding the matter at hand. Damn it, she truly knows, Robb thought, a wave of exasperation washing over him. It seemed a futile endeavor to prevent secrets within the Red Keep from leaking out, akin to attempting to halt the flow of a river towards lower ground. But it is nothing of great consequence, Robb replied with evident dissatisfaction, seemingly perplexed as to why Lady Olenna fixated on a trivial matter concerning children. It is merely a case of young boys and girls mingling. I shall replace that handmaiden and advise Edric to maintain appropriate boundaries with other girls. Such trifles will not affect his betrothal to Margaery. As the king spoke, he cast a glance at Margaery Tyrell, seated at the long table below the platform. By the seven, she is truly beautiful, Robb thought, awestruck. And not solely in physical beauty. This girl symbolized the unwavering strength of the Tyrell family, boasting an army of 30,000 and the entire Reach behind her. She must marry Edric. Ah, your majesty, you know I am not referring to such matters. Lady Olenna chuckled lightly, raising her glass to sip a golden wine from the arbor. She appeared unperturbed, as if the forthcoming words were merely about a child who had stumbled and fallen. If Prince Edric had merely found himself in a moment of folly with a maid, it would hardly warrant my particular mention before your majesty. Yet, your majesty knows well that the more pressing and truly concerning matter lies in the fact that the encounter, which should have been a mere accident, was regrettably left unfulfilled between the prince and the unfortunate maid. Robb's expression stiffened, revealing a flicker of an emotion akin to anger. Damn it, she knows everything. Who is relaying these tidings to the Tyrells? It is all Ed's fault for not having contained that girl before she began to spill secrets. Now, the betrothal between Edric and Margaery is truly at risk. Edric is but 12 years old. After a tempest of thoughts raged within the king's mind, he replied coldly. However, Lady Olenna appeared unfazed, her tone remaining composed. Yet, no boy past the age of 12 should be incapable of consummating a union, save for a eunuch. Bang! Robb slammed his hand upon the table, momentarily halting the clamor of the hall. Yet, as the assembly realized that the king's displeasure stemmed merely from a conversation with the Tyrells rather than any unexpected turmoil in the alliance, many resumed their raucous chatter, restoring the previous atmosphere of the hall. Mind your words, my lady. The king suppressed his ire, though his tone remained unstable. We are discussing my legitimate son, the Seven Kingdoms, and your future king. The Queen of Thorns set down her goblet. The empty, gilded copper vessel inadvertently clinked against the silver fork on the table, producing a delightful metallic resonance. Yet, to Robb's ears, that sound was as bothersome as the old woman's remarks. Your Majesty, I am fully aware of the subject at hand. Alas, the physical issues he faces will not simply vanish upon his ascension as heir or king. Lady Olenna's voice finally lost its placid monotony, now tinged with a hint of regret. If the unfortunate maid speaks the truth, then it is likely that His Highness lacks the capacity of a man at present. Considering his age, we may need to temporarily set aside the betrothal between Margaery and him. Fear not, your Majesty, for should the prince later exhibit true virility, the Tyrells would be more than willing to renew their engagement. Moreover, the old woman's tone softened, as if she were earnestly advising the king. I have more grandsons than merely Margaery's suitor, and your Majesty has more than one prince to consider. Robb's emotions gradually settled, and he could not suppress a sigh. I truly do not understand what is amiss. The boy appears perfectly normal. Perhaps he is simply too young. Let us wait and see. As you suggested, we may transfer this betrothal to another child. Though Jandrai may not be the heir, he is handsome and robust, brimming with masculine vigor, and would doubtless treat your granddaughter Margaery well. Moreover, Mia has already come of age, and it seems your other two grandsons, aside from Loras, remain unbetrothed. The king proposed. Yet he understood that the new betrothal could not be announced at the banquet. Originally, the plan devised by the Baratheons and the Tyrells was to unveil the engagement of Edric to Margaery in front of all assembled guests, simultaneously declaring the formal alliance between House Baratheon and House Tyrell as intimate and unbreakable allies. However, Unforeseen circumstances unfolded when Edric's inability to consummate his relationship with the maiden was revealed, a secret that even the Tyrells came to know. To be fair, Robert himself had no desire to marry his daughter to a man lacking in essential abilities. Thus, while he felt anger and disappointment, he could not oppose Lady Olenna's decision. As he had anticipated, he sought the king's forgiveness, stating that unlike Edric, of whom they had heard some rumors, he knew nothing of the king's other two children. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until the war had subsided, allowing the children to become acquainted before deciding upon any matrimonial arrangements between their houses. Robert, feeling resigned, nodded in agreement, then lowered his gaze to drink and feast, lost in his own thoughts. Nearby, the Duke of Lannister and the Duke of Mace, although not participating in the discussion between the king and the queen, absorbed every word exchanged, casting complicated glances at each other's long tables. They then feigned ignorance, choosing to enjoy the festivities like everyone else. Raylan, seated not far from the elevated wooden table, listened intently to the discourse regarding the betrothal, astonished by the events transpiring at the distant Red Keep and the machinations of House Tyrell. Contemplating the age of the young man in question, Raylan recalled what the author had mentioned during a readers' meeting, where Old Man Martin expressed some regret for having portrayed the Stark children as too young. By the time he recognized this issue, it was too late to amend it. Consequently, he adjusted the ages of the younger generation from other houses, providing supplementary details about the norms of adulthood in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. In his schema, a 16-year-old in this world would equate to an 18 or 19-year-old on Earth, suggesting that humans here mature slightly faster. Thus, Edric, at 12, could be likened to a 14-year-old boy from Earth, indeed mature enough to fulfill essential tasks of his gender. It is little wonder that Lady Olenna insisted upon perceiving Edric's inability to consummate as a significant issue of male development. However, this raises the question of whether Edric's attempt to clandestinely engage with his handmaiden, amidst his own unpreparedness, was merely a coincidence or a result of Tyrell's orchestrations. In any case, the betrothal that could have solidified the alliance between their houses was now indefinitely postponed. However, the Tyrells have promised King Robert 30,000 soldiers, who are currently awaiting him across the river to lead them against the treacherous Lannisters. Given the circumstances, it is only natural that Robert would take command of this army for the campaign. Yet, in the absence of a formal marriage contract and alliance declaration, will Robert be aware of the potential betrayal from the Tyrells and the consequences that may ensue? Rhaegar could not ascertain a definitive answer. He glanced furtively at the king, sensing that Robert was indeed lost in thought. At that moment, Garland Tyrell, along with Loras and Marjorie's elder brother, unexpectedly entered the hall, leading two strangers. The young man, known for his valor, had now surpassed 20 years of age. Although the king had just mentioned that he was not wed, he had, in truth, been enjoying a long-standing companionship with Leona from House Fossaway. They merely awaited a proposal to hasten their marriage. The musicians, who had been playing in the open space at the long table, promptly ceased their music and cleared a path, allowing Garland to bring the captives to the dais. "Your Majesty, my Lord Duke, grandmother, and father," the young knight addressed them, giving a slight push to the two captives. A Lannister scouting party had approached from the coastal road, seeking to ascertain our army's disposition. Our keen-eyed lads spotted them, and I promptly led a swift cavalry unit to capture them. The leader is this Earl of Baneford, hailing from House Baneford of the disaster-stricken lands. Among them is this young man, whom our men recognize as a son of Kevin Lannister, though we are uncertain whether he is William or Martin. Upon concluding his report, the hall erupted with cheers and praises. To their surprise, before the army had even set forth, they had captured enemies delivered to their doorstep, including a genuine golden-haired Lannister. Although the captive appeared barely more than 14 or 15 years of age and was not a child of the aged Lion Tywin, as Kevin's brother, his offspring undoubtedly belonged to the current main branch of House Lannister. Even if not a core member, he was certainly significant. Such a triumph occurring during a banquet greatly bolstered the morale of the king's forces. The king rose immediately, laughing heartily. Who would have thought that all we needed to do was feast to receive such good news? Come, let us toast to our first victory, and to many more grander victories to come. Robert raised his goblet to the assembly and drained the deep crimson wine in one gulp. Wiping his mouth and beard with a smile, he settled back down and instructed the valiant Garland to escort the captives back to the army and toss them into the designated prison wagon. He then resumed his conversation with Lady Olenna, saying, "My dear lady, your grandchildren are indeed fine young men and women, but rest assured, my children are no less." As Robert gazed at the Thorn Queen, who nodded with a smile, the flicker of hesitation that had lingered in his mind evaporated swiftly. Indeed, What reason would the Tyrells have to betray the Iron Throne in favor of the Lannisters? Their 30,000 soldiers would coalesce with the 28,000 he commanded, forming a formidable fist poised to rain devastation upon the Westerlands. Thus, Robert mused, as he boldly seized a large, succulent venison steak, dripping with honey glaze, and savored it in his mouth before swallowing it down after a few hearty chews. Chapter 33. The Coup at the Cockatrice Hall. 1. The sun-blocking army marched along the coastal road under the direct command of the king, while Duke Mace, representing House Tyrell and the coalition, rode at the forefront alongside the king. The Grand Army, numbering 58,000, was largely divided into two sections. The vanguard comprised of the Baratheon loyalists from the Stormlands and the Crownlands, while the forces from the Reach, summoned by the Tyrells to support the king, made up the rear. Having departed from Highgarden several days prior, the army had passed through Old Oak, the ancestral fortress of the ancient Oakhart family, located at the westernmost edge of the Reach. Among those guarding King Robert was Ser Alex Oakhart, hailing from this venerable lineage. After leaving Old Oak and continuing their march, the army had effectively entered the territory of the Westerlands. Yet, as the following 2 days unfolded, the coalition had not encountered a single foe from the west along the coastal road, with ample supplies from the Reach and Highgarden, and vastly outnumbering any potential forces from the Westerlands. The king exhibited little interest in the surrounding hamlets, naturally refraining from allowing the coalition to pillage or ravage those villages now largely devoid of men. During the campaign, the king had received correspondence from the north, notably from House Stark and House Tully, as well as reports from the forces encamped before Golden Tooth, blocking the Golden Road. Neither had encountered any attacking forces from the Westerlands, suggesting that only a scant garrison remained in other parts of the realm. This scenario seemed to indicate that the Lannisters were, as Robert hoped, positioning all their troops along the coastal road, eager to confront the Southern Coalition. Undoubtedly, this heightened the king's anticipation for the impending battle. As the army approached the segment of the coastal road adjacent to the Cockatrice Forest, Robert felt a compelling intuition that the Lannister forces lay just ahead. The Westerlands possessed a defenseless southern gateway, and this extensive woodland, flanking the coastal road, was nearly the sole terrain advantageous to the defenders. Tywin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ambush his foes using this advantageous landscape. Indeed, prior to departing from Highgarden, the king had convened a military council with most of the lords, focused on the theme of the defense of the Cockatrice Hall. After all, if they did not attempt to impede the Southern Coalition at the Cockatrice Hall, the king could swiftly traverse the road unhindered all the way to Lannisport. In the event of a decisive battle at Lannisport, there is no doubt that it would strike a blow to the confidence of the Westerlands people as well as tarnish the honor of House Lannister. Robert was so certain of this that when he received word from his scouts informing him of a formidable army exceeding 10,000 men, poised and ready beneath the imposing castle of the Crake Hall on the coastal road ahead, he felt no surprise. It seemed that the old lion, Tywin, had finally resolved to reveal his claws and engage in a genuine contest with my formidable forces. The king exclaimed excitedly to those around him, and I wager that the old fellow had other troops lying in ambush within the nearby woods. Filled with confidence, Robert found the impending war far more exhilarating than the women and wine he often indulged in. Undoubtedly, he was quite adept at warfare. The scouts reported that the forces beneath the castle appeared to number just over 10,000, but the capabilities of the Westerlands extended far beyond that. It was not overly difficult for this cursed land to amass an army of 20,000. Hence, I surmised that as we sought to overwhelm the enemy's front lines with overwhelming force, another contingent of nearly 10,000 would likely emerge unexpectedly from the right flank's forest to strike our formation. However, it would be foolish to venture into the woods in search of them. He shook his head, dismissing this potential course of action, and commanded a messenger to relay orders to the entire army. Inform everyone. Once the battle commences, enemy forces will emerge from the forest on the right, but fear not. We shall crush them alongside the frontline adversaries. He instructed all the lords to swiftly transition their troops from a marching formation to a right-angle formation and cautioned the right flank to remain vigilant and bolster their defenses. Thus, a knight bearing a banner and a mounted messenger set forth towards the rear of the army. Duke Mace, the king noted the lord's pallor, as if he were paralyzed by fear and anxiety. This brought to mind how the inflated lord frequently boasted of his martial prowess regarding the Battle of the Whispering Woods, where he had been defeated. Yet, Robert's memory was keen. While that encounter, indeed, had concluded with his own retreat, the true victor had been Lord Edmure Tully, with Duke Mace merely joining the fray after the battle had ended. Moreover, the siege of Storm's End, which Mace commanded, hardly constituted a true battle. It was merely a series of feasts and festivities outside the castle walls, though another commander might not have fared any better in the siege. Mace's experiences had inadvertently revealed to all that he had never truly participated in a real war. Now, facing a battle that was certain to end in victory, Mace appeared utterly pale, prompting the jovial king to tease him. "Why is your complexion so ashen? Have you been away from the water too long? Or has the lion's renown put you in a fright?" The inflatable fish, despite being the subject of jest by the king through fish-related quips, did not genuinely harbor anger. Rather, he awkwardly nodded and offered a brief explanation for himself. "I beg your pardon, your majesty. Perhaps I am indeed a bit older. And the thought of our young lads soon clashing with the enemy inevitably causes me some unease." As he spoke, he produced a silk handkerchief adorned with golden rose embroidery to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, which elicited another laugh from the king. As the sun gradually descended from its zenith, it hung halfway in the western sky, perfectly poised above the coastline to the west of the main avenue. The king's coalition, having completed its formation, advanced to a position where they could clearly see the castle of the Hen and the formidable army stationed before it. The two armies faced each other, separated by less than half a mile. The Lannister forces before the castle of the Hen numbered approximately 12,000, arrayed in the conventional left, center, and right divisions, with about 3,000 cavalry at the forefront, seemingly poised for an imminent charge. Meanwhile, the king's coalition, shaped like a large lateral from the perspective of the Lannister troops, was capable of addressing threats from both the castle of the Hen and the eastern forest. This configuration unsettled some soldiers within the Lannister ranks, for they were acutely aware that another contingent of their own forces was indeed poised to emerge from the forest to assault the enemy. Robb gazed at the castle walls, and although the distance rendered individual figures indistinguishable, he felt an uncanny sense that Tywin Lannister stood upon the ramparts, surveying his army. Squinting, he caught sight of a resplendent figure at the forefront of the opposing center, its golden radiance piercing the half-mile distance straight into his eyes. Undoubtedly, that individual was clad in gilded armor. "The usurper king," he murmured softly, followed by a hearty laugh. "Alas, this king is fated not to perish at his hands." "Ha ha." Beside him, Renly jested, "Every time I see that armor, I can't help but think that fellow is rather ostentatious. I merely added 2 golden stag antlers to my helmet, while he has gilded his entire suit of armor. Though my antlers may not be as precious, they certainly do not shine as brightly." The young Lord of Justice absently touched the antler on his helmet, the one that had broken during the tournament, now expertly repaired by Master Mott. As the battle loomed, Renly realized that he felt more anxious than he had anticipated. The sea breeze swept through, alleviating some of the sweat from the faces and necks of the soldiers. "Army, advance forward. Cavalry, charge." Robb's voice boomed like the sound of bells and drums, while the standard-bearers and messengers raced to the flanks. The former surged forth with the cavalry, stirring up clouds of dust as they charged toward the Lannister forces, while the latter conveyed the command for a full assault to the entire coalition. In an instant, the contingent, primarily composed of Stormland, Crownland, and Vale troops, led by thousands of cavalry, marched resolutely toward the castle of the Hen. The archers positioned towards the rear flank were poised to fill the enemy's sky with arrows as soon as the adversaries entered range. Robert, along with Renly, Mace, and others, remained steadfast at the forefront of the formation, drawing ever closer to the enemy with the advance of the infantry. Although these lords and noble knights were undoubtedly formidable cavalry, the chaotic and perilous charge of the vanguard cavalry was a different matter altogether. As the commander of the army and the king of the realm, Robert could only suppress his excitement and impatience, remaining at the front of the infantry ranks, awaiting the moment of contact before plunging into the fray of battle. Thus, as the first wave of thousands of cavalry from the allied forces surged forward, Jaime, clad in golden armor, promptly led 3,000 cavalry at the forefront to meet them head-on. While their cavalry was outnumbered by approximately 2,000 compared to the enemy's first wave, the mere half-mile distance would close in mere moments for a cavalry charge. Yet Jaime's demeanor was resolute and composed, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of defeat in this engagement. Robert watched the enemy cavalry advance towards them with little surprise. After all, allowing 5,000 cavalry to trample the vulnerable infantry lines would hasten the defeat of the Lannister forces beyond anticipation. However, the king's expression soon shifted to one of confusion as he observed the enemy infantry steadily advancing towards his own troops. How could this be? Were they truly abandoning the defensive advantage of their castle garrison to approach his forces with such a significantly reduced number, merely to amplify the chaos when the ambush was sprung? Robert pondered, attempting to comprehend the illogical dynamics unfolding on the battlefield. Surely Tywin, or whoever commanded this battle, would not err so fundamentally. Damn it, what further schemes did they possess? At this moment, the cavalry of both armies had already engaged in fierce combat. Despite the allied forces having 2,000 more cavalry in this first wave than the Lannisters, in the melee of cavalry against cavalry, such a numerical advantage was insufficient to tip the scales dramatically in the short term. Thus, it could be said that both sides were effectively bogged down by one another. Yet this did not alarm Robert. Currently, only the first wave of 5,000 cavalry was embroiled in the conflict. Once the second wave of 6,000 from the Riverlands joined the fray, the enemy's meager 3,000 cavalry would undoubtedly scatter in disarray. The remainder of the battle might not require much infantry involvement. The sheer force of their cavalry could suffice to rout the enemy entirely. With this thought, the king turned to glance at the right flank, primarily composed of the Riverlands' forces, to ascertain how far they had advanced. He wondered about the cavalry's position in relation to the infantry. However, to his perplexity, the right flank's progress was markedly sluggish, clearly disconnected from the front lines of infantry. Oddly enough, the 6,000 cavalry from the Riverlands appeared to be deliberately controlling their speed, now positioned only slightly ahead of their infantry formation. At this pace, the infantry of the vanguard shall likely engage the enemy before the cavalry can join the fray, thus diminishing the cavalry's potential impact significantly. The king cast a puzzled glance towards Lord Tiller, the Duke of Mace, protector of the south. My Lord Mace, why is the army from the Riverlands advancing with such sluggishness? I recall stating in the council that to minimize casualties, we must leverage our numerical superiority and swiftly crush the enemy. Robb furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease and shortness of breath. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps it is because you just instructed them to focus on the defenses on the right, which has caused them to remain overly vigilant towards the eastern forest, thus impeding their advance. Duke Mace was drenched in sweat. If necessary, I shall go and ascertain the situation myself, and urge them to hasten their progress in their capacity as vassals. Robb's heartbeat grew increasingly erratic. Then go quickly. He felt as if he could hear sounds emerging from the forest. Perhaps the Lannister ambush was about to reveal itself. Duke Mace turned his beautiful mare and galloped towards the right flank. However, just as he had distanced himself enough to call back to the king, he suddenly reined in, turning to shout an inexplicable message to Robb. Forgive me, your majesty. It was my mother who insisted on this. He then swiftly sped off towards the right flank. In that fleeting moment of confusion, several knights from the Riverlands, who had been following Duke Mace, rapidly approached Ser Varys beside Loras, knocking him unconscious with the pommel of their swords. They swiftly abducted him and made their escape from the vanguard's formation, heading towards the forest on the right. Loras, bewildered and perplexed, looked at his elder brother, questioning, what is happening? Why are they taking Loras? Meanwhile, Robb trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing a tragic play unfold before him. He finally comprehended the dire situation he faced. Damn, Tiller has betrayed us. Loras, the Riverlands have turned against us. They have 30,000 men. We still face over 10,000 Lannisters, and another 10,000 will emerge from the forest. They are encircling our army from the front, the rear, and the right, while on our left lies the accursed Sea of Hell. As if to echo Robb's lament, a cacophony erupted from the right side forest of the vanguard's infantry formation. In the next moment, 2,000 cavalry charged forth, their eager steeds bursting from the cover of trees and foliage, with several thousand infantry warriors gradually becoming visible from the depths behind them. In utter disbelief, Loras turned his gaze towards the right flank, only to witness the massive Riverlands army accelerating their advance. Yet, despair washed over him and Robb alike, for it became evident that the target of the charging cavalry was not the ambush of Lannisters emerging from the forest, but rather the vanguard led by the king. We had formed an alliance. Those damned Tillers. We had clearly allied ourselves. Robert roared with a voice that resonated as powerfully as when he had previously commanded the entire army to advance. Balon glanced towards the two cavalry units still entangled in combat, as well as the steadily advancing infantry of the enemy. He then turned his gaze to his own infantry formation, which appeared somewhat disconcerted by the sudden emergence of foes on their right flank. Ironically, the soldiers remained blissfully unaware of the impending betrayal by the 30,000-strong Tyrell army, despite the king having forewarned everyone of the ambush that would arise from that direction prior to the battle. Thus, it seemed that the soldiers' level of panic was considerably less than that of the king and Balon. Without my elder brother, we indeed have no alliance, Balon lamented. His head bowed as he spoke to the king. The gleaming golden stag horns on his helmet still exuded an air of nobility and refinement. The betrothal between Edric of Highgarden and Marjorie had been temporarily set aside, while other unions remained unconfirmed. We have not formally allied with the Tyrells. Oh, Robert bellowed in fury, swinging his heavy war hammer, causing his robust steed to shift uneasily beneath him. Sire, Sir Barristan, closely following the king, called out loudly. This is not the time to waste. While the enemy and the traitors have yet to fully connect, we must act swiftly to break through. The aged captain of the Kingsguard glanced at Sir Alice, who was also clad in white, knowing that his kin were now amidst the traitorous forces of the Riverlands, possibly led by his own elder brother. However, Sir Alice wore a look of confusion and indignation. Upon seeing Barristan's complex expression directed at him, he immediately understood the hesitation and quickly defended himself. I will not betray His Majesty like them. I am a sworn protector of the Kingsguard. I shall fight to the death to safeguard the king. Sire, the Lannister forces on the right flank are currently the weakest among the three fronts. If we can breach their lines, we can retreat directly into the forest, where we would be far less detectable than on the open road. Barristan refrained from commenting on Sir Alice, instead swiftly presenting the proposal for a breakout and retreat to the king. Yet as their conversation unfolded, the two opposing armies, nearly 80,000 strong, drew ever closer, on the verge of merging into a chaotic whirlpool of humanity, with the king and his loyal forces at its center. Observing the increasingly apparent advance of the Riverlands traitors towards the front lines, some astute warriors began to grasp the reality of their comrades' betrayal, and an uncontrollable panic swiftly spread among the front ranks. Relay the order. All soldiers still loyal to the Stag Banner, adjust your formation and break through to the east. Our objective is to penetrate the enemy lines and retreat into the forest. With no time to hesitate, the king decisively adopted Sir Barristan's proposal, which seemed to be the optimal solution in the current predicament. He then mounted his steed and rode to the easternmost edge of the formation, positioning himself as the vanguard leading the charge. The Kingsguard and Balon hastily followed suit, forming a spearhead intent on tearing through the enemy from the center. Several individuals, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, relentlessly reaped the lives of the Lannister soldiers amidst the blood-soaked chaos of battle. Even Lancel, who was experiencing his first taste of warfare, momentarily cast aside his anxiety and fear under the pressure of the unfolding situation, allowing his gilded stag to bathe in the blood of their foes, thereby compelling the increasingly disordered army to shift a considerable distance eastward. Consequently, the approaching Lannister and Riverlands forces from the north and south were obliged to adjust their positions and orientations in order to consolidate their ranks against the encroaching forces of House Baratheon. Yet, the limits of human endurance became evident. The extraordinary feats stimulated by adrenaline were profoundly taxing on one's stamina. A multitude of enemy soldiers still stood between them and the goal of breaking through to the forest beyond. Meanwhile, Robert and his companions, wearied by the relentless combat, found it increasingly difficult to maintain their valiant and invincible demeanor. Just as Robert, with his heart pounding in his chest, feared that he would either perish in this ignoble skirmish or be captured by Tywin, the Old Lion, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared before him. Raylan, adorned in shimmering blue scales. Your Majesty, Lord Lancel, the current circumstances are dire. We must swiftly evacuate the battlefield together. As the others exchanged puzzled glances regarding Raylan's plan for escape, he abruptly vanished from sight. The onlookers could only watch in astonishment as Raylan, having spoken, seemed to dissolve into the air amid a distortion of light, leaving behind an unattended steed. Just like that, I can also render two individuals completely invisible, akin to my own state. Even more perplexing was the sound of Raylan's voice echoing in their ears, as if he were standing right beside them. Yet, there was nothing there. In this state, all equipment worn by the individuals would also become invisible, though their mounts would not share in this enchantment. The effect could last for an hour, and as long as no attacks were directed at others, the invisibility would be maintained. Raylan's voice continued, accompanied by a small cloud of dust rising from the ground, as though someone were intentionally stomping their feet. Even the most skeptical among them, Barristan, was compelled to concede that Raylan indeed possessed the magical abilities he had claimed. Your Majesty, Lord Lancel, allow me to cast a spell for your benefit. We shall retreat on foot while remaining invisible to the forest. The battle had become utterly devoid of any prospect for victory following the shameless betrayal by the Tyrells, yet as long as they could return to King's Landing, there remained a glimmer of hope, regardless of the multitude of adversaries they faced. Raylan urged them with a sense of urgency. He currently had a maximum of 6 spell points, and the invisibility spell, a second-tier incantation, could only be cast 3 times, with 2 opportunities remaining. If he could successfully rescue Robert and Lancel, he would undoubtedly ascend to level 4. For if he refrained from intervening, these two would meet their fates in death or capture regardless. Your Majesty, please follow this remarkable gentleman and retreat at once, Sir Barristan implored, confident that adhering to Raylan's plan would ensure their successful escape from the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of the scene, a person capable of complete invisibility could effortlessly reach any destination. Brother, Balon looked anxiously towards Robert, yet refrained from urging him, waiting instead for the king's decision. The crowd around them swelled as Sir Barristan, accompanied by 2 Kingsguard, struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught of Lannister soldiers converging upon the king. Your Majesty, there is no time, he implored once more. Enough, Robert bellowed, swinging his warhammer to crush an enemy who approached him from the side, his voice booming with rage. Balon, have that sorcerer, Renly, cast a spell for you, then retreat from this battlefield with him. As he deftly maneuvered his steed beside Barristan, he dispatched another foe attempting to ambush the commander of the Kingsguard from behind. I will not slink away like a coward, invisible to all. I am the king of the 7 kingdoms. I shall fight alongside my warriors until the final moment. I will carve a bloody path for them, leading them back to our eastern home. And those damned Lannisters and Tyrells, I will eradicate these shameless traitors on the battlefield. Your Majesty, Renly and Sir Barristan cried out in unison, urgency lacing their voices, while Balon bit his lip in silence, words lodged in his throat. I said enough, Robert roared, his meaning unmistakable. Mr. Renly, cast your spell for Balon and take him away. And Balon, remember this, if I fall today, here, Edric shall be the new king. Inform him to serve as regent until the new king comes of age, and reassure him that vengeance for my death is not a priority. He must first aid my son in stabilizing the Iron Throne and the kingdom. Also, convey my apologies for having kept from him the secret mission I entrusted to Varys regarding the assassination of the Targaryen siblings. But since I am to perish, he need not impede this matter. He should recognize the chaos enveloping the 7 kingdoms, and that the Targaryen abomination cannot remain in this world. He may be enraged, but believe me, in the end, he will acquiesce. Of course, I shall strive not to meet my demise. Robert spat into both hands, then gripped the warhammer's leather-wrapped handle tightly. If I must die in battle, I will take several more scoundrels with me. By the name of House Baratheon, I shall become a warrior etched in the annals of history. Balon felt a torrent of unspoken words choking him. He was usually so confident in his eloquence. The Lannisters and Tyrells would pay dearly for this, he vowed. No one among them mentioned the notion of captives. Were Robert merely a noble from Storm's End or a lord of some lesser house, the Lannisters would have surely sought to capture him alive. Alas, Robert was the king. After the Lannisters raised their banner of rebellion and crowned their own king, Robert had no choice but to bow down and relinquish the Iron Throne. Should he refuse such a humiliating condition, there would be no reason for the Lions to allow Robert to continue living. The ascension of a new young king would only exacerbate the issues confronting King's Landing, further diminishing the strength of his adversaries, a prospect that the Lannisters undoubtedly welcomed. There is no doubt that no one in the 7 kingdoms believed Robert would ever submit to the Lannisters. As for the enmity with House Baratheon, it was likely not a consequence that the Lannisters feared. In summary, unless Robert retreated with Renly, he was unlikely to escape the grim fate of death, barring a miraculous possession by a warrior of the 7 gods, who might cut through the enemy ranks with great slaughter. The king was acutely aware of this reality. Strangely, even with such knowledge, he felt little fear or sorrow regarding death. Rather, he was consumed by a furious wrath at the prospect of betrayal and a peculiar sense of solace at the thought of dying on the battlefield. Renly sighed. His plans had accounted for all matters of timing, yet he had forgotten to consider the wishes of the man at the center of it all. He understood Robert's temperament well and thus abandoned any hope of persuasion. Instead, he simply whispered, "I hope to see you again, Your Grace," while remaining concealed. He then approached Lancel, casting an invisibility spell upon him. Lancel was understandably startled by the strange sensation of becoming invisible, but soon dismounted and grasped the staff Renly offered him, allowing him to follow Renly eastward, even without being able to see him. As they advanced, both men occasionally glanced back at Robert and the Kingsguard, witnessing their fierce struggle and the dire predicament that rendered any further advance nearly impossible. Soldiers surged toward Robert and his forces like a relentless tide, some even colliding with the 2 men. Yet, those soldiers merely cast puzzled glances before continuing their charge toward what they perceived as their enemy, the king. Any soldier who succeeded in killing Robert or capturing him would be promised lands and castles by Lord Tywin. instantly elevating their status to that of a minor lord in the Westerlands. After traversing a considerable distance and breaching the encircling enemy lines, the two finally reached the edge of the forest. Lancel turned to gaze back at the vast, flowing mass of soldiers, resembling a swirling circle, and spoke with a hint of sadness. In truth, when I heard Lady Olenna at the Highgarden banquet excuse herself from that betrothal and temporarily reject other alliances, I pondered whether their army might betray us in the absence of such alliances. Although they could no longer see each other and were no longer connected by the staff, their voices still allowed them to ascertain each other's general location. However, I had not shared this thought with Robert. Later, when I inquired with Loras, he was adamant that the incident involving Edric was purely accidental. He mentioned that his grandmother genuinely wished to see Marjorie wed to Edric. Had I been able to uphold my conviction and discuss this concern with Robert, perhaps everything would have unfolded differently. A pair of tears swiftly coursed down the handsome, invisible visage of Loras, becoming visible as they detached from his form, manifesting in the air like two droplets of water materializing from nothingness. Raylan remained silent, unable to broach this topic with him. He had long anticipated the inevitable betrayal of House Tyrell and, after the banquet, had come to a firm conclusion that the forces of the Reach would surely rebel. Nevertheless, he chose not to divulge his thoughts to anyone. For if Robert were to affirm his suspicions, and as a result, the pivotal moment of Tyrell's defection were to be averted, any actions he took would yield no advancement. Yet, what troubled him even more was the fact that, having safely escorted Loras to the edge of the forest, he should have distanced himself entirely from the perilous battlefield. Why had he not ascended to the 4th level? Was Loras's survival not deemed significant enough? Or, a more harrowing possibility struck him. Perhaps Loras's fate remained uncertain. Thus, he urged, "My Lord Loras, while this area cannot be deemed entirely safe, let us take advantage of our remaining invisibility to enter the forest and proceed eastward. We could traverse the entire forest, circumvent the Red Lake, cross the Golden River, and make our way to King's Landing." Loras nodded, and as they were about to enter the densely wooded forest, he grasped the long staff that Raylan tentatively offered. Together, they turned and ventured toward the woods. Moments later, they were taken aback to discover that Loras, who had been knocked unconscious and carried away by the knights of House Tyrell, was now abandoned in the forest, surrounded by several knights and a large contingent of soldiers. Loras whispered in alarm, "I must rescue him." Raylan felt a sense of foreboding. Although he could deal with the group of dozens, given his current state with only 2 spell points remaining, the key issue was that his focus was consumed by maintaining their invisibility. Casting any other spell would nullify their concealment. Once that happened, while he would be shielded from mortal danger due to his base armor class of 13 and the unlimited cantrips, Loras would surely perish before he could eliminate all the adversaries. If he refrained from casting any spells, Raylan was at a loss as to how to extricate Loras. Perhaps he could sneak over, cast an invisibility spell on Loras, and then quietly carry him away? "Mr. Raylan, do you have any plan?" Loras appeared somewhat anxious. To be honest, Raylan was uncertain about the cause of his urgency. "My Lord Loras," he replied, attempting to reassure him. "Sir Loras is the son of the Duke of Mace, and under these circumstances, his safety is the least of our concerns. Behold, there lies a considerable contingent awaiting his awakening." However, Renly disagrees with this assertion. Mr. Renly, Loras, like us, remains utterly oblivious to the machinations of House Tyrell. Given our relationship, upon learning of all this and that I am still alive, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to escape the court and return to my side. Under such circumstances, could Tyrell still regard him as a central figure in their ranks? Moreover, Duke Mace has 3 sons and 1 daughter, although Loras is quite favored. Should the Queen of Thorns desire it, she could easily confine him to isolation, rendering him invisible to the world. Just imagine the torment that such a future would hold for him. Renly's voice was kept low enough for only the 2 of them to hear, yet it now carried a tone of newfound resolve. "If Mr. Renly had no viable plan, then I shall venture forth on my own, at worst. I could carry him away in invisibility. Perhaps the soldiers, taken aback by the spectacle, would refrain from action." Renly sighed, feeling powerless due to Robert's temperament earlier. And now it appeared that Renly's steadfastness would not waver. "Very well, my Lord Renly. I can employ invisibility once more to transport Sir Loras without being seen. However, you must assure me that once we have rescued Loras, we shall proceed eastward through the forest without pause, no matter what we encounter. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall truly be unable to save you," Renly mused. Thus, he quietly approached the unconscious Loras, casting the spell of invisibility upon him. and amid the astonished gasps of several soldiers, he carefully hoisted him onto his back and swiftly departed from the soldiers' camp, returning to the ever-present Renly. Renly watched in awe as Loras vanished, fully aware that Renly had succeeded. Consequently, once Renly returned and whispered the news, he followed him into the depths of the forest with great satisfaction. Renly mentally calculated the time. They had less than 20 minutes before their invisibility would dissipate. Yet it was ample time to reach a safer haven. However, as he pondered this, an unexpected notification appeared before him, accompanied by a startled exclamation from behind. Due to the environmental properties of the depleted magic net, the prolonged spell you cast on another has unexpectedly expired. Renly swiftly turned, only to witness Renly emerging from invisibility, his expression one of astonishment. Clad in emerald-glazed armor, with golden antlers adorning his helmet, he stood out strikingly in the forest. The Tyrell soldiers, who had been searching for Loras after his sudden disappearance, naturally spotted Renly's figure. Knights and soldiers easily recognized him as Renly, the brother of King Robert. Yet, to their surprise, just as Renly anticipated that they would be captured, several archers, at the knight's command, raised their bows and drew back their strings. In the hesitant gaze of Raylan, several arrows pierced through the unprotected knees and calves of Loras, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Subsequently, a knight advanced, striking Loras's helmet to the ground, the golden antlers falling into the mud, reminiscent of the moment he was unseated during the tournament. At this juncture, Loras's expression transformed into one of confusion and fear, soon supplanted by an indescribable calm. He raised his head toward the approximate location of the now invisible Raylan and Loras, parting his lips to form a single word, leave. Ultimately, the knight, with a hint of regret upon his visage, seized Loras's dark hair with his left hand, elevating his head to reveal his elongated neck, while his right hand wielded a longsword, delivering a vicious slash from the left side of the neck to the right. Torrents of blood gushed from the major arteries on either side of Loras's neck. He opened his mouth in vain. Yet the rapid loss of blood rendered his mind dizzy, silencing him. Meanwhile, after a prolonged unconsciousness, Loras suddenly awoke on Raylan's back with a gasp. He opened his eyes to find Loras sprawled in a pool of blood, his pale face rendered ghostly by the loss of life. Furthermore, he sensed an odd alteration in his perceptions, leading him to believe he was ensnared in a peculiar dream. Noticing the movement on his back, Raylan glanced at Loras, who had not fully succumbed to unconsciousness, fearing that remaining in the chaos would provoke a reaction from Loras, inciting a commotion. Thus, he hastily stepped forward, swiftly departing the tumultuous scene to the east. Yet, once again exceeding his expectations, a long-awaited notification appeared before him. You have skillfully altered the course of the narrative at a critical juncture, leveling up to level 4. Chapter 34. The Lion's Nest. When the people of the Seven Kingdoms discuss the impregnable fortresses that have withstood siege, whether the focus of their discourse is on Storm's End or the Eyrie, even the most original thinkers might assert that had it not been for Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons, Harrenhal would undoubtedly be the most formidable of them all. However, the vast majority would never include Casterly Rock in such discussions. For every individual who has laid eyes upon Casterly Rock knows it is not merely a castle, but a mountain. True to its name, Casterly Rock is sculpted from a colossal stone. Although certain Lannisters and those from the Westerlands have long boasted that it is the largest single rock in existence. Considering that Casterly Rock harbors gold mines beneath its surface, much like many other hills, it is evident that this towering rock by the sea is a uniquely shaped hill, the final crescendo of geological folds along the coastline. During the Age of Heroes, the ruling Casterly family first excavated halls and chambers from the mines within this hill, later constructing a ringed fortress atop the 2,000-foot elevation to oversee and defend the surrounding territories. In later tales, the astute Lon, without the need for sword or dagger, cunningly deceived the Casterly family into relinquishing their entire castle, or rather, their hill. Thus, the Lannister family ascended to the annals of history. Whether under the dominion of Casterly or during the subsequent millennia of Lannister control, Casterly Rock, akin to the impregnable stronghold, has never succumbed to siege. Through the passage of time, extensive renovations and expansions have transformed this hill into a veritable labyrinth. Beyond the numerous mines that delve deep below, the structure encompasses tunnels, dungeons, cellars, barracks, grand halls, stables, staircases, courtyards, as well as terraces and gardens hewn from the rock's face. Within the castle, there even exists a port complete with shipyards and docks, formed from the sea's erosion of the western cliff. Nestled near the summit's encircling walls lies a small grove known as the Stone Garden. At its center stands a peculiar fishbone tree, its twisted form inexplicably defiant of nature. Its roots, which ought to anchor downwards, instead reach outward, entangling themselves and nearly suffocating the surrounding flora. Perhaps this is due to the scant sunlight it receives daily, coupled with the meager soil that blankets its roots. Tyrion sat before the heart tree, his mind meandering through a myriad of thoughts, both trivial and profound. Even he could not quite fathom why, after visiting Winterfell and the Wall, he now felt a modicum of tranquility in the presence of this tree that had witnessed his growth. Thus, he found himself frequently drawn to this spot, either to sit quietly or to stand at the cliff's edge, gazing down upon the shimmering sunset over the sea to the west and the minuscule figures traversing the southern road. As the nominal sole heir to this grand fortress, he found no joy in his status, for according to his father's designs, in 2 or 3 years, the title of heir would be passed on to his elder brother. He cast his gaze toward the base of the rock, where the diminutive vessels navigating the harbor caves and the throngs of men and horses entering and exiting the Lion's Mouth had noticeably increased. The latter served as the natural entrance to Casterly Rock, its interior soaring over 100 feet high, now wide enough to accommodate 20 riders ascending its broad stone steps side by side. Undoubtedly, the current bustle within Casterly Rock stemmed from the recent war and the splendid victory celebrated only days prior. Yet, Tyrion felt a complex mixture of emotions, neither wholly joyous nor entirely sorrowful. Robb and Renly had perished on the battlefield, their armies suffering near decimation, discounting the fortunate survivors among the conscripted soldiers and certain knights. The Lannisters had captured a considerable number of prisoners, including many lords and nobles. With the conclusion of this battle, the Iron Throne's king, once the boy nephew of Joffrey's mortal enemy, had been transformed into a youth of similar stature. Tyrion shook his head and drained the last sip from his cup, only to turn back to the stone chair to retrieve the wine jug, only to discover it was empty as well. He sighed, clutching the wine jug and goblet as he exited the stone garden. Traversing the tunnel corridor, he turned several corners and arrived at the renowned Golden Gallery. This central corridor, which grants access to numerous pivotal locations within Casterly Rock, is adorned with a layer of gold on its walls and all its embellishments, gleaming intensely under the firelight, exuding a sense of opulence. From the passages on either side of the corridor, one could reach many places familiar to Tyrion, such as the Great Hall within House Lannister. The most comfortable rooms now divided among the family, the Duke of Casterly Rock's private study, and the celebrated Hall of Heroes, renowned beyond the seas. This vast and tranquil chamber showcases the precious armors of countless knights, lords, and kings of the Lannister lineage. Those who perished heroically among the Lannisters and their close kin may be interred here, and even across the narrow sea, many have heard of its illustrious reputation. Tyrion and Jaime often played here during their childhood. Whenever the tide surged, a rumbling thunder would resonate from the depths below. Tyrion found himself frequently reminiscing about the innocent days of his youth, particularly when intoxication began to take hold, though Cersei had always harbored malice towards him. Young Tyrion had yet to comprehend the true meaning of her disdain. Moreover, his elder brother had acted as his guardian, diligently nurturing his growth. However, now Tyrion sensed an increasing tension in the air between himself and Jaime. As he traversed the Golden Gallery, intending to either head directly to the hall or return to his chamber for another jug of wine, he hesitated momentarily at a passageway and decided to enter. This corridor led to his father's study. Perhaps he could negotiate regarding a certain captive. Yet, before he could knock on the door, the clamorous sound of Cersei's voice erupted from within. Undoubtedly, his sister was once again embroiled in a significant disagreement with their father. Why can't we attack? The Baratheons scarcely have a viable army at their disposal. Once we easily drive the Little Wolf and his forces back to the north, King's Landing will lie exposed before us. Her voice was piercing and sharp. It was said that certain free cities boasted a form of entertainment known as opera. Perhaps selling his sister to such a troupe would render her far more favored than she was now. Tyrion mused this to himself, deciding to linger at the door and listen a while longer. If their quarrel persisted, it would be wiser for him to refrain from entering and courting trouble. Our dealings with the Rivellins and Dorne merely ensure we are not crushed by the Baratheons. But if you think that makes us intimate allies, you are 100-fold more foolish than I imagined. The voice was devoid of emotion, deep and penetrating. It was his father's. To his surprise, Tyrion detected a rare hint of mockery in the mention of his mother's name. Moreover, the Bay and Dorne are embroiled in a long-standing enmity. Rather than hoping that they will dispatch their forces to fight alongside us, it would be wiser to pray for the resurrection of the bones of the Black Death, Balerion, deep beneath the Red Keep, to emerge and incinerate the remaining Baratheons with its fiery breath. Even my sister, despite her lack of wit, should grasp this. Tyrion anticipated that Cersei would retreat, granting him the opportunity to engage in a calm discourse with Tywin. Regrettably, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. You promised. Cersei continued to scream. You said you would crown young Joffrey. He is a born king, and even if he must ultimately bow to the returning Targaryens, he should at least reign as king for a couple of years upon that accursed Iron Throne. The sound of the chair scraping against the stone floor echoed, as Tyrion envisioned his sister abruptly rising and pressing against their father's desk. Perhaps I have grown too old, yet I distinctly recall that he already possesses a crown, and a golden one at that. Tywin's voice remained steady as ever. You would do well to inquire of your young Joffrey, for I suspect he does not yearn for the Iron Throne. Ever since his return to Casterly Rock, he has been wailing for his father, certainly not Jaime. As he has never addressed Jaime as father, has he? And after learning of Robert's demise at the hands of our forces, has he not been reluctant to leave his chamber? The tone shifted to one of severity. Regarding Robert, did I not mention that even if he is destined to perish, capturing him alive would yield greater value? Cersei, take heed. I do not wish for such occurrences to transpire again. Cersei's voice had diminished in volume, but not in venom. That fat pig is of no use alive. It would be better for him to meet the stranger. Young Joffrey is merely adjusting to this new life. Grant him time, and he shall comprehend everything. Moreover, he must ascend as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. We merely need to eliminate all obstacles in his path. Tyrion shook his head, losing the desire to continue listening. Although the conversation in the room appeared unlikely to last much longer, the thought of that irksome child, Joffrey, sent a dull ache through his head. How could there be such a fool in the Lannister family? Perhaps his brother was right. Motherhood can render women foolish. He turned back along the same route, returning from the Golden Gallery to his chamber, setting down the wine jug and goblet, yet not pouring himself a fresh drink. Instead, he exited the room and ventured into the labyrinthine passages within Casterly Rock. At this point, there was little opportunity. He might as well meet the captive before discussing matters with his father. Soon enough, Tyrion arrived at the dungeons of Casterly Rock. Despite the name, the cells were situated in the heart of the castle, several hundred feet above sea level. After all, the true subterranean realms of Casterly Rock belonged to the mines that yielded red gold and precious metals. Presently, dozens of noble captives languished in the dungeons. Yet the vastness of the prison and its numerous cells provided ample room. They are more than capable of accommodating them, and can even segregate the captives they know from one another, preventing any discussions of clandestine schemes. However, Tyrion mused as he walked. It seemed that the guards were somewhat scarce. He reached a section of the cells that differed slightly from the others, where a select few of the most valuable captives were held. Among them was Ser Andorois, the firstborn and heir of the powerful Royce family from the Vale. Then there was Ser Bollistan, the very king whom Tyrion had vowed to protect, now deceased at the hands of his own Kingsguard, and also the target of Tyrion's current endeavor. In a fleeting moment, he recalled his own time in the dungeons of the Red Keep, when Rhaenys had come to rescue him. What thoughts had crossed his mind while traversing the dungeon corridors in stealth? Would they mirror his present reflections? Setting aside his jumbled thoughts, Tyrion rapped gently on the solid iron bars of the cell. The sound drew Bollistan, who sat on the ground in deep contemplation, to look up at him. The white-haired knight approached the bars, waiting for the unexpected little imp to articulate his purpose. His proximity to death was no longer distant, and in these final days, even a conversation with a grotesque dwarf he despised could be deemed a small mercy. Ser Bollistan, how have you contemplated my father's proposal? Tyrion posed a question that was not welcomed by the other. I believe I have already made my position quite clear, Bollistan replied solemnly. I shall not pledge my loyalty to a false king, especially one who is a bastard. Even if, in a mere 2 days, your refusal leads to your execution? Silence enveloped the cell, and Bollistan's unspoken response was crystal clear to Tyrion. Why must it be so, old knight? It would be such a pity for one regarded by many as the most esteemed of legendary knights to perish here in Casterly Rock. Tyrion's words came from the heart. After spending so long in King's Landing, there were scarcely any who still seemed sane to him, but Ser Bollistan, in his eyes, was not only sane but worthy of honor. The silence lingered. The white-haired knight had no desire to respond to the dwarf's grandiloquence, especially since the notion of honor had long since ceased to pertain to him. However, I do recall that young Edric is merely another of Robert's bastards, conceived in Stannis' marriage bed. Had you not been captured but instead successfully returned to King's Landing, would you not have been obliged to pledge loyalty to him? Bollistan began to counter. That is different. Prince Edric is a legitimate son, legitimized by the king's lawful decree, and his royal blood is beyond question. Oh, So you are insinuating doubts about whether Cersei and Jaime truly possessed the blood of dragons, as they claim? Tyrion's tone was light, as if he found the topic rather intriguing. And allow me to remind you, good sir, that the king you initially swore to protect was a Targaryen, and the king you served the longest, the Mad King, was also a Targaryen. Looking at the present-day Casterly Rock, in addition to the Golden Lion banner, there also flutters a dragon flag. Humph, the white-haired knight scoffed coldly, then disdainfully remarked, I cannot furnish evidence to prove that your elder siblings are not of the Mad King's bloodline, but gaze upon your golden locks. At least to this old man who has served the Dragon King for over 20 years, you three appear to be mere lions, capable of being ignited by fierce flames, yet utterly incapable of breathing fire. Throughout my life, I have sworn many oaths to protect my king with my life, but not a single king has perished due to my lack of effort. King Jaehaerys too, frail and ailing, ultimately succumbed to illness. During the War of the Usurper, I fought valiantly at the Battle of the Trident, bearing more wounds than the harlots who have lain with your birds, only to find that the Mad King was slain by your fratricidal brother before the Iron Throne while I lay in a stupor. I must say I do not concur with your analogy. Balliston disregarded the interjection from Tyrion. As for Robert, we fought side by side in his final moments. But your kin and the traitors of Tyrell were far too numerous, and we were unseated. I exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not prevent a soldier, who might have been merely a peasant, from thrusting a spear through Robert's throat. Thus, I have upheld my oath thrice, and I see no need for a fourth. What if you could leave here and return to King's Landing? Do you not wish to become the captain of Aegon I's Kingsguard? Tyrion inquired, causing Balliston to frown in perplexity. You would allow me to depart? But why? I have heard that your relationship with Tywin is not particularly close. Yet what benefit is there to you in so openly defying his will? The knight instinctively doubted the dwarf outside the cell. In the dim and oppressive dungeon, the flickering torchlight added a yellow hue to Tyrion's silver-gold hair, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the Lannisters' iconic golden locks. He is undeniably a Lannister, the knight thought. Yet I must speak the truth. Even if I could return to King's Landing, I would no longer pledge my allegiance to the new boy king. At that moment, Balliston appeared utterly exhausted. I do not know that boy, and I am uncertain whether I wish to offer him the precious fourth oath. Perhaps I am simply too old and should shed my white cloak to find a place to await death's visit. I happen to know a splendid location, Tyrion replied lightly, as if introducing a picturesque travel destination. It lies across the narrow sea, a continent abundant with wonders unseen in Westeros, such as the true-blooded descendants of Targaryen. The white-haired knight's eyes widened in astonishment within the cell. I may regret this decision within a day, yet for now, I have resolved. The dwarf produced a solitary key, deftly maneuvering it within the lock before gently swinging open the iron door of the cell. To find the port caves of Casterly Rock, simply continue downwards and turn west. It should not be difficult. However, you would do well to exercise caution. Should you be captured and returned here, I may not be inclined to rescue you again. With that, he turned and made his way toward the exit of the dungeon. The grotesque deformity of his legs, coupled with an abnormally large head, rendered his gait comically absurd. Yet at this moment, Ballistan could only see that the torches hanging low in the dungeon cast an elongated shadow of Tyrion. Chapter 35. The Riverlands, or more aptly put, the region of the Three Rivers, is a fertile expanse that nourishes numerous resilient warriors, peaceful fishermen, and devout farmers. However, the simple folk who have come to be known as the Riverlanders suffer greatly, for this land has long been ravaged and scarred by the horrors of war. Some have even claimed that if one were to gather all the blood that has ever flowed through the history of the Riverlands, it would be sufficient to birth a blood-red Trident River. Unlike the North, the West, or the Stormlands, the ever-shifting dominion of the Riverlands has never witnessed a ruler universally acknowledged and sustained. During the Dawn Age, the first men and the children of the forest forged a pact on the myriad isles of the God's Eye, symbolizing a reconciliation between the newcomers and the natives. Subsequently, the children withdrew to their forests, ceding other parts of Westeros to the first men. The first men then began to establish various independent kingdoms upon this land, with their myriad kings now referred to as the kings of the rivers and hills. In the zenith of the first men, countless small kingdoms emerged and fell within the Riverlands, their histories enveloped in fairy tales and ballads that have nearly been lost to time. Only certain legendary kings and heroes remain in memory, their deeds etched in runes upon weathered stones, though interpretations of these accounts are hotly debated within the citadel of learning. As for the recorded history of the Riverlands, it traces back to the invasion of the Undulls. The conquerors from the east crossed the narrow sea, sweeping through the valleys and overcoming numerous arduous battles to eradicate the small kingdoms of the Riverlands. Yet they were a boisterous and bellicose people, each vying for a share of the spoils. Thus, while the blood of the last kings of the first men had yet to dry, the conquerors clashed fiercely over territory. Many Undulls proclaimed themselves kings of the rivers and hills, or kings of the Trident. But it was not until centuries later that a true ruler of the Riverlands emerged from among these petty monarchs. He was a bastard born of a clandestine affair, with parents hailing from the feuding houses of Blackwood and Bracken. After ascending the throne, he adopted the surname River and, over the course of 30 years, subdued all self-proclaimed kings of the Riverlands, crowning himself and establishing the first dynasty of the Riverlands, the House of the Fair Men. However, merely 3 centuries later, the House of Fair Men met its demise due to conflicts with the Iron Islands king, leading to the fall of the dynasty. A tumultuous and bloody century of chaos descended once more. The petty kings of various noble houses waged war against one another in a struggle for dominance over the Riverlands, with the eventual victor being Count Tiger of Tully, an intrepid adventurer. This man, who had amassed a fortune from a daring raid into the west, hired mercenaries with his gold and crowned himself in the town of the Whispering Wells, thereby establishing the second dynasty of the Riverlands, the House of Tiger. The Tige family has historically been met with disdain from the lords of the Riverlands, leading to frequent insurrections, and the continuity of the dynasty's existence and succession has been far from assured. It is believed that between the 4th and 5th generation of Tige kings, there existed other monarchs, and similarly, between the 5th and 6th generations, the cycle of upheaval is numerous. The final Tige king, in his fervent devotion to the 7 gods, sought to expel the old faith from the Riverlands, prompting the Braywood family of the Crow Tree Hall to rise in rebellion against this ancient lineage, which had drifted from the north and had never embraced the faith of the 7. In that conflict, the Braywood family sought the aid of the Storm King of Storm's End, House Durrandon, for victory, resulting in a marriage alliance. Ultimately, the war concluded with the obliteration of the Tige family. The last Tige king was the first to perish on the battlefield, leading to the crown passing to his eldest son, who soon fell in battle, followed by the second son. After the deaths of all 3 heirs, the crown ultimately went to the youngest brother, who, unsurprisingly, also met his demise in this struggle. Thus, the battle that claimed the lives of 5 Tige kings came to be known as the War of 6 Kings, with the most short-lived monarch having worn the crown for merely a few minutes. Although the Storm King had initially intended to place the crown of the Riverlands upon the head of his father-in-law, then the head of House Braywood, the unfortunate fate of the father-in-law in the war thwarted this plan. Ultimately, the King of Storms End incorporated the Riverlands into his realm, marking the dawn of the 3rd dynasty over the region. For the subsequent 3 centuries, despite at least one major uprising against this foreign ruler in every generation, the Riverlands remained under the dominion of the Storm dynasty of Storm's End until the arrival of the Iron-born longships on the river. The Iron Islands and Ironman Bay had no direct maritime connection to the Riverlands, yet the then king of the Iron Islands, the formidable Harwin Hall, led his forces across the Ironman Bay in 100 longships, landing 40 miles south of the coastal city and advancing inland towards the Blue Fork River. This audacious act of riverine warfare has since been celebrated in songs sung by the bards of the Isles. Once back on the water, the Ironmen raided and plundered at will along the rivers, with the lords of the Riverlands either retreating to their castles or shrinking from the threat, unwilling to risk their lives for an unloved sovereign from the Stormlands. Those who dared to resist the Ironmen paid a grievous price. After the lords of the Riverlands were either vanquished or forced to submit, the Storm King, far away in Storm's End, finally received word of the turmoil. He hastily gathered his army to march northward to confront the enemy. However, the young king's impatience caused a rift between his soldiers and the supply train. Upon realizing this, Harwin ordered the burning of fields and villages outside the Riverland castles and sent allied lords, who had already pledged their allegiance to the Ironmen, to ambush the Storm King's supply line. The outcome of the conflict was inevitable. After abandoning the bodies of his 2 brothers, the Storm King fled back to Storm's End in disgrace, marking the official end of the Storm dynasty in the Riverlands. It is said that the inhabitants of the entire Hudgin region rejoiced upon receiving the news, emboldening their lord to muster the courage to attack the small contingents of the Stormland troops stationed throughout, driving them away or obliterating them. Chronicles record that the bells of Shirtang town tolled for a day and a night, while minstrels and beggars traversed the villages and towns, heralding the return of the people's sovereignty over the Trident River. However, the celebrations were soon abruptly halted, as Harwin, much like the renowned Alan Duran III from 3 centuries past, annexed Hugien for himself. The defector lords of Hugien merely donned new allegiances, trading one tyrant for another. More severe, cruel, and exacting. Thus began the fourth dynasty of Hugien, the Hall dynasty. The formidable Harwin's grandson was none other than the infamous heartless Helrin, the merciless king who spent 40 years depleting Hugien's resources to construct Helrin Castle. Surrounding the Three River Basin lay numerous adversaries. The Iron Men of the Isles frequently raided the western coast, while pirates from the Stone Steps Islands and the Three Sisters Isles perpetually harassed the eastern shores. The folk of the west occasionally surged from the mountains, crossing the Red Fork River to wreak havoc in Hugien, ever on the lookout to conquer. The savage mountain dwellers of the Mingyue mountain range would emerge now and then to pillage and abduct women. The lords of the River Bay to the southwest could dispatch armored knights across the Blackwater River at any moment. To the southeast, the Storm King's insatiable thirst for gold and glory never waned. Throughout the long annals of history, under the reign of countless rulers, Hugien was perpetually embroiled in warfare with neighboring realms, often compelled to engage on 2 or even 3 fronts. Worse still, the River Kings rarely garnered the unwavering support of their vassals. Ancient grudges and past betrayals had long since seeped into the very marrow of the Three River Lords. As deeply as the waters flowed into the land, so too did their mutual animosity run. Whenever an external foe invaded, local lords would frequently defect to assist, confronting their own king, sometimes even inviting wolves into their fold, offering territory, gold, and even daughters to foreign powers to vanquish their rivals. Many river kings were toppled through the collusion of internal and external forces, each conflict merely a prelude to the next. What ensued was the Conquest War, riding upon dragons. The conqueror Yang brought an end to the Hall dynasty in Hugien, transferring the reins of governance to the Tully family of Flowing City. This ancient lineage, bearing the silver trout as their sigil, traces its roots back to the Age of Heroes. Yet, even after nearly 3 centuries of dominion over Hugien, they never proclaimed themselves kings, instead exercising the authority granted by the Targaryens as governors of the Trident. The ancestral stronghold of the Tully family is the venerable Flowing City. This fortress, erected at the confluence of the Tungsher and Red Fork rivers, was ingeniously designed in a triangular shape. During the Undul invasion, Azure Tully served one of the Undul warlords, and as a reward, he was bestowed with vast lands between the Tungsher and Red Fork rivers, where he established the Red Castle of Flowing City. The strategic significance of Flowing City ensured that the Tully family remained valued by the rulers of Hugien for centuries, as they needed the stronghold to withstand the incursions from the western kingdom of Kagan. Unlike the ancient families of Bulwark and Brecon, the Tully family harbors no enmities, thereby preserving their strength from the ravages of enduring hatred and conflict. This may well be the reason why the conqueror, Aegon, entrusted them with the governance of the Riverlands. For nearly 3 centuries, the Dukes of House Tully have managed the affairs of the Riverlands from the city of Riverrun. As the daughter of the current Duke Host Tully, Caitlin has been well versed in the dealings between lords and vassals from a young age. Duke Host is now entering his 4th year of bedridden illness, though Caitlin and Rob, having arrived from the north, can discern that the old man's mind remains sharp. His physical condition deteriorates with each passing day. Their grandfather could pass away at any moment. Rob surveyed the desolate camp, his thoughts drifting to his mother, grandfather, and uncle within Riverrun. Edmure Tully, the Duke's 3rd son and heir, is also Caitlin's brother. Though not particularly tall, his auburn hair and thick beard lend him an imposing presence. Upon their grandfather's demise, Edmure shall assume the titles of Duke of Riverrun and Lord of the Trident. Rob is acutely aware of the current circumstances. His uncle, though youthful and kind-hearted, lacks the requisite experience for lordship. Thus, their mother remains in Riverrun, both to care for her father in his final days and to impart her wisdom to her brother as the Lady of Winterfell. The sturdy young man then thought of his mother's sister. She has long wished for Aunt Lisa to send a letter inquiring about their grandfather's condition, and it would be even more delightful if she could leave the Eyrie to visit Riverrun one last time. Unfortunately, Aunt Lisa has not sent so much as a letter. The last correspondence between the sisters was a secret letter received in Winterfell, indicting that the Lannister siblings had poisoned Lord Jon Arryn, an accusation that ultimately compelled Eddard to resolve upon his journey southward. Rob rode through the vast encampment, originally prepared for nearly 30,000, but now reduced to less than 10,000 men, calling for Grey Wind as he prepared to return to Riverrun. At the time of his arrival with the northern forces, a host of 10,000, led by several prominent lords of the Riverlands, had already established their camp on the plains west of Riverrun. Following their integration into the Northern Army, the camp expanded to accommodate all the troops. However, with troubling news from the Southern Front, They could no longer afford to linger aimlessly outside the Lannister stronghold. Given that the Iron Throne's deployable forces consist chiefly of the gold cloaks from King's Landing and the Royal Fleet, which is ineffective on land, Catelyn, the Lords of the North and Riverlands, and Robb himself all concurred to reassign the majority of the troops near Riverrun to serve under the Iron Throne's command. Officially, this was offered to the new King Aegon I, yet, in truth, the one wielding the most authority and command is the Prime Minister, Lord Eddard. It is precisely for this reason that the army hastily advancing from the Flowing City towards King's Landing mainly comprises the northern forces that accompanied Robb on his march southward. Aside from the 1,000 cavalry and 1,000 infantry left behind, the remaining 16,000 soldiers, together with the 4,000 led by the Lord of the Riverlands, collectively amount to a formidable force of 20,000 that has departed from the encampment. Initially, Robb intended to personally lead this army to King's Landing, hoping to reunite with his father along the way. However, a reminder from Catelyn altered his course of action. You are taking nearly all of the northern army to King's Landing. What remains here? Merely the forces of the Riverlands. The Lords of the Riverlands have never grasped the meaning of unity. When your army and King's Landing are far removed, why would they engage in conflict against the formidable Lannisters? If the Lions are not foolish, they could easily promise not to pillage the lands of the Riverlands, merely allowing their passage to the Crownlands and King's Landing. At that point, it is likely that their progress along the river would encounter no obstacles. Even when your grandfather was in good health, there were lords who would intentionally delay his commands, or even quietly defy them. Now, with his time possibly running short, Edmure has yet to earn their genuine trust. To ensure that these lords of the Riverlands remain steadfastly allied with us, both you and I must remain in the Riverlands. It would be prudent to leave some of the army behind as well. Thus, Robb reluctantly entrusted command of the army to Lord Bolton before their arrival at King's Landing. Accompanying the army was a raven bearing Robb's personal missives. In the current unpredictable landscape of war, no one could have anticipated the situation. Amid such dramatic upheaval, Robb instinctively sought his father's guidance and support. He stood dejectedly on the bridge over the great trench to the west of the Flowing City, awaiting the opening of the gates, scarcely noticing that the gates should not be closed at this moment. He had initially aimed to showcase his abilities as the heir of House Stark to the northern lords in this war. Yet now, he found himself separated from the northern host without even having experienced a significant battle. The so-called Great Trench refers to the massive ditch excavated outside the castle's sole wall that does not run along the river, sealed at both ends by enormous gates that separate it from the water. When necessary, opening the gates would instantly connect the two rivers, transforming the Flowing City into a genuine island in the water. Therefore, capturing the Flowing City would require a prolonged siege, as there is virtually no other means to do so. The very ease of defense of the Flowing City instilled in Robb the confidence that, with the support of 8,000 men, he could hold the Lannisters' potential forces at bay near the Red Fork for quite some time. He lifted his gaze, perplexed by the quietness of the walls above the gates. Although the castle currently boasts a garrison and does not require many defenders, the Flowing City presently has fewer than 200 guards. However, Robb felt an unsettling stillness emanating from the walls, particularly as the gates had yet to open, leaving him in a state of confusion. After a considerable wait, the gates finally swung open, and two figures emerged from within, seemingly having come forth to greet Robb. They are the eldest great-grandson of Lord Edwin Fry and the current Earl of Stonehenge, Janos Bracken, who, in Catelyn's eyes, are among the most steadfast and loyal vassals of House Tully. Robb dismounted and, accompanied by Grey Wind, followed the two into the bustling city. Robb, Lady Catelyn and Lord Edmure await you in the hall. They have matters to discuss, Edwin Fry announced, leading the way. However, when Catelyn beheld Robb being ushered into the hall, she emitted a sardonic exclamation. "Ah, so you have ensnared our entire family." It was then that Robb noticed several armored guards of House Fry stationed within the hall, while his mother and uncle stood there with expressions of palpable anger. "How can you say such a thing, my lady? I merely wished for the Stark family to hear our thoughts," Edwin remarked, his expression remaining impassive despite the tone of his words. Even Robb, lacking sensitivity, could sense the discordant atmosphere and the unusual circumstances, prompting him to inquire in a low voice, "What do you mean? What are your thoughts?" Grey Wind bared his fangs slightly, issuing a menacing growl. "Do not be so vexed, young wolf," the slender Edwin remarked, though it was unclear whether he addressed Robb or Grey Wind. "We simply wish for a suitable individual to don a crown." In essence, confronted with the alliance of Lion and Rose, we believe the Baratheons cannot safeguard the Iron Throne beneath their very seat. Further, why should the king upon the Iron Throne be deemed more noble than any other sovereign? 3 centuries prior, Aegon forcibly united the 6 kingdoms with dragons, establishing a dynasty the likes of which Westeros had never seen. Yet now, devoid of dragons and lacking a true Targaryen, why should we bow to a distant ruler in King's Landing? House Tully has governed the Riverlands for nearly 300 years, rivaling the longest reigning dynasty in the region's history. Lord Edmure is wholly deserving of being crowned the new king of rivers and hills. Furthermore, why should the Stark family not restore the title of king in the north? With a robust marital alliance between the two houses, surely this would forge an indomitable realm between these neighboring ancient kingdoms. Catelyn and her brother remained silent, likely having heard this rhetoric before. Robb's mind raced with thoughts. The phrase clearly perceived that the Iron Throne, under its current circumstances, would be unable to contend with further rebellion. Yet they sought to shift the burden of treason onto others. Moreover, if Edmure were to ascend as king in the Riverlands, would the next step not be to wed a Frey girl to his lordship, thus allowing the Frey bloodline to inherit the crown? My lords, my father is in King's Landing serving as the hand of the king, Robb reminded them. Your proposal is undoubtedly treasonous. Then allow me to suggest that Lord Edmure might vacate that position of cleaning up after others and return to the north as a true king, Edwin continued. Catelyn fixated on the taciturn Bracken Earl and suddenly inquired, Earl Bracken, why do you involve yourself in this? Madam, I do not entirely concur with Lord Frey's sentiments. The old count elucidated his reasons. However, he uttered a salient point. Why must we bow to Baelish, who bears no connection to the Riverlands? The man who once led us in the overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty, Robert, has perished, and perhaps the time has indeed come. Let the 7 kingdoms revert to their state prior to the Targaryen conquest. We, the Riverlanders, deserve a king of our own. They have grown utterly dismissive of the monarch seated upon the Iron Throne. What if we persist in our dissent? Robb glanced at Edmure, speaking on his behalf without seeking consent. The honor and integrity of Eddard Stark are renowned. In the presence of Robert's heirs, his father would never consider self-proclamation. In such circumstances, should Uncle Edmure ascend to kingship, their father would inevitably face accusations of treason. None wish for such an eventuality, yet Edwin remained as stoic as ever. Should that occur, we would have no choice but to grant you further contemplation. However, if the Lannisters were to appear in the Riverlands during this period of reflection, provided they do not show hostility, it is unlikely that many lords would desire to engage them in battle. So my father's vassals now seek to confine me? Lady Catelyn's tone was notably elevated. If you so desire a king for the Riverlands, why do you not crown yourselves, Freys? Madam, do not speak thus. This is not confinement. It merely offers you a quieter environment for contemplation. A faint smile struggled to form on Edwin's face, yet it appeared more derisive than genuine. Should House Stark remain unwilling to ascend as the kings of the North, we may put that matter aside for the time being. After all, what we truly seek is a king for this land, not one from farther north. As for the Freys, we, the newly affluent, are not yet worthy of kingship. Are we? Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when Edwin Frey and the Earl of Bracken beside him suddenly collapsed to the ground. As the assembly stood perplexed, the sound of thuds echoed as the Frey guards also fell. It seems I have arrived at a most opportune moment. Lady Catelyn gazed with delight at the familiar figure entering the hall. Mr. Rielan,